On Fridays after school, the street next to First Middle School in Rome City is always the busiest, especially the corner black internet cafe called Blue Spider. It's a magnet for underachieving, second-rate students from nearby schools who gather there either to game or sneak off to make out with their crushes. But today was different. Something was off. Every eye in the place kept drifting toward one corner of the room. 7 or 8 troublemakers were sprawled around, sitting or standing, blocking off that spot completely. The guy trapped right in the middle looked like he'd been slumped against the wall for ages. "Benjamin, you didn't actually hurt him, did you?" asked a wiry kid, propping his foot up against the wall. Benjamin glanced up from his phone game, annoyed. "One hit? What's gonna happen? I wasn't carrying bricks in my backpack. This guy's probably sick or something. Look at him, he has skin and bones." Someone else piped in. "Maybe we should just call it off? He is Yang family's real son, after all, so what if he's the biological son? Does the Yang family lack sons?" The other guy said, as if he'd heard a joke. He put away his phone and continued, "This guy, just because he's the Yang family's own flesh and blood, insists on competing with Michael in everything. He even dresses the same as Michael. His Mandarin is as bad as a shoddy rag, and he doesn't even realize it. He's arrogant and solitary. I heard he was the top student in his previous high school. A country bumpkin raised in the boonies is really something, so inspiring. You guys should learn from him more when you have time. Got it?" Someone snorted. "Learn what? How to be a loner. How to suck up to people like he's got a vendetta. Or how to act clueless and call it personality." A group of guys started up their usual reckless teasing again. When Daniel came to, his head throbbed with a dull ache. The noise around him was a distant buzz, like he was hearing it through fog. Hard to make out anything clearly. He could only catch fragments. Michael, mistaken identity, school. Part of him thought he was dead for sure, and probably headed straight to hell, if not for the weirdly exact replay of high school memories. Years ago, Michael's real mom, Sophia, had given birth in a city while working overtime, her health failing and her husband Samuel, addicted to gambling and violent, making life unbearable. She almost handed the baby off for foster care, but instead of giving him away, she did something far worse. Switched him. She secretly took Daniel to a remote mountain village called Yuhuai, 300 kilometers east of Rome City. Since Daniel bore no resemblance to her husband Samuel from the very beginning, Samuel suspected she had been unfaithful. The abuse only got worse. Fists flying, screaming curses echoing non-stop. Daniel's childhood memories were mostly of pitch-black sheds. It was like endless feeding of livestock, a stomach that could never be filled. He could remember the searing pain when Samuel's cigarette butt burned his instep, the weight of fists and kicks landing on various parts of his body, and also the meager warmth when Sophia would occasionally shield him against her chest. He remembered the searing burn of Samuel's cigarette on his ankle, from being completely passive and getting beaten, to occasionally making the other side suffer, until the year he could really fight back against Samuel. Daniel hadn't even finished his freshman year of high school. Samuel cursed him as a lunatic while starting to fear him. Sophia, on the other hand, frequently took long-distance buses to the city, stayed there for 3 to 5 days and then came back. Whenever Daniel asked, she always evaded the question, and how Sophia would sometimes pull him close to her chest, just a sliver of warmth in all that cold. It had been less than 2 months since Daniel turned 17. From taking every blow without flinching, to landing one himself now and then, Sophia knelt on the muddy road, grabbed Daniel's sleeve, and pleaded with him, "It's me. It was all because of me. The kid has nothing to do with it. Daniel, please, as your mom, don't blame him." Daniel was enveloped by a huge sense of confusion. He heard himself asking, "What about me? What am I?" The Yang family sued Sophia, Daniel asked once too often. She always dodged around it. This so-called leap forward meant the Yang family was a well-known wealthy household in Rome City. It wasn't entirely inaccurate. Daniel started wearing various brand-name clothes and shoes he didn't recognize, had rides arranged whenever he went out, and his daily life was carefully managed by servants. Poured that day, rain slashing down like needles on the muddy earth, And no one ever told him that what was even more devastating than physical pain were the various difficulties he had adapting to high school. The household servants deliberately copied Michael's standards for Daniel's food, clothing, shelter, and daily needs, claiming it was equal treatment, but in reality, it was mockery and making things difficult for him. What's more, the blood relatives he had once hoped for showed bias again and again. Why was it him, the one who'd been abandoned for 17 years, who no one cared about? So he fought hard, fought dirty, just to claim what should been his, and in that fight, every real thing, every voice screaming in his ears, it all burned hotter than oil on fire. Daniel, can you just get along with Michael? Daniel, can't you get along well with Michael? Michael's bound to get gossiped about at school from now on. Make sure you don't say the wrong thing outside. You were switched at birth, not stolen. Michael's always been top of the class, racks up trophies in every competition. No one even accused him of cheating, and he covered for you. So what about you? It's been years, Daniel. It's been years. Can't you still not stand him? Start at the bottom when you join the company. 3 years minimum. You so obsessed with winning. No matter the cost, do you really think the Young family would ever hand power to someone like you? In my Matthew's perception, I've only had one younger brother from start to finish, and that person could never be you. How could the Young family produce a son like you? Get out, Daniel. Daniel, all those sleepless nights, pushing yourself to the limit just to make it look effortless. Now it's all been reduced to a joke. Years later, Michael stands firm within the Yang family. He is the de facto second in command of Yang Group, holding half its shares with 0 strings attached. Not blood-related, but closer than family. Daniel was different, failed his college entrance exam, worked in corporations for years, climbed from the bottom to the top, clawed at every step against his own brother. In the end, he fell hard, turned on his parents, lost everyone who once stood by him, and was finally killed by a rival of Yang Group, crushed beneath an abandoned building on the outskirts of town. All he saw at the end? Just a dull gray concrete ceiling stretching endlessly overhead, one that mirrored the color of his entire life. Regret it? Not really. The only thing I regret is realizing too late that I spent my whole life giving everything, for their approval, for other people's eyes, for the hollow meaning of what society says matters. All for that, the one person I truly let down? Probably just myself. Hey, he's awake. When his shoulders were kicked again, his senses slowly snapped back into focus. Daniel heard a voice above him say, "Get up, stop playing dead. You gonna scare someone." A chorus of rustling and shuffling filled the air around him. Somewhere off in the distance, someone asked curiously, "What's going on?" Another voice scoffed, "Just bullying. This Daniel gonna get wrecked by Benjamin's crew. His family is rich, isn't it? They probably treating him like royalty after pulling him back from wherever he was. Rich or not, the richer the family, the messier it gets, and the messier it is, the more you gotta learn how to please people." I heard Benjamin's called him out a few times, and he just ignored him. Real cold fish, compared to that kid who got switched at birth? Total opposite. No wonder they picked on him. Come on, since when does the one causing trouble get to act like they in the right? Daniel started coughing, first slow, then sharp, like he was trying to hack his lungs up through his chest. He pushed himself up with his hands, leaned back against the wall, and finally got a clear look at where he was, and at his own school uniform, and the bony, veined backs of his hands gripping the ground. Everything felt too real, so real that it took him several minutes just to accept he wasn't dreaming. "You not sick, are you?" The leader, shaved head and a hard look, frowned at him like he was some kind of contagion. Daniel recognized him instantly. Benjamin. Daniel recognized him at a glance. It was Benjamin. He remembered so quickly, not because he knew him well, but because after transferring to Rong City First Middle School, most of the harassment he faced had been led by this Benjamin, the school's dominant figure, and only son of the Huiyuan real estate Li family. Back then, having sand poured into his water bottle or finding dead cockroaches in his clothes were just small potatoes. Daniel had been locked up in the equipment room by these guys all night long. Once, when he fought back against 10 of them, he was gang beaten and ended up in the hospital. and his family thought he was causing trouble at school. Daniel held grudges, and he'd once gone after them with everything, no matter the cost. The year Huiyuan real estate collapsed, the once arrogant young man, claiming to be an old classmate, came to him with a humble request. By then, he had already clawed his way up to vice president at Yang Group, locked in bitter conflict with his older brother Matthew over company shares. The battle was raging hot, dressed in the most expensive suits, closing multi-million-dollar deals in flawless English, shuttling between boardrooms and networking events. Yet deep in the quiet of night, he knew one thing. He'd been rotten to the core for years. Power and money were the only two things he still clung to. Everyone knew back then, Yang family's so-called lost son was nothing but a rabid dog. Now suddenly, he was 17 again. The crew he'd once thought impossible to handle? Just fleas and ants. You hear me? Benjamin stepped forward, ready to kick again. Mid-motion, Daniel blocked it with a calm push. The same guy who just been coughing like his lungs were tearing apart now pushed himself up from the floor. Daniel's hair hung over his brows. His face, once crimson from violent coughing, was slowly returning to a pale, unnatural whiteness. He brushed dust off his uniform, looked straight ahead, and said quietly, "No, I had weak immunity as a kid due to bad powdered milk. I've got lifelong issues with my lungs and stomach." Clear enough? The usual chaos of the internet cafe fell utterly silent. Only the voice of a teenager, rough but precise, carried through, every word sharp enough to hit everyone in earshot. Benjamin's face twisted visibly. He stepped forward fast, grabbed Daniel by the collar, slammed him against the nearest computer desk, teeth clenched. "You still think you can act all high and mighty? You know why we after you today?" "Yeah." Daniel stared straight into his eyes. "You like Michael," Daniel said softly. As he spoke those words, it was as if he could see the look of impending collapse in the other's eyes, like a towering building on the verge of toppling. Daniel then smoothly tugged his collar back and continued, "You like Michael, but you're too scared to chase after him, so you have to pick on me, hoping to gain a bit of his attention and favor." Benjamin, classmate, it's kind of pathetic that someone like you is into this whole secret crush thing. You, asking for death. Everyone froze, watching, stunned. No one knew what had been said, but suddenly the fists flew. Benjamin was tall and broad, his fist already aimed at Daniel's face. Then, in a flash, the slight-looking guy snatched up a mechanical keyboard from the table beside him and slammed it straight down on Benjamin's head with a sharp crack. The noise was loud, the move swift. Before Benjamin's South crew could even close in, Daniel had twisted around, locking his arm tight around Benjamin's neck, ignoring the thick black-red blood seeping from his hairline, as he leaned in and whispered low, "You know what it feels like to be shunned at school just for being gay, don't you? Want me to tell your little gang that your old man's actually a marriage scammer, a so-called Phoenix boy, keeping not one, but 3 or 4 male lovers on the side. You hate queers. Yet you just a coward who can't even admit you like guys. Am I right?" Benjamin's face turned red from the pressure. The school bully at First Middle School suddenly felt like a bird with its throat clutched, his voice barely trembling as he asked, "How do you know? The Yang family? They've got dirt on every family in town. Your little secrets aren't exactly fresh news. So what do you want?" The power shift had happened so fast. Daniel wasn't even bothered to play hardball. He loosened his grip and scanned the room with a calm voice. "Take your gang of lapdogs and get lost." Even with the upper hand, thanks to knowing what was coming, he felt no real satisfaction. Daniel bent down, picked up his backpack, ignored the stunned silence from Benjamin and his crew, then turned and walked toward the front desk. He didn't leave, just tapped once on the counter with one hand. "Set me up a machine for 3 hours. "Why yes, sure thing." The front desk was a young girl, quietly sizing him up. Her mind only had one thought. The rumors were totally off base. He looked thin, yes, but not short. A blue and white school jacket hung on his shoulders, rumpled from the fight, yet somehow didn't feel stiff or dull at all. His face was sharp, his movements effortless, the kind of cool that could erase any messiness, leaving only a faint paleness under his skin that tugged at your chest just enough to worry you. between bursts of work at the front desk. He casually grabbed a pack of cigarettes and a lighter from the nearby shelf, set them down on the glass counter and asked, "How much?" "That LLB, $48.50. The guy ran his hands through his pockets, finally pulling out a black wallet. He flipped it open, revealing a thick stack of red bills, and gave a casual little eyebrow raise before sliding one over. "No need to return change." The girl watched the ease in his gesture, felt an unexpected flush creep up her cheeks. She took the money, hesitated. "I don't know. That's not really right." Daniel looked up, then asked again, "So, what's there to eat here?" "Oh, we've got instant noodles," the front desk guy replied right away. "Nothing else?" "Nope." Just then, Benjamin's group came out from inside. As they passed the front desk, Benjamin deliberately shoved Daniel's shoulder and jabbed a finger at him, gritting, "Daniel, I've got your number. Wait for it." The glass door swung open and slammed shut. The group vanished in seconds. The girl shot him a worried glance. "You should tell a teacher about this. You know how those guys are. They'll probably come after you again." Daniel picked up his cigarette and lighter, smiled. "Nah, it's fine." She didn't push further, just asked, "So, still want the noodles?" "Nope, not anymore." He turned toward the back of the internet cafe, tossing over his shoulder. "Been trying to go easy on junk food lately." The girl watched him walk away, ripping open a cigarette pack, casually flicking the wrapper into his pocket, then tapping out a smoke with practiced ease. She couldn't help but wonder, "Seriously, you're into this health kick now?" Daniel shrugged off his jacket and plunged himself into the corner's huge chair. Sinking deep, he lit a cigarette in silence. The smoke curled through his lungs, stirring up dull thoughts. Only after a long moment did he finally feel the weight of being back in high school. Real again. Around him, teenage boys muttered under their breaths. Sweat from summer days mixed with cheap cigarette fumes and greasy instant noodle smells, filling the air with that familiar, cloying stuffiness. His phone buzzed. Message incoming. A contact labeled Big Bro asked, "Where are you?" Daniel ignored it. 2 minutes later, "Big Bro. James said no one got picked up after school. You're not gonna get Michael kicked out of the Young family just because your parents dropped the lawsuit and are mad at you. It's never happening. Don't go stirring trouble." 2 minutes passed in silence. "Brother, respond to the message. You don't even know how to use a phone, do you?" Patience was running thin. At 25, Matthew had already been groomed as Young family's heir apparent. Back when their father Alexander had taken over Young Group from his 4 siblings, it was thanks to a strategic marriage with Charlotte, the second daughter of the formidable Zhou family. For years, the couple had lived in a cold alliance. More business than love. The year Daniel and Michael were born, tensions between them hit rock bottom. So both sets of elders doted on Michael like their own. Matthew, 8 years older, had been raised strict and by the book, but he always looked out for Michael, fiercely loyal through the years. Daniel was different. He just shown up one day, with no real ties to Young family at all. Only guilt and a sense of debt bound him there. They sent him to the best high school, into the top class, gave him endless spending money, so they didn't get it. Didn't understand what he could possibly want more. Matthew's message reminded Daniel of the incident, too. It had started when Young family accidentally leaked their search for Sun's story, sending stock prices into a tailspin. Then Michael fell seriously ill for over 2 weeks. Both parents were beside themselves with worry, and in response, they dropped the lawsuit against Sophia and publicly clarified. It was just a hospital nurse's mistake. No baby swap ever happened. Even in the statement, Young family painted Daniel as a rural underdog success story, uplifted by hard work and heart. Hardworking, respectful, poor but close-knit family, parents who sacrificed everything just to see him rise, and a kid who knew his place, someone grateful for the second chance at home. In his past life, Daniel had a huge outburst in the Young family because of this. If Young family wants to drop the lawsuit, Michael has to leave. That was his childish revenge against Sophia, because from the day Young family found him, Daniel finally realized Sophia never loved him. Not even that cheap, meager scrap of maternal affection was ever meant for him. But somehow, The news that he wanted to kick Michael out of the Yang family got spread in school. Benjamin and his crew cornered him at the internet cafe. His parents thought it was just jealousy and resentment. Matthew even sent a warning message. Irony. Huh? 2 lifetimes later, thinking about this still feels like pure irony. And he'd already been running a fever before getting cornered. Ended up collapsing at the cafe, where the owner had to rush him to hospital for IVs. Not one person from Yang family asked where he'd gone all night long, but when he went back the next day, he ran into Michael, who was also running a fever and was carrying a suitcase, about to leave the Yang family. Yang family's parents grabbed him. Hearts breaking. You, this sick. Where do you think you, going? Not allowed. Matthew took the suitcase from his hands, stared at Daniel, pointedly. Michael, this is your home. No one gets to boot you out. The drivers and servants circled around, whispering behind their hands. Who even gave you the right to make Michael leave? IV always liked him best. Yeah, blood or not, comes back and starts bullying people. And now dragging our adoptive mom into jail? Real grateful, huh? Grew up in the country, kinda harsh. That's normal. Michael, adored by all, was just Daniel's target. A victim he never wanted. I'll move out, he said quietly. Daniel? Please don't make mom and dad suffer anymore. And stop fighting with Matthew. All the pent-up rage inside Daniel exploded in that instant. Move out? Fine. Daniel smirked. Just remember to love your real parents as much as you do me. Did he actually end up leaving? Of course not. Instead, that day marked the moment Daniel finally saw himself clearly. Falling behind at City High School, he pushed harder, whatever he wanted. Things that should have been his all along. He clawed for them with everything he had. That fire of rage, trapped in his chest and nowhere to go, burned into a single-minded obsession. Rise above it all, it grew stronger over the years, until it turned into an inferno that left him unrecognizable. By 28, Daniel was feared by many, and hated too. He built up enough power, money, and influence to stand tall. At a cost, his body was wrecked. His stomach was so damaged it was nearly cancerous. Constant respiratory infections. Fever struck every few weeks. The knee injury from when Samuel pinned him in the snow as a kid, worse even after surgery, still flared up on rainy days. His longtime doctor, fed up, slapped his file and snapped. If you don't quit drinking and smoking, you'll be begging someone to bury you. Daniel was in the middle of a meeting. No need, he said. I'll find a place where they won't have to pick up my body. You sick. First time realized it? As a matter of fact, not long after that meeting, Daniel encountered retaliation. That middle-aged boss who had been at odds with the Yang group for years, leading more than a dozen men, his eyes sinister, said, Matthew is ruthless enough, so what if you two joined hands to bring me down? This is the end you deserve, and your Yang family deserves it too. Leaning on the edge of the half-finished building's 4th floor, Daniel stayed eerily calm, neither shocked nor surprised by what was coming. He said quietly, I won. Deny I teamed up with Matthew. Let's face it. Everyone loves money, but there's one thing you got wrong. You gonna be disappointed if you think I am here to take revenge on the Yang family. Daniel wondered if anyone would even bother to pick up his body at the end, but he figured, yeah, someone probably would. In 10 days or half a month, someone will surely find his body and call the police. For the sake of the Yang family's face as a wealthy clan, they won't be stingy with the burial expenses. Matthew hadn't sent another message. Instead, he called. Daniel let the phone ring on, flicking ash from the stub of his cigarette resting on the armrest. The fever was unmistakable, limbs weak, head spinning. A few guys had wandered in later, still gaming, yelling at each other, caught up in heated debate. Flank him. Dude. Died again. Reset. In the pause between rounds, someone muttered, check the group chat? Benjamin's crew got people cornered today. Seems like it's this exact internet cafe? Who they ganging up on? That Daniel from the honors class. Wait, same class as Jack? So now you two are basically model students. The guy named Jack, sitting right beside Daniel, snapped. Buzz off. Come on, spill it. What's the real story? All this buzz about him and that Michael from your class. Been dying to know. Nah. Don't know him. Can T even remember? If you so obsessed with gossip, just go buy some watermelon at the door. £2 for $3. One T kill ya. A loud burst of laughter followed. Another voice chimed in. I heard they paid to get him in. Maybe, though some backwater towns still run education like that. Good students all look the same these days. Textbook memorizers with no real spark. Daniel, lounging nearby, bored out of his mind, muttered, "What's a nerd even supposed to look like?" Ezra suddenly heard someone speaking nearby and jumped in surprise. He turned to see who it was, and his first thought? Who's this dude? Totally out of nowhere. 2 seconds later. Awkward, then worse, then unbearable. What could be worse than being caught talking behind someone's back? And still, someone dumb enough asked, "Jack? Who?" Ezra cleared his throat twice, then leaned back slightly so everyone could see, and said, "This is Daniel, my classmate. Seriously, that guy over there, long legs crossed, eyes heavy with exhaustion like he's been up all night, smoke curling around him like fog, is actually Daniel? The one from the rumors?" Ezra's expression twitched slightly. He really wasn't close to Daniel. This central figure had been in the honors class for over a month, and Ezra's impression of him still dated back to his very first introduction. The guy up on stage. No drama, no ego, not even that smug, I made it vibe you'd expect from someone who jumped straight into the elite track. Those eyes cold when they met yours, like he didn't want to be bothered. Definitely not someone easy to talk to. So he decided to start a conversation, and Ezra's first thought was that he must be looking for trouble. Ezra didn't want to cause any conflict. He figured the guy probably had a rough day and just stepped in to smooth things over. Don't take it personally, they really didn't mean anything by it. And if I did asterisk? Daniel arched an eyebrow, glancing over. Ezra blinked, then let go of the mouse. Then come at me. Daniel shifted his gaze away and suddenly smirked. Nah. Forget it. This guy whose name sounded like dog was actually Daniel's future bestie. The doctor he'd become close with after college, not in high school. The guy Daniel remembered from later. Always serious with a hint of humor, the so-called Dr. Go was a total blank in high school. He couldn't recall a single thing about him back then. Back then, he hadn't been paying attention to that sort of thing anyway. Just then, someone at the door suddenly shouted, "Levi's here. Run, run." Chaos erupted in the internet cafe. Daniel glanced toward the door. The next second, he was yanked to his feet. Jack called out, "Brother, let's park the beef for now. Survival's priority." Daniel took his time pulling on his jacket, then asked casually, "You guys really scared of him? Are you really not afraid?" "That's senior year's head supervisor, Levi." Ezra gave him a look that seemed to say, "How long can you keep up this act?" Then he stepped forward, grabbing Daniel's jacket. "Let's get out of here. Honors class students are prime targets. If he catches us in the internet cafe, neither of us will see tomorrow's sunrise." And just like that, Daniel was dragged along as the group bolted out the back door. The sky outside was already pitch black. The alleyway was nearly empty. Only a few dimly lit shops scattered around, and a stray cat darted from a trash pile. Startled, after sprinting for a bit, Daniel felt his heartbeat pounding unnaturally fast. He leaned the jacket against the wall behind him, catching his breath. Someone gasped, propping themselves up on their knees and asking, "Levi didn't chase after us, did he?" "Nah, probably not. No gaming at all today. Total waste of time. Alright, let's get out of here. How about hitting up a barbecue together?" Together? They asked Daniel. Guys, sometimes it's just that simple. These guys weren't the real troublemakers like Benjamin's crew. Nothing personal with Daniel. Really? Just hearsay. Nothing more. Daniel shook his head, sweat already soaking through his back from the fever. The wind creeping through the alley sent a chill straight to the bone. "You guys go ahead," Daniel said, voice hoarse. Gwa wasn't sure if he was meant to be a doctor. His instincts were uncanny. He gave Daniel a sharp look and said, "You okay? I noticed your face looked off back there." That caught everyone's attention. They all turned toward him. Daniel, used to being around the grown-up Ezra, replied habitually, "I'll be fine." Then his phone buzzed again. Another notification. He glanced down. "Matthew?" Again, "Matthew, can you check the time right now?" Daniel, Even if you re-bummed out, there's a limit to how gloomy you can get. What the hell? Had Matthew ever sent him this many messages before? Daniel typed back, "You care about me now?" The reply went silent instantly, probably disgusted. Daniel had his point, so he hit back, paused 2 seconds, then typed one line in a blank tab, "Retiring, do not disturb." Then he shut the phone. His fingers brushed against the cigarette pack in his pocket. Suddenly, he really wanted another smoke. Then he remembered the lighter left behind in the net bar, and let it go. After stowing his phone, he looked up and realized the whole group hadn't left. "You weren't heading out for barbecue?" Daniel shifted gears on the spot, grinning. "ILL treat. No need for that." "Exactly. Jack S. buying. Go to hell. Why don't you pay? Then split the bill." The mood was charged with youthful energy. For a fleeting second, Daniel felt something shift. This life wasn't so bad after all, and maybe you didn't have to know everything to get by. Daniel pushed off the wall. "Simon, I am buying. Just got too much spare cash sitting around. Now that a line that needs work. I didn't think you were like this, Daniel." Daniel's generous. Amidst the good-natured heckling, just as Daniel straightened up, a wave of dizziness hit him. Jack, who grabbed his wrist to steady him, yelped, "Wait, your skin is burning hot. You don't even feel it?" Daniel caught himself on the wall, eyeing Jack's smooth young face. "You gonna scare a healthy guy into a coma? Try me." "Sorry, still not dead yet." "Crazy." Daniel snorted, shoulders shaking with laughter. Young Jack's face fell. "Shut up, what's so funny?" This place was a nightmare to hail a cab, plus, the front gate had the grade supervisor blocking it again. So Jack, having no better options, leaned on his meager stash of classmate loyalty and got someone to help steady Daniel while he called for a ride. 10 minutes later, a sleek car slid in quietly at the alley's mouth, rear door opening, then a long leg stepped out first. The group erupted with murmurs. "William, over here. Hey monitor, you got here pretty fast. Damn, bro, you show up in a Maybach like that." You practically screaming, "Levi, come get us." The newcomer wore a baseball cap, dark eyes scanning the crowd. His voice was low and smooth as he asked, "Where's our classmate who can even walk?" From the shadows at the back, Daniel let out a quiet curse. Jack had gone full traitor on him. First thing back and already setting him up, he called in William, the class rep, top of the grade, and Michael's longtime crush. William was the last surviving heir of 3 generations in the Shi family. His father held serious clout in politics, and every branch of the clan had carved out major success, business or government alike. Daniel didn't cross paths with him often. Their first meeting was back in Yuhua village years ago. The Shi and Yang families had been on good terms for years. Back then, it was through the connections of the Shi family that the Yang family was able to confirm Daniel's identity so quickly. So on the day the Yang family came, he was there to keep Michael company. Rain poured down hard on the muddy road. William sat in the open back seat wearing a white shirt, never stepping out once. Even the village girls would sneak glances at him and blush. Second time, in the school bathroom, catching a guy confessing to him, he casually admitted he liked guys, then shut the guy down hard. No mercy. Not until the kid finally left did he finally speak, washing his hands under the tap. "Satisfied now? So, get out." Daniel stepped out of the stall, as cold, locking gazes with him. There were plenty more moments like that later on the playground, in classrooms, at Yang family gatherings, or even during Lunar New Year reunions with both families, always running into him, never really knowing him. Daniel had this fixed idea about the guy, some kind of prince from the Shi family, born to privilege, unapologetically bold in his likes and dislikes, always surrounded by a crowd, but among them, Michael stood out the most, unmistakably different. The whole childhood friendship thing explained why William couldn't stand him. No other reason needed. Everything else about this guy came straight from Michael's mouth. Mention the Shi name, and the kid's face lit up like he just found sunshine. "Mom, I'm heading to the Shi family. Willie's birthday today. I still haven't picked up my gift from the shop. He's leaving for good. No one'll help me with homework anymore." "Willie, Can I fly over this summer to visit you? When are you coming back? Bro, he's not leaving again, right? You gotta drive me to pick him up. Come on, I am not going into the office. I already agreed to intern with Willie. I'll survive. Daniel, this project was handled personally by Willie. How did it end up in your hands? That year Daniel had a ton of projects on his plate. Facing Michael's skeptical stare, Daniel actually froze for a second, then smirked. You doubting something? All I know is one project can keep my whole team fed, so do I have to step aside just because the boss happens to be named she? Who the hell are you, Michael? That was the 2 years Daniel ran hottest, temper flaring at the slightest provocation. Michael's face went pale on the spot. Daniel had already braced himself for Michael whispering behind the scenes to the she-boss, killing the project dead. But then, miraculously, the whole thing sailed through to the finish with zero hiccups. At the victory celebration later, both sides ate together. William showed up late, halfway through the wine. He wasn't the kid Daniel remembered from school anymore. Broad-shouldered and confident, every move radiating quiet authority. Only one thing hadn't changed. He still owned the room, the center of attention wherever he went. He slid into the seat beside Daniel's left. One by one, everyone came over to toast him. William downed every glass without so much as a blink. By the end, only Daniel remained. Daniel was known for flushing bright red when drunk. He'd already hit 8 parts in and was half lit when the crowd started egging him on. Leaning back into his chair, he raised his glass toward William. Mr. Asher, I'll drink first. He tipped it straight back. After downing the drink, he looked at the glass in front of him, raised his eyebrows and said, Mr. Asher, you're not drinking? You re-drunk, William said. Flat, deadpan, playing it cool. Daniel cursed under his breath. Guess he looked down on the way Daniel now played both sides, and suddenly that victory felt less sweet. Especially after Michael's suspicious stare at the project's start. Alcohol buzzing in his head, Daniel pushed himself up from the table. One hand landed on William's shoulder. The other lifted the glass to his lips, leaning close and murmuring low. Class rep, long time no see, really not drinking? Or are you trying to make everyone here realize we've known each other since way back? Daniel couldn't remember whether William finally raised his hand to help him finish that last drink. But he did recall the glance that slid over, refracted through the glass, cold and distant. Daniel wakes up the next morning in his own apartment, the one he'd rented outside of town. When he opened his eyes, Ezra's face was right in front of him. What the hell are you doing here? Daniel asks, voice rough with sleep. Ezra sighed with annoyance. You blacked out again? I've told you to cut back on drinking. Eventually, you're going to hurt yourself if you don't stop. Then he asked, when did William get back? Daniel blinks, confused. Ask me? You said the two of you were tight in high school, didn't you? Ezra poured him a glass of water while saying, we've been out of touch for a long time. After he moved abroad, he pretty much cut off contact with people back home. Sure, we got along well when we were in school, but you know how it is once people grow up, those differences become more obvious. His circle of friends? It's not something we could ever really be part of. Daniel takes the water and sips slowly, and then Ezra said in a curious tone, I heard a different story. Seems like his family had concerns about his orientation, which is why he cut off ties with people back home. Daniel wasn't surprised. During those years, Michael often seemed down whenever he couldn't reach William. Really? Two tragic lovers, stuck in the same storm. Daniel sneered, puts the glass down. Thanks for last night. I know you went to pick me up. Ezra looked at him. I didn't pick you up. William brought you back. Daniel snaps his head around. Ezra studied his expression. You really don't remember, do you? What the hell should I remember? Ezra kindly filled in the blanks for him. Well, I got a sudden call from him and was startled. By the time I arrived, your jacket had ended up on the street right outside the neighborhood gate, and you were holding onto William's neck like that, acting out of line. After finishing his reminder, he added, you know how you act when you're drunk? You usually keep everything bottled up, but once you let loose, it's like you lose all sense of decency. How could you even do something like that? Daniel's head throbs from the hangover. He looks wrecked, and he mumbles slowly, it wasn't just that. He goes on to explain how, drunk and reckless. He forced William into drinking. Ezra gave him a look that said he was beyond help. Why did you have to go and stir things up? No wonder he looked so off today. Daniel's drinking game was never good. He knew it himself, so he usually kept a tight rein on his limits at business dinners. But that night, he completely lost control to the booze. He could sworn William wanted him dead. Lucky for him, it didn't come down to William lifting a finger. Still, at 28, that's the kind of life that earns you died young in the end. And now here he was. First thing this lifetime, he runs into him. Must be karma. Back in high school, William had already hit his full height, close to 6'2", walked through the dark like he owned it. Enough pressure just from how he carried himself. Sharp eyes, high bridge on his nose, clean-cut jawline undoubtedly striking, impossible not to notice. He was the class monitor of the advanced program, yet clearly not someone who would tattle. Ezra's group instantly felt reassured upon seeing him, drawing close like they'd found their anchor, and when William asked, "Where is he?" someone actually answered, "Right here." A hand shot up, "Burns pretty bad." Daniel had already slunk back to his spot against the wall, slipping into shadow where no light touched him. When William's gaze swept over, their eyes met, just for a second, and Daniel saw it. That flicker of surprise, like he hadn't expected him to be here with this crowd. But then the expression vanished. Smooth as ever, he stepped forward. "How you feeling?" he asked, close enough that Daniel could catch a hint of his scent. Clean, crisp, distinctive. The plain-looking shirt underneath had the sleeves rolled up, revealing subtle golden patterns hidden in the fabric. Something quietly extraordinary. "Fine," Daniel said, his back resting against the wall as he met young Master William's gaze, searching for any sign that his outward calm didn't match what he was truly feeling. "No luck. This guy really looks like a model class monitor." He even reached out, brushing a hand against Daniel's forehead. His brow knit slightly. Temperature's definitely up. No one else had to say a word, he just took charge right away. "I'll take him to the hospital. Where are you guys headed next?" After getting an answer, he added, "Keep it down. If Levi really catches you, I can't save your asses. Sacrifice myself to save you? You think I'm a nobody, huh? So what if he's the class monitor? Even he can't escape the nightmare of getting chewed out by the homeroom teacher. It scared me so much that I solved 2 physics competition problems for him right in my dream." He could still crack jokes. His aura relaxed and his mood pretty good. "Jack, come over and give me a hand." Daniel didn't even get a chance to refuse. The two of them hauled him out onto the street. Ezra stood by the car door and patted his shoulder. "What's up? Did you really burn out your brain? Let go first." Daniel glanced at his arm still held by Ezra, his expression somewhere between exasperated and deadpan. "I'm just running a fever, not having a breakdown. What's with the prisoner treatment? Real ungrateful, aren't you?" Go Shuyuan actually let go, then fished a pack of tissues from his pocket, pulled out one, and handed it over. "Wipe your face. Geez, you look like you're dying from fever, sweating like there's no tomorrow." Daniel took it and crumpled the tissue in his palm. The paper soaked up the sweat, warm against his skin. His temperature kept rising, making him irritable. William just finished talking to the driver, turned around and asked Ezra, "Are you coming too?" "Can't go," Ezra said with a slight blush. "My grandmother just called me. I have to go back home." Daniel knew that Ezra's grandmother was someone very important in his life. She passed away before he even finished high school. Frail, never got the chance to see him grow up. Every time they ended up drinking late at night, Ezra would say the one thing he regretted most was not spending more time with his grandmother while she was still alive, and how he used to get annoyed by her constant talking. Daniel cut in right away. "You don't need to come." Even though it sounded weird, he stuck with it. "Use the break to be with your elders. They get a little wordy when they older." He paused, then added, "Don't act so impatient." As soon as he finished speaking, he felt 2 stares land on him. Daniel didn't flinch. Ezra paused for a moment, then said, "I know, thanks, brother." Finished, he turned and clapped William on the arm. "Captain, you in charge of looking after the classmate now. Call me if anything comes up.
Yeah.
10 minutes later, the subdued Maybach weaved through the night market, lights flickering to life, windows sealed tight, the interior a quiet sanctuary all its own. Daniel sat in the back seat, head tipped back, arm draped over his eyes. The man beside him stayed utterly still, almost like he wasn't there at all. Daniel spoke up soon enough. Just pull over somewhere on the side and drop me off. A glance shot his way, sharp as a blade. Daniel heard him ask, and then I'll hail a cab. Anything works. The other man sounded baffled. You really need to go through all this trouble? Was it really necessary? Daniel lowered his arm and looked up, the weight pressing down on his eyelids making him feel even more drained, but his words came out sharp and clear. There's no one else around. Ezra must have been careless to call you here. If he'd known the person in need was me, would the class leader still be so eager to help? William nearly laughed, out of disbelief, plain as day. The laugh didn't soften him one bit. It only sharpened the edge, a quiet threat in his voice. So you think I was faking it just now? Daniel raised an eyebrow. Aren't you? Daniel. William said his name, tone turning ice cold. I don't care about other people's business, but if I do step in, I hate being told off like a kid, especially when you pull out that old young family brother rivalry excuse. If you re-mad, go beat me at your own game, prove yourself. Daniel let out a dry chuckle. Who exactly are we fighting? That little childhood friend of yours? Seeing William's temple twitch, Daniel pressed on, leaning in closer, close enough to feel the heat between them. Does he even count? Before William could react, Daniel pulled back, a half-smile curled at his lips. Or should I be fighting someone else in the Yang family? Don't have enough on my plate already? William didn't end up ditching him after all. The car drove straight to the hospital entrance. Daniel stood on the sidewalk, watching the rear of the vehicle vanish around the corner before finally turning toward the hospital. On the other side, inside the car just rounding the block, driver Henry glanced at the rearview mirror, hesitating before speaking. William, are we really just leaving like this? That boy seemed seriously unwell. William said, with a mouth like that, should I even bother helping? I don't think he was necessarily targeting you, Henry said, trying to smooth things over. After all, it was the Yang family couple who went too far. They didn't have to treat everyone the same, but at least they shouldn't have shown such blatant favoritism. The kid is that sick, and yet they only cared about, having worked for the Shi family for years. Henry knew Michael well enough to avoid naming him outright. Besides, it wasn't his place to judge. Henry continued, anyone would be upset about something like this. It's not the kid Michael's fault that he was switched at birth. You two grew up together, so it's understandable that you're on his side. But I still think it's not good to be too one-sided about this. William said nothing about the mix-up. He just replied, Henry, when did you start buying into rumors? Not true. Henry laughed. You've always been loyal to family over fairness. When have you ever actually argued a point with someone? A silence settled in the car for a moment. Send someone to let the hospital know. Make sure he doesn't die on us. Daniel got through emergency triage with no trouble. The doctor who saw him was painfully thorough, asking about every symptom down to the smallest detail. It wasn't until N4 had been hooked up that things finally started moving. Over half an hour later, 4 full bottles of fluid hung before he finished. By then, dawn had already begun to break outside. Daniel was roused from a brief sleep by a nurse. The instant he saw the calendar on the wall, his heart skipped, a familiar jolt of panic still lingering in his chest. Heat drained from his body like water receding after a storm. The crushing weakness in his limbs had eased some. As the pain faded, he could feel his young body slowly regaining its vibrant energy. It was mid-September, morning air crisp and cool. Sunlight spilled across the rooftop of a city skyscraper as clouds parted. Outside the hospital entrance, a groundskeeper swept leaves from the sidewalk. Tiny rustling sounds swallowed by the distant honking of cars. Everything felt the same, yet utterly different from yesterday. Daniel had breakfast, then hailed a taxi. Where to? The driver asked. Mingjing Bay. That's 10 or so clicks out. Mind you, the driver started the meter, glancing back with a smile. You just stepped out of the hospital. Been sick? Daniel said. Just a cold. Weather's been wild these past couple days. The morning chill hits hard, easy to catch something. The driver was a friendly older guy who added, "You still in school, right? No one came with you?" Daniel chuckled. "At my age, I am not the type to run crying to mom and dad when I am down. That's not right." The driver showed him a family photo stuck on the car. His tone was a bit sour, but more of pride as he said, "My daughter is about your age. Her grades are decent. She'll take the college entrance exam next year. Her mom quit her job to take care of her and keep her company. Even so, she still complains, but there's nothing I can do. I have to run around outside every day to make a living. You know, there's just no way around it." Daniel glanced at the photo and said, "Your daughter's lucky." "Lucky? We're not exactly rolling in cash. She'll have to make it on her own. Anyway," he added, checking Daniel out through the rearview mirror. "Kid, if you can afford Mingjing Bay, your folks must be really busy. Otherwise, they never leave you alone like that." Daniel picked up on the quiet reassurance and let out a soft laugh. "Maybe, but he didn't actually need it." The car glided smoothly into the gated estate. Daniel stepped out, only to be stopped at the main gate. The security guard sized him up from head to toe, sizing up his clothes like they might hold a price tag, then said, "No record of you in the resident log. Need to register." Daniel wasn't surprised. Mingjing Bay was huge, and ever since he moved in, he'd always come and gone from the car. The Young family couple are up to their ears in work. Michael, who can't eat a thing since learning his true identity, isn't exactly at the top of their worry list. It would be strange if they remembered a trivial matter like this. Daniel wouldn't be surprised at all. After checking in, he stepped through the front gates. He made his way to the 3-story villa belonging to the Young family, spending nearly 10 minutes just getting there. The scene at the door was already bustling. Exactly like the last life, there were about a dozen people from the Young family, including kitchen staff, gardeners, servants, and drivers, all crowded at the door right now. The center of attention stood just under 5.5 feet tall. Natural light brown curls, big eyes, and a few freckles across his cheeks made even his anger look boyish. "Give it to me." He stood there, face flushed red with fury. Lucas, mid-50s, shifted the suitcase back a step, sighing, "Michael, stop this. You still sick." A tall man standing 20 feet away looked furious. "Let him go. See how long he can keep this up." "Alexander, you out of your mind." The woman beside him, well-groomed, wearing a strand of pearls, looked frantic. "The doctor said he's low on sugar. He's never even washed a dish in his life. How the hell is he supposed to survive outside?" Michael's eyes stung at Alexander's sarcasm. He suddenly shouted, "I am not your real son. I don't belong here anymore." A silence fell over the group. Charlotte burst into tears. "You were always sick as a kid, took medicine every day. After all we've done to raise you, is this how you repay us?" "Mom!" Michael sobbed back, "I heard everything. Daniel's using me as leverage. He won. Drop the charges unless I stay. Dad's working himself to death over company stuff. I don't want any of this. People keep saying I stole your real son's life. Should I just give it all back?" All right, Alexander said, placing a hand on his son's shoulder like a father should. "Those words, don't take them seriously, Michael. But Daniel's the real one. He can stand me, and you keep fighting over it, Alexander. It was just heat of the moment. We'll sort it out with him. I promise." "Charlotte, you right, Michael. In our hearts, you two are equal. You both are children. It's not the same." Michael shook his head, backing away step by step. "I know it's different now." He stopped halfway. Matthew reached out from behind and caught him. Having been in the real world for years, Matthew was even taller than Alexander. He frowned at Michael's tear-filled eyes, voice sharp with reprimand. "Look at yourself. What kind of mess are you making? You don't know anything." Michael swung a fist at Matthew's arm, his eyes blazing again. "You weren't the one it happened to. You think this is easy? You can talk all you want from your safe little spot." A real tearjerker of a family scene. The stern father, the gentle mother, the quiet but dependable older brother, and the mischievous little kid who was actually always thinking about everyone else. Anyone watching would thought, without Daniel, This could be been such a perfect family. Too bad the world doesn't run on what ifs. Just then, someone suddenly said, Daniel is back. All heads snapped toward the rear. Daniel stepped forward then. Matthew instinctively pulled Michael behind him. Maybe even unaware of how that motion carried a quiet warning. He just had his own scale in mind, and it was tilted hard. He knew his brother well, spoiled, used to getting his way, but no match for someone like Daniel, who didn't play nice. But Daniel walked right through them all, completely ignoring everyone. Wait, Matthew called out, frowning. Don't you see Mom and Dad? Can even say hello? And you didn't reply to my message last night or answer the phone. What were you playing at? Daniel halted mid-step, eyebrows lifting. He glanced back at Matthew, then gave a quick nod toward Alexander and Charlotte. Dad, Mom. The young family couple were both a bit stunned. This was the first time Daniel had spoken to them since coming home. No joyous reunion, no tearful recognition. Just an endless, awkward silence. Heavy and uncomfortable, the air was thick with tension, the kind that made people shift their weight and avoid eye contact. The servants whispered behind their hands, low and sharp. Oh look, suddenly remembers his parents now. Probably flew back just to kick us when we down. I wonder if Michael is really leaving. His suitcase is already packed. They let him go though. Besides, there's the eldest son. He's always been soft on this brother. He never stand for anyone bullying him. Still, Daniel turned to Matthew with a smirk, voice edged with mockery. Finished your little act? Anything else? Daniel. Charlotte stepped forward suddenly, grabbing his arm. She'd grown up rich, never known hardship. When she first learned the truth, she'd been crushed. The first time they met in the countryside, she'd walked right into a fight between Daniel and his adoptive father. One look from him, eyes wild with fury, like he wanted to kill someone. He spoke with a rough regional accent. His hands were calloused, cracked from carrying clay water jugs. Was this really her son? She asked herself that 1,000 times. But with the truth came disaster, crisis at the company, and their marriage teetering again after years of strain, especially when compared to her other son, the one she raised from infancy, who was always so sweet in return. He'd argue with his parents 1 minute, then come crawling back for cuddles the next, spoiled, innocent, bright-eyed. On Mother's Day, he'd hand her a clumsy handmade card just to see her smile. And when trouble came, first thing he did was run straight to Daniel. No way in hell would they let Michael go off on his own like that. Charlotte said to Daniel, "Your dad and I know you're pretty mad. Withdrawing the lawsuit is just temporary, 'cause the risks it brings to the company are hard to predict. You're still young, and you might not get all this if I explain it to you. I get it." Daniel cut in. Running the company is not easy. You stuck between a rock and a hard place, so dropping the lawsuit makes sense. Sophia raised me for 17 years. I remember that. You really feel that way? Of course. Watching the other man visibly relax, Daniel kept up the act of sincerity. Charlotte paused, then asked carefully, "So, what about your brother? Could he still live with us?" "Sure." Daniel nodded. "As long as you happy." It was like the same guy who been so firm just 2 days ago. Wasn't he even here? Was this some kind of joke? Everyone silently wondered, when suddenly he asked again, "Anything else you want to ask?" "Mom." The word mom hit Charlotte like a punch. She froze. Only then did she notice how different her son was today. Not just the way he acted, but the way he spoke, polite, measured, no misstep, but still, something felt off, like part of her heart had gone missing. "No, nothing else," Charlotte stammered. Just as Daniel turned to leave, Michael suddenly popped up behind Matthew. "Daniel, I'm moving out. I don't need your pity." The servants were trembling with fear, ready at any moment to deal with Daniel, who was said to have always been involved in fights back in his county high school days. Everyone watched as he stopped in his tracks, seemingly pinching the bridge of his nose. After a beat, he turned around and walked back. "Daniel." Matthew reached out to stop him. Daniel glanced at the arm blocking his chest. Didn't he push it aside harshly, just gave Michael a slow, pointed nod. "Come on." Outside, Charlotte flinched. "Daniel," Alexander stepped in. "Enough with the drama. Talk like adults." Michael studied him for a long moment, the noise around him giving him just enough nerve to push aside his brother's arm and step forward. Michael, I've never once felt like I owed you anything. If you're gonna go through with this. The rest stuck in his throat because Daniel just adjusted his collar, gentle, almost careless. Daniel was half a head taller, both forearms resting lightly on Michael's shoulders, completely relaxed as he tilted his head down. How could it possibly be charity? Michael's pupils widened. He scowled. What the hell are you doing? Daniel seemed not to move, but in fact, he held down Michael's resisting actions. His tone was casual. I was out of my mind before. We're all family. Why distinguish between yours and mine, right? You can live in this house if you want. You were born later than me, so you're indeed my younger brother. I was narrow-minded as an older brother. Don't take it to heart. Michael looked stunned, then shoved him off hard. Daniel shrugged, glanced around the room, then asked, so, wasn't that apology decent enough? Daniel said to himself, seems everyone's pretty satisfied. So can you guys stop calling me now? I really just want to go back and catch up on some sleep. I was up all night, and I'm really not in the best state. This is as calm as I can be. Let's just bear with each other, okay? With that, Daniel finally slipped away into the thick, awkward silence. Door open, up the stairs, shower. Sleep. He slept deep and hard. The bed was soft, the AC just right, the hum of the humidifier a quiet lullaby, peacefully unconscious until well past noon. When the knock came at the door, he just blinked awake, staring blankly up at the ceiling, mind still foggy. Mr. Daniel, dinner is ready. The maid called through the wood. Daniel opened the door, still fumbling with his robe tie, stepping out as he said, Dante call me that. It sounds weird. The maid gave a quiet, low yes sir, though she claimed she hated hearing anyone say young master. She didn't seem to notice because right then, he looked exactly like the kind of man who belonged in a mansion like this, slipping on his slippers, robe slightly open, raking a hand through his damp, mussed hair as he yawned. He looked more like the master of this mansion than anyone else. He descended the spiral staircase and dropped into a chair at the dining table with no ceremony. Still in your pajamas at noon? Daniel glanced up at the approaching figure, snorted, You lucky I don't think you, my old man. Matthew was dressed in a full suit, like he just finished dinner and was heading out. He sat across from Daniel, studying him with a look that seemed to ask how the hell he turned into this version of himself, then said, You really don't want Dad stepping in. Daniel knew Matthew better than anyone. He been fighting him for years. Dante tried to scare me with old man, he said flatly. Besides, I bet he's feeling guilty as hell right now. As Daniel spoke, his phone went ding. He glanced down, smirked. See? Compensation arrives right on time. Matthew ignored the casual act, pressing ahead. Tomorrow is Sunday. Michael invited some friends over. Daniel poked a broccoli floret with his fork. Why were you telling me this? Lately he heard whispers at school, and though he meant to warn Matthew not to embarrass himself later, his gaze slipped downward, then froze. A faint bruise bloomed on Daniel's wrist where a needle had pierced the skin. Matthew went still. What did you do last night? Last night? Daniel laughed, low and easy, just doing some self-improvement. Otherwise, what's the point of this table still having 2 seats? The waiter nearby didn't even dare breathe, but somewhere in the silence, a quiet thought took root. Things around here were about to change. The meal at the dining table ended unhappily. The couple from the Yang group then went to the company, leaving only Daniel and Michael at home. Michael had caused a scene in the morning, so the servants brought his lunch to his room. He didn't even show his face. High noon in the sky, Daniel lounged in the open-air courtyard downstairs. Far off by the hedge corner, a few servants were watering flower beds during break. Snippets of idle chatter drifting over now and then. How's young Master Michael looking today? Which little master are you even talking about? Come on, it's obviously young Master Michael. He's been sick for so long and has lost a ton of weight. He hasn't even been to school. The class reunion tomorrow was actually suggested by Mr. and Mrs. Yang family earlier. They just want him to cheer up a bit. If it were me, I wouldn't be happy about it at all. Besides being sick, he's probably not sure how to face his old classmates. once the life of the party, shining bright, now suddenly surrounded by rumors and whispers? As long as that guy doesn't stir up trouble, I am good. The conversation trailed off then, like they were tiptoeing around something. It's really strange. He made a huge scene at the Yang family before and I didn't think much of it, but this morning, when he suddenly stopped causing trouble, it kind of gave me the creeps. I am really scared he'll cause trouble tomorrow. What exactly happens tomorrow? Daniel, still with a book draped over his face, actually paused, thinking, kind of like it happened before. In another life, at that time, Daniel had no idea that the Yang family dropped the lawsuit, asked him to be magnanimous, and then happily threw a class reunion for Michael. What's the difference between that and slapping him in the face? And some of those who showed up that day were from Michael's old tight group. The ones who didn't hold back, said some real ugly stuff. The whole thing ended in a mess. Daniel tossed all of them into the backyard pool, Michael included. It was scorching September heat, and when Michael finally crawled out, he was shivering like someone had dunked him in ice water. The judgmental stares all around, his parents' angry questions, Matthew's cold glare, and everything after that, his life at school, the isolation, it all feels hazy now, like it happened to someone else, not even mentioning how he hardened himself over the years since then. Just surviving death once. That alone makes you realize how pathetic it was back then to think that kind of stuff actually hurt. The chatter kept going. They'd already reached the lunch table, where Matthew had stormed up in anger. Then came a cough from behind, old and raspy, and Lucas snapped, "What's wrong with you all?" Daniel set his book down, looked up at the elderly man in a white buttoned blouse leaning on a cane, and froze for a second. Owen was propped up by Lucas, hands gripping the cane, face unreadable. The servants were stunned, speechless, not just because they failed to notice the very person they'd been talking about, sitting quietly just a few feet away, but also because this man was the previous generation's patriarch of the Yang family. Owen's rise had almost legendary status, nearly 80, still sharp as a tack. He was undoubtedly the backbone of the entire Yang family. In his past life, Daniel thought he was too imposing and didn't get close to him. It wasn't until 3 years later, when the old man's health took a sudden turn for the worse, and he passed away, that Daniel realized this old man was the only one in the Yang family who supported him, backing all those moves others saw as aggressive or prideful, understanding his need for revenge, forgiving every reckless attack on Yang family members, no matter who they were. He was the first one to ever say to Daniel, "You didn't do anything wrong." Daniel rose from the recliner. The parasol above cast dark lines on the flagstones at his feet. Daniel met the old man's gaze directly. After a couple of seconds, he said, "Grandpa, Owen finally stirred. He walked over to Daniel's side and sank into a wicker chair beside the small round table. His eyes, clouded with cataracts but still sharp, unclouded in spirit, scanned the row of servants standing stiffly. Then he said, "What do you think?" "Huh?" Daniel blinked. "About what?" Owen lifted his gaze. "Firing them? How about that?" The servants stiffened instantly, one of them a young man whose eyes welled up right away, looking like he might cry any second. Daniel finally got it, what the old man was getting at, and chuckled. "Why all this fuss? Grandfather, just idle talk. Gossip is practically human nature. Your dad's always so concerned with face and dignity," Owen said, sweeping his gaze around the room. "He has been putting on airs for years, but look at this place. Full of people who don't know their proper place, spreading rumors about their employer? In the main house, they'd have been fired long ago. Too bad it wasn't the main house," Daniel thought. The two who'd been most vocal and most harsh were actually the ones who looked after Michael every day, coddling him, coaxing him with sweets and soft words. Michael called them sister with that sweet little voice of his, so it was never going to happen. Owen noticed Daniel drifting off and tapped the cane lightly against the floor. "You part of this family too, you've got a say in who stays or goes," he added quickly, as if worried Daniel wouldn't speak up. "Today I am giving you the reins. Your parents won. Dare object." Daniel stood before the old man. "Thank you, but not necessary." The elder blinked. "Don't you even feel angry?" Daniel smiled. "Anger's just bad for the liver." Later that afternoon, Daniel walked with the old man around the estate. The man had died of a heart attack. Emotions were strictly off limits. So Daniel kept things light, chatting about nothing much at all to ease his mind. That whole day, every servant in the house could hear laughter drifting down from upstairs. It raised more than a few eyebrows. After all, Owen had 4 kids and plenty of grandkids. Yet he'd always been so serious. Even though he'd handed the company over to Alexander, every time he saw him, it was like staring at something that wasn't quite a nose or eyes. And among his grandchildren, no one really stood out as special before Daniel came back. Even Michael, who most people adored, couldn't win the old man's favor. Upstairs, Michael must have heard from the staff that the old man had arrived. He finally stepped out of his room to pay his respects. At that moment, Daniel was telling him about hoeing rice fields back home, how you could get leeches crawling up your legs in less than half an hour if you walked barefoot. The old man picked it up right away, saying he'd once seen leeches the size of a thumb when he worked in the countryside as a young man. Michael offered a quiet "good day," got a flat, indifferent reply, and stepped back, head down, shoulders slumped. The old man didn't like him. Michael knew that already. Once he'd tried to win favor by following his parents' advice, but now he'd given up long ago. He glared at Daniel. Not getting so much as a glance from him all along made his chest tighten with quiet contempt. What good was pleasing the old man anyway? He can run this show for much longer. The others would be back tonight. Alexander followed the old man into the study to discuss business, Matthew tagging along as escort, while Charlotte bustled in the kitchen preparing dinner. Daniel could feel it. Everyone was tiptoeing around him. The old man was the compass for the entire Young family. As long as he drew breath, sons and grandsons deferred to him, and Alexander? He'd already gone so far as to cover up a baby switch to shield the company from scandal. Naturally, he bent every way possible to keep his father happy. After all, the old man wasn't just his only son. He had others, and power struggles within the group were fierce. One misstep could spark a firestorm, and many things still needed his father's quiet hand in the background. Then, out of nowhere, the old man unleashed a furious tirade that night. The old man's walking stick thumped loudly, frustrated at his son's failings. "Tell me, what on earth have you done? A mix-up? That woman stole your son. He's your own flesh and blood. All you can see is money and profit. Your wife was muddle-headed, and you followed suit, didn't you? I've said it before. She spoils the children to no end. It's normal that she can't let go of the one she raised herself. But what have you two done to Daniel?" Alexander wiped his face hard. Eyebrows knotted. "Did Daniel report me? Report me? That'd be a blessing." Matthew stepped in quickly, placing a calming hand on the old man's back. "Grandpa," Matthew said, "calm down. Dad isn't just thinking about the company. Michael has had recurring high fevers for the past half-month. Mom and Dad don't want to upset him anymore. Postponing the lawsuit doesn't mean they're really dropping it." The old man snorted. "Still, it's all about Michael. Dad," Alexander said quietly, "I raised that boy as my own for over a decade. And Daniel?" The old man settled back into his chair, sighing heavily. "After all this time, did you ever think about giving him a new name? One kid is sick and keeps relapsing, and suddenly it's like the other one doesn't even exist? Sick." Alexander froze. He never said anything, didn't say a thing? That doesn't mean you can C** it. Look at him, pale as paper, lips like ash. He's been on meds, probably doped up from the pills, but still dragged himself through the afternoon just to sit with this old man. Not one word leaked out. You of all people? How could a young family son be so blind, so stupid?" Alexander hung his head, silent as a boy caught in trouble, not daring to speak back. Matthew stayed silent, his gaze fixed on nothing in particular. Once again, he found himself thinking about that tiny needle prick, and the way the other person had dismissed it with such indifference. When Daniel first came back, he'd been like a steel rod, unbendable, wary of everyone, refusing to give an inch, his spine rigid enough to keep people at bay. Now something had slipped away from him, vanished without a trace. Small things stood out more now. Some words that used to spark resistance sounded hollow, impossible to argue with. Was this Daniel's new trick? The old man really was a perfect target. Daniel had no idea what happened in the study. On the living room couch, Daniel sat with his legs crossed, checking messages on his phone. In the fruit bowl beside him, the fruits were cut into evenly sized chunks, perfect for those too lazy to peel them. He opened his phone and saw a notification. Someone with a Goofy Dog profile picture had just added him that afternoon. Daniel didn't need to guess, it had to be Ezra. The guy still used the same dumb headshot after 10 years. As soon as Daniel clicked accept, a message from the other side popped up. "What's up, Daniel? Dude. I am not silent. I am Daniel." "Fine, Daniel. Say bro to a guy like me, and you'll save yourself 10 miles of climbing." Daniel shook his head and typed back, "You gonna regret this." He remembered those years when Ezra often complained that if it weren't for him carrying the burden all this time, Daniel would have likely ended up in some forgotten corner, struggling without help. Back then, Jack was still young and naive. "You said yourself you've got money hanging out the window. People like you belong with me. Cut the crap. What do you want?" Just, "I couldn't sleep last night thinking about leaving you alone. Figured I check in." Daniel corrected, "You weren't alone, Ezra." "Exactly, because you're not alone. That's why I'm worried. You just transferred in recently, so you might not know. William here and Michael are known as the twin stars of our first middle school. Some online forums have fans secretly pairing them up, jokingly calling one a prince and the other his cherished young master. Think about it, you know what I mean? Just imagining leaving you alone last night in that situation. I can't help but shiver." Daniel suddenly burst into laughter. This was the kind of gossip that didn't seem like something a guy like Ezra would usually care about, so it turns out this habit started back in high school after all. Daniel replied, "Now you're bringing it up. Isn't it a bit too late?" "Ezra, honestly, I didn't even remember until now. It's just that William is someone you can't help but notice the moment you see him. The dream boy for thousands of girls in our school? That's not an exaggeration." Ezra added, "May I ask, did you survive last night without any serious trouble?" Daniel, "I'm already dead. Don't forget to burn some paper for me." Ezra, "Well, I'll have to make an appearance at your family's gathering tomorrow. Can't miss the chance to pay my respects and see you one last time." Daniel raised an eyebrow. "You coming?" Ezra replied instantly, "Swear on my life. I am just here for the snacks." The next morning, Daniel hadn't even stirred when he heard a ruckus outside. For such a small class reunion, the Young family really went overboard. Maybe it was because the old man stopped by yesterday, so the Young couple left home early this morning instead of staying to show their importance as they did before. By 9 o'clock, cars had already started piling up outside the mansion. The people who hung out with Michael all came from solid families. None exactly poor, but Michael's charm brought in a wide mix, including regular kids. Once inside, they couldn't help but gasp. A dazzling spread of juices and pastries, the massive crystal chandelier in the living room, the butler standing at attention, servants rushing back and forth like clockwork. "Michael, how's your health now?" A group of 6 guys surrounded him, chatting as they walked. "Don't worry, during the time you were out, we split up all the class notes, made 2 copies each. We brought M for you today. Yeah. You wouldn't believe how boring it's been without you around. Once you're back, we'll hit the movies again. There's a new escape room in Southtown. You the brains of the group. Gotta drag us through it." Today, Michael had on the formal suit his mom had laid out for him. Suit and tie, hair perfectly combed, just like every birthday in years past. Hearing that, he finally relaxed, a small smile flickering across his face. Up until now, he'd been terrified no one would show up, feared they'd look down on him, dreaded the whispers behind his back. But here it was, proof he wasn't just some Chen family kid from Yuhui village. All those years of lessons and classes hadn't been wasted, even if a few wealthy kids had followed him before, only because of his name. That didn't change one thing. His parents' love was real. He still carried the Yang surname, still belonged here. That was fact. The rage he dethroned at Daniel, saying he didn't need charity. It wasn't bravado. It was fear. Fear that if he lost his parents' favor, he'd lose everything all at once. He made no effort to hide the coldness toward Daniel. Daniel, With the Yang family's status, what can he achieve by acting recklessly? Let him try to grab and fight. In a situation like this today, if he makes even the slightest move, he'll definitely become the target of everyone's criticism. Michael glanced around, didn't see Daniel anywhere, then turned back, nodded to his classmates. I'm mostly recovered now, back to school real soon. That's great. Sebastian, who had a baby face and whose family was in the catering business, not as wealthy as the Yang family, seemed to be on the best terms with Michael on a daily basis. He looked around at the door, his tone tinged with envy as he said, Michael, your parents are really good to you. By the way, should we go say hello to your mom and dad? Saying this, Michael's face suddenly froze a bit. He couldn't admit the truth. His parents had promised to host his friends at home, but they weren't even there today. Michael didn't show a thing on his face and said casually, Mom and Dad said they wouldn't join a kids' party. They were afraid it'd make everyone uncomfortable. They're swamped with business at home, so they're not around today. Oh, no worries. Sebastian shifted gears instantly, then asked, Where's your older brother? Michael felt a flicker of disdain for that look on Sebastian's face. He's been to the Yang family a few times, and every time he'd try to secretly pry into things about my eldest brother, either openly or subtly. His older brother wasn't choosing a wife himself. He already had someone he was seeing regularly, not likely to have anything going with some high school boy. Still, Michael kept it cool. He's not here either. Not here. Sebastian's face fell for a split second, then snapped back into a bright grin. Next time, let your brother join us. Remember when we had that party? He paid for everyone to eat, made sure we looked after you. Guys like that are hard to find, even if you search all night with a lantern. The others chimed in right away. Michael felt a quiet pride at the words, and didn't bother to refuse out loud. People started trickling in one after another. Michael stayed put outside, glancing toward the door now and then like he was waiting for someone. The 2 or 3 people with him exchanged knowing grins. Sebastian cut right in. Waiting for the class rep? Don't be ridiculous, Michael said, waving a hand. The Shi family and us only have business ties. Me and Willie barely knew each other growing up. Just a few meetups here and there. Last winter, when we found out we were in the same class, you know how I always get sick during seasonal changes? My parents just asked him to keep an eye on me at school. Oh, Willie, someone teased, turning to the others with a smirk. Has anyone ever heard other people call him that? Michael feigned a mock punch. Everyone in his family calls him that. Don't act like I'm the only one. True. It's just family stuff. Willie? That's William. Every time he walks past me, I swear I barely breathe. Come on. That's a little extreme. He's always helping kids in the advanced class with questions, plus basketball, track. Everyone says he's chill and easy to get along with. He's decent enough. I just haven't seen him when he's actually cold as ice. Once during study hall, he sat up on the podium like death himself had shown up, and the whole class went dead silent, like a funeral parlor. Michael doesn't even flinch around him, does he? Michael thought, yeah, there's still pressure. Even though William had never actually given him the cold shoulder, their relationship wasn't nearly as close as other students made it out to be. Not even close to special. Michael studied like his life depended on it, never letting himself drop below 3rd in grade, just so he could see his name next to William S. on the honor roll. Every time he asked for help, even when he made up excuses about the driver being late just to ride home with the Shi family, or getting a one-word reply from Willie during holidays, it was enough to send his heart racing for hours. If it weren't for that incident over a month ago, he'd have had more chances to see him. Someone asked, So is he coming today? Yeah, Michael said, his smile genuine now. When I sent the invite, he said the homeroom teacher told him to bring a competition intent form for me to fill out. So he's definitely showing up, right? You re-killing it in physics. You LLB on that year's team for sure. So you and the class rep LLB off training together, huh? The entrance was buzzing with energy. Teenage boys and girls huddled in their own groups, chatting away, girls gossiping about trendy nail art and outfits, pop songs, and drama series, while guys debated esports matches, or who got caught last week for leaving stinky socks unwashed and ended up scrubbing the bathroom. Everyone here today was probably wondering what's going on. After all, something major had happened with the Yang family, and the buzz hadn't died down yet. But since one particular person hadn't shown up, everyone just quietly steered clear of that topic. No one was dumb enough to stir trouble right in front of the host at a reunion like this. "Why aren't you going down?" Daniel asked from the second-floor open-air balcony, leaning on the railing beside someone. Ezra held the same drink, his gaze scanning the crowd below. "If you're not even showing up, what's the point of me going down there to see anything?" Daniel bumped his soda can against Guoyang. "You really something straightforward to a fault, and still somehow not annoying." "Same here," Ezra said. "I never expected you to be this interesting before we met at the internet cafe." "Interesting? Really not interesting?" Ezra raised an eyebrow. "Some people were practically painting you as a village troublemaker. Everyone expected you to stir up the Yang family once you came back, but from what I see, you're just too laid back, so relaxed that I can't spot even a hint of drive in you." "My friend." Daniel let out a laugh. "I was hustling once," he said, "though back then, I just didn't hustle in the right direction. When I was younger, the Yang family's power felt like some unshakable mountain, so I figured I'd better keep my head down. Later on, when I grew up, I decided I wanted those same people to look up at me, so I clawed my way up. Turns out, being on top doesn't actually feel that great." Daniel shifted slightly, his arm resting lazily over the wooden railing as he gazed down at the lively scene below. "I kind of like things just how they are now. Money pours in without me lifting a finger. No real stress, one starve ever, and if I am bored, well, I can always just sit back and watch other people live out their wild, passionate youth." As he finished speaking, a few more arrivals came through the front door. William stepped in wearing nothing but a simple black and white tracksuit with sneakers. Clean, sharp, like he just wandered by on his way somewhere else, already surrounded by a group of guys who clearly knew him well. That familiar teenage spark, the kind only young men have, hit the room full force as he passed through. Everyone in the hall paused, drawn to him like moths to flame. Daniel noticed the figure walking right behind William, watching as he gave the other a light tug on the sleeve, prompting a pause and a quick exchange of words, just enough to catch his eye. Daniel felt bored and turned to Ezra. "I'm going to clear my head. Woke up too early. Want to come?" 5 minutes later, Ezra stood by the large pool, looking uneasy. "Couldn't we just play a game to wake up? You did ask an inexperienced swimmer before dragging me here, right? Games ruin your eyes." Daniel scooped up a yellow rubber duck floatie and tossed it at him. "Keep this up, and before you hit 30, you'll be wearing one, natural tone. No less. Go jump in the lake, man. I'm still a dreamboat at 30. Daniel snorted, not bothering to argue. He walked straight toward the lounge chairs piled with towels and yanked off his shirt without hesitation. Ezra stared at him, stunned. "Seriously? You're that pale. And your legs? How is that even possible? You don't notice it when you're dressed, but once you take off your clothes, the proportions are unreal." "I'm literally speechless." "Keep acting like that," Daniel said flatly, unfazed. Ezra had only once experienced a nosebleed, which happened after pulling an all-nighter performing surgery, then following it up with a night out at a bar the next day where he saw a woman who turned heads. He even went so far as to ask for her number, eager to get to know her, so innocent in his intentions, but ended up learning she was already seeing someone else, leading to an awkward mix-up. Ezra's really just a straight guy who doesn't act the part, mostly because he talks without thinking. At 17, Daniel was slender, but the years before had been tough. He carried a subtle layer of muscle that gave him a well-proportioned and graceful build. Yet when Ezra got close, he noticed scattered scars across his back, legs and feet, long, jagged marks that looked like they'd broken the skin, along with small burns and cuts, varying in depth. Some had faded into faint traces, but still stood out sharply. Ezra opened his mouth, then froze, suddenly at a loss for words. Daniel, meanwhile, glanced over the visible marks and shrugged. "What's so shocking? Chen family guy was a drunk gambler. He beat up anyone, especially his son. It was like second nature to him. but he doesn't touch me anymore. I broke one of his hands. Do your real parents know? Ezra asked. Daniel tossed his clothes onto a bench and started rolling his wrists and ankles. Overheard something from the cops. Yeah, monster. No idea if he meant Yang or Chun, probably both. Daniel didn't tell Ezra that scars eventually heal. Those who haven't witnessed the pain of torn flesh or gone through the slow, uncomfortable process of a wound closing up tend to forget too easily. It slips past you, it's either not important or a lie you tell yourself just to survive. Either way, Daniel didn't care anymore. Jump in, I told the staff personally. No one else is getting in. If nobody else allowed in, then obviously no one else gonna come bother him while he's in the water. It was truly quiet. Daniel plunged into the pool with a single, powerful motion, shooting across toward the other side like a bullet. His perfectly executed swimming form flowed smoothly through the water, sparking interest in Ezra on the shore. Too bad he was still a fish out of water. Clinging to that kiddie float only made it worse. Daniel hadn't even finished 2 laps before a sharp twinge shot up from his knee. The trouble with his knee wasn't bad yet this year, so he figured it was just the shock of cold water. Better safe than sorry. He turned toward the edge instead of pushing on. Right then, a sudden commotion erupted at the pool entrance. Why can't we come in? Michael, don't you have your own pool back home? It's scorching out. Perfect weather to cool off. Then came Michael's voice, puzzled. What's going on? The staff member looked utterly torn. Everyone knew Daniel hadn't been himself lately, especially with the old man from the Yang family just having arrived and nearly costing them their jobs. If Daniel said no one was to enter, they weren't about to risk it. Sir Michael, Mr. Daniel's inside, the staff member whispered nervously. Michael's face went pale, especially now that the noise had drawn a crowd. Michael, open the door. The staff member didn't budge. Michael thought Daniel was doing this on purpose, humiliating him in front of everyone. He rarely snapped at servants, but now his face flushed red as he snarled. I said open it. The staff member trembled, hesitated for ages, but finally pushed the door open. The massive door creaked open slowly, unfolding before everyone's eyes. A single figure burst from the water in a splash, emerging wet and glistening from the pool. Standing on the edge, bent slightly and looking up, his dark eyes were utterly drained. Then he spoke, voice low and cold. Anyone dare step through this door today? Go ahead, try me. Every person outside froze, their hearts skipping a beat. For some reason, despite being about the same age, whether they'd seen him in person or just heard rumors, the Daniel they'd imagined was nothing like this man who could silence an entire crowd with one sentence. Daniel, Michael said, his fingers white-knuckled around the doorframe, voice trembling. What the hell are you trying to prove? His words wobbled, his anger was raw, but so was the shame. The stares burning into him felt like 100 slaps across his face. Just then, what's going on here? Came a voice from behind. Matthew. It was Matthew, the eldest brother of the Yang family, who wasn't at home originally, showed up naturally. The crowd split to both sides. Only then did everyone realize that he seemed to have been back for a while. However, there was a William standing beside him. The two looked quite familiar. They were chatting casually when the farce interrupted them. The 2 men, years apart in age, stood side by side with no awkwardness at all. One's brow furrowed tight. The other looked utterly detached, expression flat and unreadable. Brother, Michael muttered under his breath. Brother, Michael murmured softly. His gaze swept to the other person next to Matthew. Suppressing his bit of resentment, he explained, my classmate wants to play in the pool, but the family servant won't let him in. He didn't say Daniel's name once, but anyone with half an eye knew exactly who was behind it. Seeing Michael barely holding it together, eyes red-rimmed and clenched shut, Matthew shot a sharp glance at Daniel, his jaw tightening as he opened his mouth to speak, until he caught the other man's gaze, and that looked cold still, untouched by anything at all. He has never had any feelings for Daniel, this so-called blood-related younger brother. From the first time he saw Daniel in the countryside, he knew that there were some things deep in their bones that were extremely similar. And in Matthew's eyes, his younger brother should be someone like Michael, a kid who was smart enough, ran wild at home, was the apple of everyone's eye outside, and was polite to others. His little tricks could be used to vie for his parents' affection, or to show off his elder brother's little schemes to outsiders. He was talented enough, the shining youngest son of the Yang family, and was also considerate enough to his family, but his cleverness would never be turned toward power plays, or daring to challenge the authority of a family like theirs. Daniel was different. That moment, when everything changed for everyone, came crashing down with a torrential rainstorm, and Matthew could see it clearly in his brother's eyes. Shock, confusion, then anger laced with bitter resentment. So Daniel was never going to get the same treatment as Michael. But something went wrong, no one could say exactly where, and since that Friday night when Daniel vanished without a trace, things had quietly shifted, slipping away, fading into nothing. Today was supposed to be packed with work, the kind of day the future head of the Yang family couldn't afford to skip, yet he still made time to come back during lunch. When his assistant asked why, he just said Michael had a class reunion and might need help handling it, though as he spoke the words, he realized that was probably true. Still, when he stepped through the door, his eyes instinctively searched for the other person in the house. Hearing movement, he ignored the flicker of relief beneath his annoyance. Like someone had just exhaled after holding their breath. Good, yeah, this was Daniel all right. He'd never make a scene like this and not be utterly mortifying for everyone involved. But when their eyes met, it wasn't what he expected at all. Matthew still maintained the authority of the eldest son of the Yang family. He furrowed his brows, clearly displeased. Unfortunately, before he could utter the words of admonition, Sebastian beside Michael jumped out first. And right then, while Sebastian was still preaching like a prophet, everyone watched as the man inside did three things in quick succession. He casually shrugged off the bathrobe draped on the chair and tossed it over his shoulders, shook out his damp hair, then wiped at it with a towel like he'd just woken up, then turned around, reached into the pool, and hauled up some stunned family acquaintance who was frozen in shock. He didn't say a word. The mockery was already complete. Sebastian's smug grin slowly crumpled, his voice dropping low as flushes of color surged across his cheeks. Raw, unguarded embarrassment burning through him. Let's go. Daniel tossed Ezra another towel. Come back next time with fresh water. Ezra was utterly impressed by him. Leaning close, he murmured, I've never been naked in front of so many people. I feel tainted now. Daniel glanced down at him, eyebrows lifting. Naked? Seriously? Dude, this isn't even illegal. Daniel let out a quiet laugh and didn't respond. He didn't really care either way about staying or leaving, but since Ezra was here, he had no intention of dragging him into it. Leading the group toward the exit, just as they were about to pass through the crowd, Sebastian, still feeling insulted, suddenly turned his attention on Jack and snapped, Ezra, what's going on here? Ezra paused, then let out a quiet scoff. Sebastian, can you please not embarrass our whole class? You've got everyone here today. Someone who doesn't know better might think we all like you. Sebastian was furious, voice sharp and shrill. What kind of person am I? Gossiping like a hen with its head cut off, spouting filth so bad I can even listen. Want me to keep going? Daniel stood arms crossed, watching. Ezra's ability to handle tough situations was never in question. There were times during medical disputes when his skill in debate was truly impressive. Sebastian gasped for breath. He meant to help Michael, but now he felt like the villain. He looked over at Michael, only to catch the other's gaze darting away. He couldn't let this end here, otherwise, how could he ever face school again? He finally let out a cold laugh and said, Ezra, even though you share the surname Go, I never thought you'd actually become a snarling dog by Daniel's side. Then just like that, a blur. 1 second, Sebastian was standing. The next, Daniel's bare foot cracked his shin with a sickening crack. The kind that makes your nerves scream. Before the scream could even rise, Daniel yanked him by the hair and slammed his head straight into the doorframe. Sebastian's weak cry faded as he slid down the door panel. Daniel stood still, voice calm but sharp. Relax. One to kill ya. Just figured you learn some manners at someone else's house. Thought I'd give you a quick lesson. Remember this pain. If I hear so much as a word from you again, I'll have 120 bring you home. After saying that, Daniel gave Michael a cold stare. in the other's wide-eyed gaze tinged with a hint of genuine fear. Daniel turned and walked towards Matthew, face to face. Matthew remembered how coldly he acted before, but all that came out was, "You went too far. No need for you to worry." Daniel still held the paper he'd grabbed on his way over, wiping his fingers like he'd touched something grimy. Matthew's temple throbbed with a tight pulse. The Chun family really raised Daniel to be a violent and ruthless person. He just can't stand losing even the slightest bit. He was about to speak when suddenly Daniel turned his gaze sideways. "Captain." Daniel twitched his lips into a smirk that never reached his eyes. "You probably don't care for other people's dirty secrets, huh?" Clear dismissal. Matthew froze. "Daniel, it's fine." William cut in. "I still on Daniel," a faint smile tugging at his lips, genuine and calm. "This wasn't school grounds, so I wouldn't report it as a fight to the teacher. But if that guy comes to school with complaints, I'll have to tell what I saw. You okay with that?" "Of course, that's your job." William handed Matthew his folder and gave a light chuckle. "Big bro, give this to Michael for Monday. Got a game I am meeting up for, so I'll hit the road." "What kind of game?" Matthew tried to hold him back. "Shouldn't you eat first?" No reply, just, "Next time, for sure." Daniel watched him turn and wave at someone, then head out with a few others who clearly been waiting. One guy called out, "William, you sure we actually getting in?" "Yeah, today's the day. We gonna wipe the floor with those two grandkids." Their voices faded into the distance as Michael squeezed through the crowd after them. Matthew pulled his gaze back, glanced around, then lowered his voice, face tight. "You've got no idea how big this deal with the Shi family is. You didn't just disrespect him, you could blow everything to hell. Don't think I have to spell it out for you. The fallout's way beyond what you can handle." Daniel didn't even react. Then Matthew's tone softened, just a notch. "You don't know who he is. Let it go this time." Daniel gave a dry chuckle. "Oh, really? How could I not know?" He knew maybe someday you'll end up family after all. Unfortunately, Daniel didn't feel like pursuing this topic any further. Suddenly, he said, "Starting next week, I'm moving into the dorm." "The dorm?" Matthew frowned. "What's so great about that?" "The driver drops you off at school every day. Way better than living there." Daniel smirked, half amused. "Going to live on campus is practically my biggest favor to you, Matthew." And he didn't even call him brother asterisk. Matthew's expression darkened. Then Daniel added, "If you don't want me dragging the Chun family into this mess, if you rather I expose how you and Michael V been lying to everyone for profit, then keep things quiet, just let life go on peacefully. I want normal. You want a nice little family act in public. Everyone wins, so make it easy. Go tell mom and dad I am moving out." Daniel didn't bother checking Matthew's face. He just turned and walked away. After that scene, everyone still standing gave Daniel a wide berth, some fear in their eyes. Sebastian had already been taken off to the side. Ezra fell into step behind him. "What did you just say to your brother?" Ezra asked. "Daniel, about living on campus." Ezra was surprised. "You're going to live on campus?" "Yeah." "Got a problem with it?" "Living on campus isn't the issue, though I should probably warn you. Our school's a top-tier high, but the dorms? Seriously basic, 6 to a room. If you can handle life surrounded by stinky socks and instant noodle cups, then cool. Consider me silent." Daniel snorted a laugh. Honestly, this kind of life isn't so bad. He actually understood what Ezra was really trying to warn him about. Given his current situation, shared dorm life probably wasn't the smartest move. But Daniel didn't tell him that staying in the Yang family house anymore might just end with him lighting the whole place on fire after a few more incidents like today. If that happened, his retirement plan would be spending time behind bars instead. As Daniel stepped onto the stairs, he suddenly froze. "Give me a hand," Daniel said. Ezra blinked in confusion. "What?" Daniel rested his left hand on the railing and repeated, "Just help me up a bit." Ezra finally noticed something was off with his right foot. "What's going on?" He grabbed Daniel's arm as he asked, "Cramp? Or did you hurt yourself kicking someone earlier?" Daniel slowly put weight down, wincing through the sharp pain. "Rheumatism." Jack rolled his eyes. You know you don't have to make up some lame excuse just because kicking someone hurt your pride, right? The idea of Daniel moving into the dorm was met with unanimous opposition from the Yang family. His parents were all high-minded, saying, whatever you've got at home, food, clothes, everything it's still better than what school offers. Your older brother didn't even live on campus until he went to college. We just don't feel right about you moving out by yourself. Michael bristled, almost offended. If you re that upset about sharing a ride to and from school, I can take the bus every day. What's the point of you going off to live at school? Looks like I am kicking you out or something. Matthew was the only one who didn't say anything, most likely because Daniel had only spoken to him first. Early Monday morning, the dining room table saw an unusual gathering of young family members. Matthew sat there scrolling through news headlines, unbothered by the heavy silence. He finally said, let him go if that's what he wants. One day soon, he'll be begging to come back. Bro. Michael tossed his spoon into his bowl with a sharp clink, his face twisted in frustration. He's the one who wanted me out, now he's the one moving into the dorm? What are people at school gonna say about me? Charlotte soothed him. Michael, you just ignore stuff like that. It'll blow over fast. Right now, your job is to focus on your studies. Just then, Daniel appeared at the top of the stairs, dragging his suitcase behind him. He stepped down the final stair, casually handed the bag to the driver, and took his seat at the table like he'd just walked in on a normal morning, asking with mild curiosity, what's going on? We were talking about school, Charlotte said kindly, ladling soup into Daniel's bowl. You two are the same age and in the same class. If you both work hard, you'll be able to help your older brother even more down the line. He's been under so much pressure lately. Michael shot back. I am not joining the family business, no way. I want to make it on my own. Charlotte smiled warmly and turned to Daniel. And you? What do you think? Me? Daniel chuckled. Granddad already said that once we hit 18, the younger generation gets a year-end bonus from the group. So I'll just get my name listed under the company every year. They can wire me my share. No need to move in. Charlotte's smile faltered for a beat. Then she added carefully, well, that works too. Your brother wouldn't let you down. Matthew, who been quietly silent, suddenly shot Daniel a sharp glance, half surprise, half barely suppressed mockery. Wow, real ambition there. Daniel didn't even look up. Then Alexander, the family patriarch, smoothly steered the conversation back on track. You really serious about going to boarding school? Daniel nodded without hesitation. It'll help me focus on my studies. Daniel thought to himself, since they had already given him the persona of a model student, they surely had no reason to reject this excuse. Alexander fell silent for a beat, then finally said, go ahead and stay if you want. If you need money, just say the word. Seeing her husband give in, Charlotte looked at Daniel, and suddenly a twinge of belated guilt welled up in her heart. Daniel had been home less than 2 months in total, and he wasn't the same kid who'd come back. That sharp, unsettled edge she used to feel around him? Gone. The designer clothes fit like they were made for him. His posture at the long dining table was relaxed, his spoon lifting soup slowly, almost elegant. She found herself wondering what he'd be like if she'd raised him all along. Zhang S., she called out softly, please serve Daniel another bowl of the soup simmering in the kitchen. Charlotte instructed. Then she turned to Daniel and said, drink more. The food at school must not be as good as that at home. Today's soup is light. If you like it, I'll make it for you again when you come home this weekend. Bring Daniel another bowl of the soup from the kitchen, Charlotte said, then turned back to him with a smile. Drink up, you'll need the energy. School food is never as good as ours. This one's light and clear, perfect for your stomach. I'll make you something even better when you come home this weekend. Next to him, Michael watched this scene, and the hand holding the spoon involuntarily tightened. Michael watched from the side, fingers tightening around his spoon without realizing it. Zhang S. suddenly spoke up, eyeing Michael's quiet figure, the dark swirl of hair barely visible as he stared at his plate. Her tone edged with pity, but also a sharpness she couldn't quite suppress. That soup takes 2 hours to simmer. There's not much left. You said yourself it was meant for Michael's recovery. Daniel almost laughed out loud. Charlotte's face turned extremely awkward, and soon she looked annoyed again. It's not like there's only one bowl left. How much can Michael drink by himself? No need to worry, Michael said gently, looking up with a smile. I've been on meds for weeks. I'm nearly back to normal. Got school tomorrow anyway. Zhang opened her mouth, then closed it again. Clang. Matthew slammed his spoon down, voice sharp. Aunt Zhang, you've been with us for over a decade. When has it ever come to this? Do we really have to fight over a bowl of soup? Aunt Zhang's face paled. She said nothing, turned on her heel and walked back into the kitchen. A few seconds later, the stew pot, wrapped in a cloth, was carried out. Daniel, who'd been lounging with his legs up, stood to make space, reaching out. Let me take that. But less than a second later, another sudden asterisk clang. Asterisk shattered the silence. Daniel stared at the shards of broken pot on the floor, goji berries, red dates, and chunks of chicken still steaming in the mess. In the stunned quiet, he said, voice dripping with fake regret, "Oops. Too hot to hold." Aunt Zhang's chest rose and fell fast. She knew it was deliberate, but that half-hearted apology left her speechless. She expected at least a scolding. Instead, Matthew frowned, still standing there. Can you see how hot it is? Charlotte said. It has spilled. Let it go. Alexander added. Aunt Zhang, get someone to clean this up. Daniel casually grabbed his backpack off the chair. Guess I am not meant to enjoy this soup. I'll head out. As he passed Aunt Zhang, he glanced briefly at Michael, eyes downcast, unreadable expression. Don't take it personally, Michael, he said, stepping back slightly, then looking straight at Aunt Zhang. This wasn't about you. The soup is a pain to make. I'll need you to start another one for my brother. Oh, and by the way, during holidays, I'll be coming home as a full-fledged young family son. So please do your best to have extra portions ready. Honestly, I don't mind, but if we lose face in front of everyone, well, even decades on the job won't save you from getting let go. That really bother me. Aunt Zhang trembled, her eyes finally full of fear when meeting his gaze. As for the 3 or 5 servants who had been secretly sizing them up in the distance, especially those who had secretly tripped Daniel up before, they only wished they could disappear right where they stood and prayed that he wouldn't find trouble with them. Daniel didn't spare a second glance behind him at their shifting expressions or what was swirling in their heads. The moment Daniel stepped through the front gate, outside, the breeze was light, the sky clear, the sun warm and golden. The driver escorted him all the way to school, his demeanor unusually respectful as he helped with Daniel's suitcase when they got out. If you need anything, just text me. I'll get it sent over. Daniel pulled out the handle of his luggage case and said, Nah. Go ahead, I am good. All right then, I'll be right there at the gate Friday after school. No need to wait for me, Daniel added as the driver stared, caught off guard. Weekend short. Come back during the long break. I'll call you when it's time. Without a word, Daniel dragged his suitcase toward the entrance, ignoring the driver's clearly troubled expression. The entrance of First Middle School in Rong City was bustling on a Monday morning. Parents were still hounding their kids with last-minute reminders, horns blaring from cars, vendors shouting over breakfast stalls, and teachers scolding students for forgetting their ID cards, all blending into one chaotic hum. Students in identical uniforms lined up in orderly fashion, filing through the gate one by one. It wasn't even the start of term, yet Daniel's suitcase rolling over the cobblestones drew more than a few curious glances. Daniel joined the queue. Ahead of him were 2 girls who glanced back at the noise, then quickly turned away, resuming their intense conversation just as before. Heard about the race last weekend up at Nanshan? Apparently our school took first. Are you serious? That place has killed people who be that reckless. No idea. It is super hush-hush. I heard it from a distant cousin who loaded. The thrill seekers in there are mostly rich kids. Also a lot of real scum. Speaking of rich, I heard about that young family mix-up last week. The whole thing was wild. Someone posted it on the forum. You should check it out. The 2 girls leaned in close, murmuring over their phones like they just cracked a secret. Suddenly, one of them gasped, Something on screen had sparked pure excitement. Daniel caught William's name in the hush of the girls' chatter. One suddenly lighting up. Wait, he is actually there? It's not that strange. Everyone says he's close to that fake son of the Yang family, said the other girl in a slightly more matter-of-fact tone, but still full of longing. I heard that when he was promoted directly from the junior high school, the school teachers even suggested that he skip a grade. I don't know why he didn't in the end, and he wins the first place in the competitions every year. Those top students from other schools are scared just hearing his name. The key is that he's not bad at sports, has a high IQ, looks good, and is rich. People like him are so far above us ordinary people that we might not even be able to see him if we look up. Girls' dreams always sound sweet and unreal, just scraps of gossip, and she'd already built up this guy into some kind of legendary hero, untouchable, perfect, glowing. Daniel didn't want to burst their bubbles, but the guy they were talking about was also one of those losers from Nanshan in their own words. Daniel had only stumbled onto William's love for racing by accident. He also knew that during those 2 years abroad, William earned a pro-level international racing license and competed in several big events. Out there, no one cared he was she family, probably didn't care about shedding that polished, gentlemanly mask. Just let the real hunger for control show through. Back in the country, he's still the up-and-coming scion of the Shi family, putting on a proper show at business banquets. When old acquaintances talk about him, he's still the same distant son from their memories, the one who had all the girls in school looking up to him during his student days. The girls kept going. Then the tone shifted fast. Someone nudged her friend with a knowing look. Come on, wake up, he might not even like girls. Oh? I've seen him play basketball a few times. The guy always waiting to hand him water. Wasn't he that the young kid? That's the one. I heard he hasn't been to school for a long time. There was a young family gathering this week, and the two of them were in the same frame again. You think he stayed behind a grade just to hang with him? Seriously, you should post a theory on the forum. You wasting a golden opportunity. Daniel was just getting into it when the line finally reached him. The person on duty at the gate today happened to be the sophomore grade supervisor, none other than Levi, who had caused Ezra and his group to panic like they were being chased by a dog on Friday. Levi wasn't even 45, just a bit thinning on top. He recognized Daniel right away. For those familiar with his past records and the media narratives framing him as an exemplary student, Levi forced a fatherly warmth into his stern features. I received your boarding application. Daniel, he began, his voice brimming with performative encouragement. Your dedication to academics is commendable. However challenging your circumstances were previously, this institution expects relentless effort. Study diligently not just to honor your own potential, but to prove Yang Hai's investment in you worthwhile someday. The speech was so earnest it almost felt theatrical. Daniel was touched and a little stunned by the sudden warmth. In his previous life, high school had been a tense, suffocating grind. Levi really had cared back then, had even told him not to let gossip from other students get to him. After graduation, Daniel had returned to campus a few times and treated him to dinner each time. Even now, decades later, he was still an assistant principal. His face lit up when he saw Daniel again. Back then, your college scores were disappointing. I honestly thought you'd never recover, but thank goodness. On their last dinner together, though, there'd been a flicker of concern. Daniel, he said, you don't look well. Have things really been that hard these past years? Life is short. Don't beat yourself up too much. Daniel poured him another glass. I am doing fine. Thanks for always watching out for me all this time. Back to the present. Daniel lounged casually, grinning. Thanks, Levi. Next time I'll bring you something. Just a small token of appreciation for your advice. Levi frowned and waved a hand. Daniel, that kind of habit is really not necessary. It's nothing fancy. I just discovered this new black sesame paste, 100% natural. No additives. Around them, students had paused to watch as he casually dropped the line. Boosts liver and kidney function, supports circulation, plus prevents hair loss. A few snickers broke out first. then erupted into full-blown laughter. One of the nearby teachers joined in teasing. Levi, kids today know how to bribe now. Next time they have to stand at the flagpole and recite a 300-word apology. Levi glanced at Daniel. His relaxed smile, the easy confidence, all his worries just disappeared like they been fed to a dog. Get inside already, he muttered, half laughing, half scolding. Daniel headed straight to the second-year teacher's office after entering the school. The homeroom teacher for the honors class was Mr. Seong Anthony, who taught physics to more than 1/3 of the entire grade. In his 30s, he wore glasses and had a calm, composed appearance. Our dorm slots were filled up at the start of term, he said, sitting behind his desk, eyes probing. There's still space in mixed rooms, can you handle that? Daniel accepted both forms, flipping through them with lowered eyes. Either option works. Daniel, the homeroom teacher called his name, and when Daniel looked up, he hesitated before adding, mixed dorms can get pretty chaotic. The study vibe is nothing like our class's dorm. Especially since you just started, you really want to live on campus? Daniel caught the subtle warning in those words. He gave a small smile. Yeah, I'm serious about it. All right then, Anthony said, giving in. If you don't have any issues, just fill out the application form and the agreement, then hand them to the class monitor. He'll take care of submitting them to the dorm management office for the official stamp. Daniel nodded, about to leave, when a voice cut in from the doorway. Report. Anthony saw the newcomer and immediately told Daniel, just fill it out right here. He waved at the newcomer. Perfect timing. His tone was easy, familiar. Help Daniel with the paperwork. Then run over to housing office today and push them to get this through the system fast. SNT that your job? The guy asked as he stepped in. As he spoke, the person entered and placed 2 stacks of papers on Anthony's desk. He wasn't wearing a school uniform, and as his rolled-up shirt sleeve brushed against Daniel's elbow, a familiar crisp scent briefly rose. After setting everything down, he leaned on the table and glanced at Anthony's computer screen. Academic report from the Physics Research Institute? Wasn't that already published in a journal last year? You really love grabbing all the credit for yourself. Anthony shot him a sideways look. This is my professor's leading project. Do you even know what respect for mentors means? William straightened up, scoffing. I didn't say anything. You the one who jumped straight into personal attacks. Save it. Did you collect all the phones from class? William shook his head. What's the point? Everyone's got 2 now, 1 for school, 1 in their pocket. You get more results just hanging around the back gate during study hall. Anthony grabbed a book and tossed it at him. Do I really need you to tell me how to do my job? William caught it with his head, smirked, then finally turned his eyes toward the other person in the room. He looked down at Daniel's papers, raised an eyebrow. You staying overnight? Yeah. Daniel answered without hesitation. Asterisk, of course I am asterisk, he thought. What a pointless question. The next second, William reached out his hand. Daniel paused for a beat, then passed over the 2 forms. William shook his head. Not those. Come on. Hand over your phone first. Daniel's notorious privacy fixation, that habit which would plague him for decades to come, kicked in instantly. Instead of complying, he frowned at the man with open irritation in his eyes. Humph. William gave a quiet chuckle. Anthony, you see? There's one who's not cooperating here. Only then did Daniel catch on. No high schooler was allowed to have a phone. It was just how it worked. He told himself, you're just a high school student now, classes to attend, exams to take, and yes, you'll have to go through the college entrance exam all over again. The frustrating reality hadn't even had time to sink in before he heard Anthony say, Daniel can hold off on turning it in for now. He smiled gently at Daniel. Stay in the dorm for a couple of days to get used to things. If you not comfortable, call home anytime. Just keep it out of class, hand it in next week. No problem. William snorted right away. You sound like you're talking to toddlers. Thanks, Mr. Seong. Daniel said at the same time. I'll be fine without calling home. Honestly, I can sleep unless I am scrolling through my phone these days. 2 days will do. Those electronic devices can be addictive, so it's better to limit usage. Daniel couldn't help but chuckle, though his mind drifted a little. Those 2 days at the Yang family had truly made him forget. Back then, what D made high school so hard wasn't he just Benjamin and all that trash talk. It was also how every teacher seemed to hover over him with careful attention. Like he might break if they didn't watch out. Most people weren't as blunt as Levi, though their sideways kindness made things even more awkward. Yuhui village was poor, sure, but not some backwater where the dirt roads didn't even lead to a highway. His elementary school had been built with donations from rich folks. Hope Primary, still standing, and his middle and first-year high school had at least been in town. He'd used phones before, though just old-school keypad models. Knew which way the amusement park gates opened, $50 to the ice rink guard, and he'd let you in at midnight. Even knew there were only 2 bars left in town, where part-timers could clear hundreds a night, let alone the Daniel of today. How the hell did he explain to this teacher, this guy who'd be stuck with him for 2 more years, that he wasn't cut out to be some model student? Last time, barely scraped by because school had been his only way out for 17 years. Later, he pushed himself so hard just to prove something, to fight back against the anger, the helplessness. So much that he hadn't even bothered learning everyone's names. The only thing he remembered about this teacher was that he seemed like one of those young guys who could easily get along with students. But now, he didn't care about beating Michael or proving anything through grades. He even asked a question that seemed confusing to Anthony. Mr. Anthony, is the honors class still a rotating schedule? No, it's not, Anthony said, though he thought this was common knowledge. It used to be, but they stopped last year. You don't need to worry too much. Students aren't switched around easily in the class. Daniel. Yeah, thanks, teacher. Honestly, I am not really stressed, just disappointed it didn't work out. Getting kicked out of the honors class was a total bust. Stepping out of the office with William, Daniel turned toward the classroom wing, while William set off across campus toward the separate administration building. At the split, Daniel called him back. William frowned. What's up? Daniel asked. Which floor is grade 11A on? You messing with me? Daniel raised his hands. Scoutess honor. I'm serious. William stared for 2 seconds, like he was checking if Daniel was pulling a prank, then said, second floor, left turn. Daniel nodded. Thanks, class rep. You a real lifesaver. William turned away and tossed over his shoulder. Next time you call me a good guy, try not to look so fake. When Daniel found the classroom for grade 11A, the bell for morning study had just rung. Chaos all around. Some were grabbing water, others goofing off, but since it was an elite class, most were still buried in books or worksheets. The moment Daniel stepped in, the noise dropped noticeably. Sebastian's seatmate stared at the bruise on his forehead. Purple and swollen. Real nasty. Wait, why didn't you go talk to Michael today? The guy was genuinely confused. Michael sat in row 3, center section, the classic top student spot. He'd been gone half a month. Even with rumors flying about the weekend drama, he still had students gathered around him when he walked back into school. But today, the guy who usually hung closest to Michael, Sebastian, was just sitting there like nothing was wrong. Hearing the question, Sebastian pulled out a book and shrugged coldly. I didn't feel like it. Why should I go? The seatmate muttered under his breath, just asking what's with the attitude. What's it to you? His desk mate snapped, stunned by the sudden outburst, voice loud enough to draw everyone's attention, including Michael. Michael, what's up with Sebastian today? Yeah. Totally off his game. Someone glanced toward the guy just walking in the door and said, what's there to explain? He got wrecked by Daniel like that. Feeling okay would be the real surprise. Michael stayed put in his seat, watching Daniel stride into the room, scanning the class as if searching for something, finally nodding when a front row kid pointed him toward his spot. That desk sat right by the teacher's podium. Alone, isolated, the only one like it. Others didn't know, but Michael did. That seat was a golden ticket in the teacher's eyes, special treatment, yet also the most visible spot in class. After being shoved into the spotlight at home these past few days, could he really act so indifferent now? But Daniel didn't calm down and didn't look nervous either. He just uprooted his desk. Daniel knew people were watching, but so what? Remembering how it felt the last time, like needles under his skin for 2 whole months, he wasn't about to sit there like some fool. He dragged the desk all the way to the very back row by the window and slammed it down with a thud. Instantly, chatter exploded around him. What's his deal? Did he ask the teacher for a switch? Who knows? Just showing off, I guess. Beats someone up and walks in like nothing happened. Probably paid his way in here. Swapping seats is no biggie, not that it matters. But word is he's not actually bad at schoolwork. We LLC about that when the monthly test comes, if his grades crash. Now asterisk that asterisk it'll be a real laugh. At that moment, Ezra and two boys Daniel had met on Friday entered through the back door. Ezra spotted him right away. Daniel, what's up? How did you end up in my favorite seat? The boy leaning on his shoulder, Thomas, chimed in with a laugh. Get real. Your dream spot is actually the back corner by the trash area. Playing games there. Even a dog wouldn't notice you. A ripple of laughter spread through the rows behind. The classroom suddenly felt like two separate worlds, divided by an invisible line. Daniel paid no attention to the subtle tension and simply replied to Ezra and the others, no problem. I'll hold hands with anyone in the trash pile. Whoever runs away first is the dog. Who'd want to hold hands with you? And besides, this spot's way too far from the storage room. The group squeezed into seats in front of Daniel. Ezra turned and said, but hey, Anthony said no one's supposed to sit here. How'd you talk him into it? Daniel shuffled through the mess on his desk. Pens, rulers, scattered papers, none of it felt familiar anymore. I didn't say anything. You really don't care? Seriously? You've got balls to sit here? Daniel glanced at the lone seat across from him. Near the door, he raised an eyebrow. Why can't I sit here? Thomas pushed past Ezra, mimicking Anthony's tone as he grabbed Daniel's ruler and slammed it onto the desk. Think you're all second chances at William? There aren't enough spots in the advanced class for you to claim the front rows. Is that it? So that seat was reserved for the top student. Daniel didn't remember. He only recalled how tight things had been. Seat changes after every monthly test. Besides those first 2 months, faces came and went like ghosts. He couldn't even name half the people who sat beside him. First period was Chinese. Their teacher was an old man. No curiosity about why the seat by the podium had vanished. No question about where the empty chair at the back had gone. He swayed slightly as he recited, "Do you not see how the yellow river comes from heaven above? It rushes to the sea and never returns. Do you not see the bright mirror on high?" As he droned on, "Student in the back row, stand up and translate this." No response. The old man repeated it. The student in the very last seat, heads turned toward the back. The guy everyone had been talking about before class, the one who paid his way in, was the living definition of exactly that. Morning light streamed through the glass windows, spilling over the messy strands of a teenager's hair. He leaned back with one hand resting on the nape of his neck, fast asleep, completely lost to time. William had been delayed more than expected on the way. It was because he bumped into officials from the Education Bureau suddenly descending for a surprise inspection right after leaving the office building. A string of school administrators walked alongside a few bureau officers, chatting as they went. When it came to teaching staff and campus conditions, the administrator in charge of fundraising quickly stepped forward and said, "Our first middle school was fortunate enough last year to receive financial support for upgrading our facilities and expanding our teaching team. As a key school in Rome City, our enrollment numbers and academic performance have consistently improved each year." The Education Bureau official responded with polished indifference. "It's great that society supports education. Our job is to nurture every student properly, not just by grades. We focus on holistic development, mind, body, and spirit alike." "Exactly right," the crowd chimed in. Just then, someone spotted William. The school leaders recognized him instantly. Grins couldn't be contained. Finally, Levi from the second year waved to the Education Bureau officials and introduced him. "It's just a coincidence. This student is actually one of the most important representatives of our first middle school. He's in the top-tier class for second-year students, excels academically, and performs exceptionally well across all areas. Facing so many high-ranking guests, the young man, usually looking like a star from some campus dream, didn't flinch, just gave a casual wave, offered a quick explanation for why he was still outside when class had already started. The lead official from Education Bureau listened quietly as his aide murmured something in his ear, then shifted his gaze back with all the sternness of inspection gone. Now warm and friendly, This is the kid from the Shi family? Yes, yes, the school-less people jumped in. The 2 new classroom buildings we built last year? All thanks to the Shi family's connections. This boy is pretty low-key. The official nodded slowly. Nice. Speaking of which, he said casually, last year I ran into Jinyu. He mentioned having a nephew at first middle school. He didn't say the boy was this handsome. William masked the faint flicker of amusement in his eyes. Keeping up appearances, he smoothly picked up on the attempt to be friendly. My uncle often talks about how most people in education are driven by real conviction. Dedicated souls carrying heavy loads. That's why he's always been such a strong advocate for it, and has stayed deeply involved. In reality, Xie Jianyu, the family member most often seen as aimless, was quite reckless in school. He barely made it through a top university thanks to his sharp mind, had no interest in politics or business, and ended up entering the education field more by chance than design. When he decided to donate the buildings under the family name, he was lounging on the living room sofa and said, "Those old bureaucrats at Education Bureau are so stubborn and petty, always preaching high ideals while rotting inside. Willie, we don't have much except money, so why not make you a star on campus? The Shi family's got enough pull for you to walk through school any way you want." He barely finished speaking when he got slapped hard across the face by Aunt Shi. Aunt Shi doted on this grandson more than anyone else, and now she snapped at him with a sharp edge. "You don't teach him anything good, just those flashy, scandalous little tricks that'll never get him anywhere. Willie is such a sweet kid, always polite and thoughtful, the most considerate boy you could ask for." Xie Jinyu collapsed right there, eyes rolling back. "Mom, you've got to be kidding, blind as a bat and still going over the edge? Him? Sweet and obedient? He's got a heart of black stone. He's nothing but trouble." The reckless uncle launched into a full rant about his nephew's endless antics. At just 3, he knocked over grandfather Shi's inkstone and forged evidence pointing the finger at his own father, sending Shi family's eldest son scrambling into his 30s with a near beating from the old man. By 14 or so, when most boys in the Branch family were starting to date, he locked up stack after stack of pink envelopes in a box. When someone maliciously dug them up during the holidays, they ended up looking like a trophy case, turning him into public enemy number 1. Shi Jinyu shouted loudly, "Big things show one's methods, but small things reveal one's character. This little smiling Buddha in the Shi family is a bad apple, soaked in ink. Growing up with the old master, he's definitely no good." Still, William kept defending his uncle's honor outside the house. True family blood, one school administrator suggested. "Since we already here, why don't we all go check out the honors class?" The idea was met with instant agreement. A staff member asked, "William, what subject are you having today?" William led the way, casually explaining, "Literature, Mr. Jiang's been around forever, encyclopedia in a suit, with jokes that keep everyone hooked. The students love him." The administrator nodded along. "Exactly right. I've heard his classes. Students are always on board. And don't even get me started on this honors class. The kids here are all self-motivated, top-tier brains with an energy that just works. You see." The administrator stopped mid-sentence from the back door of the classroom. Not for any reason at all. It was just that one kid in the far corner, lounging against the wall like he'd rather be asleep, eyes still heavy and half-lidded, who had a face so striking it almost hurt to look at, and whose words made the administrator want to sew his mouth shut. "Sorry, teacher," he said with mock politeness, "but your reading voice is seriously putting me to sleep. Maybe I should just go stand outside instead?" Daniel finished the line and immediately felt the room freeze. He blinked slowly, his eyelids still thick with drowsiness, then followed the crowd's gaze as everyone turned to look. The school leader looked green around the gills, Levi's face twisted in disbelief, eyes wide with shock. Then there was the class president, caught mid-gasp at the absurd scene, then unable to stifle a snicker, brushing his knuckle against his nose like he was trying to play it cool. "Daniel!" Levi finally snapped, voice sharp. "Come out." Daniel shrugged, slid his chair back with no fuss, and walked out without a backward glance. Smart enough to know when to leave, the other officials instantly cleared out with the education board reps. leaving just the stern department head, Daniel, and William, still standing in the doorway. Levi didn't jump straight into yelling. Instead, he leaned forward a little, almost too gentle. Daniel, you okay? You look wiped. Fine, Daniel said flatly, glancing at the other guy standing beside him before turning back. After a pause, he added, been feeling super drowsy lately. Might be sleep disorder. Cut the crap, Levi barked, slapping the rolled-up papers against Daniel's head. Answer seriously. Daniel rubbed his scalp with a sigh. Fine, I'll admit it, young family paid to get me in here. Can T keep up with the lab class? Don T understand anything? Can I switch? No way. Levi shot back, actually furious this time. I know people V been talking behind your back, but I checked your past records. You not bad. Daniel let out a dry laugh. You really Don T know what kind of school I came from? Even if they stuck me in a regular class, getting average grades would V been like winning the lottery in my last life. D never actually won a top exam. Staying in the elite track meant nights burning the midnight oil, stacks of practice tests so high they could bury him alive. Sure, college didn't work out, some things went sideways, but those days, they were real, every single one. He wasn't forgetful. He knew all his old material down cold, but the idea of doing it all over again, chasing glory on that foundation? Honestly, not really into it. Yeah, well, William suddenly spoke up from beside him. Daniel blinked. Didn't he expect a word from him? He turned. What's not worth it? Your grades in the regular class? Not being average, that's not believable, William said, hands in his pockets, leaning against the wall. I saw your entrance test. You barely made the cutoff for the lab class. Daniel, never heard of better to be a head of a chicken than a tail of a phoenix? So you really want to be the chicken? William shot back. Just so you know, switching to regular class doesn't mean you can nap through every lecture like it's some dream. Levi instantly nodded. Daniel, don't go all doom and gloom. This one on me. Daniel really wanted to say he wasn't giving up at all. He just hated the vibe in the honors class now. Especially with Michael around, he was already unbearable enough. And honestly, he had plenty of cash these days. Even a side investment plan he quietly set up to steer clear of the Yang family. Wait until after high school, cut all ties with the Yang family for good, then head off to a college that's not exactly top tier but still solid, perfect timing. So what if he accidentally dozed off once? Does that mean he just gives up on himself? Then there was that smug bastard lounging around like it was all sunshine and rainbows. What even was this guy's deal? Sudden nice guy act now, after being the class rep all along? By third period physics, Daniel finally figured out what Levi meant. Asterisk he defix it. Asterisk. Teacher Anthony stepped into the classroom, his eyes scanning the room, and said, William, move to sit next to Daniel. William's eyebrow twitched. Why not him? Why can he asterisk come here? Can you move out of the way? Anthony said, you two are acting like gatekeepers for the honors class. Daniel's new here, since you're the class leader. Make sure to help him with his studies from time to time. The class buzzed again. Quiet, Anthony said. Then the lesson began. Full-on class, no nap this time. Daniel even took a few notes. He'd always done well in physics, and this teacher's style definitely helped. By the end of class, the chatter erupted again. A bunch of eyes kept drifting toward William, who was already packing up his desk. Daniel felt a stare that burned hotter than the rest. He didn't need to look to know who it was. Then he watched as William casually lifted one table and slid it right beside him. Sitting back down, Daniel shot a glare. You doing this on purpose? William finished setting everything in place, then calmly flipped through his books. What's there to get even with me over? Daniel lifted his chin slightly forward. William followed his gaze, raising an eyebrow. Michael, who else? William paused what he was doing, glanced down at him. You've asked me this twice now, give me a reason. Daniel suddenly remembered that Friday night when he gotten into Michael's car. Right then, he wasn't even bothered to explain further. Seriously, between me and him? Isn't that enough? William actually seemed to think about it for a second before finally getting what Daniel meant. He let out a short, dry laugh. You really think I am into him? Lucky for them, It was the end of class. Chaos filled the room, and most of the kids in front had already headed to the bathroom. Probably no one heard a word. Daniel still couldn't believe how blunt he was. He gave William a quick look up and down. Wow, Captain Perfect's got guts. Straight a student, talking about liking someone like it's nothing. William scoffed, a faint cold edge in his eyes. Who told you I am into guys? This time, Daniel froze. In all the years he'd known him back in high school, wherever he saw William, Michael was always right there, hovering, practically glued to him. At home, Michael never missed a chance to bring up William, and his parents were always pushing them to hang out more, keep things close. Daniel suddenly remembered. He'd only seen Michael confess to William in the second half of sophomore year. Not now. Sure, the window wasn't fully broken yet, but damn, he wasn't that clueless about who he actually liked. Then Daniel remembered those whispers from years later. Those quiet rumors no one ever confirmed. William, said Mason, one of William's closest friends who later became well known in the Rome City LGBTQ+ community, stepping around and placing a hand on his shoulder while scanning their surroundings. This spot is great, just not as discreet as the last place we used to meet. William didn't react, just calmly shrugged off the arm. Fine. Then he turned straight back to meet Daniel's eyes. William's eyes flashed with danger. I know what you rethinking. Don't even go there. Mason looked confused. What do you mean, don't think about it? What are you two talking about? Oh, right, I came to tell you we're short one person. He glanced at Daniel. Hey, Daniel, right? You're pretty tall, you up for shooting hoops this afternoon? Nope. Wait. Why not? Daniel smirked, cool and unbothered. Afraid I'd scare the other team into hiding. That's so bold. Mason's eyes lit up. Daniel pulled out his book for class, just as he was about to start, dousing any spark of excitement. No time this noon. Gotta move my stuff. Midday came, and Daniel headed straight to the dorm supervisor's office to grab keys. The duty supervisor was a woman in her 40s, handing over the key while sizing him up with two quick glances. 613, mixed room. Don't go into the wrong one. Got it. Daniel took the key and turned to leave. Hold up. The supervisor called out after him. Daniel paused, looking back as she leaned slightly through the window, frowning. If anything, off in there, try not to start a fight. Just come tell us supervisors right away. Daniel raised an eyebrow. Most high school dorms were strict, no hidden appliances, no sloppy beds, but this try not to was oddly specific. The moment Daniel pushed open the dorm door, a wall of chaotic noise hit him. Game battle sounds blaring over a storm of curses and laughter. The 6-bedroom was packed with at least a dozen people crammed in, some standing, others sprawled across beds or the floor. A soda can rolled toward his foot as he shoved the door open. Just 2 meters away, the trash bin had toppled over, spilling garbage everywhere. Every iron bed frame was cluttered with stuff, plastic bags, grimy jerseys, and Daniel even caught a glimpse of something suspiciously like underwear dangling from one corner. Then he saw Benjamin, slouched against the desk, still deep in game mode. Instantly it clicked. This was why 613 stood out from all the others. A dorm where one person operated entirely outside the rules, the kind of place only someone like a school bully would claim as their own. Daniel wasn't surprised at all. A storm of game sound effects and curses hit him full force. The 6-person dorm was packed, 10 or more people crammed in, some sitting, others standing. As Daniel's foot nudged a soda can on the floor while entering, he spotted an overturned trash bin 2 meters away, spilling garbage everywhere. Clothes, plastic bags, dirty jerseys hung from every iron bed frame. Daniel even caught a glimpse of something that might have been underwear, especially when Daniel spotted Benjamin slouched over the desk. Gaming away, it clicked instantly that SY room 613 stood out from the rest. There was one guy who operated completely outside school rules. Well, it's the place where the campus bully lives. No wonder it's like this. Daniel wasn't surprised at all. Lots of people in there didn't actually live here. Near the door, someone spotted Daniel and leaned over with curiosity. Looking for someone? Not really. As he answered, Daniel stepped inside. The guys who cornered him at the internet cafe last Friday were all there, and when they saw Daniel walk in, tension spiked instantly. The air crackled with danger. Everyone assumed he'd come to settle scores. Then he just walked straight in, headed for an empty bed near the balcony, and started unpacking his suitcase. Completely unfazed, he laid out his stuff like no one was watching. Clothes, a bedsheet, a toiletry kit, plus some weird-looking ginger tea meant for stomachs. Before anyone could react, a foot came crashing onto the open edge of the case. Plastic snapped with a sharp crack that sent shivers down every spine. Benjamin's eyes flashed with rage. "You re the one who shows up first? I haven't even come looking for you, and now you waltz in here like you own the place. Who gave you permission to stay?" Last Friday he'd been too shaken to think straight, easily rattled by Daniel's few sharp words. Truth was, whether it was his family drama or Daniel guessing his orientation, it wouldn't matter if he just dated a girl. No one would believe him anyway, and it was widely known among respectable families in Rome City that Daniel wasn't favored within the Yang family. So how could the Yang family possibly stand by him? "Get your foot off," Daniel said, eyes downcast. Benjamin sneered, pressing harder. "Either apologize on your knees or get out. No one's gonna know anything happened this week." Daniel looked up. "I said, take it off. Go to hell." Benjamin kicked the suitcase clean apart. At that same instant, Daniel slammed the case shut. Its other half shot up like a book snapping closed, and Benjamin yelped in pain before springing to his feet. Daniel drove his knee forward, moving into the fight with a wild, reckless fury. No fear, no second thoughts, just pure inevitability. The basketball court was right in the middle of halftime. Students packed the area 3 layers deep, guys buzzing about the fierce first half, girls regrouping from their excitement to whisper quietly about who looked hottest just now. Mia, the class representative from the honors program with her hair in a ponytail, was handing out water to a group of boys just coming off the court. Another boy from a different class wiped sweat and joked, "Mia, this isn't even a formal game. Why are you going through all this trouble today?" Mia nodded toward the guy who was drinking water, saying, "I can't help it. You saw what happened. If I didn't step in, that guy would have been overwhelmed by all the girls here. What can I do? He's my childhood friend after all." The other players all cracked up. "That's why we always call on William. He turns every game into a fan festival. You hear the screaming, and suddenly you convinced you got that I am ridiculously hot vibe, and sprint faster than any dog. Yeah right, only you run like one. Fair point. I'm not admitting it either. You just jealous he's the one drooling over William's skills, spouting nonsense about charisma and all that." William sat on the steps, quiet amid the banter. His white jersey made his skin look impossibly smooth. Sweat slicked his hair and neck, but it didn't make him look messy. If anything, it gave him an edge of wild, careless cool. Another guy chuckled. "Wait, isn't Michael from the honors class also a childhood friend? Heard he's back. He never misses these games. Why isn't he here today?" Mia glanced at William before replying, "Not everyone can be considered a childhood friend. Anyway, I'm not close to him." "She's at it again," Mason said, dropping down beside William and tugging at his collar as he spoke. "She really can't stand Michael. Every time he's mentioned, she looks like she's swallowed something sour." Truth be told, William, Mia, Harper from grade at 3 middle school, and Zhang Yu from class were the ones who grew up together. Not quite the same league as the Shi family, but solid enough, lived close by, exchanged visits every holiday. Michael, strictly speaking, only really knows William. The connection between the 11 and Yang families goes back to their grandparents, close ties, deep roots, but somehow, by the time they reached the parents' generation, that closeness had faded. Mason wasn't really interested in adult matters, but he did know that the current head of the Yang family didn't have a great reputation, especially after the messy situation involving disputed blood ties within the family, which was handled poorly. Mia didn't dislike Michael because he wasn't a biological member of the Yang family. Speaking of that, Mason still found it amusing. He leaned on William's shoulder and asked with a grin, "Harper confessed to you after the middle school exam, right? You really don't like her? I heard Michael secretly turned her down for you behind your back, basically causing a rift between Mia and her closest friend, which is why she's been cold toward him. If you're feeling regretful about it, we could all get together again sometime soon." William twisted the cap back on, eyeing Chi Lin sideways. You got way too much time on your hands. Not busy at all. Got stuff on my mind. Then shut up. William set the water bottle down on the step behind him, just as the whistle blew, signaling the start of the second half. A breathless guy sprinted over and stood among a group of guys from the honors classes, asking, "That Daniel, yours, right?" Ezra happened to be there and laughed, saying, "Yeah, he moved out of the dorm, didn't he? I offered to help him, but he wouldn't let me. They fighting. What? Daniel's in a brawl? 10 guys on one. Freaked me out. Wow." Ezra jumped up instantly. "I'm gonna check it out." William glanced over, frowning as he stood up, when Mason nearby said, "This might need to be brought to Anthony's attention. Should I go?" "Go ahead." William yanked his jacket from the basketball net. "Keep an eye out. Make sure no one else is hanging around the office. Let's keep this quiet if we can." "Got it." By the time the group of honors kids reached the 6th floor, William was leading the way. The hallway was dead silent, way too quiet. Nothing like the bloody gang fight you'd picture. Just a few students peeking from their dorms. But no one dared step out. Room 613 was locked tight. No sound from inside. Ezra looked worried. Could they have seriously hurt someone? William's brow nodded, his jacket shifting from right hand to left as he knocked hard on the door. "Open up." No response, just silence. Ezra rushed to the neighboring dorm and grabbed a boy, asking, "What's going on? Who was involved in the fight?" It was Benjamin and his crew," the bespectacled kid whispered. Ezra kicked the wall hard. He turned back, voice tight. "Benjamin's gang. Last week they blocked Daniel at the Blue Spider Internet Cafe." William's eyes narrowed, sharp and cold. "Why didn't you say anything earlier?" "What do you mean?" Ezra said, his voice flat. There was no follow-up after last week's incident. For some reason, Benjamin's group suddenly backed off, which is why Daniel ended up in their hands today. William didn't say another word. He stepped back 2 paces and unleashed a powerful kick. Crash! The door slammed into the wall, then bounced back with a violent thud. Dust rained down from the ceiling as the impact shook the room. Those standing at the doorway froze in silence upon seeing what lay inside. Not many people were there, maybe 5 or so, counting the guy sitting backward on a chair, cigarette dangling from his fingers. Daniel rested an elbow on the back of his chair, eyes scanning the door through a haze of smoke. Faint, distant, utterly indifferent. Daniel's elbow rested on the back of the chair, his eyes flicking toward the door through a haze of smoke. Distant, cold, like he wasn't really seeing anything at all, nor did it flinch at the sight of strangers stepping in. The moment William pushed open the door and stepped inside, something shifted like a barrier finally breaking. He crossed over overturned chairs, scattered gear, moving straight toward the man seated there. William kicked open the door and stepped into the dorm, as if finally shattering the silence of that sealed world. He crossed over the overturned chair, stepping through the scattered mess on the floor, and moved toward the figure sitting there. He didn't say a word, just grabbed Daniel's jaw and twisted it sideways, checking the scrape across his cheekbone, the dark smear of blood at the corner of his mouth. Daniel tilted his head away. "No!" Daniel tilted his head back, dodging the gaze. "No." His voice was hoarse. William let go, his gaze dropping to the guy's arm, which looked half-drained of strength. He stated flatly, "Fighting doesn't count. Still smoking? Real bold of you." Daniel took another drag, exhaled slowly. "Go ahead, report me then." William didn't push further, not sure why. Daniel looked over at Ezra and the other guys, some of whom he'd never even spoken to, and asked, "What are you all doing here?" "Obviously we had to come. Can just sit back when one of our own is getting picked on in the experimental class?" The others finally seemed to snap back to reality, and Ezra even rolled up his sleeves, ready to teach the troublemakers a lesson. But once he got around to seeing the condition of the person on the ground, he froze instantly. "Holy, this is bad." One guy had blood streaming from both nostrils. Another's eyes were bruised black, especially Benjamin, the usual school bully, always acting like a monkey showing off, had his face swollen half to hell, probably cracked teeth, and with the wound on his head still not healed from last week. Looked downright gruesome. Big-time king of the school reduced to this. No wonder he didn't answer the door earlier. Besides Ezra, The others were truly taken aback. They only seen Daniel back when he first joined the Young Family-S group, still fresh and untested. Just this quiet bookworm from a wealthy background, dusty but promising, thought he was just a skinny kid, never guessed he could fight like that. Right now, with him relying on cigarettes to keep his fury in check. The others saw only calm control, someone not to mess with. Daniel, Benjamin said, still not giving up, voice sharp, chasing us? That's nothing. There is someone out there who, I'll wipe you clean. Daniel gave him a quick sideways glance, then stood up from the stool, jaw tight around the cigarette butt, grabbing the small fruit knife that had been deliberately placed on the table. But before he could take 2 steps, someone grabbed his wrist. William twisted his arm and yanked the blade away, eyes sharp with warning. Still hiding weapons? You really want to add another charge? I didn't hide it. Daniel shot back, nodding toward the guy on the floor. It was taken from him. William's eyes narrowed. Then he tossed the knife sharply back onto the table. He yanked the chair Daniel had just vacated, carried it over to Benjamin, and locked his legs beneath the seat before settling in himself. Benjamin blinked. William, what's your problem? My problem, William said. Everyone in the honors class falls under my purview, him included. Don't you think so? Benjamin struggled desperately, gnashing his teeth and snarling. You're just relying on your family background to bully others. Without the She family, you're nothing. The words were out before he could stop himself. Then his face twisted in pain as a sharp cry escaped him. One of William's chair legs had settled squarely on Benjamin's leg. Unnoticed until now, the jagged edge sank deep. William didn't flinch, lounged casually, pressing down as he asked with a smirk. Want to learn how real power looks? When Anthony arrived at the dorm room, the situation had already reached a point where there was little he could do. Benjamin and his group simply hung their heads in silence, neither arguing nor making excuses, openly admitting they had gone after Daniel. As for Daniel, the damage was done. Then someone, probably a classmate with too much time on their hands, blew the whole thing wide open online, spinning it into some epic brawl. The Post's headline read, Asterisk, the school bully crumbles like a dog. Who is this real dad? Asterisk. Daniel had been trending on campus forums lately, no surprise, usually paired with another name. One that sparked wild speculation about their mistaken identity, bloodlines, personalities, even what they wore every day, all boiled down to one thing. Daniel was just copying the other guy out of envy. Now that post was live. The thread exploded with fresh intel. Deep dives from every corner of rumor and gossip. The poster analyzed Daniel from all aspects and threw all kinds of inside information, leaving no stone unturned. Wild claim. This guy's not just your biological dad. He's got the real deal in every way. According to an anonymous classmate from his old high school, he was a legit genius. Motivation? Nah, just naturally sharp. Used to skip class all the time. Rumor has it he was doing side gigs outside, ruled the block around his school for 3 streets over, and there's eyewitness testimony saying he once beat up some middle-aged man so bad he ended up in a ditch like a dead dog. Though police later confirmed that guy was actually his foster dad. That part? Not verified. Next, after joining our first middle school for about a month, the Young family promoted him as a well-rounded student. At first glance, that seemed accurate, focused solely on studies, staying out of trouble, and not reacting when Benjamin's group caused issues behind his back. He really did appear to be a remarkably patient and composed student, but considering Michael still shares in their privileges, and the Young family recently faced some business troubles, I now have doubts about this image. Asterisk. And here's the real meat. Asterisk. Whether it was him deciding to rein himself in to compete with that fake heir, or playing along out of necessity now that the Young family's situation took a turn. One thing's clear. This guy's had enough. According to rough estimates, since last week he's already taken on the school bully, hit back at the fake heiress clique, and today went toe-to-toe with 4 guys at once. Legend status unlocked. That means something major must have happened over the past few days, and now, the real shocker. The school boss has changed. New week. New era. Replies are all over the place. Hundreds of posts piled up in minutes. Proof enough that strict phone confiscation at this school is about as believable as a snowball's chance in hell. Who the heck are you talking about? If it really went down like that, the school would V stepped in ages ago, right? I didn't hear a single thing. I am from the 5th floor of male dorm A wing. I swear this actually happened, but gotta say, the way you re-spinning this story, you could V fooled me. Bottom line, dude S lost his mind. Where D this teenage drama vibe come from? Tremble, huh? You think Benjamin S some kind of wolf king, and the next boss has to beat him in a fight? Let S be real, he is just another rich kid with zero game. Honestly, I still don't get why he S obsessed with targeting Daniel. Wait, didn't Benjamin once try to butter up Michael? Oh crap. Now I am starting to suspect something shady. Benjamin and Michael? Come on, can you even picture those two having anything in common? You don't know? Michael's charm isn't just hype. Sarcastic tone. From the rich kids to the poor students from the slums, he treats everyone the same. Same polite smile, same calm demeanor, which actually makes me wonder. Maybe he's not real at all, now that I look back. Totally a fake. No one saw this coming. The second-year honors class study monitor, casually pulling out her phone during class to go live like it's nothing. Mason moved to her side and asked, "What are you looking at?" "Mind your own business." Mia snapped, pausing for a second before adding, "Just watching the show." Mason looked taken aback, his expression innocent, yet he still asked, "Watching a show?" "Never mind, I was just curious, are old Yen and the others still in Anthony's office?" "Yes, still there." Mia glanced back at the empty seats, then toward Michael in the middle, who seemed lost in thought. Maybe he'd heard something or caught wind of it. Her tone carried an unintentional hint of satisfaction. "This thing got posted online. They can't suppress it anymore." Mason stared, speechless. "You're actually happy about this?" "If someone is pissed, I am just glad." Mia glanced down at her phone again. The post had already hit nearly 300 replies. People's attention had shifted back to the incident itself. How come this thing didn't leak a single whisper before now? What's the point of talking about it here when we don't even know what's real and what's not? It's for sure true. Everyone's at the academic building right now. Benjamin's family has serious clout, right? They've pulled off way worse stuff before and never got punished. Wait, is he still ranked number 1 in the grade? Summary. Benjamin is done for. He is toast. Yeah. Seconded, she family might be low-key, but they not dead. Someone scrolled down and couldn't believe it, blurted out. Can some people just stop being so ridiculous? Are we in a drama series or what? It was Daniel who got into the fight, for real. And if William is really such a busybody, dragging she family into this, what kind of brain even thinks that is smart? Wake up, everyone. Just because we all at the same school doesn't mean we all the same. With a background like she families, even being quiet won't make you ordinary. You overreacting. Seriously. Exactly. Michael has told plenty of people he only knows William through their families. If they've got a good relationship, and Daniel S actually part of the Yang family, helping him isn't that surprising. The guy who spoke earlier shot back fast. Ha! Let's be real. Michael, who always claims he is his childhood sweetheart, probably never even crossed his mind. Got it. Someone s just bitter toward the rich. Nah, it is Daniel you mad at. Jealous he got brought back into a high-end family? Wish he get kicked out, huh? The original commenter snapped instantly. Drop the assumptions, this isn't about hating rich people. I've got some money of my own, but I just can stand how some people act all peace and love while secretly revealing they obsessed with power and status. Daniel S just an overlooked son in the Yang family. Anyone with real connections wouldn't even glance at him. The Yangs barely register compared to she family. What makes you think a nobody like Daniel matters? Me jealous? That comment set off a firestorm. Not because of Daniel, but because the guy's arrogance and condescension were so blatant, and he was attacking everyone without mercy. With that kind of energy in the thread, a lot of casual onlookers actually started hoping this whole thing would quietly disappear. Best case scenario. Benjamin gets shipped home. Daniel walks away clean. Fact is, half an hour later, the school PA system suddenly crackled to life. Breaking announcement. Today at noon, A serious fight broke out in grade 10, class 1. The incident was deeply disruptive and severely damaging. Immediate notice. Disciplinary action has been taken as follows. Daniel from grade 10, class 1, found to have committed minor misconduct and not the primary instigator, public reprimand across campus, plus a 500-word oral and written apology at Monday's flag-raising ceremony. Benjamin from grade 10, class 9, repeatedly violated school rules with serious offenses. One major demerit, suspended for 1 week, sent home to be disciplined by parents. Huangsheng, class 6. Ma Xiong, class 7, warning issued, written apology of 1,000 words required. The school is not a place to break laws or run wild. No cover-ups, no leniency. All students should take this as a lesson and focus on studies. That concludes the announcement. All the fierce back and forth speculation online about family ties, privilege, power plays, crumbled into dust in an instant. The announcement basically said, "What were you all even thinking? Parents are being called." Not long after the broadcast ended, someone noticed the forum thread had vanished. Deleted. Administration office. Anthony asked the student standing in front of him, "Do you have any comments on this outcome?" Daniel nodded. "Fine, fair enough. I'll sort out Benjamin's dorm with school staff. Stay put. No worries. Next time something like this comes up, don't just go swinging. Assess the situation first. Think you a fighter now? What's most important in the honors class? Studying hard. Really studying. You keep staring at what?" Daniel leaned half-slumped against the hallway wall, drenched in late afternoon sun that made everything feel slow and dreamy. Just then, someone below, pocketing a bag, happened to glance up. Anthony followed the gaze downward, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. His eyes narrowed slightly behind his glasses as he asked, "Before I arrived, did William really do nothing?" Daniel glanced back. What could he have done? Better be that way. Anthony dropped the topic, leaving only a vague remark. Benjamin nearly ended up on a stretcher. "I'm not blind, you know." Daniel acted like he didn't hear. As Daniel was heading downstairs, Anthony called out behind him, "No more fighting." "Got it." At the stairwell, Daniel turned back, eyes rolling with mild exasperation. "Honestly, I'm not really into getting physical. Trouble was, he couldn't mimic William's uncanny talent for shutting people up without saying a word." Down the stairs, Daniel moved toward the group from the honors class. "You okay? Did Anthony give you a hard time?" Should V laid into Benjamin harder. Ezra rested a hand on his shoulder and took the lead in starting a conversation. After everything that happened, Daniel felt like he truly belonged with the group now. Each person's face became more defined and real, full of passion and genuine warmth. Daniel chatted with them for a few minutes, his gaze drifting to the person slightly lagging behind by a step. "Thanks," Daniel said. "Captain." William's gaze cut through the crowd and landed on him, voice calm. "Save your thanks for Levi. He was the one who pushed back against everyone to keep you in." Daniel shrugged. "I know. So this isn't really about thanking you for stepping in?" William looked at him, lips curling slightly. "Your lip's busted, yet still got plenty to say." Daniel instinctively touched his lip with his tongue. Instant pain made his brows snap together. That night at 613, the air was thick and heavy, like something was about to break. Some guy who rolled around the forums and gotten branded as the new campus bully had everyone in the dorm terrified. 2 diligent students so scared they barely dared to breathe, tiptoeing their way through bathroom routines. Before Daniel showed up, there were only 3 of them in the room, counting Benjamin. The other 2 were Grace, who seemed naturally timid, and Christian from the liberal arts class, a boy with extremely thick glasses who tended to react slowly. That night, Daniel sat at the desk scrolling through his phone. Matthew somehow found out about school gossip and messaged him. "You causing trouble on campus?" Daniel didn't respond. The loud thud of the phone being set down made Grace, who had been sitting on the bed across from him, jump up abruptly. Mr. Daniel," he stammered, voice trembling. I can bring you a foot bath." Daniel froze for a beat. "Benjamin used to make you do that?" Grace nodded softly, whispering, "Yes, tell him to piss off." "Ha! Anybody else asks you to do it, just tell him to scram." 10 minutes later, Grace glanced at the basin of yellowish-brown foot bath water at Daniel's feet. Then she looked over at the person leaning against the table, eyes closed, face slightly flushed from the strong scent. Gulp. Daniel, what do you soak your feet in? Huh. The guy lazily lifted his head, eyes foggy like he'd just woken from a daze, then blinked slowly. Oh, herbs. Grace quietly looked away. This so-called campus bully doesn't seem that scary. Daniel's fame had been building lately. Everywhere he walked, people turned to stare. Out of class, most students would call out, Daniel, when they saw him, and those who sneaked into the experimental class hallway just to catch a glimpse of the new kingpin, they usually ended up seeing nothing but his back. Honestly, this guy wasn't exactly intimidating. Lazy as hell too. And during breaks, he only ever did one thing, sleep, and he's actually asleep, like, fully out. I sometimes wonder if he never slept in his past life, Mason said, claiming the seat just before the last row. He glanced at William's calm expression and quietly pointed toward Daniel. He's been asleep for at least half an hour since morning study period. William flicks a sideways glance. All he sees is that messy mop of hair catching the light and the pale pink tip of Daniel's ear, pressed red from resting on his elbow. William looked away and turned to Mason. Why do you even care about that? Not just me, Mason smirked. Back when we were in class, most of the girls who peeked at our door were secretly checking you out. Now, at least a third are here for Daniel. Honestly, how come nobody noticed before that he's actually quite good looking? He's starting to challenge your spot as the top guy at Rome City First Middle School. Don't you feel any pressure? William stares at him, deadpan. Mason muted himself automatically. The two of them sit in the corner like stone statues. No one dares step into that zone anymore. Just then, two clumsy giants crash through the doorway, their backs slamming hard against the wall with a bang, jolting Daniel awake from his nap. Mason looked at the person who rubbed their arm and slowly lifted their head, almost saying out loud, yes, exactly this vibe, just that sleepy, annoyed glare when someone's woken up, totally irresistible, especially with girls. William suddenly speaks. There a mouse in our dorm? Ha! Daniel blinks, a beat too slow to register he's being addressed. Daniel, what mouse? No mice? Then why can you sleep at night and keep falling asleep during the day? Mason struck up a conversation with Daniel. Sleep master, I'm really curious. Where did you learn that trick of falling asleep on any table? Can I be your student? Daniel yawns wide, hiding the tired glint in his eye. Just give up. What? Mason said, not catching what was said. Daniel glanced at the person beside him with arms crossed and gave Mason an example. Like your William. He's always pushing hard to stay top of the class, carrying all the tasks and expectations from teachers, seen as the family's hope and future leader. All of that. Just let it go. A soft scoff comes from nearby. Mason, barely resisting the urge to get sucked into the hype, stayed sharp and said, Old Yen isn't your average person. Despite all that you're saying, his sleep schedule is seriously extreme. He's locked in at 8 of the clock every weekend night and wakes up at 6, followed by a full hour of running. Wow, amazing, Daniel said flatly, slapping his hands once before flopping back onto the table. I can even function if I don't sleep. I crash before I woke up. Mason started envying his state of mind, almost reaching out to grab a handful of his hair in frustration. He asked, barely able to contain himself, the pressure in the honors class is insane, you never get stressed? Nope, the guy mumbled, face still buried in his arms. Shut again. What about the college entrance exam? Doesn't that make your scalp tingle? Just thinking I've got 2 years until graduation makes my head buzz worse. Alright, Mason said, pulling out his most persuasive argument. Don't you want to compete with Michael? I've noticed he's been putting in extra effort lately. Hardly even hangs around William anymore. Wouldn't you like to prove yourself this time? Show your family that you've got what it takes? Give a clear response to everyone who said you only got in through connections? Daniel opened one eye and glanced at Mason. Then he shifted toward the side, muttering, Dude, my brother's got your face written all over mine. Can you not? William raised an eyebrow. Am his dad? He could be your son. Thanks, William said dryly. I don't have a kid like that. Daniel turned back to Chi Lin, sneering. You hear that? Disgrace, son. Listen to what you just asked. That's not respect. Now get up and go crawl back where you came from. You can pick which one. Mason was left reeling from the sharp exchange just now. William wasn't exactly human anyway. But now he was insulting Daniel? Asking if he wanted to rise up and prove himself? Calling it shame? Who the hell was actually humiliating whom? Mason walked away, but quickly turned back. Want to join us for the weekend ride at South Mountain? Daniel? Daniel blinked. You re-inviting me? Yeah, sure. As Daniel recalled the rumors about a fatal accident at Nanshan Racing, he heard Mason boldly say, compared to racing, I just realized cycling, a popular activity for older adults, might be more your style. Let's race this weekend and see what real embarrassment feels like. Daniel's eyes narrowed with suspicion. Could this guy really be the Mason from later rumors in Rome City's social scene? Someone said to have been involved with many young men? The way he's acting is so straight-laced. Daniel thought he was just good at reading people, but now it seems like maybe he's just naturally confident. Daniel's gaze drifted down. Then William spoke again. It's optional. You don't have to go if you don't want. A biking club? Daniel turned. William gave him a quick glance. School affiliated. Mostly students. Daniel hesitated. Then nodded. All right, I'll go. Go. William raised an eyebrow. Thought you'd rather stay home and sleep all weekend. Mason suddenly realized, giving Daniel an immediate tease. Oh right, I almost forgot. Can you actually get up at 6 in the morning for the meeting? Daniel ran a hand through his hair, looked up. Sleep? Can skip that. After all, my weekend's more about teaching you how to behave. Mason lunged forward, as if ready to grab Daniel by the shoulders. William kicked the table, which slid forward just in time to block Mason's legs, stopping what had started to feel like a familiar clash between the two. Class is starting. William tossed the book for the next lesson onto the table and asked Mason, still standing here? Waiting for me to see you off? Mason muttered under his breath as he walked away. Daniel let out a quiet chuckle. The smile hadn't even faded. When he noticed William still watching him, Daniel looked back. William, fun. Who else would react so funny? Big guy, all muscle. But one spark and he's gone. Daniel kept up in the conversation, not giving an inch. Actually, for him, going to Nanshan meant enjoying beautiful scenery, breathing fresh air, and having the chance to ride a bike when he was free. It perfectly matched his ideal state for a weekend. William seemed to read through him, offering a quiet, almost pitying remark. A man who can take the heat won't settle for nothing less than results. On the court, Mason was well known for being quick to anger and always ready to confront others. Then he glanced at the man beside him, unscrewing the thermos on the table, faint traces of chrysanthemum still lingering in the air. William didn't react. He pressed a finger against his temple. Quiet. He couldn't quite remember what Daniel had looked like the first time he seen him. Probably some storm-lashed crowd. Walls of people pressing in from every side. Daniel's eyes wide, wild like a trapped animal, pinned to the ground by cops in the rain. The surrounding village, livestock pens scattered around, mud stained and silent, the air thick with damp earth and something else, something sour, almost choking. The tears of the young group couple aren't fake. Likely the woman who raised Daniel screaming at cops, her voice raw as she clawed through the chaos. And Samuel, Daniel's foster dad, lying on the ground, face swollen and unrecognizable from a beating, utterly surreal, a farce played out in the mud. Michael sat in the car, pale as chalk. He whispered, William? That's Daniel, right? William pulled his gaze away, staring at the ceiling of the car. Part of him was already thinking, last time, old lady had softened up, insisted he come see for himself. Truth be told, just as expected, whether Daniel's been ruined or not is anyone's guess. But one thing's clear, he's got that deep, dark pit in his eyes you can help but see. If the Young family wants to keep up appearances, they might buy themselves a fleeting illusion of peace. But if things fall apart, that returned son isn't some puppet to be pushed around. What happens next? Nobody knows. Michael's voice came back shaky, almost like he was talking to himself, or maybe asking him, why though? Why me? I never had those parents. I'll never admit they mine. William's tone remained calm, flat, as if nothing at all, almost like a sneer. Guess there's more than just you wondering why. That was about as much reaction he could muster. Between the Shi and Yang families, the search for the child had already been handled by those who stepped in, and anything beyond that, he didn't care. Less than a month later, the Yang family indeed stirred up some noise. Dropping the lawsuit really does sound like something that couple would do. Matthew might be better suited to run the Yang family, but then again, when you're dealing with a dynasty like theirs, favoring a younger brother who plays nice is usually the smarter move. Who knows when or where this whole thing will finally end. Never expected it. DB Daniel. Burning up with fever in some dingy internet cafe alleyway, he was sharp, biting, and utterly unapologetic. William tried to recall when he might have offended him. Then it clicked. Probably every person who even looked like they had ties to the Yang family was guilty in his eyes, by default. And then what? Things started veering off script. The Daniel he saw next, same guy, yet not the same at all. You'd say he wasn't competitive, but still never let anyone walk over him. Say he's got ambition? Then again, there was nothing left to read in his eyes anymore. The shift was subtle, but impossible to ignore. Like now, for instance, today, high, 35 degrees C. Early in the morning, still half asleep and grumpy, the person who had been exchanging sharp words with Mason earlier now held their plain-looking, blue-gray thermos, tilting it slightly to blow on the surface of the drink. Took a tiny sip, then another, grimaced under his breath. This is bitter. Someone messed up the instructions. William held it in for ages, then finally asked, "You really need this hot water?" Someone glanced over, like you lot, drenched in sweat, slamming down a bottle of ice-cold water like it's some kind of trophy. William smirked. Maybe there's still one type of water left in this world. Room temperature. Room temp 1, tea. Cut it for chrysanthemum tea. Want a packet? No thanks. Daniel and William had been desk mates for nearly a week now, aside from any potential future connection with that young kid. As a fellow seatmate, Daniel had zero complaints about him, quiet, low-key, and perfect for copying homework. High school assignments were brutal. Just because he could do them didn't mean he'd bother actually thinking. Honestly, today was weird. Why the hell was drinking hot water such a big deal to him? Daniel held up his cup, eyes full of skepticism. Jealous I am living like a human being? William nearly snorted. He never heard anything so ridiculous. He actually laughed. Jealous I smoke with my tea? Jealous I am slapping ice on a puffy face? Or that I chug hot water after pulling all-nighters? Daniel. Shut up. 2 seconds later, the math teacher arrived, her sensible black heels clicking with precise authority as she marched to the front. She carried a stack of in-class quizzes and slammed them onto the desk with a heavy thud. This test, overall quite satisfactory. A woman in her late 30s, hair pulled back tight and flawless. Her light gray professional suit looked like it had been molded around her. Stiff, unyielding, solemn, the kind of outfit that didn't inspire joy. But there are a few people I need to address seriously today. The moment she said it, the classroom buzzed with low murmurs. Daniel didn't flinch, like he'd been expecting this all along. As he met her sharp gaze, hearing her say, "Daniel, 125 points, in our honors class, that is barely passing. But tell me, how did you actually solve the last big question? Is there anything wrong with my solution, Emily?" Daniel slowly stood up from his seat. His expression was cool, almost indifferent, but beneath the surface, shadows had already darkened his eyes. Emily, who was also Daniel's math teacher in a previous life, Daniel still remembered that line. Michael's always been top of the class, trophies piling up from every competition, and he never accused you of cheating. On the contrary, he covered for you. So what about you? That wasn't a pop quiz. It was Daniel's first monthly exam after transferring to first middle school. Back then, he hadn't been boarding either. Michael, as the math class representative, held the math test paper he had accidentally taken home from the office the previous day and explained to Emily, "Emily, it was my mistake." In the teacher's office, Emily spoke with a confident tone, saying, "Daniel, the difficulty here at first middle school isn't like your old high school. You scored exactly the same as the class representative and even got the same question wrong. Tell me, is that really just a coincidence? if you apologize today, I'll let this go. Apologizing was out of the question. Charlotte had been called in that day. The woman was elegantly dressed, her face filled with remorse. I'm really sorry, Emily. I should have done a better job raising my 2 children. Emily softened her tone. Michael is someone I know well. This isn't his fault. For someone like Daniel who's eager to improve, that ambition is admirable, but it's important to take the right path. Yeah. That evening in the car home, Charlotte still looked like she was tiptoeing around his feelings, saying, Daniel, I didn't tell your dad or brother. They'd be furious if they found out. Daniel snorted. You welcome to tell them. That's exactly what Charlotte took as proof he was guilty and acting childish. Later, Daniel's grades climbed steadily across all subjects, except math. He couldn't bring himself to listen to a single one of her classes. That tiny gap on the final exam? All because of that, now years later, felt like history repeating itself. Only this time, something was different. The last big question. He actually remembered it. Daniel actually remembered the last big question. The extra credit problem wasn't hard at all for someone who done advanced calculus in college. He glanced at it, didn't overthink it, just wrote down the steps like he always did. Daniel half expected to be accused of cheating, but then, perhaps past events leave traces. Emily said, the test papers were placed on the desk yourselves. At that time, the class representative's paper was right there on the podium, and someone saw you writing answers with a pen up there. Plus, your problem-solving approaches matched exactly, an advanced method not covered in high school at all. She came close to saying he decopied outright. Who saw me? Daniel asked. The whole class went silent. Daniel scanned the room, voice sharp. Come on. Someone tell me who saw me writing on the desk and thought I was copying someone else's test? This was the first time Daniel had shown such raw emotion in class. Everyone almost forgotten this new transfer kid, who spent days zoning out in class, had just beaten up a whole crew and sent them to the hospital a few days ago. Emily said sharply, Daniel, who are you threatening? If you're not copying someone else's answers, then what are you writing? Daniel snorted. The questions were so easy I had to deliberately mess up a few just in case they scared the teacher. Problem with that? Utterly incomprehensible. A hand landed on Daniel's suddenly stiffened shoulder. Broad palm, long, elegant fingers. The index finger lightly tapped Daniel's shoulder twice. Unexpectedly, he felt a quiet, calm-down vibe from it. Within seconds, people around him stood up. I watched him finish the last question. Emily, William said with a casual tone. The answer was 1/2. He revised it once, and during the remaining half hour after finishing, he even drew a little turtle next to the extra credit problem. Someone in class couldn't hold it in, burst out laughing. Emily actually picked up the top test paper and flipped through it, then her face darkened. Daniel glanced at William, wondering if he'd been born with 5-0 vision. William spoke again, a hint of amusement in his voice. So, Emily, given how sudden and unfounded this accusation was, don't you think you should apologize to the student who was wrongly accused? For a split second, the whole class froze silent as a tomb. Only Michael in the front row clenched his pen tighter at William's words. Truth was, this math teacher wasn't exactly beloved. Most students hated her rigid teaching style, but Daniel knew she stayed in the honors track until graduation. Daniel knew Emily instinctively suspected him of cheating, mostly because she assumed he had ulterior motives just from hearing about his connection with Michael. She also didn't believe a student coming from a less advanced high school in a small county could possibly solve such a problem. Tension hung thick in the air. Daniel knew she wasn't going to apologize. This time, Daniel gently tugged at William's sleeve. William gave a low grunt through his nose, eyes flicking up in mild suspicion. Daniel let go and turned to face the lectern. Next monthly exam. Top 10 in grade gets to stay. Anyone not making it? Teacher keeps them. Daniel wasn't about to waste his breath on a teacher he had to face every single day, someone he absolutely loathed. This wasn't just some passing annoyance. It was years of it, decades really. Just thinking about that face brought back memories so sharp they replay in his mind like a broken record. He figured he could just close his eyes and get through it this time. But no, he ended up with the same gut-wrenching feeling as if he swallowed something vile. So bad he nearly vomited up last night at dinner. Either she leaves or he does. Someone's gotta go. And pretty much guaranteed. It'd be him. The math teacher's face turned as dark as stone. Clearly not expecting Daniel to speak so openly, so boldly. The whole class fell dead silent. Need a written report? Only one kid remained unfazed. Just stared at Daniel like he was trash, sneering. You saying it doesn't count? That could easily be read as him calling Daniel a complete coward. But anyone who lived with William for even a year knew. This wasn't about fairness. The class rep had his back, and he meant to keep it that way. The story of Daniel from the honors class and the math teacher's sudden clash had spread like wildfire through the entire grade in no time. So fast, even the teacher's lounge during lunch was buzzing with it. What kind of student bets against their own teacher? If the teacher loses credibility, how can they possibly manage students after that? That was the naysayers' take. Emily did make a mistake, but not enough to lose her place teaching honors math. The cautious, neutral voice weighed in. I actually think this bet's worth trying. Teachers and students should keep each other accountable. You can judge a situation from just one side. It pushes students to aim higher and prevents teachers from shutting down talent out of bias. That came from Isabella, another math teacher in the sophomore year group, only in her late 20s. She was young at heart and spoke bluntly. Back when she first started teaching, Emily had even mentored her, but their teaching styles and philosophies were miles apart, so their relationship stayed lukewarm. One thing was true. Isabella was a lot more popular than Emily. When another teacher asked her, Isabella, you've seen Daniel's math paper. Emily still insists it's not his level. What do you think? The test sheet was right there on Isabella's desk. She studied it over and over, and one thing stood out as odd. Every multiple choice and fill-in question Daniel got wrong had been corrected afterward, and the first answer he crossed out? Almost always correct. To some, that looked like guilt, like someone who copied and then panically changed their answers to hide it. That was Emily's main argument. Isabella saw it differently. The solutions for each long-form problem were crystal clear, even skipping steps naturally, giving off this effortless, confident vibe. Then there was that line from class. This question is too easy. I'm afraid I'll scare the teacher. Most people took it as arrogance, but Isabella thought at least 8 parts of it rang true. So when answering her colleague, she just smiled and said, sure, geniuses might be rare, but they exist, and smart kids? Not that uncommon either. Emily's being way too quick to judge. That made her stance crystal clear. Teachers were whispering among themselves. So what are we going to do about this? Don't even get me started. Levi's probably pulling his hair out. And Levi? Right then, he felt like his already thinning hair was on the verge of vanishing. In the principal's office, Levi jabbed a finger at the student in front of him. You, always causing trouble 3 times a week. It feels like. The kid in a half-zipped uniform looked oddly distracted. Only snapped back when he heard the sharp tone, muttering, calm down, you LLH faster if you stay mad. Just say yes to my plan already. Say yes? Say yes to what? Levi stormed out from behind his desk. I thought you were actually here to study, seriously. And look what you did on day 1, started a fight. You haven't even finished reciting your apology yet, and already you've forgotten? Your memory is worse than a dog's. The middle-aged man in front of him was spitting fury, words flying out like machine gun fire, droplets nearly hitting his own face. Daniel winced and turned his head aside, covering his face. Look, I never promised I'd be in the top 10, he said with a sigh. Levi's sharp little eyes narrowed instantly. He crossed his arms and smirked. So you've already made up your mind, huh? Is the desk in the honors class got nails? Can T sit on it? The last word cracked upward. Like a voice about to split, Daniel frowned back. Why do you even care if I stay in the honors class? A regular classroom is just as good for studying. Daniel. Levi suddenly went cold, staring straight into his eyes. He locked eyes with Daniel and said, I've been in this job for nearly 30 years. Be serious. Levi snapped, frustration thick in his voice. Every year I send out thousands of graduates. You really think you here because your parents dropped a few coins into the school's pocket? Daniel straightened up, frowning. What's that supposed to mean? Your folks did pay us some, yes, but we let you in the honors track for more than money. Levi's nose curled with condescension. You really think this spot is open to anyone? The Shi family donated 2 buildings to this school. Ever seen them act like fools? Daniel let out a snort at the comparison, then got kicked in the shin by Levi. Levi went on, his tone firm. Take William, for instance, then there's Mia, Ezra, Julian. These are students the school sees great potential in, ones who are expected to attend top universities and become leaders in their fields. Your admission was based on your actual performance and abilities, not just money. Even if your parents donated everything they had, I wouldn't let you in if your results were truly poor. Daniel shot back. Dream on. Young family as in handing over their fortune to a school. Is that really what matters? Daniel's ears were still ringing from the shouting. He was too drained to say a word. What the hell was going on now? Last lifetime, he de-studied like a maniac. Then his math teacher accused him of cheating, and no one ever said it was because of potential. The school just took him in to make a good impression. And the Yang family didn't care about anything but keeping up appearances. Well now, he wasn't chasing that dream anymore. So what's the point of forcing him to play the part? Daniel rubbed his temple and stared at Levi. Don't guilt trip me, okay? Like I am supposed to feel guilty for not dying on the spot, because you being such a saint. So can you even make it into the top 10? No, you. Just then, a knock at the door saved Levi from blowing up right there. William glanced around the office and finally locked eyes with Daniel. Problem? Daniel frowned silently. William said nothing, just stepped aside, revealing Matthew standing behind him. Dead to me. That glare landed right on William's face. But the guy didn't even flinch. He just turned to Levi and said, Daniel's parents are here. Matthew stepped in, dressed in a sharp suit like he just walked off the boardroom floor. The school had decided to call the parents, though it was weird why it wasn't Charlotte, and instead Matthew, who always claimed he was too busy to breathe. Matthew glanced at Daniel and extended a hand toward Levi. Levi, good to see you. I am Daniel's older brother. Hi. Levi flashed a bright smile and chatted casually for a couple of seconds. Daniel's eyes flicked to the person stepping beside him. You brought him? Daniel frowned. William shot him a glance and said, School required notification, and since we already doing it, I figured might as well pick someone who actually gets the full story. He added dryly, everyone in class heard me say I write you a formal report. I am not about to show up only to get stomped on by some random nobody. That pissed me off. Daniel always thought William had a nasty way with words, but he couldn't prove it. The more Daniel got to know him, the more he started wondering if the William from his past life was just a fake. Cold? Absolutely. No trace of generosity or grace. Less than a minute later, Daniel's stomach went stone cold at the sight of Emily and Michael walking through the door, like still water after a splash, with only one thought. Figures. He just wanted to ask William. If Matthew showed up, it was probably because this whole thing involved Michael. So how exactly did he think Matthew would listen to reason? That was his baby brother, bro? Michael at the door clearly hadn't expected Matthew to show. His face, which had been calm as he followed Emily, flickered with hesitation the moment he saw Matthew. Then he stepped over and whispered, What are you doing here? Where's Mom? She's not in today. As Matthew said it, his eyes flicked back to Daniel. Daniel stared right back, stone-faced. Then Levi spoke up. Since we all here now, why not clear things up face to face and figure out a way forward? No need to ask. Michael cut in. He glanced at William standing beside Daniel, then turned directly to him, voice tight and icy. It was me who changed the question on stage, told Emily. The words came out like he didn't even care about hiding it. Daniel's lip twitched. Not shocked, just annoyed at seeing him act so smug. He scoffed. You didn't say a thing when I asked the class? Got your tongue stuck in a pillbox? Coward. Michael clenched his fists and glared. Matthew scowled. Daniel, can you at least talk like a decent person? Depends who you re-asking. Daniel lifted his eyelids and glanced at him. If you can stand the sight of me, the front door is right there. Left turn outta here. Principal, look at his attitude. Emily jumped in, straight to it. Michael was my first call. He saw the paper too. He didn't point fingers, just said he'd seen it. But Daniel? When I asked him in class, he dug in hard, refused to back down. Now he is still acting like a bulldozer. Daniel actually laughed. You call that asking? How about I ask you back, your bias, is it aimed at me? Or is it just plain old disdain for anyone who is labeled a low performer? Emily's face darkened. Daniel, don't twist this. Emily. Matthew cut in suddenly. As a grown man, he seemed to have every right to speak to Emily on equal terms. Frowning as he asked, "I've got the general idea of what happened, so you still convinced, and holding firm, that Daniel copied? Right?" Emily hesitated, then brushed a strand of hair from her temple. After a beat, "If Daniel insists he didn't copy, I'm not forcing him to admit it. Fine, let's redo the test, new paper, new score. If he hits 130, we drop this whole thing." All eyes turned to Daniel, waiting for his answer. Matthew was practically mouthing it. Asterisk enough already. Just say yes. Asterisk. Michael played the part of observer. As cool. That flicker of disdain unmistakable. He clearly thought Daniel wouldn't hit 130. Emily crossed her arms, smugly convinced she just offered a massive favor. The other two. Levi scowled, lost in thought. William's expression stayed flat. Daniel's move was a mystery to him most of the time. Not siding with Michael? That wasn't like him at all. Daniel took it all in during that suffocating pause. Then he smiled, slow, deliberate, and spoke. What the hell gives? Before anyone could react, he spoke again. Do I have to prove something to you? That I can ace an exam? Or that I'm a thief? The guy who got his pants pulled down ends up having to prove he didn't do it. So one humiliation isn't enough. Now you want a second round? What, should I thank you for the extra insult? Watching him stay completely calm, even sounding bored, Levi was at a loss for words. And then there was William. You could try a different metaphor. His gaze dropped. Who dare take your pants off? Dead silence. Daniel was speechless. Glanced over, muttering, wow, going all out today to avoid getting stepped on. Huh? Eventually, Levi put the nail in it. He shot down Emily's suggestion. If Daniel didn't make the top 10 in next month's exam, he'd be dropped into a regular class. Half an hour later, Daniel ran into Matthew coming out of the classroom with Michael. Michael was explaining to Matthew, griping under his breath. Emily just asked me straight up. I didn't lie. I had no idea it'd blow up like this. But dude, are you seriously blaming me? Blaming you for what? Matthew didn't sound surprised at all. Michael grumbled. Just go ahead and yell if that's what you want. Matthew looked at him. Michael, you've never cared about stuff like this before. By the time he said that, they spotted Daniel. Matthew stopped dead in his tracks. I am heading back to class, Michael said, turning and walking away. Matthew stared at the guy leaning against the wall. What were you doing here? Hot, just need some airflow. The driver said you're not going home this weekend either? Daniel. Matthew finally frowned, took a slow breath. No idea why he even felt the need to explain. Michael's just a kid with a temper. Don't take it personal. Daniel stared at Matthew in front of him, utterly baffled. What kind of approach is this? Which I told you I'm taking it personal. Daniel shot back. Didn't I get the short end of the stick here? And if you're really convinced I am jealous because he copied my test, then don't pull that sorry act. I'm not buying it. Funny thing is, the guy who said, I'm scared, didn't look even close to frightened. Matthew seriously considered walking away right then, but after no reply from Daniel in his phone for days, and never hearing that usual hey, bro again, he kept finding himself thinking about this whole thing every time he opened up the screen. You handed in your phone? Nope. Then why aren't you replying to messages? Daniel blinked, confused. You need something? The air went still. If nothing else up, then go on ahead, bro. Daniel waved toward the staircase. Take it easy, had a long day. Don't think I need to walk you out? Matthew bit down hard, his temple twitching. No way. Watching Matthew's fiery retreating back, Daniel muttered under his breath. What's wrong with him? Who you cursing now? Came a lazy voice from above. Daniel looked up through the railing and spotted William standing on the upper landing. Daniel? Didn't he mean you? Satisfied now? William waved him up with a lazy flick of his fingers. Daniel climbed the stairs, Spotting Levi's office already empty, he turned at the doorway, glancing back. Where'd everyone go? Gone to a meeting. Then why'd he tell me to wait here? William paused, then smirked. Maybe he figured he couldn't resist decking you, so he switched targets. He leaned in. Levi wants you prepped fast. Top 10 by next month. Or it S on you. Daniel shot up a look. You actually agreed? William gave a flat, cold grin. Like I had a choice? Then give up. Daniel shrugged. You not getting in. I said I can get you in, unless you trying to fail on purpose. William's hand brushed the back of Daniel's head, gently pushing him forward. See that? 4th floor. Levi said if you don't make it, he'll carry you down this damn stairwell himself. Daniel turned, again catching a whiff of William's faint scent. He spoke seriously. William, Levi meant you to do this, right? In truth, Levi had said you the one pushing people to write reports, always itching for a show. Think I don't know your whole lab crew has been plotting to swap out Emily? William was straight with him. She stuck to old school methods. Getting dropped wasn't exactly shocking. Levi slammed the desk. Arrogant. 1, 2, no sense of limits, but no real anger in it. Then added, I'll move Emily to regular class if you get Daniel into the top 10. William, can't do it. Levi, can't do it? Then what's all that yearly prediction stuff you hand out? If I can get Daniel into the top 10, I'll jump off this building myself. William felt a faint prickling on his palm, warm, slightly rough. Those eyes glancing back at him had sharpened. The lazy droop of their corners was gone, replaced by something raw and immediate in the depths. Didn't he say I was bringing you? William said, calm as ever. Daniel, perfect. Let's just leave each other alone. Yeah. The next second, William spoke in a tone so ordinary it was almost unnerving. Too late now. You not making the top 10? I'll see you off. This Friday afternoon, school was out, no after-school study session. The other two in the dorm had already gone home. Daniel went to the security office for a package, came back, hadn't even unwrapped it, when an instant message popped up from a newly added anonymous contact on WeChat. You sent the money? Daniel glanced at his screen. 2 seconds later, he typed, random act of kindness. He didn't expect the other side to buy it, so added, just saw your post in the community forum asking for help. The reply came fast. Too much money. Daniel, you not even a college student? And you majoring in programming? Could end up being a big name in the industry one day. Think of it as an investment. No need to expect returns for 5, 10 years. Half a minute passed. Then, thanks, Daniel. You welcome. Staring at the now dark screen, Daniel let out a quiet chuckle. He wasn't planning to tell the other person his real name. No one believe it anyway. A high school junior dropping that kind of cash? Unlikely. At 28, Daniel wasn't just caught in a feud with Matthew like 2 screeching hens. He also ran a small tech startup of his own, just getting off the ground, and he wasn't even listed as the legal owner, so few knew about it. His partner, a genius in artificial intelligence, which meant right now, that quiet, no-nonsense voice on his phone, someone still struggling to afford medical bills for his paralyzed mother, was the same person who later be known publicly as Old K. On the day it all went down, Daniel didn't feel much regret, just a faint pang of guilt toward Old K. The company was just getting off the ground when his investor dropped dead and vanished, leaving no backup plan. It was barely weeks after he teamed up with Matthew, and cash flow was tight as hell. No idea if Old K ever found another backer after that. Daniel couldn't fix it. He could only do so much. Daniel unlocked his phone, staring at the money he'd been channeling into investments and financial plays lately. Today, the returns were finally starting to show. Sure, it bordered on cheating the system, but he at least used theories he studied and years of hands-on experience. He hadn't gone out saying he was going to win an 8-figure lottery, though honestly, that part wasn't because he forgot. It's just dumb not to take a profit when you can. Daniel closed out the earnings screen with zero guilt. His phone buzzed again. This time it was the familiar husky avatar, just like Daniel remembered, sending messages that shook the phone nonstop the second they went out. Ezra, what you up to? Ezra, heard you didn't go home. Ezra, wanna grab dinner? It's still early. Ezra. You asleep? Daniel? Who is there? Ezra. Not sleeping, just chillin'. Good, good. Ezra, remember that crew from the internet cafe last time? The ones who were still salty about you not paying for their Barbie? Don't worry. They just here to hang out. No real tricks planned. Daniel remembered that day. Promise of a barbecue. Never happened. Ended up at the hospital instead. Daniel paused for 2 seconds, then said, go ahead. Send me the address. Let's get this over with, and let you guys do your worst. Ezra shot back a giant thumbs-up emoji that filled almost his whole screen. Half an hour later, Daniel found himself at a street food stall 2 blocks away from the old net bar, joining up with Ezra and the crew. A solid crowd, probably 10 or more, most of them familiar faces, plus a few girls. Over here. Daniel. Someone waved from across the way. Daniel made his way toward the crowd, sliding into the extra seat beside Ezra, scanning the group with a quiet question. Everyone is here? Just waiting for you. Ezra slid a beer across the table. Daniel pushed it back. I don't drink. Order whatever you want. I'm buying. A ripple of teasing laughter spread through the group. The night air carried a faint, sticky heat, the sizzle from the grill mixing with the clink of beer glasses. The unmistakable soundtrack of summer nights, thick with smoke and life. Daniel stayed mostly quiet, poking at his food with a bamboo skewer, half-eaten, just listening to the chatter. He caught bits about school gossip, both their own and others, until he realized the few girls here were all from another school. There was a little wave of teasing, and among the unfamiliar girls there, someone had been zeroing in on Daniel ever since he arrived. By now she finally lost her patience and leaned over to whisper to the person beside her. Who is that? In a circle full of loud guys drunk on beer and bad jokes, Daniel was the quietest but also the most noticeable. He wore nothing but a plain white t-shirt and jeans, simple, unbothered. Under the dim yellow glow, his skin looked unnaturally pale. Even his hair tonight seemed to lie flat and obedient, the sharp angles of his wrists resting on his knees, the subtle curve of collarbones beneath the cotton. Everything just slim, in a way that felt effortless. He answered when spoken to, mostly kept things light with Ezra by his side. When the guys heard a girl asking about him, they couldn't help but groan, laughing. Don't even bother dreaming, Daniel? It's not exactly your average guy. Check out the campus forums at First Middle School. He is basically a legend there now. What kind of legend? She asked, intrigued, adding, is he like William? That famous at your school too? The mention of William made her face flicker with a faint blush. Daniel couldn't help but think. This guy was clearly popular even outside their school. Right away, one guy scoffed. Oh, totally different ballgame. How so? Well, Daniel grinned, picking up the thread. I am a total academic disaster. Smoke, drink, brawl. My past is full of trouble, and if I keep going like this, more coming. He paused with a wink. Don't compare me to William. That make my heart race. Actually, Daniel was thinking that seeing William's face, the one he made when threatening to leave him behind if he didn't make the top 10, or even toss him off the 4th floor, was really wearing on his nerves. Ezra, hearing this, suddenly asked, seriously though, did William really promise to get you in top 10? Daniel turned his head. Wait, you knew about that? Oh, so it is actually true. Ezra didn't even bother replying, just kept going. Everyone was sure you were done for. Now looks like maybe not. Daniel, who exactly do you mean by everyone? Ezra said in the most casual tone. It's just everyone from our class. Emily's class had everyone ready to quit, but no one expected it would be you stepping up at the end. Everyone's been waiting to see how things turn out. He hadn't had a drink all night, yet his head was throbbing. Lately he barely escaped this topic. Now everyone actually thinks he is guaranteed to make the top 10. They kept at the barbecue until 9:30 sharp. The night market was still buzzing. Daniel paid the bill, turned down several offers to split it, whether out of guilt or just not done having fun. He couldn't tell. Someone suggested picking up the tab and heading to KTV for an all-nighter. Daniel had been sleeping pretty regularly lately, but didn't want to kill the vibe, so he went along. At this age, it's always just internet cafes and KTVs, gaming with friends. sneaking in early crushes. Even stepping into a bar feels like breaking some rule. This place wasn't too bad. The decor was decent. Inside, golden reflections shimmered everywhere. The soundproofing worked well. Just muffled voices from the private rooms drifting out. They booked a big room. Daniel slumped into the corner of the couch, half asleep. A bunch of guys were going wild over the mic, belting high notes like they never stop. Girls huddled together, scrolling through their phones and whispering. Just as Daniel was nodding off, he felt the sofa dip beside him. He squinted and saw that the girl's face, illuminated by the dim lights, was as red as an apple, as if having a premonition. Daniel leaned back a bit, but she didn't notice at all. She just looked down, whispering carefully, "Daniel, can I add you as a friend?" "Why?" Daniel heard himself ask. Not that he couldn't but he wasn't about to let someone slide in with some unspoken, flirty angle in mind. Sure enough, she glanced up at him, bit her lip. "I just think you a good person." Daniel couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. He wanted to tell the girl in front of him that back then, when he was drifting through nightclubs and rubbing shoulders with all those corpulent so-called businessmen, he slung an arm around cocktail waitresses and let princesses kneel to pour his drinks. Nice guy? Now? He just gave a sheepish shrug. "Sorry. I don't just add people on a whim. I didn't mean anything by it," she murmured, her cheeks flushing deeper. "Can't we just be friends?" Daniel sighed, a touch exasperated. He stood, grabbed a random orange drink from the table, and drained it in one go, settling the glass down with a quiet clink. He looked at her, lips curling into a wry smile. "You pretty, but I don't swing that way." "Huh? Wait, what?" Her mouth went slightly agape, eyes wide as if she couldn't believe it. "So you mean?" "Yeah." Daniel nodded. "I am gay." The sharp crack of the glass hitting the table coincided perfectly with a song change, just as clear and sudden, cutting through the room like a knife. Daniel's words hung in the air like a spotlight, the only sound in the whole booth, crisp and clear enough for everyone to hear every syllable. Just as the next song kicked in, someone's mic hit the floor with a shriek, that piercing tone screaming how hard those words had landed. Upstairs at the KTV, John was drowning in his VIP booth, half blacked out from being pushed to drink. He was ready to throw in the towel. Spotting the tall figure stepping through the door, he quickly blurted, "All right, that's enough for tonight." I gotta go." "No way, this is my nephew, just a high school kid. For real, guys, play nice. I'm out. See you all later." Finally free of the room, John tugged at his tie, muttering under his breath, "Damn these old pros. They worse than ever." Then he glanced over at the kid leaning against the wall, white shirt, tailored pants, hair slicked with gel, and his jaw dropped. "You show up half an hour later and I am already dead? You better believe I'll pick out your grave site. I can recommend a good one." William pushed himself off the wall and slipped his phone into his pocket. John nearly choked on a mouthful of blood. His good nephew, she family's heir, had just been dragged to some fancy dinner tonight, now looking immaculate in a crisp white shirt and tailored trousers, hair slicked back with gel, ridiculously handsome, just missing that spark of humanity. "Can you make it?" William grabbed the guy who was swaying like he might float away. Driver S waiting at the door. John gave him a wounded look. "What if I told you I can T-walk, then crawl down?" John sucked in 2 sharp breaths, letting out a dry laugh. "Should let your fancy classmates see what's really under the skin?" William strolled behind him, hands in pockets. "What kind of truth? The one that lets you off the hook for your brother and sister-in-law, then pulls you out from a family event even grandpa shows up to? That's the real deal. No familial respect or warmth between uncle and nephew." John shot back. "You hate these things more than anyone. You've played perfect son, perfect grandson for years. Still not tired of it?" William shrugged. "If that's how you see it, I can help it. Save your sleazy lines for your future wife. See if she doesn't slap the smirk right off your face." They kept bickering all the way down to the lobby. Passing by the restroom, John leaned against the wall, panting, "I am not doing so well. I gotta go throw up." William waited right outside the bathroom door. 10 minutes passed in silence. When John finally stumbled out, people walking by gave him sideways glances. Someone already annoyed. "I thought you fallen into the toilet. I was just watching a scene. No need for William to ask." John blurted it out. "You wouldn't believe how intense today's high schoolers are. Just now, in the stall, two guys, one puking, another trying to calm him down. I heard every word. Guy throwing up had a crush he could never admit to. He drowned his sorrows and ended up sick. Honestly, it hit me hard. William, you coming or what? Come on, man, can't you just be patient for once? He's actually from your school." You know, just as John was about to leave, he spotted the same senior guy who been giving heartfelt advice outside the restroom stall, pale as a ghost, bolting out of the bathroom in a rush. He barely had time to step aside when his nephew suddenly lunged and grabbed the guy's arm. "Ezra, huh?" Ezra was still dazed, but the moment he saw his class president, he almost cried right there. William frowned at him. "What are you doing?" Ezra snapped back to reality and stammered, pointing toward the restroom. "It's Daniel. He is not doing well. I gotta go get help." At that moment, Daniel was bracing himself against the sink with one hand, clutching his stomach with the other. His vision swam, dark spots dancing in front of him. That first sip hadn't seemed like a problem. Maybe it was just the heavy flavor from tonight's barbecue, but whatever it was, within 3 minutes, the familiar cramps hit hard and fast. The violent vomiting had already emptied his stomach. He wanted to calm Ezra down, but truth was, right now he couldn't even tell if he'd grow up to be Jack, the guy who'd hold a scalpel steady, or just another scared freshman. Seeing Daniel's face turn ghostly white and sweat pouring down his cheeks, Ezra probably thought he was about to die. It'll pass soon. Once the pain eased up a bit, on the way back, he'd better remember to pick up some over-the-counter meds just in case. As Daniel thought that, he leaned back against the sink and tried to crouch down slowly. Halfway down, though, someone yanked him upright by the waist. Daniel's nose smacked into a solid shoulder. His hand landed on the fabric of someone's rolled-up shirt sleeve. Thick, fine material. He barely had time to glance up and catch the sharp line of a jaw before hearing that familiar voice above him. Again, "Hospital ride? Want me to carry you?" Sweat on Daniel's eyelids smeared across his lashes with a blink, making him look even more fragile at first glance. But he didn't hesitate. He snapped his hand down hard onto the one gripping his waist, dark eyes locking onto William's. "If you so much as try to carry me out like this, trust me, half an hour from now everyone in school, I'll be whispering a thing." His voice was hoarse, ragged with breath. William raised an eyebrow. He remembered John's words just outside the bathroom. Annoying as they were, he never forgot a thing. "Love, but can say it?" Daniel gritted his teeth. "Ezra and his crew made that up. So just leave me alone. I'll be fine in a sec." William snorted. Without another word, he bent down and lifted Daniel off the ground, light as a feather. The thought flashed through William's mind in an instant, and he said, "If I just ditched a classmate who looked like they'd be in agony within seconds, well, even if the law wouldn't punish me, I'd never survive the shame on the moral gallows." Daniel realized too late he was already off the ground. He stared up at William in disbelief. "You've got that kind of moral high ground?" William stepped past the bathroom doorway, glancing down at the limp body in his arms. "Do you have any idea what you doing to me?" "Bullshit," Daniel thought coldly, face tight with annoyance. Just as they cleared the door, Ezra had already called the others back. A group of teens, maybe 17 or 18, raced down the KTV corridor, all frantic energy, making a scene that drew every eye in the place. Daniel heard it long before he saw them, the screech of sneakers skidding across tile. "Is he out?" he said, "just a stomach ache, right? What's going on? This is serious. William, what's going on with him? Should we call 120? Daniel felt a mob closing in around him before he could even speak, then heard a voice above. "Not out cold? Cars at the door. Take him to the hospital." A few people stepped up immediately. "I'll go too." Me too. Me too." Daniel finally couldn't take it anymore. He twisted his head, voice stiff. "Still breathing, you know? Don't need this many hands to carry a corpse." The moment he said it, he felt the chest pressed against his vibrate twice. "William, Seems like you holding up okay. Just Jack S coming. Car 1, T fit everyone. Ezra was walking right beside William when, out of nowhere, he locked eyes with Daniel. Ezra, doesn't this feel kind of familiar? Daniel gave no expression. I am not losing my memory. Jack shut up instantly. People with stomach pain really do have terrible tempers. Now that the tension eased a bit, everyone started noticing how surreal it all seemed. In under 10 minutes, Daniel had completely flipped everyone's image of him. Just casually dropped a bombshell tonight, and now this? Wild enough already. First, some folks came back from the private room saying Daniel was drunk in the bathroom, throwing up. Naturally, they started speculating. Why did someone who claimed never to drink suddenly get wasted? Then it clicked, it had to be something personal. Ezra later went with them and came back, whispering that Daniel nearly passed out from vomiting. He scared the whole group half to death. Turns out it was just a sudden gastric episode. Everyone stared, realizing their earlier guesses were ridiculous, but now look at this, the guy who could take down a room full of people single-handedly? Right here, being carried like a sack, drenched in sweat, lips pale as paper. Okay, there's definitely something to it, except he's way too sharp-tongued, and the guy hugging him isn't exactly polite either. Put me down, and then you crawl to the hospital? I can walk just fine. Oh, sure. Wriggling like a turtle on its back counts as standing. You really think parading around with a gay guy is some kind of badge of honor? You gonna go up to every stranger and announce you into guys? Then fake the fainting act. I still have dignity. William, when you finally make it big, it won TB because of that mouth of yours. Thanks. I still get famous even if I was still living off my parents. The whole group from the private room to the KTV entrance had gone dead silent. William never usually went off on people. He was steady, level-headed, and even his harshest jabs were reserved for Mason, who he say probably sent his brain straight over to Ella's place 2 miles away. But when he did fire up, nobody had a comeback, like Daniel had Emily turning red in class, and once even made the head teacher scream into the office walls. Now at the front door, he was just shutting his eyes like he given up completely. Fridays were packed with kids hanging out in places like this. The KTV entrance sparkled under neon lights, dozens of guys and girls chatting or waiting, nothing unusual about a regular night, until the scene shifted. A tall young man radiating expensive coolness carrying a white t-shirt clad guy out through the revolving doors. A ripple went through the crowd, but when the man strode straight toward the quietest, most understated car on the curb, chaos peaked. After settling him in and shutting the door, the luxury SUV vanished into the night's traffic. The rest of the guys stood frozen at the entrance, staring at each other under a storm of curious stares from all around. Probably the first time they felt money's power so up close and personal. Is that some rich kid with his little fiancée? Daniel would twist your head off if you said that. William won. Go that far. He'll probably just lock you in the 300 square meter basement of his house. Wait a century. Police dig up bones. Check records. Nobody ever existed. Jesus, you guys are terrifying. The boys shoved each other around, laughing and roughhousing. Meanwhile, Daniel sneezed in the car. His pain eased just a little, and he closed his eyes, slumping back into the seat, utterly numb to the massive storm he left behind tonight. The AC was cranked low. Ezra sat beside him like a perfectly behaved quail. William on the other side kept his head down, tapping away at his phone. Henry, crank up the heat a bit, came the voice, still not looking up. Henry glanced at the pale-faced guy in back and adjusted the thermostat. You still feeling off from that last cold? Sometimes they mess with your stomach too. Ezra piped up instantly. Nah, he just drank. A soft chuckle came from the front passenger seat. Last time? Henry's met Willie's buddy before? Henry grinned back, once or twice. By the time John had already gotten in, they were late. Still, he was an elder, so even with Ezra around, it made sense why the mood stayed so quiet. The second son of the She family, though senior in rank, much older than Matthew. He twisted halfway around in his seat, those almond-shaped eyes flashing with reckless charm as he grinned at Daniel. Willie didn't introduce me at first. Didn't expect to run into you like this. You probably don't even know who I am. Daniel gave him a look. Know you? I've seen photos of my uncle and my brother together. John kept smiling. Your big bro. He is a real schemer. William glanced up from his phone. Still drunk? Am stone cold sober, John said with a smirk, turning back to Daniel, just saying hi to the kids. And trust me, living with Willie's kind must be exhausting. We family, so if you ever have any gripes about him, don't hesitate to come straight to me. Daniel smiled right back. Sure thing, Uncle Second. Daniel wasn't about to take that seriously. The She family didn't have any simple people. This John is as shrewd as they come. He's the only one who stands independent of any of the She family's businesses. Yet he's also the She family's last resort. A guy like John, he can act all chummy with you, like he does with Matthew, slinging an arm over his shoulder. But if you ask me, apart from the old man in the Yang family, I doubt there's anyone he genuinely wants to get to know. About 20 minutes later, back at the same hospital, Daniel had a gastroscopy. The doctor studied his lab results for a long moment. Acute gastritis. You've been dealing with this for quite some time, haven't you? Daniel sat on the stool, voice calm. It started as chronic gastritis with peptic ulcers, recurring episodes for about 3 years. The doctor paused. Ezra, standing behind Daniel, sucked in a sharp breath. Not because the condition was terrifying, no, it was worse than that. Someone who knew their body this well? That meant they were an old hand at illness, a veteran of sickness before 18. 3 years ago, Daniel wasn't even 15. If someone saw this report, who believed the story that he was poor but raised by loving, devoted parents? Especially when Ezra had seen those scars all over his body. Just why hasn't the world exploded yet? Outside the doctor's office door, John was mostly sober now, pulling his gaze from inside. He muttered to the nephew beside him, blank-faced and unreadable. You got nothing to say? William glanced over, cold-hearted. John said flatly. He took another look inside and sighed. I have to say, the Yang family's son. Well, he's quite unexpected. If I were in his shoes, I'd have taken revenge on society long ago. But look at him. He still politely called me uncle in the car. He was in so much pain but didn't even make a sound. And he could stay calm and cooperate with the examination. William checked his watch. You should go back. He was already ushering him out. John. What about you? William glanced at the person now hooked up to him for LL figure out a way to get the hospital to free up a bed. All right, I take back what I said. Cold-hearted and ruthless. John had never planned on staying long anyway. Seeing the situation stable, he was ready to leave. Just before going, something seemed to strike him. He suddenly turned back. You and that kid in there. Really got nothing going on? The remark made William's brows snap together. He shot back. He is 17, at least 6 feet tall. Still hasn't sobered up. Next time you re-drunk, I'll drag you to the sink and douse your face under cold water. Getting embarrassed? Do I look like it? John nodded, then shifted tone. Well, good. The Yang family has been attracting attention like a cat that caught fish. Any daughter in the house would have been shoved straight into your room before you could blink. Oh, right, I should remind you, Alexander is eyeing that Beichuan project hard. No daughter? A son who catches your interest will do just fine. Of course, John added, as for this one inside, the Yang family doesn't plan to pin their hopes on him. As he spoke, he seemed to find it amusing. He sized up his nephew and said, who would have thought that the very person who's being frantically searched for at the party right now is staying in the same place as the most unruly one? A son who's already come out of the closet. Don't you think things in this world are funny? Finished speaking, he ignored the icy glare from his nephew and walked off with a smirk, clearly having had his fun. That night, Daniel had planned to finish his 4-drip and crash in some random internet cafe. School gates locked tight after hours, but Ezra never left. Not long after Daniel started getting his fluids, William reappeared in the hallway like clockwork, telling him there was a bed open now. Daniel didn't hesitate. He went straight to the room. It was almost midnight. The nurse hung his 4-bag on the bedside rail, gave a quick rundown of precautions, then looked at the boy lying in bed, and then at the 2 other guys standing on either side. Classmate? She asked Daniel. Daniel, half leaning, gave a quiet hum in reply. The nurse smiled. You guys really are close, staying up this late at the hospital. But after 12, Only one person can stay overnight. That folding bed over there it'll do. It is stiff, but young guys like you can tough it out. Daniel said, no problem. They leaving soon anyway. The nurse didn't push further, just nodded and walked away. As soon as the nurse left, Ezra dragged out the folding bed and said, I am not going back. I'll stay here with you tonight. He looked across at William. You go on home. You redressed for something else. Got plans tonight? Nothing special, William said, pulling his gaze from Daniel's drip. The words had barely left his mouth when his phone buzzed in his pocket. As soon as he answered, the voice on the other end carried clearly through the quiet hospital room at such a late hour, and it was unmistakable. It was Class Representative Mia. Mia spoke loudly. Everyone's been asking where you are, William replied. What's up? The other side seemed to be in a lively place, with the sound of fireworks bursting and young people laughing and playing around. It sounded like someone had leaned close to Mia's phone, all talking at once. William, where you been all night? Get over here now. Tell him to hurry up. Mia set us up at the waterfront, and someone's been waiting all evening. You think he'd have a little sense. Why you blushing, Harper? Shut up. The last voice heard was that of a young girl, her tone both playful and annoyed. Mia seemed concerned about being unclear on the phone, so she moved to a quieter spot. Mia, how can you ask what I'm doing? Didn't I already say it's Harper's birthday? When exactly will you arrive? Can T make it? William said, switching the phone to his other hand. I am at the hospital. You actually went to the hospital just to avoid her? Mia's voice carried a mix of shock, quickly turning into anger. No matter what, you have to come tonight. I've already made it clear to everyone. Michael's there too, and so many people are watching. If you make my sister look bad, he'll probably be laughing in his dreams all night long. William, Mia, are you okay? You're acting strange. Ezra flinched at the sharpness in William's voice, giving Daniel a wide-eyed look like he just seen something terrifying. Daniel leaned against the pillow on the hospital bed, watching William casually pull over a chair and sit down. His long legs, tucked inside his suit pants, seemed restless, stretching forward then pulling back. Leaning his elbows on his knees, he spoke into the phone. Can't you just leave things alone for once? Can't you just enjoy your birthday without stirring up trouble? You hate someone, yet you invite them here. What's the point if it's not to cause a scene? It wasn't me who started this. Everyone else was invited, but he's the only one left out. Feels like we ditching him on purpose. You don't get it. Asterisk IV known for ages asterisk. Michael S into you. I swear, just thinking about it makes me want to puke. It was hard to tell if she'd been railing against Michael specifically, or simply furious at the idea of a guy liking another guy altogether. William frowned. Love this, love that. What kind of second-year algebra are you running in your head? Do you even know what real love feels like? What the hell am I supposed to do? You actually into him or something? Keep spitting nonsense and I am hanging up. So are you coming or not? No. How the hell do I believe you? Even in the hospital unless you got something way more convincing than a broken leg. Wait. William dropped 2 words and ended the call. The phone call had clearly riled him up. He scowled, lifted his phone, snapped it toward the bed with a click, then opened his social app, searched a name, and tapped send. Ezra waited for him to finish the operation and then said, Didn't expect the study committee member to be so hot-tempered. Monitor, you seem to be even more familiar with the study committee member than I thought. William shot him a look. She was kicking down my front door at 3 in her pants and crying for me to save Mason when he stole cherries from next door. Almost got choked so bad he needed surgery. Ezra nearly snorted with laughter. Even Daniel's lips twitched. Before the smile could fade, William turned to him. Still got that stomachache? Daniel? Much better. Took a pic of you, no big deal, right? You think I'd let you retract it? William glanced at his phone. Too late. Can T undo it now? Daniel. So, did it turn out okay? William glanced at his phone again, hesitated, then nodded slightly. It's okay. The slight upward inflection in the tone left Daniel silent on whether it was good or not, but it truly left Mia on the other end of the phone stunned for a long moment. The beach was buzzing under the night sky. Rome City's elite kids had gathered here for a wild beach party. celebrating the 18-year-old girl in white, center stage and glowing like she just stepped out of a dream. Amid the laughter and noise, there was probably more than one person not really paying attention, especially when someone saw Mia holding her phone and called out loudly, "Mia, did you finish your call? When is William even coming?" Mia felt a wave of intense attention from the crowd because of that loud voice. She wore a little black dress to her knees and slipped an arm around Harper's as she edged closer. "Sorry, Har," she whispered. "William's not coming." Mia, wearing a knee-length black dress, walked over and gently linked her arm with Harper's, whispering, "Harper, I'm sorry. William probably won't be able to make it." The long-haired girl's hope dimmed fast. "He's not coming? Got it." Mia felt really sorry and quickly said, "He has something important to attend to. He didn't mean to miss it." "Yeah." Someone chimed in. "Didn't Tishi family have some big dinner tonight? You probably couldn't get away, right, Michael? You were with your parents, weren't you? Might we seen him?" The guy named suddenly froze mid-step. He was standing near a few guys he actually got along with lately, 17 years old. The kid blinked once, then cracked a smile under the weight of all those stares. "Yeah," he said. "He's been pretty swamped tonight." The response wasn't agreement or encouragement, but a sharp scoff from Mia. She looked like she finally caught her breath. Eyes narrowed, voice dripping with scorn. "Oh really? How do you even know he's busy?" "He didn't show up at the dinner at all. He was in hospital." Michael went still. Someone nearby blurted, "Hey, check out the First Middle School group chat." Some of the people present weren't students of First Middle School, but they were around the same age. Since they couldn't see on their own phones, they leaned over to look at the phones of those next to them. It wasn't an official group, just a bunch of random kids passing gossip in secret. The group had been eerily quiet for weeks after rumors surfaced about a teacher secretly infiltrating the chat to spy on everyone. But just tonight, around 11 o'clock, someone dropped a 7 or 8-second video into the group. It showed William carrying someone out of a KTV. The angle didn't catch Daniela's face. So far, messages were still flying in like a live stream. All the noise on the beach had faded into silence. People started huddling in small clusters, talking it over. The guy who been all but swearing William was swamped by dinner duties just seconds ago was now staring blankly at his screen, lashes drooping. Impossible to read what he was thinking. After a while, he looked up, appearing completely calm, and even politely asked Mia, "Seems like you know what's going on." Everyone turned to look too. Mia locked eyes with Michael, a mischievous smirk playing on her lips. "Oh, it's simple," she said. "Your good brother." Teenage girls didn't do well with being pushed around. They hit back hard the moment someone rubbed them the wrong way. She opened her phone like she was about to scream in his face. "Mia, it's obvious something's wrong. William couldn't even make it to Harper's birthday party tonight, which means he's needed elsewhere right now. He was finally brought back by your Yang family, and he didn't want to cause you any trouble after all. You're still living with the Yang family while he's at school with no one around. If you keep saying William treats you kindly just out of respect for the Yang family, then wouldn't it be fine if he helped look after things now? He was supposed to be part of the Yang family in the first place." The whole room froze. They're all pampered kids. In their circle, they've all heard about the Yang family's affairs to some extent, but due to their status and upbringing, they would never say anything to anyone's face. For gatherings and such, they would still invite Michael along. Mia's words instantly tore away the veil that had been carefully kept. Michael finally couldn't keep it together. He stared at Mia and said, "I know you've been upset with me because of what happened back then, but I've already explained. I had no idea Harper was planning to tell Willie how she felt that day." The guy in question, Harper, paled instantly, face flushed with the humiliation of being exposed in front of everyone. Mia was furious, shouting, "Michael, are you even sane? You're obsessed with pretending. And Willie? You're the one calling him that. You're just someone who stole another person's identity and is showing off everywhere. If you really have any pride, why don't you leave the Yang family already?" Everyone watched Michael stare intensely at Mia for a few seconds before saying, "Mia, what are you defending Daniel for? I didn't force him to go live on campus. He suddenly fell seriously ill right after making all the headlines. Only someone as gullible as you would believe that. Michael's barely contained fury was genuinely shocking to a few people. After all, the youngest in the Yang family had always been seen as quiet and polite, usually trailing behind William like a shadow, never making waves. But Michael couldn't hold it in anymore. The moment he saw that group video, something snapped inside him. Lately, so much had been setting off alarms in his head. His older brother, who never set foot at the school before, had actually showed up out of nowhere just for Daniel's sake. Even their parents were asking why Daniel hadn't come home over the weekend. But more than anything, it was William. They'd been desk partners. Michael stood up for him in math class, even promised to pull him into the top 10 of their grade. And tonight, he spent the whole evening playing the good boy in front of she family elders. Then Daniel shows up with William at the hospital like nothing happened. How did everything spiral into this mess? From confusion to that quiet dread creeping through him. The world outside felt like it had turned upside down. And in a plain hospital room, the lights were already off. Daniel, now pain-free after his 4-drip, lay on the single bed, drifting into sleep, when he heard a faint creak from the fold-out cot beside him. His eyes stayed shut, but beneath them, his pupils flickered slightly, like he was awake, yet not quite, mumbling half asleep. Is it the mattress at your place that's too firm? Or is it just that having a dozen servants wait on you isn't enough, so you even willing to suffer this torture just to get away from some girl? How's the fold-out bed treating you? Anyway, he barely finished speaking when he heard someone shift on the cot. A soft scoff escaped them. It's actually pretty comfy. Kinda new, whatever. Then just lie still and stop tossing around. You're keeping me awake. The person on the folding bed let out a quiet huff, clearly annoyed, but then caught themselves, swallowing back whatever they'd been about to say as the steady rhythm of breathing nearby settled again. Silence returned to the room, heavy and still. Only the faint glow from a phone screen flickered in the dark, along with a soft, almost amused mumble. You're the only one who can actually sleep. Everything else was quiet, unbothered, indifferent. The next morning, Saturday, turned out to be a beautiful day. When Daniel opened his eyes, all he saw was sunlight spilling in through the window. Clear bird calls echoed from below, mingled with distant murmurs of people waking up. He lay there staring at the ceiling for a long moment before remembering where he was. The folding bed beside him was empty. A bowl of plain porridge sat on the nightstand to Daniel's left, still rising with a faint wisp of steam. He reached for his phone. As soon as he unlocked it, he realized his inbox had exploded overnight. Messages piled up like they were about to burst the screen. In a group chat he deblocked from school, dozens of people had pinged him. He scrolled through quickly and figured out that someone had posted last night's video. The reactions ran from wild guessing to excitement, all the way to stunned silence after the reveal. And there were even strangers sending friend requests out of nowhere. Daniel skimmed through them. Didn't he accept a single one? His finger finally paused on the 2 most recent additions. The top profile picture was a sunflower under a clear blue sky, with the username Wang Nian. Below it, another photo. A travel shot of a lone tree silhouetted against a fiery orange sunset. Candid looking but oddly poetic. The username beneath? Just XSY. Side by side, the 2 profiles made Daniel's lips twitch in an unexplainable half-smile. Michael's subtle little game, this teenage crush thing, it still carried that bittersweet kind of realness you only get when you're young and tangled up in your own feelings. He didn't know what Michael was up to by adding him, and frankly he didn't care. Skimming past the top profile, he tapped accept on the one below. The reason given: Ivy gotta run. Don't forget breakfast. Declining would make him look like a total thankless jerk. After adding the friend, Daniel sent off a quick message. Thanks for the kanji. The reply came fast. Seemed like the other guy was busy with something. You're awake? Otherwise, how do you think I'd send my thanks by telepathy? Morning already and you being a smartass? That bowl of kanji cost $2. Wasn't it only $1? Back at the Shi family ancestral home, the courtyard blended Eastern and Western styles, water trickling through stone channels. The remnants of last night's banquet lingered in the hurried movements of servants, proof of how seriously they took it. In the vast reception hall, an elderly man with silver hair sat at the head table, Cradling a teacup, he gently swept the foam aside with the lid and exhaled slowly. "What were you laughing about?" the one asked was William, who already changed clothes after returning earlier that morning. Not dressed up like for the formal dinner, nor as casual as when he was out in public. His white shirt fit snugly, the gold embroidery on his shoulders just faint enough to hint at its worth. He sat on a pearwood chair lower down, looked up. "You mistaken. I am not blind yet," the old man said, taking another sip. "Where do you go last night? Even your second uncle, who is a real mess, knew to come home and sleep. You've gone full-blown night owl?" If anyone else from the She family had been in that room, they'd have already cowered and apologized on sight. But William didn't flinch. He tucked his phone away and raised an eyebrow. "I am practically an adult now. Don't try to drag your old school rules from 70 years ago onto me. They don't work anymore." "Humph." The elder set the teacup down with a quiet click, his way of showing disapproval. "You think you hiding anything? That kid in your phone just now wasn't it from the Young family?" William glanced back, surprised. "I thought you didn't care about this sort of thing." "Known Owen, the patriarch of the Young family, for decades old friends, we are." The old man's face softened with nostalgia and a touch of sorrow. Pity what happened later. The current head had all that drama with his wife years ago, caused quite a scandal, and then midlife hits, and out comes the news that his son isn't even his blood. Compared to that, your parents' loving marriage, all these years, it's been the one thing your grandmother and I truly cherish. William was bored out of his mind. Sure, Mom and Dad were happy together, but that's exactly why he'd grown up in this old house. And it was precisely because the family line had been secured with a long-awaited heir that Uncle's reckless behavior never sat well with Granddad. The She family had plenty of branches, but only 2 sons in the direct line, and William, as the lone child, had carried generations of hopes and expectations from day one. Still, he wasn't always up to snuff. Like now, when talking about his parents, he wrinkled his brow in exasperation. "What do you even say to them last night? Mom sent me 3 full pages of voice notes in under a minute. Anyone else might be thought I'd committed some major crime." The old man snapped back. "Don't even get started. You the one who's got no right to complain. Your uncle was out drinking and nearly keeled over. Your mama's always felt guilty about you. You vanish at a moment like that. Of course she freak out wondering if you holding a grudge." William leaned back into the chair. He tilted his head up, hands laced across his chest. "I just hate how she takes control all the time." The old man gave him a sidelong glance, lifted his teacup again with quiet mystery. "Young family's not short on little sons. Didn't you meet another one last night?" William turned sideways. "What do you mean?" The old man said, "The late matriarch of the Young family did your mother a great favor. Your mom just asked you to look out for the kids in that family, not marry one of their daughters. One girl you dismiss, another you brush off. Come on, can't you at least play the part of a decent older brother during holidays or family events? You're a grown man, yet you act like your own mother's some kind of monster." William winced. "She only ever cries when it's not you or grandma around. All that drama, she saves it just for her husband and son." "Now that I think of it," William turned to the old man, "if you're fine telling me to fake it, why bring up last night's thing at all?" The old man cleared his throat. "The Young family patriarch went out of his way to see me," he said. "He's quite pleased with that grandson of his, the one who only recently came back. You don't have to get involved if you don't want to. Fine by me. But at least keep a civil tone when you're around him." William blinked, then let out a quiet scoff, not really caring. What does be nicer even mean? Before the old man could respond, he suddenly added, "I've covered for him in fights, moved a desk so we sitting together, helped him with homework, and even drove him around like a personal chauffeur. Does that count as being nice enough? Act with some decency." The old man snapped, kicking at him. "Stop picking on people. I heard his grandson is actually kind-hearted and soft-spoken. Just look after him a bit." William straightened up from the stool and laughed hard, leaning on his forehead for a long moment. The old man asked what was wrong with him. William shrugged. You LLC for yourself, he is not some pushover. Just wait and watch. William stood up and walked out of the hall. The old man called after him. Where are you going now? South Mountain. The old man, who'd been sitting stiffly, shot to his feet and waved frantically at the nearby servant. Quick! Stop that reckless kid. He is not going to die trying to race again. Sir, calm down. The servant who had worked in the She family's courtyard for years quickly stroked the old man's back and said with a smile, Don't worry, Willie's gone to say hello to the old lady. He's not going to the South Mountain to go drag racing. He said there's some cycling event. He specifically asked me to go to his apartment outside this morning to get him a set of clothes, saying he's going to spend the night on the mountain tonight. Really? The old man looked skeptical. The servant laughed softly. Honestly, sir, he is just teasing you. He knows better than to lose his head. You can relax. Only then did the old man simmer down. He slammed a hand on the table and grumbled, That unmanageable little rascal. The servant stifled a chuckle beside him. Only you still be mad at him like that. Daniel left the hospital at 9 and headed back to his dorm to take a shower. After spending the whole night there, he couldn't shake the lingering hospital smell clinging to his skin, enough to make him grimace every time he inhaled. Even though he'd been a regular at hospitals in his past life and had Jack, his always joking friend, working there, it didn't mean Daniel was used to the place. If anything, the hospital still brought back memories that weren't exactly pleasant, like when Sophia, as a kid, screamed and raged outside the ER over just $100 in medical bills. Or how Samuel once called him a useless drain on family funds. Then there was the day they operated on his leg, the cold overhead lights. The last thing he remembered before losing consciousness under anesthesia was thinking maybe it wouldn't be so bad to just fade away like that. All of it left him with a deep-seated aversion to hospitals. So sleeping well last night was actually kind of surprising, even to himself. Stepping out of the shower, Daniel draped a towel over his head as he brushed his teeth, glancing at his reflection in the mirror. The Young family's genes had one real perk. Despite being 20-something and inching toward 30, then suddenly back to 17, his face hadn't changed much, just smoothed out a little, softening around the edges. He took his meds, but soon felt drowsy again. With nothing on his weekend agenda, he figured why not crawl back into bed and let himself drift off? He was still groggy when Ezra's call came through, muffled under the covers. You better have a damn good reason. It's 1 in the afternoon, you absolute legend, Ezra said, disbelief coloring his voice, then quickly added with nervous hesitation. Wait, aren't you supposed to be fine by now? The doctor said this thing sounds scary, but once you get the 4, you basically good as new by morning. Why do you sound so drained? Stomach hurting again? Daniel was getting seriously annoyed by the noise, only to find Ezra calling him ancestral god again, reminding him of Jack from his past life. Jack, who barely turned 30 and was already his personal doctor, constantly checking in with, Hey ancestral god, you still alive? Feeling a twinge of guilt toward the poor little soul that was young Jack. Daniel decided to be kinder this time. He lifted the phone to check the time, then brought it back to his ear. I am fine, just sleeping. And so what if it S1? What's wrong? You forgot. We heading to South Mountain for a bike ride. Remember? Daniel rolled over in bed. A few seconds passed. Oh right, but I am still technically a patient. Can make it? Ezra pressed him. Seriously not coming? We not all biking, you don't have to ride. Some of the girls are taking a bus straight to the top anyway. It's just a team building thing. If you bail, I'll let the registration guy know. Daniel didn't care either way. After listening to Jack drone on for a bit, he hung up. Daniel had planned to catch a few more minutes of sleep, but then his phone rang again. Eyes still shut. What now? Daniel? This time, a woman's voice cut through the haze, and Daniel sat up instantly. He ran his fingers through his hair, barely registering the quiet, careful tone on the other end before firing off. You need something? Charlotte's breath came through the phone, a little faster now, but her voice stayed soft and warm. Daniel, still not coming home today? Auntie made your favorite red date chicken soup. Daniel tugged at his lips, remembering the day he knocked over that pot at school. I don't like chicken soup. Silence on the other end. Then, Really? What asterisk do asterisk you like? I'll tell Auntie to make something else. Daniel didn't bother arguing anymore, just asked flatly, you got something on your mind? No, it's nothing. Just haven't seen you in so long. After saying that, she seemed to sense Daniel's coldness, so she quickly added, your mom heard you were sick. Wasn't it that she family's kid who took you to the hospital? Here it comes. Daniel's face stayed blank. Daniel, who told you that, Michael? Charlotte. He just mentioned it offhand. Daniel wasn't listening. He ended the call without a word. Not until 3 in the afternoon. By a square, 500 meters from First Middle School's front gate, a bus sat quietly by the roadside. A dozen or so kids, boys and girls, were scattered in small groups, but the mood was weird. The crowd broke into 3 factions. 2 groups, one led by Mia and the other by Michael, were facing off, while the rest stayed on the sidelines. Ezra spotted him from across the way and came over, surprised. Didn't think you show. Room was boring. Figured I'd come check it out. Daniel didn't say he couldn't stand listening to Charlotte's half-hearted emotional act, or the endless push to go back to that house. He glanced at the growing crowd and tilted his chin. What's going on? I think you don't want to know, Jack, the class expert on all the latest drama, said with a mysterious tone. Let's just say that after last night, Mia and Michael from our class completely broke things off. There's probably going to be serious tension wherever the 2 of them are together. Someone finally spotted Daniel. The tension in the air lifted instantly. A few people who been chatting with him waved. Daniel, you here too? Didn't you just get sick? The second half of Nanshan is all uphill. Can you even ride? Daniel shrugged. Not riding. Didn't you say the bus goes straight to the top? The first rule of the club is no outsiders at events. Michael, who'd been glaring at Daniel ever since spotting him, spoke up. He looked tired today, his eyes shadowed and cold. He turned his gaze to Jack beside him. Ezra, don't you think breaking the rules means answering to the rest of us? Silence fell. Sure, they said no outsiders, but everyone knew the rule was loose in practice. Plenty of exceptions over the years. This club pulled together some of the most notorious names at school, and half the student body would be killed to get in. That's why the rule existed, to keep reckless types from dragging strangers into trouble. But no one expected Michael to go off like this. Last night felt like a turning point. Whatever low profile Michael used to keep, he's now throwing it all out the window, making it obvious how badly he and Daniel clash. Daniel stepped in front of Jack, eyes locked on Michael. This isn't Jack's fault. If you got a gripe, find someone who actually has power, and then come talk to me about rules. Mia shot back at Michael. Exactly, complaining about special treatment. Yet you were the one who brought those people in yourself. One of Michael's allies couldn't stand it anymore. Come on, Mia, this is going too far. Michael was just reminding everyone to follow procedure. If you so bothered by this, why not just quit? You never liked girls anyway. They always arguing like a bunch of drama queens. Mia's group consists entirely of girls. Instantly, their expressions hardened. Oh wow, real classy. You so slick with your self-righteous act, aren't you? Let's talk about the issue, not trash women like we better than them. Trash. The scene had gone sideways so fast. Most people were still trying to figure out what the hell happened. What are you even doing? Mason's voice cut through the chaos. Mason and William walked side by side from the other end, quickly stepping in to separate 2 people who were on the verge of getting into a physical altercation. He scanned the crowd with a sharp look. Are you all out of your minds? Mia, what's going on? Mia pointed at Daniel. Can he join? Daniel's my guy, Mason said, frowning. I cleared it with everyone, costs split evenly. His share is on me. Anyone got a problem? A few people exchanged glances and looked down. Daniel turned to Jack. Does he actually have that kind of pull? Asked the vice president. Daniel raised an eyebrow. Oh. Daniel noticed William's gaze flick over toward them for a brief moment, then shift away just as quickly. His voice was calm, not loud, yet carried clearly enough for everyone to hear. Anyone else got something to say? If not, get on the bus. Anyone who caused trouble today, find Officer Lin and register your name. And next time, don't bother showing up. Everyone shuffled toward the bus like scolded kids. Jack slung an arm over Daniela's shoulder as they walked. Dante sweated. He is the real boss. That's how he runs things. Even though it hadn't gone well, once everyone was on board, tensions slowly eased. After all, they were just a bunch of teens, barely out of high school and drowning in stress. Any chance to get outside made them light up with energy. The drive to South Mountain took about an hour and a half. On the bus, people were laughing, joking, playing music, shouting over each other. Not long after they settled in, Mason leaned forward from behind Daniela's seat, tapping his chair back with a grin. Dante, take it personally. First time here and you got stuck in the middle of this mess. Shoulda warned you earlier. Daniel turned around. Actually, I changed my mind last minute. I am not blaming you. Then just enjoy yourself today, Mason said, knowing full well about the hospital visit last night. I checked. Half of us are gonna skip riding because it's too hot. There's a brand new open air pool at the top, and we redoing a barbecue tonight. Think of this as your chill out day. Daniel asked, so you restarting from halfway up the mountain? Yeah. Mason nodded. Then the guy sitting next to Mason, who'd been staring at his phone, looked up, eyebrows slightly furrowed. You actually want to ride? Daniel shook his head. Nah, I am not riding. William gave him a sharp glance. Better be. The truth was, he wasn't going to ride at all. But when the riders finally changed gear at the halfway pickup point and were just getting rolling, puffing away like a steam train, it didn't take long before they heard that unmistakable whine of an underpowered electric scooter. Asterisk beep 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 asterisk. The busload who'd gone up earlier was already out of sight, and the guy who should been in the van? There he was, straddling a little electric bike, a light blue helmet on his head, white jacket flapping in the wind, taking turns with that long leg barely touching the ground, skimming through curves like it was nothing. The group wasn't spread out yet, not by a long shot. They were still close enough to keep up. A few people spotted him. Daniel, what the hell? Picking fights now? Man, I'm jealous. Looks so cool and breezy. Wish I was on that thing. How in the world did you even come up with this insane idea? The scooter didn't answer, just eased past at its own pace. Then suddenly, music blared from the bike. Ride my baby scooter. LL never hit traffic again. Ride my baby scooter. I'm almost home. Guys, chase him down. With sheer willpower, he drained every ounce of hatred from the group, pushing them to sprint the first half in a time no one thought possible. Laughing through gritted teeth while swearing under their breath, they paused for a breather, scanning the road ahead and behind. Where's Daniel? Is he in front or dragging behind? Someone shot back. He's probably already up there. Those 2 wheels of his are faster than our 2 feet, even on this hill. He's barely breaking a sweat. I am not so sure about that battery though. He'll probably run out before the summit. If he does, that'd be hilarious. Then what are we waiting for? Let's get up and go give him a taste of our mockery already. Blood pumping, energy still high, yet Daniel, the one everyone suspected of running out of steam, was right on the verge of reaching the summit when he finally realized his scooter was about to run out of juice. This year's South Mountain wasn't fully developed yet. From the peak, you could catch glimpses of houses tucked away in the woods below, and the winding mountain road curled like a dragon, giving off that sharp, treacherous vibe. And right there on that dangerous stretch, someone had stepped off their electric bike and was pushing it slowly uphill. Not even 5 minutes in, a red and black bicycle skidded up behind him with that familiar screech of emergency braking. Dead battery? William asked, 1 foot planted on the ground, lifting his sunglasses to squint at him, backlit by the dying sun at the peak. The man in front of him was haloed in golden light, his features sharper, more defined than ever. Daniel had no doubt. This was definitely the guy who'd been out front all along. Daniel glanced at his scooter and nodded. Yeah. Almost dead. William looked toward the summit. Think you can push it up? Daniel lifted his chin, smirking. You gonna carry me if I say no? When the others finally caught up, they found out for themselves, yeah, the scooter was truly dead. But Daniel wasn't pushing it anymore. He swapped in a familiar-looking bike now, and the race South ever first-place champion was nowhere to be seen, except he was right there, pushing that tiny electric scooter like it didn't belong on his hands. Everyone started ribbing him. William, what's going on? You doing such a good deed it's making it impossible to roast you properly. I still remember, back when my leg was broken, do you even recall what you told me then, William? William didn't even flinch at the usual mob of sprinters, now all piling off their bikes and hitting the pavement. What I say? He asked, playing along. You said, after stressing those safety tips so many times. Did you not hear a thing? You deaf or something? A chorus of groans rippled through the crowd. Some things are better left buried. Those without a heart don't belong. The legendary rider from Nan Mountain, ultimately lured away by some outside hustler. Alright, and he's just some guy on a little electric scooter. William kicked each one in the foot, one after another. You all talk big, but what about action? Daniel, having watched the fun from the sidelines, finally raised a hand. Know what he said right before he pushed that scooter? The others leaned in, curious. Daniel repeated it word for word. You so quick to mock others. Well, is Nan Mountain cleaning the soul or feeding the body? If you coming here just to get raked over the coals, don't complain. Everyone burst out laughing. William, come on. How can you treat a sick guy like that? You all saw the video last night. Daniel's waist is so thin it's like paper. Girls are practically jealous. Show some respect. Yeah, and someone with that kind of tongue deserves more than just one shot. Daniel, ride back home. I'll give you another round of insults. No one saw it coming. Those last few hundred meters of the main group actually walked to the finish. The mountain's edge had a handful of ghost houses, forming a small resort, though it hadn't really taken shape yet. A sweaty bunch stumbled into their destination and rushed straight for the pre-booked rooms, desperate to wash off the stink of sweat. The guest house was built with real character. All the rooms were on the second floor. Naturally, Daniel ended up pairing up with Jack. After getting their keys, Daniel changed into fresh clothes. About half an hour later, Ezra finally showed up, dragging his feet. Jack flung himself onto the bed the second he walked in. You wiped out, Daniel said, drying off his hair. Ezra cracked one eye open and gave him a look. You the guy who rents that busted electric scooter. Of course you don't know how exhausting it is to ride all the way up here. If there'd been another 200 meters, I'd been visiting my grandpa by now. Oh wait, he's been gone 10 years. Daniel snorted with laughter. I really don't need that last bit emphasized. Daniel pulled out a change of clothes for him from the bag. Take a breather, then hop in the shower. Ezra rolled off the bed and sat on the edge, legs dangling. What? Daniel kept drying his hair, glancing over. Ezra stared at him, voice quiet, almost dreamy. I heard some seriously messed up stuff today. Want to know what it was? Nope, Daniel said flatly. Ezra grabbed his arm. Hard. Come on, man, I senti that what brothers are for? If I don't get this cleared up with you tonight, I am not sleeping a wink. Daniel got yanked, finally giving in. Fine talk, you like William, don't you? Daniel froze mid-motion, eyes flashing with disbelief. What the hell are you even saying? Seriously? Your tiny brain finally cracked? I knew it. This is insane. Ezra slammed his palm onto the mattress. It's not just about your bond with Michael. You know, everyone has been whispering behind our backs since we fell behind, saying you two are at odds because of more than just friendship, that you rivals over some girl. It freaked me out. Daniel casually tossed the towel onto the chair in the corner. You actually believe that garbage? Jack ran a hand over his buzz cut, muttering, that night was just friends. Nothing wild, no one is gonna go blabbing. But come on, you should know this kind of thing can stay hidden. Daniel shot him a look. Yeah, I am gay. But does that mean I have asterisk to like guys? How would you even know if you never tried? Daniel shrugged. I can get hard around girls, pretty solid proof. Don't you think? Ezra went completely still. His face turned bright red as he stammered, tongue-tied for once. Sure, they were teenagers, 15 or 16, full of energy. But the most they ever did was sneak in some smut under their desks or pass around a tame video between guys. Nobody talked like this out loud, like he had no feelings at all, acting so cold and detached about it. Ezra kept mulling over the whole thing long after stepping out of the bathroom. When he came back, Daniel was stretched out on the bed, Ezra's gaze drifted down without thinking. The guy with his legs crossed and phone in hand seemed to sense it instantly. Keep staring. I'll rip your eyeballs out. I can look at you the same way ever again, Ezra said flatly, and yet there he was, still not meeting his eyes, when a group of girls showed up at the door, bouncing on their toes to peek in and ask if they wanted to go watch the sunset at Cloudtop Terrace. Ezra instinctively stepped into the doorway, blocking their view. He hadn't forgotten. Another guy was asleep in the other bed, wearing nothing but a pair of boxers. Still, gotta keep up appearances. Gotta preserve a brother's dignity in front of girls. Go. The girls leaned in, peeking through the gap. Ezra blocked the view with his broad frame and turned to the groggy guy on the bed. Hey Amo, you coming or what? Right after. A pillow smacked him square on the head. Talk nice and I'll go, Ezra muttered. Damn it. The two girls in front of him bit their lips, giggling softly. South Hill had a dedicated sunset viewing platform. By the time they arrived, a few people were already there. Mia was handing her phone to William, asking him to take a photo. William leaned against the railing at the corner and didn't even protest. After fiddling with it for a bit, adjusting angles, he snapped a few shots and handed it back. The girls huddled together, buzzing with excitement. I told you he's good. Never fails. Scrolling through, they both paused with a soft Mia, do you still have Daniel's pics on your phone? Mia suddenly remembered that she had casually saved the photo William sent earlier. Now staring at it again, the boy lay in a hospital bed under dim lights, lost in thought, his face pale and fragile looking. The four stand beside him fit perfectly into the scene, making your chest tighten just watching. There was this weird vibe, even sick. He looked damn good, and kind of easy to mess with. The girls all gasped at different pitches. Then they noticed the guy from the photo now standing on the platform too. Too bad the sickly look was gone, replaced by lazy, sun-kissed eyes gazing over the horizon, leaning against the railing, chatting with others like a cat about to hibernate, as long as no one comes over to bother them. Dead faggot. Seriously, gross. The moment that voice rang out, Ezra, still standing right beside Daniel, knew every single person within earshot had heard it. Ezra's gut twisted. Here it was. The worst-case scenario he'd been dreading all along. Sure, society today was mostly accepting of queer folks, but there were still those hardline bigots who piled on labels like sissy or not even a real man. And yet, anyone with eyes could see Daniel didn't fit any of that nonsense. Still, he made it public. That was the rub. What irony. The guy spitting out those words had been one of Michaelis' recruits to the club. Thin kid, buck teeth, eyes always flicking away when meeting someone's gaze. Seemed like the quiet type, the kind who shrink into shadows. And yet, the second Daniel came out about being gay, this guy had jumped right up with that venomous remark. Someone nearby muttered, "Isn't he from class 6? Back when his family was struggling, the school even raised money for him. Only Michael took a chance on him. Brought him along to events like this. Never seemed that off the wall before. How we miss this. Still, who exactly is he calling a faggot anyway?" A wave of murmurs swept through the crowd as the boy with buck teeth lifted his gaze again. Locked it dead on Daniel. You too chicken now? Daniel let out a soft laugh. The mountain wind tugged at his hair, light and restless. He didn't move from the railing. What's there to deny? A ripple of shock passed through the group. This was nothing like last time, when the space was sealed and everyone's attention had been diverted by other stuff. Now he was speaking in front of not just their group, but random tourists scattered around too. Once it's out, that wind will spread across every corner of First Middle School faster than anyone could imagine. You admitted it, good? The boy started shaky, but by the end he was practically shouting. A faggot who doesn't even know how to hide himself, just flaunting it everywhere? You one of those people like you? And what's so wrong with being one of those asterisk people? Go on. Daniel stood firm under the storm of mixed stares, calm as ever, giving the boy a look that said, asterisk, keep going. Asterisk. The guy seemed unsure, maybe even rattled. His next words stuck in his throat. Finally, Daniel pushed off the railing. You rewrite. I am gay. Daniel stepped forward, one slow step at a time. His expression was half smirk, half ice. Those who seen him in a fight started to back down. Everyone edged away. Tense. Daniel, just drop it. Who knows what's wrong with him today? Normally he'd shut up about as tight as a drum. He's probably out of his mind. Don't waste your breath on him. By the time those whispers reached their ears, Daniel was already standing right in front of the boy. Every single person braced for a move, ready to jump in and pull him back if he so much as twitched. Truth was, the moment Daniel stood there, the boy's face had gone pale white. You hate gays. Then why do you keep chasing attention? Afraid I'll never stop giving you that sick look. Staring right at you, all the time. Ever seen what real queers look like? They hug, kiss, hell. And then, Daniel's voice was a low rasp. The wind on the viewing platform howled loud. No one could make out what he said, but they knew one thing, each word, a step forward, driving the boy back until he had nowhere left to go, until the guy was cornered at the railing. In the other's widening panic, Daniel whispered like a demon, "Get cozy, you. What the hell is wrong with you?" All they heard was a sharp cry. Then the boy shoved his way through the crowd and bolted down the stairs, and the one who barely seemed to care about coming out, his hand still gripping the railing, was laughing wild and free. Others, well, kinda curious what he actually said. Only Ezra, already shaken, knew damn well it wasn't anything nice. Someone stepped forward to ask, but then they noticed William, closest to the pair just seconds ago, finally moving. He didn't do much, just walked up beside the guy still laughing, and said, "Feeling good? I'm always happy." Daniel shot back, glancing sideways. "When people come running to hand me entertainment, saw you were having a blast. Didn't want to interrupt, or was it just too spicy? Too much for your ears?" William gave him that flat, unreadable stare, and finally let out a soft scoff. Talks without filter. This was supposed to be a major drama. Something like the school bully at first middle school is actually gay, or a wealthy heir's hidden sexual orientation, or even new generation's identity mysterious. Where has society's hope gone? Instead, it all boiled down to one thing: how a guy with nothing but his mouth can drive someone completely insane. That curiosity lingered well into the evening. On the hilltop lawn, guys casually hauled out the grill while girls scoured the guest house for ingredients waiting to be prepped. Everyone was busy with their roles, buzzing with energy. Of course, that meant excluding a certain small group. The guy who bolted from the lookout after Daniel spoke. No matter how much anyone pressed, he wouldn't say what Daniel had actually said. Michael and a few others sat nearby on the grass, keeping him company. Whether they were calming him down or just trying to talk sense into him wasn't clear. Seriously freaked out? Ezra crouched beside Daniel on a tiny folding stool. Meanwhile, the guy who had no idea how to be human was sprawled in a fold-up chair, fanning himself with an old elementary school math workbook he dug up from some corner of the guest house. He glanced lazily over his shoulder. If that little speech scared me, I'd worry about him. Maybe he's not just poor, but a cave dweller. Ezra shot back, "You really know how to be a jerk. Then don't eat it." Daniel made a move to snatch the grill plate right in front of him. No. Ezra lunged for it. "You not even eating, what's your point?" Daniel held firm and leaned back to dodge. Just as Ezra shrieked, Daniel's stool wobbled dangerously backward. Mason stepped in just as Daniel teetered, catching him with a knee and setting down a steaming bowl with a smirk. "Here you go, your patient special. Don't sweat it." Daniel turned, squinting. "Where this come from?" "Not me." Mason nodded toward the left. "William had the innkeeper make it longan, red date, and lotus root soup. He told me to remind you. No barbecue. Show some respect for your delicate stomach." Daniel glanced over. William was dressed in workout gear pretty much always. Now he was at the grill. Flipping skewers with practiced ease actually looked legit. Just then someone shouted across, "William? This is next level stuff. You could make a killing running your own street cart." William tossed in some seasoning, laughed. "Yeah, real smooth with the compliments." Daniel lifted the bowl and ambled over slowly, stopped right beside the grill. William paused mid-flip, looked up. "Craving some? Just came to say thanks." Daniel raised the bowl. William spotted what he held, gave a nod. "How it taste?" "I've known the innkeeper's wife for ages. Her cooking's solid." "Pretty good," Daniel said. "Exactly what I need." William chuckled. I heard some serious side-eye there. Who's the real culprit? Huh? That said, something about William's expression shifted. His smile softened, just slightly, as if a memory had flickered by. He gave Daniel a nudge. Dante, stand right there. You? We're gonna soak up all the smoke. Daniel obediently stepped aside and just stood there, watching him grill while Listen occasionally wandered over for a bite and exchanged playful banter with William. Daniel liked the night's embrace. The breeze was soft, stars bright overhead, moon peeking out with just half its face. One sip after another before he realized the bowl was empty. Just as he was about to walk away, a voice called out behind him. William. Michael, who, been standing far off, had somehow slipped up without notice. William lifted his eyes, eyebrows tightening slightly. What is it? Over there, Michael said, nodding toward the boy still crouched on the ground, then glancing back at Daniel standing beside him. His tone was sharp with meaning. Ethan's off kilter, he's always been sensitive, given his home situation. You agreed to let him join the club in the first place because you wanted to help, but now he want to talk, want to eat, he has just shut down. I don't know what else to do. William paused mid-motion, then looked up at Michael. He attacked someone out of nowhere this afternoon. Didn't you notice? Michael froze, stunned. I don't know, William. Why are you asking me that? William said nothing, just gave a slow nod. Bring him in. Before leaving, Michael stared straight at Daniel for several long seconds. Not even 10 seconds later, the boy who'd been called Ethan arrived. The spot was already central, right in the middle of everything. Now heads turned. Unsure why the mood had shifted so suddenly, William handed his task to two other guys, then walked over to a nearby table and pulled out a pack of wet wipes. Wiping his hands as he moved, he turned toward the boy with his head down. William, look up. Daniel watched from the side. Ethan had already broken down again. His eyes were puffy as walnuts, nose red and raw. William pointed at Daniel, who stood frozen beside a now empty soup bowl, then asked Ethan, I'm not asking about anything else, just this one thing. Do you really hate him that much? Because he said a few words. You re so scared you can eat, can even speak? Ethan stole a quick glance at Daniel and snapped his gaze away just as fast. His voice was hollow. No, Ethan, Michael cut in, sharp and sudden. By now, the crowd had started to sense something wasn't right. William stayed calm, staring at Ethan. Go on. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. No one saw it coming. The boy suddenly broke down, collapsing onto his knees, clutching his hair. It was just a moment of impulse. Michael brought me into the club back then, and I always envied how you all could laugh and joke around like that, so carefree. Today on the way here, I heard Michael saying Daniel's gay. If this blew up, he'd be gone from school for good. I just lost it. The boy stammered through his confession, his sobs sounding genuinely broken. Michael felt the weight of quiet stares prickling at him. His face tightened. Ethan, what does this have to do with me? You the one who did it. I'm sorry. The boy wiped his nose and stood shakily, eyes downcast. I just thought you hated him, so I didn't know what else to do. Please, could you ask your parents not to pull my scholarship? Michael took a sharp step back, first disbelief, then a flicker of panic as he glanced at William's face. Exactly, your young family scholarship? William arched a brow. You really go around saying things like that? Michael flinched. It's all been a misunderstanding. William, enough. William crumpled the damp paper towel in his hand and tossed it into the nearby trash bin with a flick, using vague words to manipulate people. Doing it right under my nose and still trying to wash your hands of it? William didn't raise his voice, but his words sent a chill through everyone present. He fixed his gaze on Michael and the other boy. The scholarship won't be canceled, but as of today, both of you are expelled from the club. Don't let me see either of you at any future events. The words hit like ice and hot oil. A sharp crackle and explosion that left everyone's skin tingling. A chorus of sharp intakes of breath rippled through the crowd. William delivered his verdict with lightning speed, and just like that, he closed the book on it. That night, the group still ended up taking a half-hour dip in the outdoor pool. Daniel stayed out of the water, sitting on the edge wrapped in a towel. Daniel coached a few landlubbers, then ended up soaking an entire group from head to toe. I'm stoked. Jack said excitedly to Daniel on the way back to their room, still talking about what had happened an hour ago. I actually thought that guy from class 6 was some extreme anti-gay dude, but well, who would have thought? Michael kind of had it coming. They were the last ones back. The inn had quieted down completely. Ezra still mused. Now you two are officially rivals in love. What's that got to do with me? Daniel muttered, pulling his hand away as he walked. Ezra grabbed the back of his pants as he climbed the wooden stairs, using it to pull along Daniel's legs, which were limp from swimming, and said dramatically, honestly, you're not exactly showing much gratitude. Who do you think William was really trying to help? Daniel stopped. Wasn't it always his plan to clean house anyway? Daniel thought this guy had once directly asked him, who told you I like guys? Someone who knew there was a person crushing on him, always hovering around. Might have wanted to kick him out ages ago, so Daniel couldn't help but question it now and then. Michael had always lit up at the Young family dinner table whenever Willie was around. Was that just wishful thinking? Daniel didn't bother going further. He wasn't about to keep chatting with Jack about this. He turned and headed upstairs. Their room was down a long second-floor corridor, past a sharp corner. Just a few steps in, they heard voices coming from around the bend. Michael was sobbing. The figure standing before him leaned against the wooden railing, eyes lifting to meet Daniel's. Michael hadn't noticed them yet. William, I really didn't mean to. Mia and the others said those things about me yesterday. And today you're siding with Daniel. I just acted on impulse, but I swear, I never told Ethan to say that. Fine, I don't like him. Don't want to be in the same school as him. I know I am not qualified to judge, but what did I actually do wrong? I treat my parents like real ones too. Why does all this fall on me? Even you, Michael said, lifting his chin defiantly, eyes locked onto the man before him. He's been getting attention left and right lately. You, always defending him. Why? William turned his gaze back to the face in front of him. His voice was flat. If you could even bother to put yourself in someone else's shoes, you wouldn't ask a question like that. I'm not taking sides with anyone. If you don't like how things turned out, take it up with the school. William stood up to leave. I like you. The whole room froze. Ezra stumbled, nearly dropping the basin he was holding. It clanged against the wall. Michael finally noticed two more people standing behind him. He glanced back at Daniel, eyes unreadable for a beat, then turned his attention back to William. I like you. Been into you for ages. Back then I was too scared to say anything. Just followed behind you like some ghost. I know the guy I am now isn't even close to who I used to be, but still, I had to tell you I like you, really like you, so much that seeing anyone near you sets me off. I go insane with jealousy every time. Ezra looked ready to explode. He ground his teeth, muttering, ugh, my old habit of feeling awkward for other people's drama is kicking in again. Somebody save me. Can we just get out of here? Daniel, meanwhile, stayed calm. He'd seen worse. Still, he spoke up. Excuse me. Just as they were about to pass each other, Michael suddenly grabbed Daniel. Something? Daniel looked down at the hand on his forearm. Michael stared him dead in the eye. Daniel, you out here flaunting your orientation like it's a badge of honor. Or, are you into someone too? Ezra frowned beside him. Michael, have you lost it? Can you stop freaking out for once? Michael was dead set on getting an answer. So just tell me. Tell you what? Daniel said slowly. I've thought about it. My not caring is because you way too young. Who I like or don't like. What's that got to do with you? Oh, wait, it does matter a little. Since people like you are the kind I just can stand. Daniel. Michael's face flushed crimson with shame. Then William spoke up. Let go. Daniel was the only one holding, and Michael jerked his hand back as if burned. William didn't rush to fix the moment. His gaze swept over Daniel, brow furrowing slightly. Swam. Daniel was barely wearing a thin shirt. The white towel draped over his shoulders couldn't hide the nearly transparent fabric clinging to his waist. Standing in the hallway, every line of his body was laid bare, but its owner didn't seem to notice a thing. Nope, no, Ezra said quickly, sensing William's mood shift. Someone else dumped water on him. William glanced at his watch. Late already. Go back to your room. 9 sharp tomorrow morning. Yes, sir. Ezra said, dragging Daniel along. Got it, we outta here. You two keep chatting. Shutting the door, Ezra patted his chest and whispered, holy crap, what happens if you get caught walking in on the class rep getting confessed to? Daniel shrugged flatly. You'd be kicked back to your room and told not to be late tomorrow. Don't you care at all? Care about what? Wonder how the class rep's gonna respond. Oh, not really interested. Late at night, Ezra suddenly shot upright in bed. Daniel, you gonna die? I just remembered something. What's your position, up or down? I swear, when you said you didn't care about someone like Michael, he looked like a scolded housewife. In the dark, Daniel's voice came out strained, barely holding back. If you're wide awake at midnight just to rag on me, let me make one thing clear. I'm not up or down. I am your dad. The guy getting roasted didn't even dare breathe a word. Silence fell. Back on the bus ride home, everyone was still loud and rambunctious, but anyone paying attention noticed one seat had gone empty. Someone piped up in the group chat. Where's Michael? Heard his driver came to pick him up last night. The chatter started picking up. A bunch of people quietly started forming private subgroups. Could it be because he got kicked out of the club? Nah, probably more than that. The guy who shares a room with him said Michael cried pretty hard after getting back to his dorm. Sounded like he asked the president for something and got turned down. Shocked. Wait, what? He actually asked asterisk? Come on, wasn't he that obvious all along? The real twist isn't the ask. It's getting rejected. William is always cold-blooded when he fires people. I knew those two never had a shot. By the time the bus pulled up to First Middle School's front gate, it was nearly noon. The final version had turned into First Middle School's legendary heartthrob, dumping his childhood sweetheart. Now all that was left were two choices, Tsinghua or Peking University. As they got out of the car, everyone subtly watched William's every move, trying to read something in his expression. Sure enough, his face was still as handsome as ever, no sign of fatigue, not even a hint of dark circles. Besides a few who had things to pick up, most headed straight back into the school. Then right at First Middle School's entrance, a bunch of people watched in disbelief as their emotionless William suddenly hooked a finger in someone's jacket sleeve. He tapped the notebook. Sign here. The new school bully had slept through the whole ride. Lazy, drowsy, voice slightly rough, eyes already tired and annoyed. Didn't I just call your name? Just sign it. No more talking. Oh. The guy took the pen, glanced down at the book, his two tufts of hair poking up from under his cap. William, what did you do last night? Dante asked. The bully's face twisted, like he was trying not to gag. I really don't want to answer that. Signed. Handed the pen back. So can I go now? The guy shot him a look, like he was staring at something gross. Get out of here. Just as he turned to leave, William called him back, tossed over a key. Ha! The sleepy guy blinked, stunned. William, new dorm key. Room 413. Everyone in the experimental class froze, not for any reason other than they all knew Daniel was in mixed housing, and the experimental class dorm spots had been full for ages. These guys, who'd been rowdy but ruthlessly serious when it came to studying, had always had a dorm spot even if they didn't live on campus. School approved, just for lunch breaks. 413 was notorious at First Middle School for being the ultimate nerd dorm. Daniel stared at the key. This is such a hassle. I really don't want to move. You have to. William snapped his notebook shut. I pulled strings for you. This is your only shot at top 10. No excuses. The guys behind him were practically in tears, who said William didn't care. He just shows it the hard way. Honestly, if that glare of his wasn't so intense, they'd probably be a perfect match, yeah. When Daniel returned to the dorm, Grace and Christian had already come back from their weekend trip, busy packing up their things. Daniel, Grace looked up as he walked in, pulling a clear plastic jar from her backpack and handing it to him with a smile. This is walnuts my family grew at home. I saw someone mention you were hospitalized for stomach issues. Roasted walnut halves with brown sugar are supposed to soothe the gut. My mom insisted I bring some over. Don't be offended. Okay? Daniel blinked a few times before finally taking the big jar. Thanks. Tell your mom thanks too. No worries. Grace waved it off, grinning. You lucky thanks to you. I don't T have to share a room with Benjamin anymore. You actually kind of great. Daniel didn't T know what to say. He hadn't T stayed in the mixed dorm long. Just a few days, but ever since Benjamin moved out, it had been cleaner than usual. Fewer people made it feel more spacious. Grace was one of those genuinely sincere guys. Back when he'd taken a beating from Benjamin, he carried every kindness like a debt, always ready to repay tenfold. Daniel set the jar on his desk before turning back and saying, I am probably gonna move out. Not just Grace. Christian, usually quiet as a mouse, actually glanced over. Grace looked confused. Why? Christian frowned, thinking deeper. Is it because you came out? Like, publicly said you re-gay? Grace went even more blank. Gay? Daniel couldn't help but groan and rub his forehead. He finally believed Jack. This was gonna spread like wildfire through school. No question. Seeing their reactions were just honest confusion, not judgment or shock. Daniel clarified, not moving out entirely. I'm switching rooms. The honors dorm has an open bed now. Oh. Grace's face fell slightly. You really have to? Daniel almost said it back. Asterisk, why does it have to be this way? Asterisk, especially when he saw the scattered mess on his desk, the 2 pairs of shoes still half dried on the windowsill, and the clothes from yesterday that hadn't made it to the laundry. His doubt only grew sharper. Pulling out his phone, he snapped a couple shots, found the profile pic from just now, and hit send. You know what's worst for someone who hates cleaning up? Moving rooms. The other side didn't reply right away. Maybe busy. Then finally came back after about 5 minutes. Don tell me you haven't even started yet? What's that in the corner of your photo? Daniel shot back instantly. Your eyes are bad. Nothing there. The reply came just as fast. 413 is no smoking. You better not let me catch you doing it again. Daniel winced. Didn't respond. Daniel had been smoking since he was 14. His first cigarette was a picked-up one, and that was also the first time he beat Samuel so badly that he couldn't get up. When he picked up the pack of cigarettes with red packaging that Samuel dropped on the ground, took out one, put it in his mouth with his weak hand, and lit it, the pungent and acrid smell made him cough. But it was also from that moment on that he felt like he was starting to take control of his own life. That feeling was addictive. Years later, he de-smoked every fancy brand under the sun, but still get lost in the smell of cheap, trashy cigarettes. But things were different now. Daniel would consciously control himself. The pack of cigarettes on the table, which was spotted by William, was still the one he bought at the internet cafe before, with nearly half of it left. For Daniel, who later became a heavy smoker, this was almost an impossible thing. Still, no choice. A wrecked stomach couldn't take much more. Quitting clean was just a matter of time. It took Daniel almost an hour to get everything in order. He made it to 413 before noon. As soon as he opened the door and stepped inside, he saw a guy half naked. Sorry. Daniel instinctively started backing out, reaching for the doorknob. No, come in, Mason. His shorts barely hanging over his hips, kept rubbing his messy hair and said, William said you were moving down here. Just bring your stuff in. Daniel finally recognized him, stepped inside and asked, You're alone? Yeah. Everyone else is out. Daniel took a look around the dormitory. The overall environment was much better than he had expected. There were 6 beds, and currently, only 4 of them had stuff on them. Since the boys' daily necessities were relatively simple, there was also quite a bit of empty space. Daniel eyed the 2 closest beds and asked, Which one am I sleeping in? The rest fine. Mason shrugged. Those 2 were originally William and Michael's spots, but neither ever actually lived here. William stops by sometimes to drop off clothes after basketball. Michael, he paused, then added, Anyway, he's not coming back. Pick whichever you like. Oh, and William will probably be late. He has to go home and grab some things. Daniel chose the one by the balcony. He figured William wouldn't even bother showing up at night. Until he heard that last line. His hands froze mid-motion as he was putting a box down. Wait, he is staying too? Well, what else? Mason smirked. You think just living in some so-called genius dorm is gonna magically boost your grades? William agreed to help Levi, so you better brace yourself. Like what? His teaching style might be, kinda intense? Daniel didn't take it seriously. The guy who was actually doing the learning, that be him. Whether he'd turn out anything special, well, Daniel wasn't about to make promises. Daniel spent some more time tidying things up. By the time he was done, it was past 12. He and Mason had agreed to grab lunch in the cafeteria. As they were leaving, they ran into two tall guys coming back, Thomas and Jonathan, whom Daniel had seen before. They were part of William's usual basketball crew. A quick wave, a nod. Then Mason and Daniel headed down the stairs first. They're all pretty easygoing, Mason said to Daniel as they walked down the stairs. There's just this one guy you haven't met yet. No, I wonder if you have any impression of him? Daniel paused, then said, the guy in the 5th row from the right, back there? Oh wow. Not bad for a memory. Daniel wasn't fooled. This wasn't a compliment. Back when he knew few people, and even after graduation couldn't recall most faces, it wasn't because he was forgetful. He just never cared. Now that so much time had passed, if he couldn't recognize anyone at all, well, that would been a little concerning. Mason shrugged. Noah's actually not that bad. You know how it is. Every school has one permanent runner-up when someone like William S. around. He's the guy stuck in 2nd place for years, and honestly, I think he's gone full nerd mode. Doesn't talk to anyone, just mutters to himself non-stop, obsessed with beating William. He's practically invisible at this point. He's ranked 2nd all year, and you still managed to notice him? Daniel thought about it. Back in his old life, he probably looked just like Noah to people, maybe even worse. At least Noah made it to 2nd place. The only thing anyone ever talked about with him was the whole switched at birth thing with Michael. He'd been so wrapped up in himself, never paid attention to anything or anyone around him. Now that he thought about it, he couldn't even remember a single detail. Didn't he recall how the tree at the bottom of the classroom building looked in different seasons, or what the playground was like through winter and summer? Didn't he realize the cafeteria at First Middle School could get this packed? You haven't eaten in 8 lifetimes. Mason finally snapped when he got stepped on for the 3rd time. Daniel shifted forward a step, deciding to put some distance between himself and this loudmouth. Still not catching on, Mason clapped him on the shoulder and kept ranting. Line up. Can you all just stand in line? Daniel turned around. You really don't notice everyone staring at us? So what? Daniel didn't feel like arguing, but then he caught the hushed whispers from 2 girls in the queue beside them. Is that Daniel from sophomore year? He's way hotter in person. Is the guy next to him his boyfriend? Oh my god, this is real life. I've never seen a real life gay couple before. He wanted to say, thanks but no thanks. Instead, he grabbed some random dishes, left early, and found a seat that wasn't quite so eye-catching. But not long after, Mason showed up anyway. Daniel looked up as a plate was set across from him. The sudden addition of this figure besides Mason making him blink. You, not supposed to be back? Changed my mind. William shot him a quick glance while snapping open his disposable chopsticks. He was still in the same clothes he'd worn coming down from the mountain that morning. Sleeves rolled to his elbows, collar button undone like always. That unmistakable presence settled into the seat, instantly dimming Mason's aura beside him. Daniel made a soft "oh" and said nothing, going back to eating his meal. The food in First Middle School's cafeteria wasn't bad, really, but the doctor told him to watch his diet these days. Daniel ordered some tomato and egg, stir-fried broccoli, and carrots with stir-fried meat. Not spicy at all, but none of it was really his thing either. Mason was typing away on his phone, silent but busy. Then he leaned in and sent a voice note with a sugary tone. Baby, I am eating now. You re-dating? Daniel asked, mouth full of green broccoli. Mason looked up, grinning like a fox. Keep it quiet, okay? Still in the kinda sorta phase. I haven't even asked her out yet. It was enough to make Daniel cringe. He couldn't help but think. This guy's been messing around since high school? You. Daniel started, then paused, shaking his head and lifting the soup from beside him to drink. Mason grabbed his phone and waved it in front of both Daniel and William's faces. So? Pretty cute, right? We met online. Only been talking a month. When the photo flashed into Daniel's view, he choked on his soup mid-sip. A girl? Daniel coughed. Mason looked genuinely confused. Why were you so surprised? That's not like I am into guys. I mean, I've got no interest in men. Daniel didn't even know where to begin with that one. He turned a questioning look toward William, only to find William's reaction oddly more engaged than his own. Before finally passing him a napkin, "Here, wipe your face. Thanks." Daniel hesitated before taking it. "Sure enough, William, that was my soup." First, Daniel was still reeling from the fact that Mason had once been into big-chested girls in high school. It took him 2 seconds to register. Then he glanced down at the bowl beside him. A single strip of seaweed floated inside, like a tiny taunt. "Daniel, sorry, after a beat, want me to get you another bowl?" "Nah, I'm good." Finished. William tossed the napkin aside and leaned back into his chair, jerking his chin toward Daniel's plate. "Cat food? You re-eating like you've got a tiny appetite." Mason craned over. "Oh right, your portion is pathetic. You wouldn't last 5 minutes in a real test." "A test?" Mason pointed at the guy next to him. "Last time Mia bombed her physics exam and cried like a baby. Had to get help from him. 1 week later, she lost 8 pounds. You believe that? Ever since then, she swore she was never touching a diet again." Daniel popped another broccoli floret into his mouth, eyes on the guy across the table. "Cold as ice. Physical torture?" Mason snorted. "That joke's colder than a glacier." Back in the dorm after eating, Daniel finally realized William had already moved all his stuff in. 1 suitcase, 1 black bag. Bed was already made. Black and navy silk sheets, perfectly crisp, not a wrinkle in sight, like someone with serious OCD. A tablet sat on the desk below, and Daniel noticed it wasn't just him. Other guys had them too. That never happened in regular dorms. No surprise this was an elite suite. Privileges really were next level. 2 new roommates moved in today, but only one was officially a freshman, Daniel. Still, as Mason said, the other 2 seemed chill, so the vibe stayed pretty relaxed, all the way until nightfall. Noah, the guy Daniel hadn't seen all day, finally came back. He wore glasses, looked normal enough, but his hair was a bit long, and through it, you could catch a few strands of silver, totally fitting for the intense bookworm image he built. Daniel, the new guy, was lounging in his chair when the other person walked in. Legs propped up on the desk, front legs of the chair tilted back, one hand raised in a lazy wave. "Hey, Daniel." Noah shot him a glance and said nothing, just pushed his glasses up and headed straight for his bed. His bunk faced Daniel's directly. Below it stacked high were books and worksheets. Way too neat compared to the rest of the room's messy chaos. Daniel raised an eyebrow, nothing much registering. Then William, leaning against the cabinet beside him with his arms crossed, tapped the desk sharply and scowled. "Don't zone out." Noah paused mid-motion, book in hand. He turned around, clearly puzzled about why the 2 were even talking. William just picked up where he left off. "All the key points and outline you need are right here. Get through it, then test yourself in 3 days. We'll target your weak spots. Got questions?" Daniel flipped open the textbook. Every subject, every chapter, every tiny subheading had been circled in red, haphazard but thorough. A few words were scribbled with wild, messy emphasis, almost like they'd been written by someone with a similar energy as the rest of it. Daniel snapped the book shut and nodded. "Yeah, go on." Daniel spun his pen between his fingers, then let it drop with a quiet asterisk clack asterisk against the desk. "So, what was your worst student like?" William arched an eyebrow. Daniel wasn't joking. "I am just saying, you might be shocked if you see how far behind someone can fall. Let's put it this way. Let's say your current level is like, sorry, your system configuration is too low to run this app." The dorm erupted in laughter. Everyone else, who'd been listening all night, couldn't help but chuckle. "Don't give up before you've even started." "Daniel, yeah. How many people get to spend their whole life with a genius? True love, right? When heaven is about to bestow a great mission on someone, it first cuts off their phone, shuts down their data, makes them bid farewell to being a slacker, and turn into a straight A student." Daniel felt like he was standing on stage at a 2-person comedy show, basking in the spotlight. Amid all the laughter, one cold scoff cut through, coming from Noah, the other top student in the grade. His glasses glinted like ice, and he gave that classic pushing up his glasses move. "Wasting your time on someone like this? You really think you're still gonna grab first place at November's physics camp? Daniel blinked a second, then realized the jab was actually aimed at William. He expected another round of physical intimidation, like William snapping back with you? Seriously? Instead, Daniel heard a casual voice coming from above his head. Wasting or not, it's all time. You want me to give you the first place? Noah's eyes flew open in outrage, pointing at Daniel. You're serious? For him, dude. Daniel turned his chair, calm as ever. Come on. Don't make me out to be some kind of national disaster. I'd feel bad if you thought that first night for 413 was about to end in a tense silence. Only Noah, usually mute as stone, looked like he might explode from the sheer insult. And deep into the night, Daniel was still dreaming of problems. It was like the real exam hall all over again. Just the soft rustle of pens on paper, everyone focused, quiet. He stared at the final math question he couldn't crack, his heart clenching tight, breath short. Like someone had wrapped a fist around it, the ticking clock on the wall grew louder and louder. Tick, tick. He thought there couldn't be anything more terrifying than that sound in the world. The proctor started calling for everyone to stop writing and hand in their papers. Daniel's mind screamed. Oh no, last question still unfinished. Gotta write fast. Flipping open the paper, say blank page, not just the final one left. None of them had been touched. Boom! Daniel instinctively clamped his hands over his head, as if the sharp crack of his skull hitting a metal bed frame still echoed in his ears. He blinked at the black ceiling, realizing he was drenched in sweat. Had a nightmare? Came a voice from the adjacent bunk, clear-headed, close, like it had whispered right into his ear. 2 beds side by side. Out of respect, they each turned their heads so only 2 iron bars separated them. Daniel exhaled hard, slumping back onto the mattress, staring up at the ceiling in a daze. I used to think the scariest nightmares were either being alive but not dead, or dying and still stuck. Turns out there's another kind, showing up for exam time, handing in your paper, only to realize it's completely blank. Unreal. Nearly gave me a heart attack. A pause from the other bed, then, faintly, I figured you'd at least have the nerve to slam that white sheet right into the proctor's face in your dream. No clue. Daniel muttered weakly. Didn't he do it? A few seconds passed, his breathing steadying. Daniel took out his phone and checked. The time showed the moon must be been bright tonight. Even through the closed curtains, a soft glow seeped in. Daniel leaned back and asked, Did I wake you? Or were you never asleep? Not sleeping, came the reply, followed by a rustle as William turned over. Daniel. Still not used to being in a new place? The moment the question left his lips, Daniel thought, of course, the Shi family probably couldn't even fathom concepts like boarding school accommodations. Come to think of it, whether it was that cramped hospital cot last time or this dorm situation, he'd somehow become the common denominator in these less than luxurious arrangements. Just as Daniel started feeling guilty, William said, Stuff just got wrapped up. I hadn't even hit the sheets yet. Then it clicked. Daniel remembered how he zoned out before sleep, seeing William sitting on his bed with a laptop open on his lap, typing away, instinctively asked, You already working this early? Is this some Shi family thing? What's with your head? William said, Anthony asked me to draft a letter of intent for a school enterprise collaboration. He needs it by tomorrow morning. Daniel fell silent. The nightmare had left his mind foggy. He automatically lumped adult William in with the high schooler he was now. Honestly, high school life isn't that complicated. Daniel turned over to get some sleep. Just as he closed his eyes, something cool pressed against his face. William's voice came low in the dark, softer and deeper than usual. Drink this before you sleep, fresh. Daniel grabbed the water bottle on his face, then saw a shadow pull back above him. For once, the night was truly still. At 6 sharp, the school's wake-up bell rang without fail. Daniel was the last to get up. As he climbed down, everyone else in the dorm was either already brushing their teeth or had just finished washing their face. He shoved his feet into slippers, raked a hand through his hair drowsily, and heard Mason across from him say, Did you crash right into your bed last night? You heard that? Daniel glanced over. Mason nodded. Sounded like it. I even caught bits of you and William talking, though I didn't catch what. Daniel headed for the balcony. Nothing big. If not answering any exam questions is a real-life thing. William says I could totally slam a blank paper in front of the proctor and still walk away with my head high. Mason blinked. So William finally thinks you hopeless? Shutting out the rest of their murmurs about what exactly he was supposed to mean, Daniel went to the sink to brush his teeth. The moment he got there, he noticed all his toiletries had been neatly moved into the adjacent basin. Daniel stared for a couple of seconds, then turned his head. Did you do this? Guilty, Noah said, turning from folding laundry with a smug little smirk on his face. Hope you wake up to reality soon. This dorm's not cut out for you. Daniel leaned against the sink, arms folded, still half asleep from the morning grogginess. His voice came out lazy when he spoke. Am I bothering you? Not at all. Noah shot back, still fired up, waving his wet hands near Daniel's face. Daniel ducked aside, catching the rest of it. Since you showed up, the whole study group vibe's been gone to hell. You tried to drive off math teacher Emily, started a fight with the class, and now you crashing here dragging William into tutoring. Jesus, you basically a walking disaster. Daniel waited quietly until Noah finished. He stood up and patted Noah on the shoulder. You didn't spend all night thinking up these things, did you? You must have had a rough time. Noah looked stunned, like he expected rage instead of calm. Then he just blurted out, why aren't you mad? You not telling the truth, Daniel said, pulling toothpaste from the bowl and squeezing it onto his brush. He glanced up at Noah in the tiny mirror, his expression already deflating, and added straight away. But hey, don't give up. One thing's for sure, you've got one hell of a target, and that ain't gonna change. Just then, the bathroom door creaked open. William stepped out in shorts, towel draped over his shoulder, steam still swirling around him. Whether he heard the argument or not, he zeroed in on Daniel's toiletries in the sink, then flicked a glance at Noah. Daniel just sighed inwardly. Damn, this guy was built. William didn't have overly exaggerated muscles. His skin was just in great condition, with broad shoulders, long legs, and a perfect body proportion. Even when he wasn't exercising, there were slightly defined muscle lines on his waist and abdomen, especially when water droplets dripped from his hair, slid across his shoulders, waist and abdomen, and finally disappeared at the edge of his hidden black shorts. It was quite a pleasing sight. What were you staring at? William's low voice cut in, Daniel still mid-brush, looking up and meeting young Master William's intense gaze. Daniel said, naturally, it's you. Look good. William asked, tugging a t-shirt over his head with one hand. Daniel watched him pull it on and nodded. I'll admit, since yesterday, I've been checking out every half-naked guy in this room except you. And yeah, you the best. Daniel watched him put on his clothes and nodded. I have to admit, from yesterday till now, I've seen all the half-naked guys in the dorm except Noah. Compared to them, you look exceptionally good. Go brush your damn teeth. William dropped the towel and glanced into his basin before stepping through the balcony door. Daniel only just realized he hadn't noticed when Noah had slipped out. Just a muffled echo of William's voice in the dorm room, like a whisper from another lifetime. He figured it out. Noah must have been apologizing for tossing his stuff around. Sure enough, Daniel finished brushing and walked back in to find Noah already muttering a quiet sorry. Then bolted out first. Thomas leaned over with a smirk. Man, that was kinda dumb. Don't even give him the time of day. Jonathan added to Daniel. He's just reckless. Not some backstabber. Daniel didn't react at all. If he got mad over stuff like that, he'd been dead from rage by high school. Simon, Daniel yawned, rubbing his eyes. Let's get to class. The words barely left his mouth. Wait, today's Monday. No morning assembly, right? Just head straight to the field. There's a flag ceremony. Just then, someone finally caught on. Mason looked up from his book and asked quietly, You really pushing to get into the classroom? Let me ask you something real quick. Daniel, are you even done with your apology letter? Even William paused mid-pull, turning around in surprise. Daniel blinked slowly. Oh, what now? All right, got it, Mason said. You haven't written it. Levi's gonna lose his mind. Forgot your own fight? Today you re-up for a full school detention stand. Life is short. Just suck it up and move on. It was a perfect day, bright skies, not a cloud in sight, just like countless other Mondays. 7 o'clock had barely passed when the entire student body was already gathered on the playground. But today felt different. The school principal was speaking from the stage, waving a hand to quiet the crowd. Yet the restless buzz came roaring back almost immediately. Down from the stage, the principal looked confused and turned to the nearby teacher. "What's going on today?" "Not surprising," the teacher said, glancing at the steps beside the platform. He pointed toward someone climbing up. "Today's speaker is from the sophomore class." As soon as that figure appeared on stage, the energy in the crowd spiked even higher. You couldn't help but notice. The guy in the white shirt had this calm, effortless charm about him, sleeves neatly rolled up, revealing well-shaped arms, clean-cut and strikingly handsome, with a voice that carried like music. Even the hand resting on the microphone stand looked elegant. Long-fingered, delicate, almost like carved jade. He leaned slightly forward, his lips near the mic. "Good morning, respected faculty, teachers, and fellow students." Just that little smile as he spoke sent shockwaves through the front row. Freshman girls giggled, whispered to one another, eyes wide. William stepping up to speak was by far the liveliest moment of this dull morning, and it kicked student spirits straight into overdrive. By the time he finished, the flag ceremony was almost done. Then, as the next speaker took his place, the principal, maybe because William had such a strong presence, called him back up. "To keep things moving so you're not late for class, I'll keep this brief. Just a few minutes here. Let's have those students who broke rules last time come up and read their apologies." He paused, then grinned at the crowd. "I've saved them for you, go ahead and stare." But no noise. The crowd erupted. The roar slowly died down, and one by one, 4 or 5 guys walked up to the stage. Anyone caught breaking rules usually had that rebellious streak. Like these boys now. School uniforms loose and sloppy, zippers undone, some hanging low at the waist, probably pride still intact under all that apathy. They kept their heads down, shoulders slumped, looking drained. That mood dragged on until the last one stepped up, and then something shifted. Among the boys, one wore a loose black t-shirt underneath his uniform. The zipper left gaping, yet you wouldn't call it sloppy. His steps were slow, dragging like he hadn't fully woken up. Hair messy, sleeves rolled up to reveal forearms that looked almost pale under the sun. "Who's that? Damn, he's actually kind of good looking. All second years, right? You don't hang out on those forums? That Daniel, he supposedly took down a dozen guys by himself last time. No wonder he had to write a confession." Voices rose from the crowd. "Wait, wasn't he that the whole thing with the rich kid swapped at birth?" "Yeah, he's the real deal." "What about the fake one? Where's he hiding?" "Doubt he'd show up today. Heard over the weekend." No matter what buzzed from below, Daniel stood on stage as the last to speak. His turn came after everyone else had read their confessions in stiff order. The mic passed into his hands. Then everyone watched him pull out a single A4 sheet. His voice rang clear, smooth with just the faintest rasp. "To the esteemed authority, after a full night of wall-gazing in reflection, I vow that from now on," that instinctive little groan slipped through the mic, so sharp it hit every ear, like disbelief or mockery. Then silence snapped back as he stuffed the paper into his pocket, turned to face the crowd, and began. "I am confessing, I shouldn't have hit anyone. I deeply realize my mistake. After going through this." Confession by Daniel, Class 1, Grade 11. First, no one thought much of it, straightforward enough from start to finish. But then a few blinked, realizing something odd. Daniel's off-the-cuff confession was basically a patchwork stitched together from the earlier speeches. It was like disbelief, yet somehow also absurd. There was no real flaw to find. The confession segment finally came to an end. A concluding speech from the school leader. The few students who just read their confessions stepped back, joining the sophomore representatives in a line. The principal still went on with fire in his voice. "Students, time flies, your future is bright." On the field, everyone saw 2 equally striking figures standing side by side behind him, clearly arguing, judging from their expressions. They were anything but getting along. Daniel kept his face icy. Mason is a total mess. What he read wasn't even a confession, more like a love letter. William shot him a sharp glance. You were told to print it yourself. Did you listen? I had breakfast to eat. Okay? 10 minutes of your morning snooze? You eaten already. Can you lay off the sarcasm this early? Starting tomorrow, rise 20 minutes earlier. Review last night's tutoring points. Are you even human? And just as the principal barked, disperse, that spot on stage, once drawing so much attention, suddenly saw the school's top tough guy nearly knocked over. He barely caught himself, yanked upright by someone behind him grabbing his collar. The image of composed dignity shattered instantly. Daniel glared at the one who bumped him, eyes like frozen steel. A few students passed by, watching. The tough guy seemed ready to retaliate, eyes narrowed. Is that your big gripe? Just because you all pulled the same half-baked confession from some wiki page? Shut up. William grabbed him by the collar again, gave the group a warning look, then dragged him off stage and muttered, You don't even know how to Google? Payback is coming. The crowd blinked. What was going on between these two? Were they friends or enemies? For what felt like a decent stretch afterward, Daniel finally came to one hard truth. His plan to just coast through high school had started crumbling thanks, of course, to William forcing him into tutoring. Mason wasn't wrong. Once this guy sets his mind on something, he goes at it like some kind of machine, even if he's totally not in the mood for it. Mornings are a nightmare. You never know where that alarm is gonna go off above your head, sudden and jarring like a ghost from *The Ring*. Surprise quizzes show up out of nowhere on his desk, no warning. Sometimes it's an exam during study hall, other times just some random problem he happens to think of mid-sentence. Daniel's free time has been completely eaten up. His worst nightmares now aren't about blank exam papers. They about someone standing right behind him, eyes like deep pools, frowning and asking, Still don't remember? Daniel could actually have refused, not cooperated, and ignored him, but nobody knows this is his second chance at life. Someone's put real effort into him, time, energy, and even if he were a dead fish, that little spark of conscience would drag him back to keep solving problems. Can help it? He still kind of counts as a decent human being. So the rest of the honors class has been seeing this weird scene lately. In the far corner, the school's reigning bully slumped over his desk with an old-fashioned thermos, yawning like he'd seen 20 lifetimes. The yearbook king checking his work, starting tense, then slowly relaxing, calm, even peaceful. By late October, Rome City's heat finally gave up and faded out. Beneath the school building, the sycamores started turning gold. A breeze would kick up, leaves spiraling through air before drifting down like slow confetti. Let me see. Did you lose weight? Midday sun pouring in. Ezra half-sitting on Daniel's desk, hands cupping his face, shaking his head with mock sorrow. Look at this poor little thing wasted away. Daniel shoved him off, snapped the lid shut. Back off. Tomorrow's the monthly test. How you feeling? Think you've got a shot? Ezra slid onto the stool behind him and glanced over his shoulder. Daniel gave him a sideways look. You really want me to say no? Can't be no way. Jack burst out, catching himself a second later when he realized how loud he'd gotten. He glanced around the classroom, relieved no one was paying attention, then leaned forward over his desk and whispered, It's been almost a month. There's gotta be some hope, right? This isn't just any test. It's a battle for pride. Win or lose, we can afford to back down. Daniel rested his chin on his hand, still circling the solution William had scribbled during that last math class this morning. He gave a lazy shrug. You really want to swap out the math teacher? Emily's not even the main event, Ezra said, voice low, like he didn't care one way or another. Haven't you noticed something off with our class lately? Daniel nodded. Just a quick dip of his head to show he was listening. Ezra was a bit frustrated with his lack of enthusiasm, and went on, Michael, haven't you noticed that he's been way too low-key lately? He doesn't hang out with those he used to be close to either. He's really gunning to come back strong with an impressive report card. His once proud popularity has taken a hit recently, and his relationship with the class monitor also fell apart after that trip to Nanshan. he definitely wants to make up for it in the grade rankings and give you a warning. Most people in here V already placed bets. Ezra added. They all wagering on who LL end up ahead, you or him. Suddenly, the pieces clicked in Daniel's mind. A wave of relief washed over him. Honestly, he wasn't dead set on cracking the top 10. But when he hit a wall with a problem, he couldn't just sit there. His brain wouldn't let him move forward until it was sorted. That habit still stuck with him after 2 lifetimes. It was one of the reasons he kept getting dragged along, no matter how much he wanted to stop. Daniel wasn't exactly a genius. Even if he aced his college entrance exams before, hell, even if he'd gone to university, ask him to rewrite any old test paper from memory, he'd be lucky to recall 5 answers, no matter how sharp his mind was. No shortcuts here. Still, Daniel had to admit William's method and approach actually worked. All the high school topics were now forming a living tree inside his head, branching out slowly, waking up again. Felt weird, but in a good way. He wasn't exactly thrilled about it, but he wasn't turned off either. When Ezra mentioned the bets, Daniel finally asked, "So, what do you bet on?" "Duh, of course it's you." Ezra gave Daniel a look as if to say, "Do I seem like that kind of person?" and said, "Even if Michael has never fallen out of the top 10 in the grade in every exam, and even if more than half of the people think you're gonna lose badly, but I, Jack, will always only support my own bro. Got it?" Daniel rolled his eyes so hard he nearly closed them. Dead to me." Ezra's jaw dropped. "Say that again? This bet's on you." Daniel quickly pulled himself together, adaptable as ever. "I'm saying I don't care what rank he gets." Daniel remembered that, in his past life, Michael's college entrance examination results were actually not bad, but as a science student, he studied art in college, majoring in piano. This was something that his mother, Charlotte, had always been proud of. She thought that the youngest son of the Young family didn't need to work himself to death either, and it was quite good to go the art route. Daniel knew differently, though he'd only managed to get into art college at University A because that was all he could qualify for. William, who'd originally been guaranteed a spot there, had ended up going abroad instead. In his last life, Daniel's real goal had been computer science and technology at University B, but with math slipping, he ended up in finance at University C. Later on, he teamed up with Old K to launch their own tech company. There was definitely some compensation psychology behind that. Right now, he took a hands-off approach to everything, doing his best but not sweating the outcome. He'd answer questions on exams if they were within reach, but comparing himself to anyone? That wasn't something he even bothered with. It was lunch break, and classmates were trickling back into the classroom one by one. When Michael walked in through the back door, the room was already half full, so when he suddenly strode straight toward Daniel, stopped right at his desk, and dropped that line, "After this monthly exam, no matter the result, I am transferring to a regular class." The whole class erupted. What's he doing going into regular classes with grades like that? Is he insane? Probably just can take it anymore. Haven't you noticed how he barely talks to anyone now? Actually, I kind of respect the move. It's basically saying, no matter whether I do well or not, I don't care about proving anything to you. If I leave, LL be my choice, pure and simple. I mean, there's a bit of mockery in that too, right? Think about it, he's basically saying, Michael can still crush it even if he's in regular class. And you, Daniel, no matter how many private tutors you got or how high your rank is, doing well doesn't mean much unless it's really yours. And failing just proves you were never good to begin with. Now that you say it, this bet's actually getting more interesting. You think they gonna fight? Most of the class was now glancing over toward the corner, eyes locked. A dozen or so classmates watched Daniel sitting there, still frozen in place from when Michael first spoke, still staring blankly. "Go ahead and go," Daniel finally said after a pause, voice flat. "What's it to me?" He looked genuinely baffled, his expression pure and unfeigned. No one knew who cracked first. Maybe a stifled snicker slipped out, small but unmistakable. Then another followed in quick succession. Michael took a sharp breath, his face twisting for just a second, like he was furious, or maybe just fed up, and dropped a line. "You really think making the top 10 is that easy? I'll be watching." The guy walked off. Daniel turned to Ezra. He came over just to mess with me? Oh, come on. You're only just catching up now, Ezra said flatly, scanning the room. Where's William? Still stuck in Anthony's office? I gotta get him to clear your head. Your reaction time is seriously slow. Funny thing was, Ezra himself would learn by first period that afternoon just how wrong he'd been, and how badly. Physical education class. During free play, 2 PE teachers organized a scrimmage between the honors class and Class 7. Science. William had missed the first half due to an urgent call from Anthony, and with another talented player out sick with stomach cramps, Daniel got pulled in last minute as a substitute. No one pressured him. They just said, Daniel, you don't exactly move much every day. Just chill and play loose. Losing's no big deal. Yeah, that's right. William will probably be back in the second half. As long as the score gap isn't too crazy, we can catch up, but once he hit the court, whoa, how fast is this guy? Daniel. Pass. 3-pointer. Damn. That's hot. Give it here. Daniel, right here. The guys on the court were buzzing with energy, and more students started crowding around the edges, shouting cheers and clapping. There he was, the kid in no jersey, just loose black shorts and a sweat-dampened t-shirt. Impossible to miss. His 3-pointers were on point, his speed unreal, and he read the game like it was second nature. He set the pace so fast that the whole honors team started instinctively orbiting around him. Whether it was the way his back tensed with each jump or how his face, drenched in sweat, still sharp as ever, kept drawing eyes. One thing was clear. This wasn't just any pickup game anymore. It had turned into something no one saw coming. The energy on the court was building, crackling with intensity. Cheers from the sidelines were getting louder, almost too loud, and the guys who'd written off their team in the first half were staring wide-eyed as the experimental class pulled ahead by over 16 points. Without William, it was freaking insane. When William showed up, the first half was already winding down. His jersey number had always been 9, so when he stepped onto the court, someone immediately spotted him and cleared a spot. He is back. The gym teacher called out, nodding toward the court with a grin. You've got a real gem here. Why haven't I seen you play before? William glanced over just as someone on the court faked a crossover and launched into a smooth layup, sparking another roar from the crowd. William smiled. He's just too lazy on weekdays. Ha! The gym teacher blinked. William shrugged. Too tired to move. But now, even the guy who'd been too lazy to run was starting to feel it, winded and wired. It had been ages since he'd pushed himself this hard. Half a game in, and his nose felt like it was full of blood. Still, adrenaline was pumping so hard your senses dull. Caught up in the moment, you can help but get swept up in the heat. Luckily, the first half ended fast. As the whistle blew, Mason and the others rushed over, heading off the court together, buzzing with excitement. Daniel, how do you keep this quiet? See that chubby guy from Class 7 just now? He tried to block Daniel several times but couldn't. His face turned green with frustration. We should switch spots in the second half. They laughed, already heading back to their own team's side. Hey William, when do you get back? You catch that game just now? Man, that was insane. Daniel heard the yeah and looked up. There stood William beside the gym teacher. William glanced over at him too. Daniel froze for a second, the sweat dripping down his jaw, snapping him back to reality. You in for the second half. Tired. William bent down, grabbed a water bottle from the cooler, and handed it over. Daniel took it, caught his breath. Didn't he hesitate, just nodded. Yeah, all right. William replied, crisp and clean. The second half kicked back into the familiar rhythm of the lab class. William played steadier than Daniel, and from the way he moved, it was clear his stamina was solid. He darted across the court non-stop, not even breathing hard all game, and with him on the floor, the crowd's cheers only got louder. The lead went from 16 to 20, then 25. In the end, the lab class crushed it, winning by a huge margin. After the final whistle, class was almost over anyway. Back to the classroom, back to the classroom. Ezra called out too. Daniel, come on. Daniel, sitting on the third step by the field, answered with a grunt. Yeah, let us go. He stood up too fast. Didn't he even notice it? Then came the sharp crack in his knee, followed by a jolt of needle-like pain shooting up through his leg. His vision went black. he knew instantly he screwed up. Sure enough, the crew just finishing their game and wiping sweat off their faces all let out shocked gasps. Dude, Daniel, watch it. The final shout had barely hit the ground when Daniel felt someone catch him mid-fall. They'd all been playing hard, dressed light. Daniel had rolled his half sleeve up to his shoulders while cooling down. Half a game's worth of sweat and wind had brought his skin back to normal, still cool to the touch. But then that sudden wave of heat wrapped around him, and goosebumps popped up on his arms fast enough you could almost see them rise. He muttered under his breath, "Damn, too hot." Skin pressed to skin, and the heat was off the charts. A familiar voice came from above. "What's going on?" Low, gruff, with a frown in it. Daniel looked up, still dazed from the fall, and mumbled, "Thanks, William." Otherwise he cracked his head on the pavement. That would been something to see. 4 p.m. In a small traditional Chinese medicine clinic called Shang Chao Tang, 2 kilometers from First Middle School's front gate, Daniel sat half-leaning on a narrow single massage table, barely wide enough for one person. His knee was already visibly swollen and red. The elderly Chinese doctor in his white coat and glasses bent over it now, jabbing thin needles into pressure points. A palm-long needle plunged deep into flesh, the tip still wobbling with a glint of cold steel. The other young guys in the room winced so hard their teeth chattered. "Hurts." Ezra couldn't help asking the guy on the table. Daniel's forehead was slick with fine, cold sweat, but he seemed like a pro at gritting it out. No grimace, not even a twitch. He glanced up and forced a weak smile. "Wanna trade places?" No. Ezra quickly waved his hands, still a bit incredulous. "Before, on the stairs of the Yang family, when you asked me to help you and said it was rheumatism, I thought you were joking. Turns out you were serious. There were 4 or 5 of them, all here together, back on the field. When they'd seen him completely unable to walk, everyone had thought he'd broken a bone, and nearly freaked out, scrambling to rush him to the hospital. Though the worst didn't happen. No broken leg. It wasn't exactly a walk in the park either. Mason and the others were even more confused. "Your leg looks serious. What's really going on?" "Yeah, you were sprinting just fine out there, then stopped for half an hour and couldn't walk a step." Daniel just shrugged. Frostbite. They looked even more baffled. How cold would it have to be to freeze your feet like that? Just then, the old Chinese doctor lifted his head after finishing the needles. He glanced at the young man in front of him, silent through the whole session, and gave a satisfied nod. Most middle-aged men who came in here ended up howling like they were being tortured. As he packed away his tools, the old guy said, "Your leg's not just frostbite. You had an old injury first, then exposure to cold. It added up to this mess." Daniel nodded. "Yeah, I'd heard it before." The doctor gave him a look and went on. "Today's acute inflammation, 5 days of treatment here, plus some meds to help. Should be back on your feet in no time." Ezra perked up. "So, that means it's fully healed?" "Dream on." The old man shot back, eyeing him sideways. "No such thing as fully fixed with this kind of damage, like a cracked bowl glued back together. The crack stays. You'll never be completely fine. Just avoid intense activity. Keep warm in cold weather, especially winter. As long as it doesn't get worse and you don't relapse, that's good enough." Everyone fell quiet after that. Daniel, though, stayed calm as ever. "Got it. I'll be careful. You kids," the old man muttered, unconvinced, "say all the right things, but turn around and forget 'em 2 seconds later. You're young now, but don't mess up your body. Wait a few years, and you'll be sorry." Daniel smiled. "Yeah, I really do know. How could he not? Last life, he barely cared about self-care. Just popped painkillers when things got tough. The worst was knee effusion with fever so high they had to operate. Even then, recovery wasn't great. For 2 years after, every weather change brought sharp twinges. He hadn't stopped taking meds for that leg since. Once burned, twice shy, he's not some masochist. So when there's still a chance to fix things, he'll damn well take it." Just then, William pushed aside the curtain and stepped in. He held several prescription slips in his hand. "How's he doing?" he asked the old herbalist, voice easy and familiar. The elder took the papers, glanced at them, then muttered with a hint of annoyance, Ivy already said everything that needs saying. If it weren't for you folks rushing in like it was an emergency, I wouldn't have even let you jump ahead. No matter how much face your she family thinks they reworth. William nodded. That's exactly why I came to bother you. You, the only one we trust. The old man grunted again, shot a glance at Daniel, then turned back to William. Keep an eye on him. This needle's gotta stay in for an hour. No fidgeting. The herbalist left. Someone asked William, "Hey, how do you even know a traditional doctor?" "Leo's the real deal. Legendary in his field," William said, walking over to the cabinet beside Daniel and grabbing the phone charging there. "My granddad's been relying on him for years. Every cold, every ache. You guys head back to school. I'll bring him home after the session. No sweat, we'll stay." "Yeah, might as well." William turned his phone toward the others. "Anthony just pinged. Says if you don't get back, we're gonna be in trouble. Finals tomorrow. You think he's not gonna notice 5 of us missing class?" The group flinched, exchanged glances, then said goodbye to Daniel and left one by one. Ezra, who stayed behind, saw William still scrolling through his phone and suggested, "William, why don't you go back? I'll keep an eye on things here." "Me?" William looked up from his screen, flat-eyed. He's got 5 more sessions after this. Might not even make it back in time for evening study hall. You really want to stay the night? I'm bunking with him anyway. I'll be way more convenient than you. Let us go. Ezra looked at Daniel. Daniel gave a small nod. "Go ahead. Do it his way. I am fine here. All right, call me if anything comes up." Ezra walked off too. William dragged over a stool and sat down on Daniel's left, still holding his phone, probably updating Anthony on the situation. Daniel was feeling kind of bored. The acupuncture points were tingling and a bit sore, manageable, but impossible to ignore. Trapped in this small therapy room, he could only distract himself by staring out the narrow window at the succulents lining the porch. His phone buzzed once. He glanced down and saw it was Jack, just minutes after he left. "Ezra, if you really can handle being stuck with the class rep, I'll figure something out for the next few days." Ezra. He didn't say a word, but I could tell he was off. "Something's up. Just thinking about you having to spend an hour with him every day for 5 more days. Honestly, it's making me suffocate." Daniel instinctively looked at William, probably sensed the glance. William lifted his head and followed Daniel's eyes to the needles on his body. "Hurt?" "Nah." Daniel shook his head, then shot back. "What did Anthony say?" William had just finished replying. Slid his phone into his pocket. "He said to rest up, and someone nearby will help you with tomorrow's test." Daniel knew the drill. "No need, I can still walk fine. And for the next few days? I'll manage on my own." William didn't say whether he'd let him go alone or not. He sat there a moment, eyes fixed on Daniel, then suddenly asked, "Your foot, was it hurt during the Chun family incident?" Daniel paused, just slightly. "Yeah, nothing really to hide about it." Daniel leaned back, relaxed, and for the first time, casually talked about that day on such a late afternoon. "It was 5 or 4 years ago. I can't remember clearly. It was winter. My mom, Sophia, had a migraine. She had been beaten by Samuel all the time and did a lot of heavy work, so she was in poor health. She gave me 5 yuan to get some medicine for her from the village doctor. It started to snow heavily on my way back. Yuhuai village is different from Rong City. It's the highest place in Bama County. It snows every winter. When the snow is heavy, it can reach people's calves. Samuel had been drinking again that day, and losing money, too. By the time Daniel stumbled back through the slush, Samuel was dragging Sophia by her hair across the threshold. Blood smeared on the floor in a long streak. Sophia was pregnant too, but no one knew that at that time. Daniel instinctively lunged forward, but Samuel smashed his knee with a wine jar in a rage, screaming at him as a bastard, accusing him of stealing money. He tied him up with a rope and left him chained to the outdoor well to think things over. Sometime during the night, maybe when Sophia looked like she was close to dying, Samuel finally sobered up, afraid he'd be blamed for murder, and grabbed a few strong men from the village to rush her to the town hospital that very night. Daniel remembered the Chun family's little wooden yard. the square patch of sky above it. It was freezing that night. He thought his mom might be dead, though she'd never really been kind or cruel to him, and he figured he'd probably freeze to death too, right there in the snow. In fact, Sophia came out of the hospital 3 days later, dazed and numb with grief over losing another child. She barely reacted when her son, barely saved that morning, was brought back to her. All she said was, "Where have you been these past few days?" So irresponsible. When the Young family found him, Daniel was no longer the little kid who trudged through the snow late at night, nor the one who couldn't fight back when Samuel beat him up for just $5. The Chun family was a mess, like wading into something so filthy it clings to your clothes. But what the Young family did was truly heart-rending. In so-called high society families, when it comes to interests, he cared because he couldn't see clearly. By the time he could see things clearly, his life had already taken a new turn. The therapy room was unnaturally quiet. The last golden rays of dusk slipped through the window. William couldn't figure out where Daniel's calm came from. "I thought you'd want revenge," William said at last. Daniel glanced at him, let out a dry chuckle. "Revenge? Kill my adoptive parents? Bring down the Young family? Never thought about it?" Daniel nodded honestly. "Yeah, thought about it, and he'd done more than think." Samuel ended up in jail. Daniel put him there himself. When Sophia died that year, Daniel went to visit her, told her, right before she passed, "Your beloved son is overseas enjoying a vacation. Doesn't he want to come see you one last time?" And then, just a week after Matthew transferred his shares to Michael, Daniel left Matthew with quite the mess. Though Young family might have barely held on, they were definitely crippled. Though he never got to see it himself, he'd done what needed doing, and what shouldn't he have been done too. Otherwise, the Daniel people later knew wouldn't he have been so easily called a madman. But this time around, Daniel was lounging casually in that tiny therapy room, eyeing the one person he'd least expected to grow close to, and murmured lazily, "Dreams and doing are two different things. I am practically living at the hospital with all my issues, and don't get me started. I might not even make top 10 in class if I graduate from a second-rate college. Then taking down Young family? That's straight-up fairy tale stuff. Honestly, the worst thing you can do is fight yourself. Why not just keep everyone happy?" William set his right foot down on the floor and nodded. "Yeah, true." That simple exchange wiped out the heavy silence that had been hanging in the air, and William studied the now drowsy face before him, paused 2 seconds, then said, voice unreadable, "If you really believe that, better be careful." Daniel gave a half-hearted nod. "You should probably get the doctor in here. I am starting to feel some real pain." William stood up, looking down on him. "So finally you've had enough?" "Yeah. I am done, hurry up." The whole thing with Daniel bowling himself into the Chinese medicine clinic back in sophomore year? Still a classic on campus, something people still laughed about for ages. These days, he'd become something of a local legend. He even got greeted as he walked back to school. His go-to answer? "All good. No limp." People looked at him. Seemed pretty normal, actually. Then came the next day. The monthly exam rolled in with a downpour. Late October weather, it turned fast, and once it did, that wind cut right through you like ice. Do you want to dig out your winter coat just to survive? Daniel hadn't been back yet when the last exam happened, the first one since he started first middle school. His score had been average, so his assigned classroom was on the 3rd floor. Early that morning, after breakfast, students began trickling in at the bottom of the building. Just in time to avoid being late, umbrellas popped open with a flick, sending showers of water all around. At its busiest moment, someone suddenly screamed from upstairs, "Jack, where's my knee pad?" People passing by, waiting for someone, or folding their umbrellas all looked up at once. There, the school's top bully was sprawled over the railing. He'd just gotten there, his forehead still damp with rain. Spotting the guy coming down from the stone steps below, he called out, "I remember putting your knee guards in your bag at breakfast, Jack." Suddenly the center of attention, like an animal in a zoo, felt a vein twitch in his temple. "Why do you even put them in my bag? Didn't he feel cold this morning?" The bully shrugged, shaking out his hair, now truly looking like a soaked dog. completely unfazed by how ridiculous his request and behavior seemed for someone who ruled the school. Now I am freezing up. 5 minutes later, most students in the exam hall were already seated and settled, waiting for the test to begin. The invigilators walked into the classroom one after another, holding the exam papers. Sir. A ripple went through the room as someone appeared at the doorway. The teacher glanced over, voice calm. Looking for someone? No problem, come on in. Plenty of time. The school's number 1 student arrived at this unremarkable exam hall, holding a pair of brownish fuzzy knee warmers. He walked straight to the middle seat. What are you doing here? The bully looked up, scanning the room amid the buzz. Giving off serious official visit to a slum vibes. William shot him a sideways glance. Yeah, you kind of look like you crawled out of one. Word on the street is that the big-time school bully has been begging for thermal pants first thing in the morning. Hand them over, the bully demanded, arm outstretched. The room fell silent. No one expected the school's king to be reaching for his own things. Instead, it was the number 1 student who leaned down slightly, eyebrows knitted in concern, asking quietly, "Still hurting?" Low and soft, like a whisper. Daniel shifted back in his seat, eyes narrowed at the guy in front of him. A little, but not bad. Still, you showing up like this, with that tone, it's kind of unsettling. If your face actually showed fear, William said flatly, crouching down, it'd look more believable. Daniel nearly tipped backward. IV got a foot problem, not a hand injury. In truth, William was just playing along. Leaning forward, he placed the knee pads on Daniel's legs and gave a quick reminder. Just focus. Do your best. Daniel blinked, startled. You ever doubt your own teaching? William shot him a look, his gaze flicking to the injured foot before returning. I am not confident in you. There's always wind blowing in through the doorway. Remember to wear them. Dante give me that line about cold weather making your leg hurt and wrecking your test score, so just do your best. Daniel found it kind of funny that the top student could be anxious about his teaching results. What if I mess up and ruin your reputation? He asked. Without waiting for William to reply, Daniel continued, well, if that happens, I'll disappear from the experimental class right away. I wouldn't want to taint your spotless record as the top student in the grade. Just then, the warning bell rang. William tapped him on the shoulder with a pointed finger, gave a stern look, nodded toward the proctor, and headed out. The exam lasted 2 days total. After each subject ended, returning to class always sparked a wave of heated discussion. Daniel didn't join in the answer swapping, nor did his face give anything away. No anxiety, no joy. When someone came over after checking answers with Michael and found out he might scored a 147 on math, they rushed to ask Daniel how it went. He just said, didn't bother calculating. Some people praised his confidence outwardly, but underneath, most suspected he was avoiding the numbers, afraid of what it might show. Since everyone figured he'd lose anyway, after 2 days of testing, results were finally starting to roll in. The classroom buzzed with a mix of tension and excitement. The day after the exam, signs of warmth began showing up across the country as the cold snap started breaking. The skies cleared, clouds parted, sunlight poured through. Just as first period ended and chatter filled the room, someone burst in shouting, "Breaking news! Emily is stepping down." What? Seriously? The rankings came out that fast? No way, her bet with Daniel isn't even over yet, is it? Daniel, how did you even pull off something so epic that Emily actually backed down? When surrounded, Daniel was still a little dazed. Leo's medical skills were seriously impressive. After just 3 days, Daniel's knee felt nearly fine if he didn't push it, but Leo insisted he finished the last 2 days of treatment and switched him to a new herbal formula, telling him to keep taking it for a full week. Just as these guys gathered around, Daniel happened to be in the middle of swallowing his medicine. Traditional Chinese herbs, small sealed packets, each one packed with at least 100 tiny black pills. The moment he opened it, the pungent herbal scent hit him straight in the skull. He'd already been chewing for about 5 minutes and barely got half of them down, 3 or 5 at a time, washed down with a big gulp of warm water. Still, he felt like throwing up every single time. William, who'd been watching for a few minutes, deadpanned. Just swallow him in 2 goes. Your current method's making my stomach hurt just watching. Daniel, already feeling his guts churning from the medicine, actually gagged right then and there. His eyes instantly turned red, scaring off everyone standing nearby. Daniel, what kind of hellish taste is this medicine? Someone gave him a thumbs up. Just surviving it's already impressive. Back when I had premature graying, my mom made me take something similar. From that day on, I swore if I ever went bald overnight, I'd rather do it than ever touch this stuff again. Look at your eyes, you not crying. Are you, Daniel? Daniel clutched the pills and caught his breath. Get lost. I am not crying. No sooner had he said it than a hand reached out from beside him and snatched the medicine away. William glanced at Daniel's eyes, frowning. If you can handle it, don't force it. When we get to the clinic later, ask them for something you can actually swallow. Daniel was touched. I am starting to realize, William, you've got a heart of gold. The moment those words left his mouth, the whole group erupted into a chorus of retching sounds. I've never heard anyone call William kind before. Those street racing maniacs who got their butts kicked on Nanshan that year would probably rather kill themselves. Did Noah, the eternal second-place finisher, even manage to keep his blood inside? Still alive after getting yelled at in physics last year? Good for them. Daniel almost snorted with laughter. William snapped, what the hell are you all even doing here? Back to your seats. With this reminder to finally hit them, without asking Daniel, they turned straight to William. William, remember yesterday when Levi called all the sophomore class reps to a meeting? You don't think that's about Emily, do you? William didn't hold back. We did an intention analysis survey. So what do you say? William glanced up. Whatever you guys thought, that's exactly what I said. Cold-blooded. No wonder he volunteered to step down. She's already gone. Doesn't that make Daniel's old words meaningless? True. Daniel, you don't have to worry about failing anymore. The honors class still wants you. Then, out of nowhere, a voice cut in sharply. I'm not really sure what's so funny here. It was Michael, wiping the blackboard from the front desk. His eyes flicked over Daniel and William, then landed vaguely on the group huddled in the corner. He spoke, so because you top of the class, it's okay to bully your teacher into quitting? Pretty proud of yourselves, huh? Daniel didn't even bother responding, but clearly, others couldn't let it go. What's your problem, Michael? Just because you the math rep and Emily looks at you differently, does that mean you get to ignore the fact she's not cut out for the honors class? And what exactly are we proud of, huh? Michael dropped the eraser. Am I wrong? Daniel set the terms first. Emily stepped down willingly. He's sitting there guilt-free, still in the class. You all tight with him, bending the rules for him, yet when teacher by just questioned things, she was pushed out? That's not exactly fair. On paper, it sounded solid, but people in this honors class aren't all fools. They can spot a lie from a mile away. Oh, you good at twisting words. Wasn't she the one who accused Daniel of cheating first? Oh, almost forgot, you, Michael, added fuel to the fire, didn't you? You weren't like this before. Could it be that you're jealous because Daniel is the Young family's real son? Yeah, totally weird lately. Michael went from red-faced to pale, and then those eyes filled with venom in just 2 minutes. Daniel watched it all coldly. He wasn't even sure what was going on in that head of his. He spent his whole life avoiding the Young family. Hadn't even cared about winning any game with them. But somehow, something went wrong. Michael, who could have been a winner in life just by maintaining his high and mighty stance, kept coming up to Daniel, trying to make himself noticed. And now, Daniel is sitting down below, while that once illustrious figure from the podium was suddenly surrounded by fire, like fate playing a cruel joke. Except for his own choice, Daniel glanced at the only real variable beside him. You gonna say anything? Daniel asked. William shot him a look. What's there to say? You feel sorry for him? You really misreading me, Daniel said, leaning back in his chair and nodding toward the group standing in the aisle. Think about it, want to stir this up again just so you can drag each of them one by one out of class? Back to the homeroom? William glanced at the bunch still fuming down the hallway. He tapped the desk once. Settle down. Feel proud of your midterm scores or what? The words hit like a bucket of ice. Everyone shut up instantly, their energy deflating fast. Clearly, he knew exactly how to poke at a crew drowning in the rat race. Just then, the bell for class rang. The math teacher swept in, long skirt swaying, heels clicking on the floor. Isabella took one look around and immediately sensed something off with the vibe in the honors class. But she played it cool, smiling instead. "All right, everyone quiet down," she said. "Emily's moving to another school, so starting today, I am taking over your math class. I am Isabella. Some of you might know me already. I teach grade 10 math too. Just never had you all before. You can call me Isabella." Then came the kicker. "We handing out midterm exams right now." The announcement landed like a punch. No time to even process the sudden teacher change, and everyone was already sinking into anxious anticipation. "Seriously? That fast? Isabella, couldn't you give us some warning? Oh no, oh no. I think my heart's about to jump out of my chest." Isabella's eyes swept across the classroom. Then she grinned. "All right, screw it, no need to scare you all. Skip reading grades. Math class rep, where are you? Hand out the papers." Michael, still standing up front, mechanically walked over and took the stack. When he glanced down at the top paper, his stomach dropped. Daniel's test stared back at him, the red 149 burning into his eyes. Just then, Isabella said, "Daniel? Raise your hand. I know you." Daniel blinked, stunned for a second before realizing it was him. Shoving back his chair to stand, Isabella smirked. "Nice-looking guy. I've heard about you and Emily, whatever happened in the past, but gotta give you a little lecture here. Skipped the key step on question 37, so 1 point off. Still 149. Nice work. Keep it up." The classroom erupted in excited clapping. Isabella blinked, surprised. "Really? This excited over 149? That's not even rare here. Daniel's next to a god who scores perfect every time. Why aren't you all losing your minds for him? Isabella, you don't get it. Who the hell even goes around competing with the class rep for fun?" "Exactly." The one actually being compared gripped the edge of his stack of papers tight, eyes darting over to Daniel. Daniel didn't seem shocked by his score. He was leaning sideways, talking quietly with someone beside him, and the person who once made Michael's heart race, whom he looked up to and chased down every step, now just stared at whoever had leaned in, expression blank, but that effortless patience. Something Michael had never seen before. For the first time, Michael hated someone so clearly. His life had changed the moment Daniel's name appeared. But it felt like only he was caught in the storm of his own truth, unable to break free. All subject results came back within 1 day. William didn't surprise anyone. Firmly at the top, 40 points ahead of Noah. In a class like this? Unbelievable, not human. Daniel's name landing on the grade rankings list hit everyone like a punch. The clear 9th place in the whole school. Blindingly bright, shocking more than a few eyes. Remember, he was barely mid-pack during his first monthly exam. He turned something that seemed impossible into reality. The most dramatic part was that his rank was right ahead of Michael's. Daniel in front, Michael right behind. The total score was only 1 point higher than Michael's. Considering the recent ups and downs of their intertwined fates, that 1 point seemed like a provocation, or perhaps a sneer. Daniel stared at the empty seat being cleared out fast down the row. For the 13th time, he explained to Ezra and the others, "I really didn't manipulate my scores. If I had that ability, what would be left for you, William? Isn't being first in the grade glamorous? I actually want to give it a try too." Jack snapped. "You weren't saying this before. You out of control now. Mason, show off. Thomas, William, can you even handle this? The church's disciple is plotting a coup." William held the class and grade ranking sheets, watching as someone was surrounded and grilled in the middle of the crowd. Daniel that day had pulled on a sweater first thing in the morning. Deep blue, crew neck, loose fitting, just enough room for him to sit cross-legged on the stool, while easily finishing off a cold noodle bowl Ezra had smuggled in from outside school. Jack said there was too much chili. "Just let me taste it once." He held the plastic container like it was his last hope, refusing to stop until every last noodle on the chopsticks was gone. Eyes alive with energy. Nothing at all like the first time William had seen him. Back then, Daniel had looked like a young wolf, battered and scarred. Now, after transferring into the experimental class at First Middle School, he was coiled tight, waiting to spring. It was hard to say exactly when William started seeing him clearly, but it probably clicked that night in the alleyway, when Daniel lay feverish against a dark wall, staring back at him with glassy eyes. Daniel had gotten lazy lately, still just as fierce as ever. Anyone who touched him got bitten, but then again, he could be unexpectedly sweet, like now. Dodging Jack so fast he accidentally smacked the whole bowl of cold noodles right onto William's $10K white sneakers. Seeing William's temple twitch with rage, Daniel didn't hesitate. He stepped in, amid a sea of eyes like scared quail. He took hold of his classmate, whom he considered pretty nice, gently cradling the guy's hands, and said, straight-faced, "I messed up." Oh. William had his limits, and right now he was showing just how sharp-edged he could be. Coldly, he asked, "Where do you go wrong? You really didn't lose control? You managed to send your little brother into such a rage he couldn't stand another minute in the honors class. Yet you couldn't even hold onto a bowl of cold noodles?" Daniel realized his mistake. He completely misjudged this guy. Where was the kindness? He closed his eyes, bracing for the storm. "I'll clean your shoes when I get back to the dorm." William turned and walked off without a word. "He is mad?" Daniel asked the others. Mason nodded, pointing at himself. "He's got real OCD. He'll actually grab you and toss you out if he sees anything off." Clearly, someone else had already paid the price. Daniel knew from experience. William's bed was always spotless, his desk razor-sharp clean, every single thing in perfect order. Thinking of this, Daniel suddenly stood up. "What are you doing?" Jack asked. Daniel shot back. "He's not gonna go straight to the dorm and change his shoes, is he?" "Could be." 2 seconds later, Daniel sat back down. "Forget it." "What do you mean, forget it?" "Explain yourself." Daniel muttered. "My underwear is still on his pillow." "What did you just say?" Seeing their reactions, Daniel said angrily, "What are you thinking? I was in such a hurry this morning. When I threw the underwear I'd just taken in from the balcony onto the bed. I missed. Half of it landed on the iron railing and half on his pillow. That's all. And it's clean," Daniel added, almost defensive. Mason said flatly, "That's basically like throwing your underwear straight onto his head." Jack shot back. "You've insulted him." Others. "Daniel, condolences." "Condolences for what? For your own black underwear?" That night when he got back to the dorm, Daniel didn't find his underwear corpse in the trash. No, that one black cotton pair he'd worn just once was still neatly folded on his bed, but the whole set of bed linens hanging out on the balcony? That's what made Daniel's eye twitch. Daniel asked William, who was sitting on a stool flipping through a book, disbelief in his voice. "Could it be a little too much? Too much?" William didn't even look up. He knew exactly what he meant. "Daniel, you've seriously damaged my male ego." "Then you overthinking it." William snapped the book shut and stared at him. "The 2-week physics training starts soon. I washed it early in case I don't have time to dry it when I leave." "You just being sensitive." For a second, Daniel's face went through every emotion. Surprise, outrage, confusion all in one flash. "How did you even know what I was talking about?" "Your excuse for covering up your full-blown germophobia is worse than just admitting it." William raised an eyebrow. "First, you stared at your stuff on the bed like someone was about to steal your boxer shorts. So hard I swear if I didn't see it myself, I think I was blind. Second, have I ever let you sit on my stool? Have you stepped on my bed before? Last week, you fell asleep halfway through tutoring, drool nearly hitting my desk. Did I say anything about me being obsessive? Me having a freakish obsession? Being grilled like that so thoroughly, so unexpectedly?" He felt oddly speechless for the first time in forever. If he didn't know William was still captain of the school debate team, Daniel might actually bowed his head and confessed guilt like a criminal. The rest of the guys in the dorm were trying hard not to laugh, failing miserably. Daniel turned around, suspicious. "Are those even true? I don't remember any of that." "Yeah." Mason choked out with a snort. "Yeah, it is real." He fought to keep a straight face and raised his hand like a witness. "Look, I'm not saying this just to mess with you, Daniel, but seriously, your habits? On the surface, you've got that whole health-conscious vibe. Thermos always in hand, soak your feet every night, super disciplined, but honestly, You reliving way too loose and careless. Like last night, you totally used William's shampoo. When you walked out, I could smell it, smelled just like him. That hit home. Daniel actually hadn't noticed. He always zoned out in the shower. Back when he was swamped with work, that bath had been his favorite moment of the day. The one stretch where everything else just stopped. That brief stretch of time just for himself. Enough to replay the day's events in his head, sorting through what went right and where he slipped up. He hadn't changed a bit since then. Only now he didn't pretend as much. Big problems were just thoughts in the back of his mind, like, oops, got one question wrong on the test. He instinctively scratched his scalp and brought his fingers to his nose for a sniff. Nothing weird. Nothing different from usual. Before he could say anything, William chimed in. Really? You such a dog. You messed up your shampoo. Big deal. True. Daniel nodded, not fazed at all. But then something clicked. Hey, my hair's kind of long. It's Friday tomorrow, and school gets out early. Anyone want to go get a cut? Thomas. Why not just do it all together? Anthony has been pushing for this forever. He keeps saying he'll grab his clippers if anyone shows up looking like they haven't had their hair touched in years. Everyone else agreed. Noah was the only one who didn't care. The plan was settled. Daniel still had one last acupuncture session to go. He figured he'd swing by the Chinese medicine clinic after getting his hair cut. The next day, weather was decent. After school, everyone headed back to their dorms for stuff. Knowing about Daniel's leg thing, they agreed to meet up at the front gate. Daniel left first. Fridays afternoons were always packed at the school entrance. Parents picking up kids, boarding students coming and going, some even sneaking out without a leave slip just to blend into the crowd. Daniel stood on the sidewalk, drawing eyes from passersby. Let's be honest, these days he was basically a celebrity around campus. Just being out as gay was enough to get people whispering behind his back. Add in the fact that he stripped off his uniform and tied it around his waist, slumped against a curb when tired, lazily waved one hand at familiar faces, plus that face of his, and you had instant eyeball magnetism. A few girls had been eyeing Daniel quietly, their stares fixed on him the whole time. Then, out of nowhere, the guy suddenly sprang up from his crouch and darted across the traffic in a flash, vanishing into the alleyway on the other side. So when the guys back at the dorm came out and couldn't find him, no answer on calls, they started getting tips from people who seen something. Daniel? He went over to the other side. No idea what he's up to. He was running like hell, and that driver kept blasting the horn when he crossed the street. But Daniel acted like he didn't hear a thing. Seemed like he was chasing someone. Didn't get a good look. Didn't see anyone else over there. Hearing that, William shot a sharp glance across the road, his brow furrowed tight. What's going on? Did Daniel run into someone he knows? Mason turned to William, asking, maybe we should just head to the barber shop and wait. Could be he went in for something. Thomas and Jonathan nodded in agreement. Yeah, let's call again on the way. Wait, William called out, shoving his bag into Mason's arms. All of you, come with me. We finding him now. The other three froze for a second, seeing William's serious expression. They exchanged glances and didn't say anything more, simply nodding in agreement. Daniel slammed the man against the barrier at the back of the street, where they were already a good kilometer from First Middle School's gate. The railing dropped straight down some 20 meters to a small landfill below, and beyond that sprawled Rome City's largest cross-city river. A strong gust whipped through, snapping the "Watch Your Step" banner on the railing like a battle flag. The air reeked of rot from the dump below. Run, Daniel growled, gripping the man's collar and shoving him hard into the barrier. Teeth clenched. Why do you stop? Keep running. The middle-aged guy looked a mess. Disheveled, greasy hair, like he hadn't washed it in weeks. Yellowed teeth, eyes bloodshot from years of drinking, struggling to break free. The man's face twisted in fury as he spat. You little bastard. I raised you for years. This is how you treat your own father? And what exactly should I do with you? Daniel asked, a cold smirk tugging at his lips. Hand over money so you can live like a king? Daniel asked with a sneer. Should I give you money and worship you? Samuel now stood still, not even trying to run anymore. He yanked his tattered denim jacket back on and jabbed a finger at Daniel. Don't think I don't know this whole thing? They begging me now. That fake adoption story? It was Young family who leaked it themselves. Even Sophia the bitch walked free. So, handing over some cash? No big deal. Samuel wasn't thinking about running away at this point. He yanked back his tattered denim jacket, pointed at Daniel and said, "Don't you think I don't know? Right now, the Young family is practically begging me. They were the ones who leaked the news about the baby mix-up in the first place. Even that bitch Sophia got acquitted. What's a little money to them?" Samuel said, his face alight with excitement. He grabbed Daniel's arm, his neck turning thick and red. "Son, I came to you this time to get justice for you. The Young family cares about their face, their reputation, and their interests. They don't treat you like a human being. This is an opportunity for us, father and son." Daniel let out a dry laugh. "I am not your son. You show up out of nowhere like this. Did you finally realize you never get close to your real kid? Or maybe he won to even acknowledge you? Or worse, told you to get lost?" Samuel's face turned a sickly purple for an instant. He must have remembered how he tried to reach out, only to be blocked, ignored, even nearly reported when the real son called the cops on him. That worthless son of a bitch who won to recognize his own father. Now got bodyguards around him. Bodyguards? Daniel paused, thinking back to the last time this played out. Samuel showed up then too, same act, same lies. Back then I hadn't even moved into boarding school yet. Used to ride the bus with Michael every day. When I found out Young family already knew Samuel had come to Rome City. Charlotte hired the guards. Gave a smooth excuse. "They there for your safety. Mrs. Young, the man is a gambler. He'll do anything." But when Samuel actually showed up, the guard pulled Michael straight into the car and drove off. That's how Daniel heard Samuel's words. What did I do back then, though? He got into a fight with Samuel as soon as they met and returned to the Young family with a bruise on his face. And how did Young family react that time? Their story changed every damn day. Charlotte winced, her voice tight with concern. "What happened to your face?" "Daniel, this is all my fault. I just figured Samuel would go after Michael, being the real son and all. I never thought those bodyguards would mess up like that and leave you behind." Grayson said quietly, "Son, I am proud you rethinking about the family, but right now, the company is still shaky. Can let this blow up, so don't be stubborn. Just pretend to agree for now and buy some time. I'll handle it on my end." Matthew shot a cold look over. "With that temper of yours, you never gonna get anything done." Daniel wasn't really doing this for the Young family back then. He just wanted to punch Samuel in the face, plain and simple. However, later he did as the Young family had requested and didn't make a big fuss about it. He allowed Samuel to extort him for quite a long time. The amount of money started small at first, but then Samuel began to make outrageous demands. This was the last straw that led to Samuel being sentenced to far more than the normal prison term due to his fleeing after committing burglary, assault, extortion, and obtaining a large amount of money. But this time, Daniel volunteered. "No need to look for the Young family. I'll give you money." "You're gonna give me money?" Samuel spat, clearly not believing it. "You're not even 18 yet. How much pocket money could the Young family give you?" Daniel tossed out a number. When Samuel's eyes lit up, he added, "But it's not free. 2 conditions. First, go to the Young group headquarters and find someone named Matthew. If he won TCU, make a scene. They'll never refuse another payoff. Second, stay the hell away from me. If you push me into this again, I'll hand over the transaction records to the cops and have them invite you for tea. You know what happens when Chen and Yang go to court, deal?" Samuel was still a bit skeptical. "You're not taking Yang family's side at all? And you're giving me money to blackmail the Yangs?" Daniel shrugged, a breeze lifting his loose strands of hair as he gave a look so innocent it was almost mocking. "I am just a high school kid. What can I do? Besides, we've never met today." "Never met," Samuel said, grinning now. "Right, never met." Daniel lifted his gaze toward the distant river, still as glass under a calm sky. At this moment, the river surface looked calm. Daniel stepped out of the alley and froze in place. Instantly, a few people swarmed around him. "Hey, Daniel, Where have you been? You've been gone for ages. We were starting to think you'd been kidnapped. William. Yes, here. Over here. Daniel swept his eyes over the faces of the guys crowding around him, then glanced up at the figure walking slowly toward him from 10 meters away. Daniel shook the water off his hands. It's okay. I just went to the restroom. Are you serious? You went that far for a pee? We freaked out looking for you. No answer on the phone either. Daniel blinked. Sorry, my phone died. By the time Daniel finished speaking, William had already walked up close. What happened to your hand? He asked right away. Daniel glanced down at his palm. Brushed against something dirty. Mason and the others finally noticed. Beneath Daniel's rolled-up sleeves, from elbow to fingertips, the skin was bright red, as if he de-scrubbed it raw, pale in patches, with faint hints of bruising underneath. Mason, next time you touch something filthy, I am seriously questioning who's more obsessed with cleanliness, yourself or William. William said nothing, just lifted his eyes and gave a quiet glance past Daniel, toward the dark alleyway leading off into nowhere. Then he turned back. Let us go. Yeah, let us get going. Daniel called to the others. First stop, barber shop. But as soon as he stepped out of the alley and turned right, someone yanked him around a full 180 degrees. William's voice stayed calm. First, we going to get the shot. I'd rather hit the barber first, Daniel said, glancing at the hand gripping his wrist. He raised an eyebrow. Leo said the last acupuncture session would be unbelievably painful. Aren't you just using this as revenge? William followed his gaze down, then let go without a word. Revenge you for what? Revenge yourself for wasting time? William's voice was flat. Leo's got a family thing tonight. He's out of the clinic by 7. You'll have to be there too. Don T make excuses. Caught in the act. Daniel gave up. Fine, I'll go alone. It's the last one anyway. Daniel really didn't want anyone to tag along. The clinic was good, no doubt. But Leo's needles got harder with every session. Last time, Daniel had managed to hold it together, but by the end he'd been drenched in sweat from his back down. Even the old doctor admitted this final round would double the pain of the last. Daniel wasn't about to make a fool of himself. William glanced at him. Just cry if you need to. No one's watching. Who said I'd cry? Daniel snapped, the words slipping out before he could stop them. The guys walking behind caught the whole thing. Daniel, you cried? What? Cry about what? William, you actually made him cry? You, impossible, just went to the bathroom. What's the big deal? Daniel froze. He turned and pointed at a barber shop across the street with a cold smirk. How about you all go there first? Let the stylist fix your brains while you at it. Sorry about that. See ya. That day at St. Herb Hall, there were so many people trying to get a spot for Leo. Amid the chorus of patients groaning, ow, 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 pleading gently, gently, and shouting that it's enough, stop already, the youngest apprentice, bustling around with the old herbalist, noticed one unusual presence. The kid was barely in his late teens, just a student. His knees were ravaged by severe traumatic rheumatic bone pain. Leo said, after the herbs burned on his skin and acupuncture needles coursed through his meridians, he should been the one reacting the worst today. Trouble was, all that reaction amounted to was a faint tensing of veins in his hand gripping the armrest. A fine sheen of sweat on his forehead and upper chest accidentally brushed against someone standing right behind him when he turned. Then, after enduring the worst of it, he looked back completely composed. The young apprentice asked in surprise, isn't that the young master from the Shi family? What's he doing here? Just came along with a classmate. The apprentice thought, yeah, I saw that. What surprised him was how close the two seemed. Unexpected, really. After all, he'd seen this Shi family young blood before, at their ancestral estate. Always in a gold-threaded shirt, standing like a shadow behind the old patriarch, with no hint of a regular high schooler. He didn't seem like someone who, just let another person's sweat smear onto his clothes, but here it was. The person who wiped their sweat on someone else's clothes didn't seem to realize it at all. The person who got sweat rubbed on him also seemed not to care. Afterward, still heading to meet Mason and the others? Daniel shook his damp hair, then pulled at his shirt collar and sniffed it. Acupuncture means no shower for now. but I am gonna need a fresh set of clothes. William packed up behind him, glancing at his phone. He said, "They already done and gone to eat. Let us go." "Where to? Aren't you supposed to buy clothes?" "Yeah, sure, might as well get one for you too. You so obsessed with cleanliness. I am worried you want to even touch your dinner." Just another casual exchange. Fading away from the clinic's entrance, the apprentice thought to himself, wrong move. Someone who always mooching off others actually is that particular type of person after all, and their obsession with cleanliness goes full extreme. So naturally he didn't notice the man outside, standing under the first glow of city lights, glancing down at his own clothes and calmly saying, "No need." Daniel figured this guy was just being overly polite, typical, acting all noble now, when he's the one who practically shoved himself into my coat earlier. Back then, Daniel had actually paused when their clothes touched. But William didn't flinch, and the pain in his arm was obvious enough that Daniel let it go. Anyway, Daniel bought the clothes for William, right there near the clinic, a massive mall. Daniel insisted William try on a black and white long-down jacket priced at 3,500 yuan. Once out of the fitting room, William zeroed in on it immediately, even thought the salesgirl was spot on when she said he looked better than the mannequin in the store's front window. The coat hit just below the knee, snug and tailored, and with that face, everyone nearby kept glancing over. Daniel surveyed it. "Nice, you heading to training camp anyway? I heard the place is rough. Dorms don't even have AC. Weather's cooling down. Perfect timing." William draped his old clothes over his elbow and said, "Too expensive." Expensive? Daniel thought, "You've got a whole suitcase full of gear. Any single piece in there probably costs more than this." However, Daniel quickly showed William through his actions that he really didn't mind the high price. Daniel had a rather rough and ready way of choosing clothes for himself, kind of like those flashy rich guys on TV. Only difference? No glamorous young assistant, no beer gut, no chunky gold pinky ring in sight. Truth was, the staff just saw a tall, lean guy, handsome, looked like some kind of spoiled heir, but not that flashy, throw money around type you'd expect from a real playboy. He was serious about it, moving from shelf to shelf. He already had a dozen items in hand. Prices ranged from a few hundred to several thousand, sometimes even more. Styles ran the gamut, from casual sportswear to streetwise hip-hop. Thickness spanned spring to winter, everything covered. When it came time to check out, he even grabbed 2 pairs of cargo pants, black and gray. The salesgirl serving him was practically beaming with delight, and William, who'd been silently shadowing him the whole time, finally spoke up just as he was about to pay. "What kind of shopping ritual is this? Did you get locked in school too long and now you blowing off steam?" "It's my own money," Daniel said, handing over the neatly wrapped bags with a warm, fatherly smile. "Consider it your reward for tutoring me. Wear 'em if you want." William reached out and took them, looked him in the eye, then nodded once. "Fine, sir, as long as you happy." Daniel laughed. At the counter, leaning against the side while chatting with William, he explained, "Honestly, I just didn't feel like wandering around. I am not picky about clothes, and I hate online shopping, so when I had the chance, figured why not grab a bunch?" Most of it was shipped straight to school. Daniel casually picked up a few bags, then went to get a haircut, and joined up with Mason and the others together with William. It was a hot pot restaurant, dinner rush, buzzing with energy. Seeing the two of them walk in laden down with bags, Mason blurted out, "Wait, you actually went shopping together?" "Just picked up a few things," Daniel said, sliding into a seat at the square table. Jonathan and the others leaned in, rifling through his bags, then pulled out a wild, colorful shirt, faces frozen in disbelief. "Dude, Daniel, you actually wearing this? What's wrong with that?" Daniel scooped up a mushroom from the clear broth and dropped it into his bowl. Mason glanced over at the guy slouched in the chair across, staring at his phone. "William, how do you let him get away with this mess of an eye for style?" "Not bad at all," William said, glancing up from his phone screen at the shirt. Daniel nodded. "See? He thinks it's good." William hummed again. "Price is solid, 8,800. A brief silence settled over the table. Then, "Whoa, money talks, beauty's just noise. I declare this shirt absolutely flawless. Dad, you still need a son? Daniel grinned up at him. Son, I've got cash. Not an ego, your inheritance plans are as obvious as they are pathetic. Jonathan turned the shirt this way and that. Still, Daniel, it's not really practical to wear now. Daniel kept fishing in the hot pot. After failing to snag a meatball for what felt like forever, he gave up. Wear it during Lunar New Year. Lunar New Year? Daniel stared at his bowl. 2 extra dumplings had mysteriously appeared, amid Mason's loud cry of, "William, I want one too." Daniel glanced at William, still fishing for him, then answered the earlier question. Yeah, sunbathe in the southern hemisphere. He paused. Might happen. That comment hit a nerve with the boys. Suddenly, complaints flooded in. Daniel, you really salty about this. Got cram school all month. Seriously, my mom says if I don't raise my chem grade, this year is gonna suck. The worst part of New Year is family visits. I kill to be soaking up sun instead. Every year it's like a zoo, kids running around. Can even play my game in peace? Daniel sat in the steamy haze, listening to them chatter about the holidays, some joyful, some not, some heated, some warm. He nodded along now and then, playing the part like any ordinary guy should, except for William. They were seated diagonally across from each other. Daniel met William's gaze across the table, through the drifting mist, and both knew exactly what the other was thinking. He'd been to Yuhui village. The Shi family had played the role of searchers in this reunion. So Daniel's secrets, aside from the fact that he wasn't really 17-year-old Daniel, were nearly laid bare before him. No embarrassment, just a strange daze, dazed by how little memory he had of this guy from his past life. They never sat face to face so close, never slept head to head in the same dorm room, never gone shopping together. Certainly not something he'd ever buy clothes for him. How had they even gotten close? Daniel couldn't even remember the real reason anymore. What were you staring at? William's gaze cut through the hot steam, landed on him, and then said flatly, You won't get anything just by looking. Whatever's in your stomach soup. Don't even touch it. Daniel propped his head up and suddenly burst out laughing. He thought, what did it matter if he couldn't remember? How long could a moment like this even last anyway? Youth was fleeting, just being around people you didn't hate was already lucky enough. After dinner, they stepped out of the shop. It was already 10 at night. William stood by the curb making a call while Mason and the others debated whether to stay outside or head back to their dorms. Daniel scrolled through his phone. Besides today's shopping receipt, there was a notification from 5 hours earlier, the transfer he'd just made. His phone buzzed suddenly. It was an unknown number. Hello? Daniel answered. No one spoke on the other end. Daniel didn't rush to hang up. After about 5 seconds, Daniel, it was Sophia's voice, as if afraid he'd disconnect. She quickly added, I'm not calling to ask you for anything. I just wanted to warn you, your dad, no. Samuel, he's in wrong city now. I'm worried he might come looking for trouble again. Keep your guard up. If things get too much, tell the Yang family. They'll handle it. Daniel took a few steps left and stopped at the entrance of a brightly lit 24-hour convenience store. With his hands in his pockets, he looked at his blurred reflection on the glass door, his tone casual, as if he were pleased. You're concerned about me? She froze on the line. Then, stammering, the person said, Daniel, if you don't mind, give that kid a heads up. He probably hasn't met someone like Samuel before. I'm afraid it'll scare him. Won't happen, Daniel said. He's got bodyguards with him. Are really? She exhaled in relief. Good, then, as if realizing she sounded too obvious, she asked, Daniel, how've you been lately? I know I don't have the right to call you like this, or even care about you. Missing your son? Daniel cut in suddenly, silence on the other end. Daniel didn't wait. He continued, no worries, next Wednesday, turn on the TV at home, you'll see him. Without waiting for a response from the other end, Daniel hung up the phone. As he turned around, he noticed William watching from a distance. The guy walked over. Who was that? He asked. Daniel didn't seem to care. My foster mom, Sophia. William instinctively furrowed his brows. Then, thinking of the news he'd just heard on his phone, he suddenly asked, was the person you chased after this afternoon Samuel? Daniel froze. Wait, you? We're not even in high school. How do you know about that? William stared straight at him, squinting slightly. You still a freshman, and yet you out there teaming up with reporters to stir the pot? For the first time, Daniel got a real sense of how fast and sharp the Shi family moved when it came to info. I don't have that kind of pull, Daniel said, eyes crinkling with mock innocence. Samuel showed up out of nowhere, trying to shake me down. If you asking this, you already know I just slipped a few bucks to some sketchy gossip rags, so they say nice things about me. Just enough to keep the heat off. After all, the Yang family's way more worried about your little crush. William, sorry? Can help it? William's gaze drifted over Daniel's face, searching for any sign he was telling the truth. All he found? Total nonchalance. The real emotion was shrouded in fog. No one could see what lay behind that carefully crafted haze, not even him. William said flatly, I already told you. It's not some childhood sweetheart. Oh, Daniel murmured, real cold-hearted. Just then, Mason called out from the group. Daniel answered with a quick, coming. He turned to leave, took 2 steps, then stopped when William grabbed his arm. Daniel, he warned, don't go making trouble. Overthinking. Daniel waved a pack of cassia seed tea, gifted by the Hot Pot restaurant. I'm just a well-behaved student who focuses on self-cultivation, eating and sleeping. A 17-year-old minor ranked 9th in the grade. If you're talking about misbehaving, Daniel glanced around at the group. Oh right, I'm also gay. So harassing boys count as trouble? William was left speechless by Daniel's words and had to drop the topic for the time being. For the next few days, Daniel did exactly what he declaimed. He acted like he dumped the pressure of the midterm exam. His new mission? Eat and sleep. William's tutoring came to an end, and he no longer showed up 20 minutes early to drag him out of bed. Nor did he randomly quiz him or check Daniel's homework progress anymore. Less than 2 days into the new week, most of the midterm exam papers had already been reviewed. When Mia came to collect the error log assignments, she found Daniel curled up under his jacket, fast asleep and out cold. She couldn't help but glance at William beside him and mutter, is this how top students act? Can just crash anytime and still stay on the honor roll, then bail completely when they want? You've only got a few days left before graduation. If he keeps this up, next test'll definitely send him sliding back to mid-pack. No way. William handed the homework to Mia. Mia stared at the 2 books in her hands, stunned. Wait, you actually did his homework? He wrote it himself. Came a muffled reply from under the jacket. Mia watched as Daniel slowly lifted one side of his uniform, revealing a pale face flushed faintly red from sleep, eyes half-lidded and bleary. He squinted at William and mumbled, why didn't you wake me? William, you said you hadn't slept well last night. Daniel grumbled, yeah, but whose fault is that? Yours, obviously. The class monitor looked from one to the other. Something seemed to cross his mind. His expression flickered with awkwardness, and a faint blush crept up his cheeks. Then he quickly muttered, William, don't forget about tomorrow night's thing. Before hurrying off, Daniel blinked, confused. What was that look she gave me? Daniel was a bit confused. What kind of look was that she just gave me? William shot him a sideways glance. Everyone in school knows you gay. What do you expect? That line could sounded pretty loaded. Daniel exhaled quietly, then let out a soft sigh. He wasn't sleeping well because William was packing up to go home for a few days. Back to his training camp before the competition. He wouldn't be back in the dorm until after that. Daniel claimed it disrupted his ironclad bedtime routine, though it was just an excuse. But still, could he really have had any designs on William? He wasn't crazy. Still, Daniel brushed it off fast. First, he turned to William and asked, Mia said I'd drop back to mid-pack. Why did you say no? Would you? William shot back. Daniel wanted to say, probably not, but instead, he just nodded, giving a firm of course not. William gave a single grunt, like he'd heard it all before. Daniel couldn't figure out where that quiet certainty came from when William had asked. After all, he still hadn't decided to go full grind mode again. All he'd ever done was try his best and leave nothing behind. No ulterior motive, no games. William wasn't like that, because William hadn't told Daniel this. Right from the start, when he begun tutoring him, He already noticed Daniel's rock-solid foundation, the stuff he seemed to forget. It wasn't ignorance, it was just not paying attention. A quick nudge and he'd catch on in a flash. So really, the only person who wouldn't have been shocked by Daniel landing top 10 in such a short time was William himself. And as for saying Daniel's attitude had gone soft and his grades would drop, that kind of collapse only ever meant one thing: Daniel had quit. William might feel bad about it, but he wouldn't try to stop him. It's a pity because this person clearly used to go all out, running as hard as they could. But then, for some unknown reason, they gave up halfway. He wouldn't try to dissuade Daniel because the Daniel he knew, beneath that seemingly careless exterior, had a kind of insight that saw through everything. He wouldn't interfere because he knew Daniel, beneath that carefree act, had a rare kind of clarity, like nothing really slipped past him. William pulled out a thick notebook from under the desk and handed it to Daniel. "What's this?" Daniel asked curiously as he completely unfolded the clothes and took it. William said, "The key points of each subject and the summary of reference materials for some additional question types. Consider it a graduation gift from me. Of course, you can also take it as a return gift for the clothes you gave me." Daniel picked it up and flipped through it. Daniel flipped through it. Daniel slammed his laptop shut and looked over. "What's up?" William asked. Daniel said sincerely, "I appreciate the gesture, but can I really say no?" William's eyes turned icy. No, the graduation gift William had personally put together would been fought over by the entire honors class. And yet, he handed it to a Daniel, someone labeled not ambitious by everyone else, forced into accepting the gift. Daniel placed the sleek black notebook on the upper right corner of his desk, under someone's watchful gaze, and lied with a smirk. Fine, I'll read it every day. I'm in it, I'm out. Still gonna be there." William frowned. "Don, go saying things like that. You actually believe that?" Daniel laughed. He, who had truly gone through a rebirth himself, didn't believe in any so-called prophecies. Every truth that leads to a certain outcome must have its own causes. Daniel glanced out the window. The sophomore building stood at the prime spot on First Middle School's campus. Just below, the playground buzzed with energy. 2 classes probably playing basketball again. Cheers rising high. Somewhere on a stone step, someone sat alone, gazing up toward the honors class window. Daniel locked eyes with Michael from afar. They couldn't make out each other's faces, but neither doubted for a second that they seen the right person. Still staring outside, Daniel turned back to William. "You said you promised the class rep something earlier. What was it?" "Her cousin's engagement dinner tomorrow. She needs a dance partner, and she asked me to help." Daniel slowly nodded, then turned around. "You not gonna tell me the fiancé is from the Zhou family?" "Yes." William stared at him. "It's someone from your biological mother's side. The Zhou family. Do you want to go too?" Daniel pretended to ponder, then said, "Honestly, I wasn't planning on it, until my mom called me 5 times in a row, insisting I finally meet the Zhou family properly after being back so long." William leaned back into his chair, tapping the pen against the desk with steady rhythm. "If you don't want to go, I'll go." Daniel smiled. "Why not?" Daniel went to see Anthony later that afternoon to ask for leave. Anthony had been blowing up the entire student body lately, like some dark horse charging out of nowhere, leaving everyone stunned and impressed. Even if he heard the rumors about this kid were never ending, his background, his attitude, even his sexuality, all wild stuff, each one enough to make heads turn. But Anthony was still young, and since he knew the guy had been getting along great with William and the whole dorm lately, he didn't think Anthony would actually do anything too outrageous. So much so that he even asked if Daniel wanted to sign up for next quarter's physics competition. Trouble was, Daniel wasn't really into it. If the college entrance exam was like 1,000 soldiers crossing a single log bridge, then these competitions were every year a bloody free-for-all. Thousands of students clawing for just 1 or 2 guaranteed spots. Daniel said, "That kind of thing is either for Noah the obsessive studier or William the genius. I'm just average. Work hard and keep my head down. Give me a break, Anthony." Anthony kicked him in the shin, muttering about his lack of ambition while shooing him off with, "Get outta here." Daniel didn't waste time, he was gone. That night, William wasn't back in the dorm. Meanwhile, Jack had been struggling lately. slipped a few spots on his midterm, and was drowning in stress at home, so he refused to go back and insisted on crashing with Daniel in the same bed. Makes me want to live on campus, Jack had said when he first moved into 413. Mason and the others clapped him on the shoulders, saying, "Sure you can stay, just don't even think about it. You know how Daniel got that bed, right? Unless you re-kicking Noah out of the honors class too." Jack turned to Daniel. "Think I've got a shot against Noah?" "Sure." Daniel nodded. "I'll pray for you the day you crawl out of that class with your tail between your legs." Jack snapped, "You not my brother." That night, Ezra took over Daniel's footbath, poured Daniel's herbal tea into a disposable cup, and was already snoring like a chainsaw on Daniel's bed by 10. Daniel had been struggling with insomnia for ages. It'd gotten way better, but every now and then, still couldn't he sleep. That night, two guys who weren't tea exactly short were crammed onto a narrow bed, barely able to lie sideways. Jack's snoring had been going on for ages, and Daniel was still wide awake, staring at the ceiling until well past midnight. Too wired to sleep, he finally pulled out the phone he'd reclaimed from Anthony after his leave, and scrolled through WeChat. Only then did he notice Jack, a day student, had posted an update 3 hours earlier. The familiar light blue footbath bowl in the photo came with the caption, "This life? Seriously? Asterisk real asterisk good." And the comments rolled in fast and furious. "Me, still grinding through exams. Gotta march down this 8-meter-long blade like a warrior. Spill it. Whose bed are you stealing tonight? Yeah. That tub's kind of familiar. Top guy? Anyone else in school with a fancy footbath that's got ball bearings? Don't ask, just know, it's me, Daniel the wellness guru." Daniel snorted a laugh, just as he tapped like. A message popped up less than 2 minutes later. XSY. "Still awake. Silence isn't golden. It's your grandpa." "Nope, you still not asleep either?" XSY. Got something on my mind." XSY. "Can T sleep?" Bored, Daniel decided to record a close-up clip of Jack's snoring and send it over. XSY. "Wait, why all sleeping together? Silence isn't golden. It's your grandpa. What else? You think I am gonna sleep on the floor?" XSY. "My bed is empty. Just come over and crash." Daniel was speechless for once. "Silence isn't golden. It's your grandfather. I am not gonna forget how you washed the whole bed set just 'cause of one clean pair of underwear. Next time you come back, I'll probably need to tear down the entire frame and rebuild it." XSY. "I've said this already. Wasn't he about the underwear?" XSY. "Go on, get to bed. It's late enough." Daniel figured arguing over whether it was underwear or not was a bit ridiculous at this hour. But he really couldn't stand sleeping in the same tiny bed with someone. He'd probably stay awake all night. He glanced up at the wall next door. Still the same bedding set, but Daniel knew William had just replaced it. He was stuck in a loop of thoughts. XSY. "You not going? Silence isn't golden. It's your grandfather. Seriously, going through with it?" XSY. "Yeah, just lie down and send me a photo to confirm." Meanwhile, back at the Shi family ancestral home, John stepped out of the old man's study, only to find his nephew still sitting on the sofa, scrolling through his phone like he'd never left. "You've been obsessively watching the Young family lately. When did your phone addiction get this bad?" John dropped into the back of the couch. Then, as he looked down, a photo popped up on William's screen. William blinked, caught off guard, and slapped his phone shut in one motion. Frowning, he turned. "You got something?" Well, of course I do," John said with a sly smirk, reaching for the phone. "Who sent you that pic?" "I didn't catch it." "Show me again." William snapped his fingers and gripped John's wrist. "Just a classmate, nothing worth seeing." "Nothing worth seeing? Then why hide it?" William stood up abruptly. "Late enough, since the old man has turned in. I am heading to bed too," practically saying no to showing it right there. Honestly, William hadn't expected this. Just asked Daniel to snap a pic confirming someone was in bed, but the dorm lights were off and Daniel had just fumbled a half-body shot by flashlight. He was covered in that familiar blanket, face barely visible, just his chin showing. but the loose pajamas slipped open to reveal a wide stretch of collarbone, smooth and striking, glowing faintly white under the phone's dim light like it was lit from within. William stood frozen at his bedroom door. He tapped the image open, trying to say something, then, in a flash, it disappeared. A message came back. "You really think I didn't realize it looked like a bed pic after I sent it?" Daniel lay on an unfamiliar mattress, wrapped in the strange, heavy comfort of being surrounded by something too familiar, especially after that photo. He half hoped William hadn't even seen it. Maybe he'd ask, "What bed pic?" out of sheer cluelessness. He was even hoping that William hadn't seen it, and maybe would even ask out of the blue, "What bed photo?" But then, seconds later, "This is why. Gotta say, you really putting effort into harassing your male classmates. Silence isn't golden. It's your grandfather." 3 seconds to recall it and resend, and he actually did. XSY. Nice shot. XSY. Get some sleep. Next morning, Wednesday, Daniel didn't wake up naturally. He was jolted awake by Jack shaking him hard. "What's going on?" Daniel mumbled, elbow pressed over his eyes. Ezra wasn't even mad about how quietly he slipped into William's bed the night before. Just barked. "Still sleeping? Get online, young family's in trouble." Daniel didn't show a single sign of urgency. Ezra couldn't wait. Slamming his own phone right into Daniel's face. Daniel squinted awake, spotting a news clip on the screen. In less than half a minute, the video showed Samuel somehow gathering a group of guys who looked just like him, shoving and yelling at security guards outside the Yang Group headquarters. One sign held bold letters, "Yang family, give us back our son." The audio was crystal clear. "Hey everyone, come take a look. The Yang family is so hypocritical. They won't let us see our own son. We returned their son safe and sound, but they got bodyguards to keep us at bay. They won't even let his mother and me see him. What on earth is the Yang family up to? Just because they're rich, they can bully us ordinary folks like this. Hey everyone, come on down and weigh in. Yang family has got to step up and give us answers today." This not even long clip spread like wildfire across media outlets. Headlines kept one-upping each other with wilder claims. Yang family's missing child search hits new twist. What did the father come to demand at their doorstep? A fortunate coincidence as described by the Yang family. Was it truly a blessing for both families, or something else entirely? With news outlets piling on, the story quickly soared to the top of the city's gossip charts. This time, the hype was way higher than when Daniel was first found and the Yang family staged that big happy reunion ending. After all, once mystery gets involved, even a passing dog can resist sniffing around for drama. Less than 2 hours after it broke, in today's info-saturated world, photos of Daniel and Michael were already all over the web. Daniel's pic was just a plain old student ID shot from 2 years ago. He had that short buzz cut back then, still raw around the edges, eyes kind of fierce. Michael's? Far more material. With an account on the world's biggest social platform, he was easy to dig up. There were pics from ski trips abroad, travel snaps, concert crowds, even him hanging out with friends and flaunting luxury shoes and bags his family had sent. Funny enough, he just posted a pair of shoes 2 days ago, a brand new release from a globally famous label. Captioned, "The world's best brother got this for me. I am obsessed." The internet went wild. The guy who stormed the company demanding money? Let's be real. He shouldn't make it *2* obvious he wants cash. This so-called son is living too well. If you ask me, exactly. If I were him, I'd be dead set against going back to a life of hardship. At least the Yang family is not bad. They found their son and gave him a solid start in life. Wait, was I the only one who noticed? Since his fake identity blew up, he's been posting pics like crazy. Feels staged, like he's trying too hard to show off how good his family treats him. Now that you mention it, I think so too. But it's not that strange, is it? However, from the perspective of the real son of the Yang family, I'd probably be pretty pissed off. And just like that, the conversation slowly tilted toward Daniel. Too bad, despite digging for ages, netizens still couldn't find a single thing on this *real*. He doesn't use public social media, and apart from introducing him when they first found him, the Yang family hasn't introduced him in public again. The latest news about him was the one calling him an inspirational model. Go deeper, and you find out this inspirational kid just started 9th grade, which is Rong City's top high school, cranking out talent for national universities like clockwork every year. Wow, what a self-made young man. Must been some serious ancestral blessings for the Yang family, huh? The prodigal son returns and instantly pulls off this kind of glow-up. Don't get too full of yourself. Yang family, before you brought him back, he was already a straight A student, your own words. Honestly, the Chun family had 0 sense. This fake son would been perfect for me. I am about ready to murder my own brat. Ezra scrolled through the endless waves of guesses and theories about Daniel. The more he read, the more unsettled he felt. Watching the guy now, sitting cross-legged on the class president's bed, leaning against the wall, already nodding off, he finally said, Daniel, don't you have any reaction? Daniel turned his head. What should I be reacting to? Ezra rubbed his chin. Sure, you a straight A student, fact, but if those people found out you smoke, drink, punch guys, talk back to teachers, and nap through class, do you really think they still be singing your praises? Don't go making up rumors about me. Daniel said, my image as a model student has been rock solid from day one. And I mean that literally. Jack shot him a look that said, you really hear yourself? Is this even real talk? Daniel shrugged. What's the problem? That's exactly what the Yang family wants. A son like that. And Daniel? He's more than happy to play the part. But there's one thing. Even Jack couldn't help but say, weird, right? If you just ask around a little, anyone would know you been suspended for fighting, yelled at teachers, and read your apology in front of the whole school, yet not one word about it shows up online. Meanwhile, Michael, his leaving the honors class got painted as him failing academically and lacking mental toughness. That part honestly caught Daniel off guard. After all, he had never really tried to control public opinion. As soon as the public opinion blew up, Michael, who was never part of Daniel's plan, was completely exposed, which also fueled the spread of this public opinion. Back at the top floor of Yang Group headquarters, the father and son from the Yang Group, who had just come out of the conference room, wore equally serious expressions. How's things downstairs? Alexander asked his eldest son. We got people locked down, Matthew said, walking toward his office. All media are being handled. Alexander pointed at him. You, still full of yourself. You should dealt with Daniel the moment he showed up. Slip him some cash and send him off. Now, he's zeroed in on our first big lie. We didn't come clean to the press from the start, and now we restuck, forced to keep going along with his game. Matthew followed Alexander into the office and shut the door behind them. Dad, Matthew admitted, I messed up. I didn't think he actually come knocking like this. Alexander waved a hand, scowling. Now that it's gone this far, you the only one who can fix it. Get Michael to step in and explain things, then patch things up with the Chun family. Otherwise, the media won't let go. Matthew furrowed his brows. Would it be inappropriate to have Michael step in? Mom's already reluctant to have the family interact with the Chun family. Alexander slammed his palm on the desk. Don't you see what kind of mess we in? Look at your uncles and aunts during that meeting. What faces they were making. Michael, he's still blood. He belongs to the Chun family. Maybe Samuel had just showed up out of nowhere. Maybe the Yang Group has suddenly plunged into an even worse crisis than before. The current head of the Yang family seems to have just realized what's been going on. This kid, who let his wife openly favor and protect that thief who stole his real son, then withdrew the charges himself. He is the one Samuel has been searching for, and his actual son? His name is Daniel. Back when he stood before the old man, he declared with absolute conviction that the love he poured into raising this boy, over a decade of devotion, genuine care, treating him like flesh and blood, had somehow just vanished. Alexander stared out at the floor-to-ceiling window, then said quietly, Tonight's engagement dinner with the Zhou family. I want you to go personally to First Middle School to pick up Daniel. We haven't been close these past years since they disapproved of my marriage to your mother, but family ties shouldn't be severed. Matthew knew exactly what his father was thinking. Over the years, he'd been quietly trying to rebuild relations with the Zhou family. This chance to introduce Daniel could be just the opening he needed, a way to win them back and secure his position within the company. Matthew was very much his father's son. Cold like the old bloodline, logical when weighing risks, always viewing people from above. But unlike Alexander, Matthew knew one thing. His father might be wrong, not just because of their years-long marriage in name only, but also because over the years, his mother has been regarding Michael as the last hope for her marriage. She won't sincerely introduce Daniel to the Zhou family, but above all, it was about Daniel himself. If he really saw himself as part of the Yang family, he wouldn't have been gone for so long. Off to school and never coming home. This brother? Yes, pulling away from the Yang family's grip. Matthew is probably the one who sees the Yang family most clearly. When he returned to his office, his assistant followed in. Got something? Matthew asked. The assistant bowed slightly and said, Matthew, you asked me to prepare monthly exam gifts for 2 young masters of the Yang family before. Only one of them was sent, but today that pair of shoes was put online and publicized widely. So I was wondering if we should change the other one. Matthew paused, deep in thought, then finally said, Never mind, you're not changing it, no need to send it, he might not even wear it, and he probably wouldn't care much anyway. Michael's little photo tricks? That kind of stuff only works on mom. Daniel wouldn't go for that, and likely wouldn't try. Honestly, Matthew had to admit, he was starting to lose track of this brother. Back when he first told the assistant to prepare gifts, he instinctively asked for 2, kinda odd. Now that he thought about it, Michael showed up at the office. Matthew had just finished lunch. Hey bro, the teen leaned in, flashing a wide grin. Matthew put down his usual heavy expression, smiling back. You here, did you eat? Yeah, already did. Michael walked right in like he owned the place, plopping onto the couch. So, what's up? A lot of the time, Matthew actually liked this kid's innocence, but sometimes that innocence felt a little too perfect, so polished it made you uneasy. Michael. Matthew sat beside him. He pushed the prepped dessert forward and said, You saw what happened online today. What's your take? Michael's lashes fluttered slightly, his voice calm. I know it's all because of me. He looked up with a smile. Bro, you guys already messed up big time for Yang family's other son. Now that it's on you, you finally get how brutal it is. I was way too reckless before transferring classes last time. Just a snap decision. Got dad to pull strings. This time, whatever you decide, I'll go along with it. Matthew ruffled the kid's hair and said, Just pretend you playing nice with Chun family for the cameras. Don't worry about a thing. I know, Michael said. His eyes welled up instantly, the redness so raw it made you want to reach out and ease the pain. After Michael left, the assistant asked Matthew, should I go over the script with young Master Michael, just in case there are any mistakes? No need, Matthew said, pulling his gaze from the deep claw marks on the black leather sofa and turning toward the door. You don't have to be a Yang family son to understand what needs to be said. Yes, grown up, he knows how to talk. That day felt like the whole world was in chaos, except Daniel's universe stayed perfectly still. Even the touching scene of Michael and Samuel's father-son reunion, which made it to the front page of the news with the fastest speed and the highest definition photos, Daniel only gave it a casual glance. Daniel just recalled the touching scene he witnessed the day after he woke up at the entrance of the Yang family's residence. He saw Michael trying to move out while the others were scrambling to stop him. Compared with the current photo, it seemed particularly ironic. The so-called decent family affection of the Yang family in the previous life is actually nothing special. 6 o'clock that evening, the Yang family car arrived at the school gate, right on time. Daniel stepped out in his uniform, slinging his shoulder bag over one shoulder and walking straight to the car. Big brother. Daniel greeted. Matthew, dressed in sharp formal wear, frowned from the back seat. Why aren't you changed? Didn't you help me get ready? Daniel asked, shrugging. I am just a kid. I don't even know what to wear to a dinner party. Matthew blinked, then turned to the assistant in the front seat. Get him some clothes. Got it, the assistant nodded. The car pulled away from the curb, merging into traffic. Matthew studied him. You in a good mood? Yeah, Daniel leaned back, tilting his head to grin at Matthew. Before I left the dorms, I saw this wild little dogfight down below. Couldn't he help but laugh? Matthew's jaw clenched, the muscles on his cheek carving deep grooves. Daniel, what's with you, boss? Daniel lounged back, one eyebrow arched. Seriously, just two dogs fighting. You? Reacting like you got bitten yourself. The front seat assistant had just pulled out his phone to start prepping the suits. Then, for no reason at all, it slipped from his grip, clattering twice as he fumbled, plunging into the seat crack. He bent low, scrabbling in the gap like he wanted to shove his whole head in after it. Matthew's voice was ice. Can't he get it back? Then just crawl out and buy a new one. The assistant flinched. Daniel shot a pitying glance at Andrew, the same guy who followed Matthew through every rough patch in the past life, probably still fresh in the game, only 2 years in. Back then, Daniel had wanted that quiet, sharp-minded assistant for ages. Too bad he tried and failed multiple times to poach him. Daniel leaned forward slightly, dead serious. Andrew, working under this guy's pressure is killing you. Quit while you still can. When I get into the company someday, join me. Triple your current salary every month. How's that? The assistant moved like a robot, slowly lifting his head. In Matthew's face, dark as burnt toast, he looked like he was about to cry. Sir, don't mess with me. Look at you, real impressive. Daniel laughed and sank back into his seat. Next to him, Matthew suddenly spoke. Stealing my people? Wait till you actually make it in the company before you talk like that. Sure, Daniel said, eyes catching light off the window. Glassy, cold. He tilted his neck up, exhaled slowly. Just wait and see. For a split second, Matthew felt it. A chill, like something was coming. Whether it was the dinner table talk about claiming dividends from the company or this latest jab about stealing staff, not one word had been true. From day one, Daniel never meant to join Young Family's company at all, and that thought made Matthew feel oddly absurd. He almost wanted to snap at him. Why didn't you come? Come fight me. Wasn't this exactly what you secretly wanted when you came back to the Young family? But in reality, the guy beside him had just calmly crossed his arms, completely unfazed, after nearly scaring the assistant into tears, then slumped sideways in his seat and dozed off. I shut tight. He still kicked the back of the seat in front with his foot, adjusted a bit. I can stretch my legs. The casual tone left both driver and assistant none the wiser. These two heirs really did treat the person beside them like air. When Matthew finally pulled up with Daniel, the front steps were already packed with guests. The couple getting engaged was Mia's cousin and the eldest grandson of the Zhou family. Handsome guy, stunning girl, both in formal wear, standing at the entrance greeting everyone like a scene from a magazine spread. Matthew scanned the guest list as he walked forward, glancing sideways at Daniel by his side. The suit his assistant picked actually fit pretty well. Shedding that school uniform for a proper outfit made him look completely at ease. No awkwardness, no mismatch. If anything, he looked even more relaxed than usual. Thinking that Daniel had slept all the way and wouldn't care about the purpose of today's itinerary, Matthew thought for a moment and then said, the Zhou family never thought much of our Yang family. Although Mom is the second daughter of the Zhou family, she rarely goes back to her hometown these years. Their relationship is just so-so. No matter what Dad asks you to say or do today, don't take it too seriously. That doesn't seem right, Daniel said with a half smile. Honestly, he had no clue what Matthew was really up to. Logically speaking, the Yang family wants him to be the breakthrough point for thawing the relationship between the Zhou and Yang families. Matthew should be doing something to help things along, instead of telling him not to worry too much. Just like last life, Alexander had tried the same move at the exact same wedding reception. But Matthew's words now were saying something entirely different. He said, Daniel, when Mom married Dad against everyone's wishes, back then, the entire Zhou family stood in her way. Even having you nearly cost her life. She cut ties with them for years after that. Now you back. You the one connection left between your mom and the Zhou family. Whether we can repair things? It all comes down to you. It sounded vague, emotional, almost persuasive. But Daniel wasn't dumb. Back then, Daniel didn't know much about the power dynamics among Rome City's elite families, but he did know the Zhou family was one of the most prestigious, cold, aloof, and proud to a fault. So it made sense that Charlotte, who been reckless and spoiled in her youth and still couldn't get her act together after becoming a mother, was the one topic no one ever wanted to bring up. Matthew kept calling him this vital bridge, yet for years before, it had always been Michael playing that role. And since Michael hadn't managed to patch things up, that said all there was to say about how much the Zhou family really cared about their daughter. Meanwhile, Yang family used him to calm down Samuel when he showed up, while quietly planning to exploit him behind the scenes. Daniel wasn't going to fall for that trap. Not a chance, which meant last lifetime's engagement party had ended in chaos, mainly because Zhou family's second daughter, her husband and 3 kids, showed up to celebrate. Then, during the reception, her long-lost biological son, an adopted son, nearly tore the place apart in a brawl that almost destroyed the ballroom and sent old Lady Zhou straight to the hospital in shock. Daniel remembered it well. What they called a fight was really just Michael shoving him into the giant centerpiece cake tower, watching with smug satisfaction as every Yang family face turned stone cold in embarrassment. Clumsy move? Sure. Reckless? Absolutely. Didn't he care if anyone saw through it? Or called him a jealous country boy who couldn't handle Michael? Called him a dirty, uncultured bastard from the sticks? No regrets. That was exactly how he'd been in his last life. Daniel glanced left and right, then asked Matthew, "Where are Mom, Dad, and my little brother?" The question came out so naturally that Matthew gave him a weird look. After 2 seconds of silence, he replied, "They went in ahead." "Oh." Daniel stretched the word just a little. Matthew said, "What do you need them for?" "Nothing," Daniel said. "A family all together. It's better that way." For the first time, Matthew was speechless. The evening ballroom was massive. Adults in elegant gowns and suits, clinking glasses, mingling freely. Since it was a young couple's engagement, there were plenty of people around Daniel's age scattered throughout the room. It wasn't some stiff business dinner. These kids were eating, drinking, laughing, dancing. The vibe was light, alive, full of energy. When Daniel walked in, he immediately drew attention from every corner. When he was found, it caused quite a stir. Not to mention that the Yang family was on the front page of the news all day today, and the well-known Michael has always been by the side of the Yang group couple. Now, it's pretty obvious who the person following the eldest son of the Yang family is. Daniel didn't even flinch at the dozens of covert glances swirling around him. He just reached over and plucked a champagne flute from a passing waiter's tray. Before he could even raise it to his lips, Matthew snatched it away. He swapped it for an orange juice instead, frowning. "You underage, what are you doing drinking?" Daniel glanced at the glass in his hand, raised one eyebrow slightly, then let out a soft laugh. "What's so funny? Just thought it was ironic." That tiny exchange sent the crowd of young professionals, many of whom had long whispered behind Matthew's back about him, rushing over in seconds, all eager, all loud, all full of energy. "Matthew, is this your little brother? Introduce him already." "Brother, heard you still in high school. Tough life." "Huh?" Daniel smiled politely at the group of people who once spent too many nights gossiping about Matthew's attitude behind his back. He held up his orange juice for a toast, called every guy who approached bro, and played the part perfectly, like some sweet, well-mannered kid you could trust with your sister. Watching from the side, Matthew groaned as another guy suddenly wrapped an arm around his neck. He turned to him casually. "Yep, from now on you my real brother. Don't worry, I'll call if anything comes up." Something about that sent a jolt through Matthew. Uneasy, unexplainable. The deeper he dug, the more obvious it became. It wasn't because Daniel had pulled in his friends. It was the fact that Daniel treated him with less warmth than any random stranger who just walked up. Daniel didn't care why Matthew's face turned dark as thunder. Even Alexander couldn't resist coming over to say hello. Daniel had never actually met anyone from the Zhou family until tonight. They were in a lounge on the second floor of the banquet hall. The room buzzed with people, chatting and laughing about the evening's festivities. A murmur rippled through the crowd. "Madam, The second miss has brought her family to congratulate you." The room fell silent in an instant, everyone turning toward the doorway. Daniel took his first real look at the matriarch of the Zhou family, 70 years old, her silver hair neatly pinned back, wearing a vintage cheongsam and jade bangles. Time had surely taken its toll on her youth, but not her grace or poise. Charlotte stepped forward first. "Mom," not getting a response. She fidgeted slightly and instinctively tugged at the sleeve of the person beside her, pulling them up. "You haven't seen Michael in ages, have you? Last time I saw him he was still in middle school." "Michael, say hello to your grandma." Michael clenched his fingers so tight his knuckles turned white. He wasn't exactly fond of this old lady. Nothing like the way he felt about Grandpa Owen. This was different. He knew his mom always walked on eggshells around her, and Dad still needed favors from the Zhou family. Growing up, Michael had never liked visiting them, but now there was no choice. His situation was already awkward enough, and with his dad placing all hopes on Daniel, if he failed to win this woman's approval, his future in the Yang family would be shot. He stepped forward 2 paces, bent slightly, took her hand, and offered a quiet smile. "Grandma, it has been a while. How've you been?" "Pretty good," she said, not pulling her hand away, her manners holding, but with a flat tone. "Don't just stand there. Find a seat." Michael exhaled. That was what he feared most. That she'd reject him because of his current standing. But she hadn't, meaning he already won. Charlotte and Alexander both exchanged subtle smiles. The next second, the old lady turned to her daughter. "I heard you brought your whole family to visit this old woman. So? That's all you've got?" Charlotte froze. She only agreed to bring Daniel because her husband insisted. But even Michael hadn't managed it, and she didn't think Daniel stood a chance with her mother-in-law. Besides, Daniel hasn't even been back home lately. Charlotte can't even begin to guess what's going on in his mind. What if he ruined everything? Worse, upset the old lady? Charlotte hesitated, then turned and waved. "Daniel, come on in." The room was mostly filled with relatives from the Zhou family. Right then, staring at the figure standing in the doorway, a young man, calm and composed, not a hint of deference or arrogance, just stepped through the threshold when he heard the call. Murmurs rippled all around. "He's got quite the face on him. LL give him that. Yeah, there's definitely some of them in him. Still, blood. I mean, didn't you see the news today?" The other one was sobbing into his real dad's arms. "Honestly, what's the Yangs even thinking? Don't even get me started." Charlotte practically threw herself at joining the Yang family, and Alexander only settled down once he had a second son. "You really think she care so much about someone who isn't her own kid?" Those muttered remarks weren't just heard by Daniel. Michael caught them too. No surprise there. Standing in front of the old lady, Daniel could sworn the glance from beside him burned with heat, like it wanted to pierce right through him. Daniel turned his head and smiled. "Hey, bro, something up?" Michael blinked, snapped out of his thoughts, glanced at the old lady watching him, then dipped his head and shook it quietly. "Nah, nothing." He stepped back, fading into the background. The old lady took in that little scene, and when she looked at Daniel again, her gaze carried a quiet flicker of approval. She spoke right away. "Your mother has been soft on me. Let me spoil you too much these past years. You've had it rough." "Oh." Daniel let out, caught off guard, but only for a second. Then he laughed lightly. "You re-exaggerating, Grandma. I am doing just fine now." She nodded once, then waved him over with a hand. "Come here." Daniel stepped forward and crouched down naturally. The old lady stroked his hair. "You have the blood of the Zhou family in you. The Zhou family has never been ones to bow their heads to others or be forced into doing things they don't want to. If you're not happy staying in the Yang family, why not come to the Zhou family and live with your grandma?" Daniel heard that and instantly knew. She'd already made up her mind about the Yang family, but he still felt grateful the old lady hadn't snapped at him. She'd handled it with care, subtly hinting he wasn't stuck to the Yang family, while giving Alexander a quiet dig. In his past life, he was headstrong, missed the kindness of the old man in the Yang family, and never heard Sophia's words either. A real regret. Still, Daniel looked up with a grin and said, "I am afraid I'll start annoying you after living here too long. Today's your nephew's engagement party. Imagine if word got out ID held you back from taking the stage, ruined the whole thing. Your dream of holding your great-grandchild? Might have to wait, just a light-hearted tease. But it smoothly sidestepped the tension. That earned him a few playful scolds from around. You what, 16? How dare you joke about your cousin? Grandma, do something. This kid-has got no filter. Remember to come to the Zhou family to see your grandma during the spring festival this year, and then we'll teach you a good lesson. Young man, the lounge buzzed with warm, easy laughter. No one in that room was dumb. They all knew Daniel was deliberately keeping the old lady happy, and since she shown favor, everyone else followed suit, except Matthew, who hadn't said a word from start to finish. The rest of the young group, couples, even Michael, the first one to greet her, were all standing in that awkward limbo, like they been deliberately ignored at first middle school. They stepped out of the lounge. Alexander stared after Daniel for a long moment, opened his mouth to speak, then turned and stormed off with a sharp flick of his coat. After all, Daniel had clearly won Zhou family's favor, but the kind of favor he'd gotten wasn't at all like what Alexander had imagined. It left him furious, but with no real target to aim it at. Oddly enough, that little twist actually lifted Daniel's mood. As they walked down the stairs together, he heard Michael mutter behind him, "Were you really doing that on purpose?" Daniel didn't even bother to admit it. He spoke straight up. "I really didn't plan on helping the family, but this wasn't deliberate on my part either." Daniel paused on the stairs, turned to look back at the person behind him, and gave a small smile. "You want to know why you have to meet your real dad?" Michael's eyes widened slowly. Daniel dropped the smile, spoke softly, "Because I did it on purpose." He'd successfully shaken off the tail behind him. As Daniel came down the stairs, he happened upon the party downstairs in full swing. The main act was already winding down. Next up, guests arriving. The class rep, dressed in a white dress, rushed over and nearly knocked into Daniel. Seeing who it was, she grabbed his arm. "Save me, huh?" Daniel blinked. Mia was really at her wits' end, dragging Daniel towards the dance floor while cursing, "That jerk William. He actually stood me up. When I see him tomorrow, I'll tear him limb from limb." Daniel found it hilarious. He glanced around briefly. "He didn't show?" says he, "stuck in traffic." "Traffic? You believe that?" Lying. By now, they were already in the middle of the dance floor. Mia stared at the guy before her, remembering his background. Her voice cracked with desperation. "You still know something about this kind of social dancing, right? Now you re-asking? Isn't that a bit late?" Daniel grinned. "I'll do my best not to step on your toes." The music kicked in the moment he finished speaking. Daniel politely placed his hand at Mia's waist, offering a graceful bow, old-school gentleman style. Mia was stunned speechless. From the moment Daniel led her to spin on the dance floor, Mia knew she'd struck gold today. It wasn't just the growing silence around her, or the way she'd been effortlessly led. Something she'd studied for years but still couldn't master on her own. Kick, sway, spin. All she could hear was the shifting music, her body moving naturally with each new rhythm. From tango to salsa to merengue, pure electric flow. The crowd erupted in applause. "You danced really well." When she stopped, Mia heard the person in front of her lavish praise on her. For the first time ever, Mia felt her ears burn. She stared at Daniel's sweat-slicked jaw and blurted out, "Can I follow you?" Right after she said that, she heard Daniel's laughter. Mia, as if possessed, reached out to wipe the sweat from Daniel's chin. The next second, Daniel's laughter cut off mid-breath. Then he stepped back fast, putting distance between them in a flash. That damn dog of a man finally showed up. One hand gripped Daniel's arm, eyes locked onto Mia. "What the hell is wrong with you? There are millions of men in this world. Now you going after gay guys too." Mia blinked, and suddenly remembered. Her face flushed red with embarrassment, but then she snapped back to the real culprit, her expression darkening. "Mind your own damn business, you dead straight prick." Daniel felt a sudden spike in pressure on his arm. He patted it lightly. "Hey, William. Tonight I saved your ass. You really want to go at her like that? You want to live long enough to see tomorrow?" "Don't bother with her." William scowled, glancing back at the person in his grip. then down at their legs. "You been dancing this whole time. Your legs okay?" Daniel shifted slightly. "Fine." William nodded. He was dressed in black too, same suit, but his jacket hung over one arm, pants tucked into his shoes, posture sharp and textbook perfect. Daniel let out a quiet sigh. "You didn't dance? Didn't feel like it?" "Honestly, I never liked dancing anyway." "Too bad," Daniel said, leaning back slightly with a slow, appraising smile. "Your ass is pretty sharp." Would V looked great in motion. The one person who drawn every eye tonight had no clue how many people were staring too hard when she moved her hips. William snapped her head back with a sharp tug. "Come on," he muttered, exasperated. "Let's get out of here. Stop standing like this." Daniel was drenched in sweat now, flinching under the mix of stares, some admiring, others stunned, as he followed William off the dance floor. Then, just as they were leaving, a soft piano melody filled the hall. Heads turned, people froze mid-step. Michael sat at a grand piano in a pristine white tuxedo, playing Fur Elise, a gift for the newly engaged couple. The lights haloed around him, glowing like something out of a dream. The crowd slowly drifted toward the stage. Mira's face darkened. "Of course he picks asterisk now asterisk to show off," she hissed through clenched teeth. "Can let anyone forget he is a goddamn prodigy? Honestly, it's disgusting." Her voice rose sharply. "And he is looking right at us, like he is daring us." Daniel glanced over and locked eyes with Michael. In a split second, Daniel knew better than anyone that Michael was retaliating for what he'd said on the stairs before, that on-purpose comment. Daniel wasn't really interested and looked away. Then he smiled at Mia and said, "Who cares if he's provoking you? It's your cousin's engagement party. You can't mess it up, can you?" "Of course not," Mia snapped, her jaw still tight. Oraidavi climbed up there and ripped his face off. Daniel had seen them fight before, knew how furious she could get, but he didn't warn her. Michael wasn't targeting Mia tonight, he was zeroing in on him. Daniel had known this day would come. Eventually, Michael couldn't keep up the pretense of being noble and above the fray. Now, whether at school or in the Yang family, his situation has taken a turn for the worse. They were never the type to tolerate each other. It's just that, in the past life, Daniel, was the one who couldn't hold back first. There were so many people Daniel couldn't stand, not just Michael, so he let Michael sit idly in his high and mighty position, always maintaining that image of an elegant, kind, and enthusiastic young gentleman. He let Michael make comparisons and suppress others, and in the end, Michael easily reaped the benefits without lifting a finger. After 2 lifetimes, the one who always truly looked down on this kind of petty power struggle was actually Daniel himself. What he fought for wasn't just profit, it was belonging, loyalty, proof that his birth hadn't been a mistake, but reality had taught him something bitter. Those things, luxuries in the Yang family, were nothing more than reflections in a dream. Ripple the surface, and you find there is nothing real beneath. Between husband and wife, parent and child, brother and brother, the beautiful facade was just a veil. Behind it, all kinds of selfishness, manipulation, cost. Everyone here was an expert at playing their part, which is why Daniel never fit in. Eventually, he and Matthew split the Yang group's power down the middle. Alexander and Charlotte? Their care had started as polite indifference, then slowly turned into cautious affection. When Matthew stormed through the office, shaking every subordinate to their core, only to come back calm and composed when facing Daniel, yelling, "Did you ever really see me as your brother?" It was almost ridiculous. So when Daniel finally broke with the Yang family over shares, everyone felt relieved. It was like a weight lifted from all of them. This time around, Daniel meant it. He really didn't want to fight anymore, so he played his part with surprising sincerity. But Michael? That was different. Daniel walked away from the game Michael despised, so now Michael felt cornered, trapped. The only move left: stand up. Peace ends. Applause builds. He rises to his feet, leaning into the mic, smiling. "Second brother." The room buzzed with whispers. "Second brother?" Guess the Yang family really did rank their sons. Looks like the fake one is getting along just fine with the real deal. So where is the real missing son? As the buzzing sound at the scene gradually died down and everyone's eyes turned to where Daniel was, Michael continued with a smile. Mom and Dad specifically asked us to put on a blessing show for our cousin and cousin-in-law. Second brother, it's your turn. The dance just now doesn't count. He held the pose, waiting, his smile never reaching his eyes, just waiting to see Daniel get embarrassed after his little spotlight moment. Next to Daniel, Mia was speechless. What's he doing? Stirring up trouble? Does he really think he's the star of the show today, and we have to let him pick people? But Mia's outburst didn't mean everyone else felt the same. After all, there's always a part in the engagement party where people perform shows to send their blessings. Michael kicked it off by naming someone, so naturally, eyes turned to the next person in line. Doubt was everywhere. Daniel is the one who danced with Sun Family's daughter earlier. He doesn't look like some country cousin at all. Young family must given him a crash course, didn't they? Wasn't today supposed to be about showing Sophia what he can do? Social dancing you can pick up with practice, but piano? That takes real time. Just say a few words. Isn't that enough? This will only make the gap between the two brothers look even wider. Young people care about face. No one wants to embarrass themselves. Daniel caught bits and pieces of it all, but his expression stayed blank. Meanwhile, Mia was urging William to think fast. And in that moment, he took a step forward. Amid Mia's voice beside him urging William to think of a way quickly, he lifted his feet and moved forward. Step by step, he passed through the venue of the upper-class engagement party filled with people in various fancy clothes and formal attires, and then stepped onto the stage. Unlike in his past life, when Michael finished a song and Daniel was heckled by countless people who adored Michael into going on stage, ultimately ending in endless silence and embarrassment. Mostly just curiosity. Even Matthew, who been drinking across the room, paused, frowning toward the stage. Only Matthew, who was drinking with someone in the distance, stopped frowning and looked over. The couple from the Yang group, arm in arm, murmured, "When did we ask the kids to perform? Michael is being ridiculous." Then, at Charlotte's words, "Young people are just having fun," they quieted down. Only Sophia, who came down from the second floor, only one person stood out. Sophia, descending from the second floor, not going down? The person beside her asked. "Let young people handle their own affairs," the elderly woman said with a wave of her hand. "Old lady like me interfering? That be improper. But what if that kid gets hurt?" "No way," the old woman smiled, her tone firm. In fact, once Daniel grabbed the mic from Michael, hands in pockets, leaning casual, he just started. "No one has got my brother's brains. Piano? Not my thing. Singing though? That's where I shine." The crowd roared back with laughter and cheers. "Well, we'll have to hear it to believe it." "Sure." Daniel grinned, pulling out his phone. "I don't remember all the lyrics though. Your cousin and wife one. Mind if I peek at my screen while I sing, right? I might been a bit rushed with prep. But trust me, the heart behind it's 100% real." It was so genuine, it made everyone laugh. Both main performers shouted in unison. Not at all. The mood on stage was effortlessly light and easy. Nothing like the awkward drama Michael had pictured. Everyone figured they'd get some cringe-worthy cover version of "Today I'll marry me or love even after death." A cheesy performance in full swing. But then, a voice cut through, smooth and warm with a faint crackle, clear as glass from the mic, low and melodic, pure and unfiltered, just raw vocals. The song wasn't unfamiliar. "All of Me." When the 17-year-old on stage sang the first line with eyes downcast, silence fell over the crowd. No pretense, no theatrics, the emotion just poured out, effortless and deep. By the second verse, people suddenly noticed a subtle instrumental track weaving in. The young man from the She family, asked about all night but never seen until now, appeared behind the piano. His playing was effortless, relaxed, never once glancing at the guy holding the phone. One seated, one standing, one bright, one dim. The two moved like they rehearsed it 100 times. The song ended. The applause erupted, a wave of cheers and celebration. Someone popped open a bottle of champagne, spraying it into the air like confetti. Turns out, it was time for the cake-cutting ritual. A towering confection, taller than most people, stacked high with chocolate, fresh fruit, and delicate swirls of whipped cream, pure eye candy. The ones jumping in were mostly the rowdy young crowd. Playing a silly game, they made the two main guys kiss first, then finally handed them the knife for the first slice. The room was buzzing with energy and laughter. Daniel stepped down from the stage but didn't push his way into the crowd, just leaned against the edge of the platform, a piece of cake handed to him by some well-meaning stranger. "Daniel, come on over," people called out. Daniel smiled and shook his head. "You guys eat." Then another voice cut in, quiet but clear. "Michael, why don't you go get him? You called him second brother, right?" His singing clip went viral. "Half my friends are already asking for his number." "Yeah, Michael, just do it." Michael's voice carried a hint of embarrassment. "Hey, stop messing with me. My brother has into guys." "Wait, guys? Like gay? No way. You'd never guess it from him." "Michael, your family doesn't know about this, do they? Wasn't William the one who played piano for him? Is that why he's into him, or are they, The group huddled around the cake murmured in low, conspiratorial tones. Then suddenly, silence, because they realized someone had been standing right behind them all along. "Keep going," came the voice, calm but sharp. Daniel tilted his head, a smirk playing on his lips. "What's going on with us two, bro?" Michael stepped forward. His voice cut off mid-sentence, because Daniel didn't hesitate, grabbed him by the head and slammed it straight into the cake. The next second, he yanked Michael up by the back of his neck, dragging him out of the mess, then looked slowly at the ruined dessert in silence, surrounded by stunned, speechless faces. "Such a good cake," he said, shaking his head with mock regret. "Even leftovers are wasted like this." Daniel looked at the face with cream all over the eyes and nose, and he couldn't tell what expression it was right now. Then he continued, "I've put up with you all night. Are you going to keep this up?" The claim that the adopted son and the real son of the Yang family have a great relationship has now been debunked. "What's going on? What are you doing?" Suddenly, a wave of elders arrived, finally catching up after being briefed, including members of the Yang group couple. Everyone started talking at once. Michael was the one who cursed Daniel first. No, it was Daniel who started the fight first. That's not like they didn't provoke him, calling Daniel gay, and then saying, and what else?" Alexander roared, already furious. Daniel being openly gay had finally blown past school walls into the entire Rome City elite scene. Not even bothering to guess how everyone was reacting, Alexander was probably livid. The guy who spoke up didn't back down. And they said Daniel's into William. They've been playing music together. Maybe it's not just a coincidence? Could they be dating? Daniel groaned, rubbing his temple, watching Alexander go from rage to shock, then numbness, and now, oddly enough, a mix of surprise and something almost like delight. He nearly threw up. Daniel turned to the person who had just spoken. "Classmate, playing a duet means I'm interested? Sharing the same frame means we're dating? We even live in the same dorm. Should I say we've been sleeping together now? Are you spreading rumors about William just because he's not here to defend himself?" The guy stammered, completely thrown off balance. Daniel ignored Alexander's glare, shooting Michael a sharp look of disdain before speaking. "Handle your son better. Whether I am gay doesn't need him broadcasting it. If William gets dragged into trouble with the Shi family over this, don't think it'll just be embarrassing for you too." The back door of the banquet hall opened straight into a small garden. 10 minutes later, the center of that earlier scene stood in the shadows, leaning against the wall, a tiny flame flickering at the tip of his cigarette. Someone emerged from the archway opposite, William, who played a quick tune and vanished without a trace. He stepped forward, stopping right there. Daniel looked up. "Heard about it? Kinda awkward for you, huh?" William glanced at him. "You just shot back with sleep together nonsense. Makes me wonder what kind of school you went to." Daniel replied, not really caring. He did recall Jack once saying William had gone abroad before, something tied to his sexuality, and the fact that he swallowed a rumor like this without flinching was kind of surprising. Still, since William had clearly said he wasn't into guys, and Daniel had already cleared the air, he wasn't about to press further. He just asked, "What's going on with you today? You told Mia you were stuck in traffic, then vanished all night. Where do you even go? Want to know? He challenged. Daniel paused, then nodded. The next second, the guy leaned in slightly. Daniel felt a light touch on his wrist. Then fingers trailed slowly down, brushing across his palm, over his knuckles, before snatching the cigarette from between his fingers. William got up straight after that, satisfied, glancing at the smoke in his hand. He raised an eyebrow. Again, just stressed. Daniel muttered, frowning. He wasn't here to play along with Michael's show. Now he'd just been handed a free performance on stage, and for nothing too. William's eyes were dark as midnight, and for a split second, Daniel thought he might actually be in good spirits tonight. Daniel soon heard him say, "Take out the cigarette pack. It's being confiscated." Slow, but firm, no room to argue. Daniel tried to explain. "You just said 413 is a no-smoking zone. This is outside school grounds, though there's no rule like that here." William replied. "Now there is." Daniel, "No way. Not really." William raised an eyebrow. Daniel mimicked him. The back garden door kept creaking open, people coming in, going out, and every now and then someone would glance over at the dark corner where two figures stood too close, but it was too dim to make out faces. If anyone had recognized them, they'd have seen that the boy everyone used to brag about, the kid you should model your own child after, the golden boy from the Shi family, was now blocking Yang family's long-lost son, in a move both rude and utterly ungentlemanly. He grabbed Daniel's wrist with zero hesitation, pinned it down, then plunged his hand into the other man's pocket and yanked out half a pack of cigarettes, like some punk thief who didn't even bother arguing. Just took what he wanted. Daniel was completely thrown off by it. Only when the cigarette landed in his palm did he finally open his mouth, hesitating. What kind of move is that? Snatching stuff like that? Just then someone approached. William tossed the stolen cigarettes over without a glance, flicking Daniel a look. "I don't smoke." The one fumbling to catch them was Mason. It was Daniel's first time seeing him tonight, so he dropped the whole stolen cigarette thing and asked, "You just got here? I've been here all night." Mason blurted, shoving in close, one elbow landing on William's shoulder. He flipped through the pack, eyes on William. "What's going on? You've pushed your second uncle to the point where he yells at anyone who walks by, calls you a disgrace, and now you re-picking on your own dorm mate? Don't forget, when they spread that fake rumor about you, it was Daniel who cleared your name." Daniel's face turned grim. What even counts as a fake rumor? But that wasn't the point. The last time Daniel had seen William's second uncle was at a KTV when he'd been sick with stomach pain. Back then, the man had even followed them to the hospital. Now Daniel asked, "What's going on between you and your second uncle?" William shrugged. "Nothing's wrong with my uncle." Don't listen to him ranting. "What do you mean?" Mason shot back, annoyed. "What the hell is wrong with me lying? You tell me, wasn't that high school life documentary thing totally out of nowhere? You weren't even involved. What right do you have to stick your nose in? Your uncle was probably blindsided when they showed up at his door. Otherwise, why'd he chew you out?" Daniel froze at the mention of documentary. Yeah. Their asterisk was asterisk something like that. Back in his previous life, Daniel and Michael were both on the shortlist. The so-called recording project was basically a behind-the-scenes look at students' daily lives, both at school and at home with their parents, for promotional and educational purposes. So they picked people who had something worth capturing, top grades, compelling stories, or just enough public curiosity to make it interesting. Daniel fit all the boxes. If he agreed, it meant zero privacy under the camera's glare. Daniel wasn't on board, and the Yang family wouldn't have signed off either. So in the end, they shot the doc with Michael and 3 other students from school. Last time around, the school had notified them directly. Daniel turned it down right away and never gave it another thought. Just later on, he noticed Michael suddenly became a big deal, always surrounded wherever he went. That was all, but now knowing about it ahead of time, that feeling, it's different. Daniel turned to William. "This documentary thing, has it got anything to do with you?" "Just heard a few things early," William said, his expression neutral but not quite denying it. "Still, I'd suggest you go for it." "Daniel, why?" "Last time you dropped off those clothes, remember? I owe you an apology for calling your attempt to shape public opinion a power move. Turns out, you handled it pretty damn well. Mason stared at them, completely lost. Wait, what are you even talking about? William kept eye contact with Daniel as he continued. This time around? Just another chance. Whether the education board runs it or not, it's happening either way. But in my book, when you act, go all in. The only way to have real choice is to grab that opportunity yourself. In that moment, Daniel saw a flash of who William would become later on in the business world. Ruthless in his moves. So this guy was actually helping him now? And if William's name ended up on that candidate list last life, it probably wasn't a coincidence either. What's he even after? Daniel, what's the point of reminding me? You didn't exactly hold back for me tonight either, William said. Mason was completely lost in the exchange, clueless but buzzing with excitement as he nudged Daniel. Go for it. Why not? These record challenges are all over the country now. Some schools even have them. Could end up becoming some city's next big star. Daniel stayed silent. Unlike Mason, Daniel knew exactly what William was playing at. He clearly just pushed Michael and the Chin family together. This record thing covered daily life, so he was either setting out to expose the whole switched kid mess for good, or waiting for the Yang family to take over completely. That would be like reliving the worst of it all for Daniel. Even if he had no real desire for revenge this time around, some things still needed settling, like how, back then, if he hadn't handled it that way, Samuel would kept coming after him non-stop. Now, he really had no choice left. William's suggestion gave Daniel a strange feeling. Like if he'd been part of it all back then, things might turned out different, like he actually had a chance to change something. Only to let it slip through his fingers, just like with William because of that year in Yuhui village. The way Michael showed up first. Daniel had never even bothered trying to get to know him properly. Never imagined he'd one day be the one reminding him to go all in, leave nothing behind. While Daniel drifted off in thought, Mason and William's conversation still rang clear. Mason, what do we do with this smoke? I don't even light up. Toss it, William said. Mason, William, you're way off on this. Daniel's not your student, not even your kid. You running the school like it's your kingdom, but now you're policing him for smoking outside campus? That's going a bit far. William, just throw it away? Mason, throw, he said, turning to Daniel with a smirk. I'll do it for you, mate. You've got that weak stomach. Better cut down on the smoke. Daniel nodded. Indifferent, whatever, just toss it. William glanced sideways. You not arguing with anyone now? Daniel shot back. Wasn't you who started the shove? Mason wasn't listening, he was too excited to care. But hey, Daniel, tonight? That was some serious balls. Facing your parents and dropping your truth right there in front of them? Took real guts. Daniel didn't bite. He wouldn't have even bothered if it weren't for Michael pushing him to let the Yang group make a scene out of this. The dinner was long over by now. Deep into the night, the crowd had finally thinned out. Daniel stepped to the curb, hailing a cab for the ride back to school. A sleek black sedan slid up fast. Matthew sat in the back. Get in. Daniel didn't hesitate. He climbed right in. It was normal, really. Matthew had brought him here earlier, so it made sense he'd be the one to see him home. Besides, staying out on the street in the cold wasn't exactly appealing. As soon as Matthew's car pulled away, another vehicle parked beside them began moving too. Henry glanced at the passenger. He got into his brother's car. Follow? No need, William said, turning away. Let's go. Henry turned onto the next street. As he drove all the way towards the Shi family's old mansion, he asked the person with eyes closed behind him, why didn't you tell him that if you hadn't sent someone to stop his adoptive father today, the old man would probably have shown up at the wedding? If this wedding banquet had been ruined, both the Zhou family and the Yang family would probably put the blame on him. William blinked slowly. The Yang family promised verbally, but in the end, they're not willing to pay up. This can't be blamed on Daniel, and he shouldn't bear the consequences either, William said in a calm tone. Since we intervened in the public opinion at that time, it's only right that we help him fend off some troubles. Henry chuckled. Then why use your uncle as an excuse? An excuse? William shifted slightly. glancing at the night outside the window. The event was real, and so was my intention to warn him. That's not a lie. Henry stared ahead, quiet for a moment. Funny how it's south still the same road. Isn't it? I remember the first time you brought that kid to the hospital, you were furious. Just dumped him right at the front door. William must have remembered too. He looked down and smiled faintly. Times have changed. Henry. But it's not even been that long. Still, I kind of regret it now. Henry, that flicker of regret felt foreign to William. He actually regretted something. And the reason? Just leaving a kid. Someone I barely knew at the time. At the hospital door while he was burning up and alone. William had no doubt that entire night. He'd been the only one there. As for why he regretted it, Henry seemed to know. Willie, he said, your granddad once told me something about you, something I think hits the mark. You've never lacked anything, and you've always been too good at everything. One day, you will look back and realize how your pride cost you. William leaned his elbow against the window. Yeah. Maybe. Daniel wouldn't care. What happened was just a scratch on the surface of everything he's lived through. After knowing Daniel as well as he does now, one encounter was more than enough. William pulled out his phone and sent Daniel a message. Tell the school I'm not coming. A soft ding asterisk. Reply came through instantly. Can't make it. Staying home tonight. William's brow tightened. Matthew must be acting strange. I woke up and he was already at the door. William could practically hear the eye roll in those periods. He smirked. Shall I come get you? Nah, no need, might as well stay. At least the bed's softer than in dorm. Daniel sent back the message and finally stepped off the car. The Young family villa still glowed with light under the night sky. This was Daniel's first time coming back since he started living in the school dorm. The couple from the Young group and Michael had already arrived earlier. Staff scurried about. After all, the young master came home with a head full of whipped cream. The couple's expressions were mixed. One tense, one wary, maybe they argued on the way. Either way, they headed straight to their rooms without so much as a word to each other. Daniel trailed behind Matthew, yawning as he walked in. A servant carrying a tiny bottle rushed past. Nearly knocked Daniel off his feet. Clang! The purple vial shattered on the floor. The thick, cloying scent flooded the air, making noses twitch. Matthew shot a sharp look. What's wrong with you? Can tea move without knocking people over? Sir, the servant flinched, especially when he saw Daniel standing beside him. He still remember that time Daniel smashed Michael's soup pot. Trembling, he stammered. This is Michael's usual brand of perfume. The room ran out. I was just bringing it up. Just as the servant finished speaking, a loud voice boomed from upstairs. Oliver, why isn't this thing up yet? And right then, Michael appeared at the top of the stairs, wrapped in a bathrobe. His hair still bore the ghostly residue of white. His face flushed red from being roughly rubbed, visibly agitated, ready to explode. But when Michael saw who was standing below, he froze for a split second. Then he bolted down the stairs in a rush, clenching his jaw. Daniel, after doing something like that, how dare you show up here? Daniel turned to Matthew, shrugging. I was actually about to ask, how did I get back? Matthew frowned deeply at Michael's tone. Michael, this is his home. What's the problem with him coming back? Bro, Michael was first angry. Then when he met Matthew's eyes, his anger turned to indignation and grievance. He pointed at Daniel and said, he pushed me face first into the cream in front of so many people. He went too far. Matthew kept scowling. Wasn't it you who pushed him to go on stage? I just said it off the cuff during the interaction. He's already danced in front of half the crowd. How was I supposed to know he'd hate it? Oh, Daniel drawled, stretching out the word. Guess I just got a little too hands-on. I didn't mean to push you in. I figured you were into it when you didn't even flinch. Daniel, you? Daniel stepped over the shards of broken glass on the floor. Turning to the stunned servant, he said flatly, send me some essential oil up to my room, something calming for a bath, and keep the scent light. Yes, of course, the servant stammered. Michael snapped, no, I need it first. Since the glass is broken, go get another one. The servant stood frozen, unsure what to do. Daniel began climbing the stairs. Just send it to him first. Little bro, good night. Behind him came Michael's muffled complaints and Matthew's reply. So calm it was hard to tell if he was soothing or just fed up. Daniel reached the top floor, walked through the door. The room looked exactly as it had when he left. Cleaned decently enough. Nothing changed. Daniel grabbed a pair of unused robes and headed into the bathroom. The only real perk in this room was the massive tub with built-in massage jets. Daniel filled it with hot water and sank in, already drifting toward sleep. Then came a knock. A maid slipped in quietly, holding out essential oils and his phone. "Mr. Daniel," she said, "your phone has been glowing all night. I thought I'd bring it to you." "Yeah, thanks." Daniel took the phone with damp hands and realized there were quite a few messages. The latest one was from William. He asked, "You sure you don't want to answer?" Hands wet and messy. Daniel didn't bother typing. Just tapped a video call through instead. It was Daniel's first time video calling William. After all, they saw each other at school every day. 2 rings later, the call picked up. On screen, William looked even sharper than usual, full body shot. No clue where he was, but it felt like a bedroom or home setting. The air quiet. "Still, Captain," Daniel said, the nickname slipping out easy. The hot water had already softened his voice into a rough whisper. The massage at the base of his back hit its peak intensity, making him let out a soft hum before he lazily added, "Dante sweat it." "Really? No need to answer. Thanks for checking in, though deep night and all. Still thinking about your classmate." William's gaze tightened just slightly. He frowned and murmured low, "What are you doing?" "Taking a bath," Daniel replied, then noticed that his face in the small window was flushed. His hair was dripping wet, and his whole body was slightly trembling due to the vibrating massage function of the jacuzzi. He caught on fast. He probably looked like he was up to something way more questionable than just soaking. Laughing, Daniel rolled sideways onto the edge of the tub and stared straight at the camera. "Relax. I may be shameless, but I am not that desperate. Especially not with **** staring back." The next morning, Daniel woke up to stare blankly at his phone. Still replaying last night's near 5-minute video call. He couldn't quite remember how it ended. Oh right. He hung up after William said he was leaving for training camp today and needed to get an early sleep. How he managed to steer clear of that awkward moment about self-pleasuring. Daniel couldn't remember anymore. All he knew was William was a master at changing the subject. Daniel got up from bed, brushed his teeth, then headed out. The whole villa was dead silent. Then a voice cut in behind him. "Excuse me." Daniel glanced at Michael, whose face was dark and stormy, and still felt like saying hello. "Morning," one word, and Michael's glare sharpened. Not just with disgust, but something deeper, confusion. "How the hell do you manage to act like nothing happened after doing that?" he snapped. "I didn't pretend it never happened," Daniel said, raising an eyebrow. "We not bros in some movie, so I figured I played my part pretty well." "You, hold on," Daniel interrupted. "Don't make me curse you before noon." Michael's face twisted like he swallowed a lemon. He looked down the hall, voice tight with barely contained frustration. "Bro," Matthew came over asking, "What's going on?" Michael shot back, "Ask him," but Daniel had already gone downstairs. Didn't he even glance back at Matthew? Matthew turned his gaze from the retreating figure and looked at Michael, voice flat. "Michael, remember what I told you last night?" The words hit hard. Michael froze, his lashes dipped slightly. "I know he's not easy to deal with. I'm not always picking fights, but, man. Before he went off to boarding school, he wasn't like this," Matthew said. "So what was he like?" Michael looked up. "At least mom and dad aren't always fighting over him. You've never jumped to make me back down on anything involving Daniel without figuring out what's really going on first." Matthew frowned deeply. "I was there the whole time yesterday. Bro, do you seriously think I am just being unreasonable?" Michael stared at Matthew, searching his eyes for that old familiar softness or guilt, but found nothing. He went on, voice sharp. "It was him who first blocked my friends from the pool back home. When he got accused of cheating by a teacher, it ended up sounding like all of it was my fault. Why did I grow distant from my friends? Why couldn't I even stay in the honors class? This family isn't one where I can fit." he just doesn't let me. Matthew wasn't exactly patient when it came to this kind of thing, but he still offered a quiet reassurance. You overthinking it, he never planned on coming back anyway, so that's exactly what he wants, isn't it? Michael said, like he'd been holding this in all night, staring straight through Matthew. He's going to destroy the Young family. The one that was actually good before. Matthew gave a half smile, almost patronizing, like he was soothing a child. You've just gotta face reality. Michael, he's back now, and that can be changed. Michael lowered his head. His jaw tightened slightly. Is it really? Can be changed? Since he was 5, he had a sense of it. Mom wasn't really loving him. She was just using him to keep Dad around. She couldn't accept her marriage had failed, so whenever Dad got caught in some scandal or skipped dinner, she'd make Michael call him, and Dad came back because the second kid finally brought Mom back into the Joe family fold. Otherwise he never would be bothered. They loved him. But not really. For over a decade, he'd been tiptoeing around just to keep this house together, acting cute, playing the good son, doing everything to please. He once believed he was an exceptional kid. The whole Young family really did depend on him to make it this far. And Matthew? Michael knew full well how cold his older brother could be. Coldness didn't matter, though Matthew still loved him, and he was happy playing the part of a good big brother in this picture-perfect family. That was enough, but now all of it is gone. Daniel got the Joe family's favor, and even something as big as being gay didn't earn a single reprimand from his father, thanks to ties with the She family. That was Michael's absolute limit. It stung worse than Matthew suddenly starting to care about Daniel's existence, despite that icy nature of his, even going so far as to bring him home. William, what the hell does Daniel think he's got? Daniel had no clue what happened behind him after he came downstairs. Alexander and Charlotte didn't even show up until breakfast time. One night passed. No sign of reconciliation between the couple, both still giving each other the cold shoulder. The air at the table turned stiff and awkward. Daniel didn't care. After last time's incident, the household staff seemed to be on edge around him. This morning, everyone had placed their seats close to him. A bowl of creamy fish soup sat at just right warmth, and before he'd even finished, someone was already stepping in to replace it. Daniel ate alone on his side. Slowly, the only sound at the table, the soft clink of his spoon against the rim of his bowl. He was so absorbed. Matthew was actually the second one to pick up a spoon, which made everyone else look oddly conspicuous by comparison. Alexander had planned to play the patriarch and give Daniel a piece of his mind about yesterday's mess. Only he couldn't get the words out. Instead, he ended up asking, Daniel, you and that kid from the She family, Dad. Michael cut him off. Michael said, just rumors. You know how grandfather and old man she go way back. Those ties have kept our families connected for years. I was helped out by Willie at school too. Let the outside world gossip all it wants. But if we start airing this stuff in public, word get to the She family, and that's trouble. Alexander cleared his throat awkwardly. He really did have a project he needed to tie into the She family, but old man she never stepped in to help with stuff like this. Even if he was desperate, he wasn't about to let anyone know how badly he wanted to use his own son as leverage. So he swallowed his frustration and shifted gears toward Michael. Since they've been so kind to you, why not invite them over for dinner more often? Dad, Michael tapped his bowl. I am no longer in the advanced class. Then he glanced toward Daniel. Alexander suddenly remembered how the two boys had been at each other's throats at school, and now, already on edge from the project pressure, he turned to Daniel with a sharp tone. You went too far. What's so unsolvable between brothers that you've brought it to such a public mess? Letting outsiders laugh at our family? Daniel couldn't help but snort. Listening to the two of them playing tag like that was almost too much. He took slow, deliberate sips until the soup was gone. When he finally reached the bottom of the bowl, he set it down and looked at Michael. I remember you were the one who transferred to the regular class, voluntarily, right? Michael shot back. If I hadn't been cornered into leaving, do you really think I'd have chosen that? Alexander froze for a second, then added, yeah, if he wasn't drowning in the honors class, why would he even go to the regular one? True. Daniel nodded, wiping his mouth and standing up. Was it me who made you feel trapped there? Michael paused, then said quietly, I didn't say that. Good, Daniel replied flatly. Daniel pulled the chair aside, motioned to the servant, and had someone bring over his school bag, slung it over his shoulder, then said, I am done eating. I'll head out. But he didn't move. Only when everyone's eyes were on him did he add, oh right, William probably hates being used. Dad, maybe skip inviting people over for dinner. And little bro? Don't go picking Willie out just for the table talk. That habit needs to stop. I mean it. Now I am really leaving. Willie. Even as Daniel sat in the car, that nickname still lingered on his lips. Daniel had only heard William's second uncle call him that, but hearing it now from Michael? Totally different. Back then, felt like they were close, like family. Now it just sounded forced. Awkward. Guess it's because I've gotten too familiar with William lately. Daniel arrived at school as the morning study bell rang. The desk beside him was still exactly how he'd left it. The surface now held 2 fresh tests, untouched and unread. Daniel slung his backpack down and shoved the 2 untouched worksheets into William's desk with a casual flick. He left early, walking out with Noah. A lot of kids in the honors class were already on the competition track, though they were only sophomore. Daniel had already heard plenty talk about prepping for contests, chemistry, math, English, you name it. That alone showed just how different this class was from regular ones. Influenced by this environment, Daniel didn't feel stressed, but suddenly felt a bit empty. Hard to explain the feeling, especially sitting all day facing an empty seat next to him. It just felt off now. He hadn't dozed off during a single break since then. Even when he leaned on his desk, the bell would snap him awake instantly. Rome City's weather changed fast. Within just 1 week, students had gone from 2 layers to sweaters, then layering down jackets under their uniforms. Daniel was always dressed for winter. He'd been mocked more than once for looking like he was about to hibernate. Another lunch break rolled around. Jack invited him to grab food in the cafeteria. It had started drizzling, and a sudden gust nipped at their faces with real bite. God, it's freezing, Jack said the second he hit the stairs, stomping his feet. Daniel nudged him. Let's go. Wait much longer and we'll be eating cold rice. Jack took off ahead, swearing under his breath. Those freshmen, always sprinting for lunch like they chasing a pack of wild dogs, makes life hell for us old-timers, especially you, Mr. Can handle a cold breeze? Daniel shot back with a kick to Jack's butt, his knee brace clicking into place. Don't push it. I didn't even make you pack my food back to class. That was mercy. Jack kept yapping. Thanks, Your Majesty. Wait, that's a eunuch? Isn't it? No way. Mason's crew caught up halfway. Daniel, you actually going to eat in the rain? Daniel shot back. Do I look like I'm aiming for enlightenment? No, I mean, why go yourself? Any of us could picked up food. Mason walked beside him, stealing half his umbrella, dressed in just 2 layers and shivering. He added, Rome City winters hit out of nowhere. You'll freeze solid. William specifically told me to keep an eye on you before he left. Daniel paused. He told you to watch over me? Yeah. He said you've never spent a winter in Rome City and was worried your legs couldn't take it. Competition training camp? Phones are less useful than school ever was. Daniel didn't mind not seeing people for a while. He already heard Mason's crew talk about William nonstop. Still, hearing it out loud made him blink. Mason added, after all, it was him who found a traditional Chinese doctor to treat your leg. If he comes back and sees you limping or something, he'll probably be really pissed off. I grew up in colder places than this, fine by me. Daniel brushed it off. So the training camp's really that rough? A guy walking next to Mason chimed in. No kidding, I was in it last year, got kicked out halfway through, went down in winter, had to wash my face with icy water if I wasn't fast enough. This ISNTA competition camp? It's pure mental toughness boot camp. The guys burst into laughter, launching into all sorts of complaints. Daniel waited for the noise to settle. Wow, that must been tough. Honestly, just this one time, someone said, provincial level, conditions are rough but normal. William's gonna be straight up national level soon. The setup gets better each round. And you Facing top-tier competitors from across the country. Someone sighed, "Yeah, totally not one of us." Funny thing, these guys calling others not one of us were already among the best in the National College Entrance Exam prep pool. Daniel couldn't help but reflect on how uneven life was. By the time they reached the cafeteria, the line had stretched long. The knee pads slid down a bit because of his movement, so Daniel bent down and tugged them up. As he straightened, something suddenly loomed toward his face. The cameraman just stood there, holding his rig, not backing off a step. This kid, his face really does handle the lens. In the shot, he was all short white puffer jacket, plaid scarf, hair slightly damp from the rain clinging to his cheeks, making his skin look unnaturally pale. And when he looked straight into the lens, his eyes were ice cold, staring right through, voice sharp. "What's this for?" Before the cameraman could even explain, he was already muttering, "Man, with a face like that in this year's documentary, the buzz is already guaranteed." Jack and Mason's crew noticed the commotion right away. No hesitation, they shoved straight in front of Daniel, blocking him behind them. "Who the hell are you? You know this is a school, right? Who let you in?" "Yeah, what you even filming?" Especially Jack. His first impression of Daniel had always been that tabloid headline. The kid's backstory was wild enough to make headlines for days when he been found again. So his gut reaction was just, this guy's probably here for the same reason. Even the cameraman flinched at the sudden wall of hostility from these two big guys. "Whoa, hey, no misunderstanding," he quickly said, raising both hands. "I just came to say hi." "It's cool," Daniel said, pushing past the crowd in front of him. He already had a pretty good idea, glancing at the camera. "School okayed you coming here, right?" Yeah. The tall guy nodded vigorously. "You signed that consent form earlier. This project's for publicity and educational value. I am the one handling your footage this time. Isaiah's my name." "Oh hey," Daniel said with a small nod. As soon as Isaiah relaxed, he added, "I remember school saying this thing wouldn't interfere with students' daily lives." "That's right." Isaiah didn't deny it. We just capturing everyday moments. Classes, after-school routines, stuff like that. You wouldn't even notice me normally. I just wanted to say hello and signal the start. Might be a few interviews later, but only if you re-up for it and have time free. The whole thing's just 2 weeks. We gotta gather material somehow." Sure enough, once he explained, the cameraman vanished fast. But everyone knew by now, Education Board was rolling out a short doc about the school. A few students picked as standouts. Senior Qingbei, freshman full of hope. 2 main faces from sophomore year, Daniel and Michael. Why them? Because both had unique backgrounds, and despite everything life threw their way, they hadn't backed down. That was the angle, the real inspirational hook. Plus Daniel had that extra underdog angle going for him. Besides the main cast, the promo documentary usually included wide shots of places like classrooms and the playground. So from that day on, Daniel noticed everyone around him suddenly started acting all stiff and fake, like Jack, who was washing his hair every single day. The kid in front of him sat straight as a board through class. No slouching ever. Girls would sneak in quick lip balm touch-ups between classes. Daniel found it kind of funny at first. Truth be told, for days he barely felt anything. Just occasional unease when the camera seemed to land on him. But Isaiah showed up so rarely, he might as well have been invisible. Daniel just stopped noticing him altogether, until about a week later. Daniel felt like people were watching him everywhere he went. Even when he left the school gate on the weekend, he couldn't escape it. First, he thought it was just his imagination. "What kind of delusion is that?" Jack said, holding up his phone and squinting at Daniel. "You might actually be famous now." Daniel snatched the phone and instantly saw it wasn't just some random shoot. The Education Bureau was running this thing through an official public account under the Education Channel, dropping short inspirational clips regularly. The last few episodes had all been about First Middle School, with a brand new series spotlight called Rong City First Middle School, the cradle of countless dreamers. Pretty straight up title. The first episode featured that senior who gone full tilt crazy, scratching his head until it looked like a war zone. The comments were just as wild. "Rong City First Middle School? Yeah, totally legit. Annual admission rate is insane. This guy probably just wants the world to blow up already. How head loss actually happens. Folks, joking aside, I've been living that senior's nightmare ever since. Anyway, keep going. All this pain now? Totally worth it, like that perfect afternoon in freshman year, when a young student carried books through the shady tree-lined path. Comments were all over the place. A time we can never go back to. I want to look like that. Wouldn't he have stayed single for years after graduation, before you dive into the hell of senior year? Better enjoy being young while you can. As for why an education channel's account had such a weird vibe, Jack explained. Actually, their channel once blew up with a documentary about a super intense prep class for senior year. Know how many of those kids ended up at Qingbei? 15. Insane, right? But watching it was pure agony, super depressing. Now they've shifted gears and tried something new. Look at the view count. They probably outpacing tons of big name channels by now. Jack said he went viral for a reason, because he's in the latest episode. This one was also part of that mini-series batch, and everyone got screen time. The whole video runs just a minute and a half, and Daniel barely made it 10 seconds. After all, the other main characters were either buried in books or bursting with teenage energy. Daniel's life didn't fit the theme at all. So he wasn't edited into a standalone episode earlier, and in this final cut, his scenes were way too short. First shot was Isaiah catching him up close during filming. The look on his face? Cold, intense, kind of intimidating. Then the tone totally flipped. Whenever Daniel showed up, it was either him face down on a desk, barely visible, or sipping water from a thermos while zoning out. Yet the comments went wild. Did anyone else notice that one guy who stood out like crazy in this video? Is he even in high school? Looks more like he's in retirement. I did the math 3 seconds into his first shot. That face was exactly my high school fantasy crush. That icy stare? So hot. You guys should film him more. This is a total waste of talent. This guy's got this anti-inspiration vibe going on. Lol, how do you even pick him? His face? Views on this episode just kept skyrocketing. By the end, some so-called insiders started dropping rumors. Not a retiree, he's first middle school's king. One punch and you in the hospital. Thanks. Zero motivation here, just jumped from mid-tier to 9th in the grade. Nothing special. Seriously, he single-handedly replaced first middle school's top math teacher in the elite class. And that's it. There was this electric buzz, like a frenzy of restless energy. The hype had even caught the attention of the platform's top brass. It is a hot spot, one exec muttered, nodding decisively, but the unit's lead just shrugged apologetically. The kid's not right for it. What's the issue? The executive asked, raising an eyebrow. We not some trashy gossip site. Once we spotlight someone, they become a standout figure in high school, and with their talent behind them, it'll only help them come college or school applications. The lead kept shaking his head, eyes full of helpless resignation. Can T do it? Someone already gave the word. Film him straight up, no extra fluff, no branding. Once he heard it was the Shi family calling the shots, the exec dropped it right there, just muttered, too bad. If you wanted low-key, why agree to this at all? You don't get it, the lead said. This kid's got a rough past. The connection between us and first middle school? It was all through the Shi family, back when they were still students there. They re-tight with this Daniel guy, apparently, and he warned us personally. Daniel came back under fire, surrounded by noise. Right now, letting people see him anew through public eyes is better for his image. The exec instantly got it, knew the Shi family well and laughed softly. Guess they know just where to plant the seed, using us to clear a path for a classmate. That's not just okay. It's south seriously close. The lead grinned, nodding. Switch gears. Go with Michael instead. His episode did pretty well too, and he's super easy to work with. The executive took it and glanced over it. Immediately, they drafted the theme future star and instructed the team to dive deep into Michael's story from every angle. Daniel had no idea this was happening. He didn't know that Michael's path, seemingly identical to his own in a past life, had already veered off completely from the moment it began. All he could sense was the subtle shift in tone around him. glances laced with kindness, teasing remarks that hinted at William's real intent when suggesting he join this event. As for Daniel's own motivation, well, it had always been simple. He used the media spotlight to steer Samuel away from trouble. Now was not the time to stand still. Staying out with VE made him look even more passive than he already felt. He hated that feeling. The filming went on, and finally, Daniel's rising profile landed him a standalone episode uploaded to the platform. Title: Maybe Another High School Life. The whole episode centered on one person. First, the guy was crouched by the curb in a blue knit cap, looking like he'd just lit up. His lips wrapped around the plastic stick of a lollipop, almost lost in thought. Then something caught his eye. He broke into a grin, eyes crinkling at the corners. In that smile, him and a friend slinging arms over shoulders, tossing off sarcastic remarks. Him wrapped so tightly in layers he looked like a human burrito, shivering while doing homework, slipping his hands into sleeves to warm up, then springing up mid-sentence just to jab at the person teasing him. His desk always had a cup of chrysanthemum tea, the neatly completed test papers stacked beside it. A stark contrast to the school bully image he built, the way every teacher, especially the new math instructor who kept pressing him to join competitions, would sigh and walk away after yet another excuse. Unfazed confidence paired with quiet restraint, loud swagger mixed with hidden softness, a gentleman with a bit of street edge. All these contradictions, seemingly at odds, yet somehow perfectly woven into one person. Daniel was truly back in the public eye at last, exactly as he was. That's how it looked. Not some rural inspiration story cliché, and definitely not a lost heir from some old money family. People don't care what he is surnamed, they just know the kid Daniel. Right when Daniel's hitting peak buzz, another wave of burnouts is already washing out of the physics camp. Most are quitting because the pressure is too much. William, says a guy from the same dorm but different school, staring at the book in William's hands. Another 2 left today. Don't you even care? William closes his book. If I had to react every time someone bails, my emotions be overworked. That's not cold. It just feels like him. After all, everyone here is a competitor. And William? He is the kind of guy who treats this place as just a stepping stone. Someone who climbs fast. 1 in a million. I am losing it, mutters someone lying on top bunk. Voice flat. I don't think I was ever cut out for competition. Then, after a beat. You guys seen that viral high school life clip lately? The one with the guy, what is his name again? Alright, Daniel. Yeah, him. You see it? I kill to be like him, just chill. The comment lands, and suddenly, the usually stone-faced dorm erupts into chatter. Yeah, saw it. Dude's kind of a legend. Honestly, heard he is top tier in his grade. Nah, what really blows me away is his mindset, someone like that. He survived this stuff better than any of us. Real mental toughness. Someone snaps to attention, turning toward William. Wait, William, you from first middle school, right? Know him? Under a few pairs of eyes, William props his head up with one hand and smirks. Know him? Come on. Someone pushes. How close are you two? William's gaze flicks to the phone in the corner of his desk, its screen flashing with new messages from everyone else. William, we not tight, never even text. He flips the phone face down, solid, final, and shuts out every nosy thought cold. In the not-so-long stretch of time that followed, first middle school's seemingly monotonous days were packed with countless little surprises every single day, like when someone got caught in a secret romance and their parents were called in, or when someone stayed out all night, only to be dragged by Levi into the hallway at dawn. Shivering like a leaf, Daniel's life hadn't changed much, but it had shifted in subtle ways. It wasn't anything big, just a quiet awareness. He could feel the tiny ripples of how people saw him differently now. If his past life had been split into 2 parts, first, a raw, violent high school run by fists and fear, then after being taken back by the Young family, it was all silence and suffocation. Daniel never felt the need to explain how he lived or what kind of person he was. Back then, same thing, still now. But that short documentary changed everything. He suddenly found himself known, analyzed, joked about, even envied, even though he never lived through it firsthand. The Daniel of today wasn't T the same kid who once couldn't T cope with class divisions or a totally different school atmosphere. He could handle anything that came his way and swallow every glance, every opinion, good or bad, with zero resistance. Here, your milk tea, a cup of boba tea, the pearls perfectly visible at the bottom, was placed on Daniel's desk. Daniel raised an eyebrow and picked it up. The moderate temperature of the milk tea helped warm Daniel's hands, which had gotten a bit stiff from the cold. Looking at Mia, he said, "So generous? I bought one for everyone." Mia pointed at the milk tea on every desk in the classroom, then turned to Daniel and said, "But yours is the only warm one among the boys. Don't you have a sensitive stomach? Just use it to warm your hands. Don't drink it." Daniel leaned back in his chair like everyone else, smiling faintly. "Thanks, Mia. Don't do that smile thing." Mia snapped, rolling her eyes. "I was already hooked on you the day your cousin got engaged. But seriously, you only scored 1 point below me this time? That's still pissing me off." Mason and his crew burst into the classroom after their game. The energy was high, and just in time to catch that last line. "Not saying you wrong, Mia," Mason said, hooking an arm around her neck without care. "William's not even here, and Noah, our trusty number 2 for ages, finally cleared out so you could finally claim the top spot. You should just be happy about it. If Daniel had gotten one more question right, you wouldn't have even had this chance. So cut yourself some slack." Right after he finished speaking, Mia clocked him in the stomach. She glared at him, eyes blazing. "Go die." Daniel chuckled softly from beside them. "You mad I helped you?" Mason clutched his belly and dropped straight into William's seat, turning to face him. "But seriously, how the hell did you even pull this off?" Daniel pressed the warm milk tea against his cheek, casual as ever. "What do you mean, pull it off?" "Second place," Mason said, snatching up the test paper from his desk and flipping through the subjects. His voice rose in disbelief. "You telling me this is normal? William's got a whole system for tutoring, but he hasn't even shown up all month. Yet you didn't just hold your ground. You raced forward asterisk." Jack sounded utterly stunned, especially considering his math, which was once regarded as Daniel's weak subject. After getting a new teacher, he aced it with a perfect score of 150. Otherwise, Isabella wouldn't have constantly been bugging him to try out for the math competition. Mason jabbed a finger at the score sheet. "Is this even something a normal person could do?" "I never said I was normal," Daniel deadpanned. "You can think of me as some kind of ghost last life. Finance major, advanced math was my thing. You really think I couldn't handle high school level stuff?" Mason rubbed his arms, shivering slightly. "Your jokes are always so damn cold." Daniel handed over the milk tea. "Here, drink it." "Thanks." Mason took it, stuck in a straw, took a sip, and immediately complained. "Why do Mia and them always buy this kind of stuff? It's sickly sweet and tastes awful." Then he paused, eyes narrowing like he just remembered something. "Hey, Daniel, you think you could help me out with a question?" "Me?" Daniel blinked, surprised. Then he remembered Mason's late-night flirty chats on his phone. "Wait, you actually dating someone now?" "Shoo." Mason grinned, sly and dreamy. "Keep it under wraps. No one else in class knows." He hesitated a beat, then frowned. "But my girlfriend's kinda different from other girls." Daniel raised an eyebrow. "How so?" Mason scratched the back of his head, looking puzzled. "She doesn't like flowers or makeup or this tea. For that matter, you think most girls go gaga over stuff like that. But every time I bring it up, she just kinda zones out. Honestly, I am totally lost on what to say." Daniel was the last person you'd want to ask about this, hands down. Not only was his orientation common knowledge, but even after years in the real world, he still couldn't figure out what girls were thinking. All Daniel could manage was a shrug. "Ask William." Mason groaned and face planted onto his desk. "He won't even reply to me anymore." Training camp ended. Then came the qualifiers. No messages, nothing. He's gotta be swamped. Swamped? Huh. Daniel glanced down and pulled his phone out from under the desk. Still not turned in. He scrolled through the chat logs. The last message was from last night. Started with something simple. That month's midterm. While studying, Daniel occasionally hit a tough problem. He sent it over without thinking. William replied fast, snap of his solution scribbled on paper. Scrolling back, nearly every day this week had a message. Usually Daniel asked something. William answered. After the reply, Daniel would throw in polite small talk. You busy lately? How's the competition going? Still up? William always kept it short. Not really. Fine. Brief, but consistent. Always replied. Daniel figured William genuinely was swamped. Always cut the convo short. He didn't want to hurt Mason's feelings, but he bet money that William just found him too much of a chatterbox and ghosted him on purpose. Still, he offered a suggestion. Why not meet up? You never know with hobbies, online chats don't tell you much. Plus, high school is no time to go all in. If it doesn't work out, you can call it off early. Don't jinx me. Mason groaned, face twisted in mock despair. It's totally right for us. She's not some flaky girl, and she actually told me to focus on school. Said not to meet yet, swore it. Daniel couldn't shake the feeling something was off. He remembered Mason saying his girlfriend was from around here, though he wasn't sure if she was still in high school or already graduated. But judging by how deeply in love Mason looked, Daniel figured it was best not to question it. Over the past month or so, aside from Daniel's own little surge in popularity, another name had started lighting up First Middle School. Another person from First Middle School also became popular. While Daniel had been dragged out of some back corner of obscurity, Michael had skyrocketed, landing multiple interviews and shoots in just weeks. Compared to the kind of popularity Daniel got, which was dug out from some obscure corner, Michael managed to land multiple interviews and photo shoots within just 1 month. The official platform has a positive image. Headlines read things like, one of the top 10 high school hotspots, meet the future piano prodigy, and city's brightest star. Hear his study secrets. A 17-year-old with a solid pedigree, flawless grades, looks that turned heads, and undeniable talent at the piano. In an instant, Michael's name became synonymous with perfection. Shining so bright it sparked a wave of obsession among anyone following high schoolers. Overnight, the name Michael sparked a craze among those who paid attention to high school students. Everything about him seemed so perfect and dazzling. And the Young family? They played their part flawlessly in the whole setup, and the Young family played their part in this carefully crafted image flawlessly. After all, his positive image was beneficial to the group, and there wasn't even a bit of news about Michael's background online. It was as if the baby swapping incident back then had long since vanished into thin air. Rome City had been drizzling cold rain all week. Then, on the last day before break, a flurry of icy snowflakes fell like salt over everything. In Rome City, there were a few intermittent cold rains. Finally, on the afternoon of the holiday, a layer of snow grains like white salt fell. By 5:30, it was already dark as night, so early that even taxis had turned on their lights to pick up passengers. Daniel, still not leaving? A classmate called out when they spotted him by the entrance. Daniel, aren't you leaving yet? A classmate ran into him at the school gate. Daniel shoved his hands in his pockets and said offhandedly, I'll head out first. I've got a few more minutes. What's up? Daniel grinned. The school bully staking out a spot. Wanna tag along? No way, no way. I'm not getting beaten then calling you for help. His classmates didn't hesitate. They piled into a car and drove off, figuring Daniel was just messing around. He claimed he wasn't into physical fights, and most people believed him. After all, the school bully had been too busy studying to throw a punch in ages. Once they vanished, Daniel tugged at his backpack strap and headed toward the side street. This used to be a food alley, but with the weather turning sour, not a single stall was open. Just 2 shops barely hanging on, their owners dozing off, nearly leaning into the fire pit. Daniel walked to the dead end at the alley's far edge, checked his watch, then leaned against the wall and waited. Less than 10 minutes later, voices echoed from around the corner. Where's the money? I didn't bring it. Didn't bring it? A sharp slap rang out, followed by a furious snarl. You think I am some idiot you can con to? You the one who begged me to come. Said if I leave Young family alone, you pay me regularly. The boy's voice was laced with rage, sharp and raw. You really think Young family gives a damn about me? If it weren't for my current clout, your precious golden son would v already stepped right over me. And isn't that because you just not cut out for this? Samuel yanked the kid by the hair. Unlike Daniel, some punk with no real fight in him, all skinny arms and legs, he once bought into that foolish story, stormed Young family's office demanding answers, only for them to promise $2 million and ghost him the next day. That night, he finally tracked down Daniel, then ran straight into a wreck on the way. There was no other choice, he had to keep hounding the Young family. Michael seethed with rage inside. Some time ago, Samuel kept pestering the Young family to return his son. His father's business wasn't making any headway, and his mother was constantly suspicious, suspecting that her husband had someone else outside. The atmosphere at home was already terrible, especially after he couldn't hold back and had an open talk with his eldest brother Matthew last time. He always felt that Matthew's attitude towards him was getting colder and colder. He couldn't let Samuel keep this up. Who knows if the Young family might actually send him back to that godforsaken hick town one day. He used to not worry at all, but lately, he just had no confidence anymore. Luckily, school activities came along right on time. Dad was starting to soften up. Mom was back to her usual gentle words. And Matthew? Well, that did take time. Everything was finally turning around for the better. And then there was Samuel, impossible to get rid of. Samuel let go, slapped Michael's face hard, and said, 2 more days, bring me the money, or don't blame me when I am not so nice. I've never even met you before. Michael gritted his teeth. Daniel's your son, not me. Samuel let out a cold, hollow laugh. Then blame your real mom. She swapped you when you were little and screwed up the hiding job, or maybe you should thank the parents who raised you for 10 years. What did they need a son for, huh? The man whistled a tune as he tossed the few bills he'd stolen from Michael's pocket into the air, then sauntered off. Daniel finally stood up. Step by step he approached, with a split lip and a swollen forehead. Michael crouched in the corner, staring like he'd seen a ghost at the sudden sight of him. Daniel stopped right in front of him. What are you doing here? Michael's voice cracked with shock. Daniel stood tall, looking down. His tone was flat, detached. Just came to see what it feels like being on top. Michael clearly had no clue how Daniel ended up here at this exact moment. But Daniel didn't need him to understand. The same guy who once sneered, Daniel, I wouldn't fight you. I've got pride enough not to, was now a dog desperately licking the boots of the Young family, playing the part of polished success in public while secretly chasing after Samuel like a man possessed by greed and fear. Michael might not grasp what Daniel meant, but he could feel something wrong in his expression. He snapped, Is this your doing? Did you set all this up? I don't have that kind of power. Snowflakes kept falling, dusting Daniel's shoulders only to melt away, just a few lingering before vanishing. He didn't mind telling him what he'd done. All he'd really done was steer Samuel toward the Young family, gathered a few hints about Alexander's possible infidelity, then sent them straight to Charlotte. Daniel said, Don't you get it? It was the Young family who made you and Samuel recognize each other as father and son. And the real reason Samuel is pestering you now is that you can no longer trust the Young family as your backer. I didn't do anything. I just like to see how ugly the truth is when the mask is torn off. Sure enough, it lived up to my expectations. The tables had turned, watching it unfold from the sidelines. Completely detached, he felt nothing but inevitability. And all those things he'd spent his past life chasing for validation? Now, seeing someone else sink into nearly the same swamp without even realizing it, it hit him. Only when you step outside can you really see what's real. Besides, man, it was freezing out here. Even the best drama wasn't worth sticking around for anymore. Daniel started to walk away. Michael called after him, Wait, what now? Daniel turned back. Michael said, I am not losing this, Daniel. Then good luck with that. Daniel stepped out of the alley and back onto the main road. His phone buzzed in his pocket just then. Hello? Daniel answered. On the other end. Where are you? Daniel felt a flicker of instinct. His eyes scanned the street, finally landing on the far side of the road. There stood someone in the jacket he'd bought, holding a black umbrella, leaning against a car in the thick of traffic, looking right at him and saying, I see you. William crossed the street slowly, step by step, until he reached Daniel's side. Still, amid the blaring horns and rushing cars, Daniel could hear that soft, steady rustle of snowflakes hitting the umbrella. Soon, half the black umbrella was sheltering him too. William glanced at Daniel's damp hair and soaked shoulders. "Why didn't you bring an umbrella?" he asked. "You back today?" Daniel shot back. After asking, Daniel answered first. "Forgot all about it," he said, then added with a shrug. "Rain stopped after school. Didn't think it? Snow kid." William let out a quiet chuckle at the way Daniel emphasized that last word. After all, Daniel had once told him his hometown got snow so deep in winter it reach your calves. William tilted the umbrella in his hand a bit more towards this side. He glanced back at the alley Daniel had just come from, then said casually, "Rome City gets heavy snow sometimes. But it's only early January. Even if it were going to happen, it wouldn't be now." Finished speaking, he turned forward again and said, "Let us go." Daniel blinked. "Where?" William gave him a look. "You planning to stay at school for the whole 3-day New Year break?" "That's the plan," Daniel said, falling into step beside him as they reached the crosswalk again. Jack and the others were supposed to head down to Icefield Town. Something about a big New Year countdown event and an actual ski slope. I just didn't feel like joining the chaos, so I said no. Just then, the light turned green. William stepped off the curb first, holding the umbrella high as he looked back over his shoulder. "I am actually going too. So they asked me to pick you up." Daniel blinked, surprised. "You just got back, didn't you?" "Icefield Town is not far," William said with a soft laugh. "Mainly, my semi-final results were decent. They asked me to go as the guest of honor." Daniel snorted. Real generous. He didn't ask further. He already knew William meant he'd taken first place in the city finals. Not just that, next up was nationals, and then he'd even have to compete in the International Physics Olympiad. Back then, Daniel had assumed William would keep going down that path straight through, but it turned out he'd walked away from a guaranteed spot abroad, came back years later, and took over the Shi family with serious flair. For someone from the Shi family, how could there be only one path in life? No matter which path he chose, it was still something most people could only dream of chasing for a lifetime. William asked, "You in? This might be your last chance to tag along and watch me get wrecked." Daniel hesitated, then went ahead and asked anyway, "When does training start after nationals?" "Probably right after New Year's." Daniel nodded, taking it in. He knew from the second semester on, he'd likely hardly see William at school anymore. By now they were beside the car. William opened the back door, holding up the roof with a flourish, classic gentlemanly move, and gestured inside. "Get in first, or we'll be late." "I didn't say I was going." Daniel stood at the doorway, glancing down at himself. "Besides, I don't even have anything with me." William tugged gently on his arm. "Just get in. Buy what you need when we get there," he said flatly. It wasn't until the car had been rolling for a few hundred meters that Daniel finally caught on. It took Daniel a while to come to his senses. William cracked one eye open and glanced over. William opened his eyes and turned his head to look, raised an eyebrow. "You really think I came all the way just to pick you up? You sure you don't want to go?" The car's interior lights were dim. Daniel studied William's eyes and could tell there was genuine exhaustion underneath. "Didn't he get much sleep?" William lifted a hand to pinch the bridge of his nose, letting out a dry chuckle. "I've been running on fumes for nearly 2 days straight just to finish this experiment. So yeah, Daniel, consider yourself lucky I'm even here. Gonna catch a quick nap." Daniel froze. Honestly, it didn't matter all that much to him whether he went or not. But now that William was asleep, saying backtrack felt impossible. His phone buzzed with a message from Jack. "Jack, where are you?" "Daniel, how do you even know I was coming?" "Jack, the class rep asked in the group chat if you were around. I said no, and he told me to bring you along." "Daniel, wait. So it wasn't you who told him to pick me up?" "Jack, does it even matter?" "Jack, honestly, William's the kind of guy who dig under 3 layers of earth just to drag you out, even if you were buried in a winter hibernation." "Daniel, thanks for that. Really, to be fair, Daniel wasn't exactly cold sensitive. He just hated all the winter hassle and how his body always felt off in the season. Like knee pain, hands like ice, no amount of herbal baths helped at all. Right now, the car's heater was cranked high. Daniel leaned back into his seat and started nodding off, not even trying to fight it, especially with someone beside him who hadn't slept in 48 hours. Henry drove smooth as silk. Daniel had no idea when he actually fallen asleep. All he knew was that when he jolted awake from the constant shaking, his neck and shoulders were stiff to the point of numbness. Only then did he realize he'd been sleeping head to head with William the whole way. His own head had mostly been crammed into William's shoulder, who had one arm wrapped around himself and long legs splayed awkwardly. Probably a lot more uncomfortable than Daniel was feeling. Still asleep, William didn't stir as Daniel glanced at his clothes and instinctively smoothed out the wrinkles on his shoulders. The next second, he felt a firm grip lock around his wrist. William's eyes snapped open, voice still rough from sleep. "What were you doing? So alert." Daniel gave him a half smile and nodded for him to let go. "Just trying to preserve the outfit I paid good money for. And also wondering how your upper body's feeling." William lifted his head, rolled his shoulder with a slight grimace. Apparently the same ache Daniel was dealing with. He looked at Daniel and said flatly, "Wanna take it off and try it on?" Daniel laughed softly. "Nah, that's not necessary." Outside, the sky had gone dark. Ice Plains was over 100 kilometers from Rome City, colder than back home. By now it was almost 8 o'clock, and snow already dusted the roadside grass. Unlike in Rome City where flakes melted on contact, they were probably close by. The traffic ahead had started thickening up. Daniel turned to Henry behind the wheel. "You've been here before?" "Often." Henry grinned, glancing at William in the rear view, then back at Daniel. "William, didn't mention it? The Shi family's got a resort out here. Winter season is packed every year. Super busy. Ice and fire festival, ice sculpture hot pot, amusement park, New Year's bonfire party. Plenty of stuff to do." Daniel shot a look at William's blank face. "So this is basically your own backyard? No wonder the crew back in class didn't push for you to foot the bill. Would been too obvious if they knew." "Huh," William replied, already brushing his hand into his pocket. Daniel raised an eyebrow. "What were you looking for?" A second later, William pulled out a medal and tossed it into Daniel's lap. So casually it was like he just grabbed a pack of tissues, left in a hurry, never made it back home. "Just got this on me." Daniel lifted the medal, catching the light. He gave a quiet, questioning hum. "You giving this to me? Keep it for fun. You're bribing me? Can you even bribe someone with this?" Daniel flipped the medal over a few times, then tucked it into his pocket. Smiling, he said, "Well, I guess I'll have to check how William behaves when he's on his own turf." Sure enough, the group had ended up booking Shi family's resort for their holiday. The place looked like it had been renovated just in the past couple of years. Perched halfway up the mountain, no less fancy than any luxury hotel in a major city. At night, it lit up like a beacon, with a fountain pool right by the dam ahead, offering a sweeping view of the whole town below. Daniel took the medal William tossed him, just messing around, and William's family honor wall? Probably already packed to the brim. This little thing wouldn't even register. Still, the guy acted like he was just a tourist passing through. They checked in and got their room keys once inside the estate. Leaning against the front desk, Jack reached out for Daniel's ID. When suddenly Mason and the others came storming out of the elevator in disposable slippers. "Captain, you finally back." "Daniel, you could called when you got here. Man, no need to sneak in silent like spies." Jack hooked an arm around Daniel's neck. "I knew you'd show up. Should gotten out more often, you feel me?" "William?" Jack turned to William for agreement. William handed Daniel's ID card and replied with a smile. "Yes." Hey, no, wait." Jack noticed the move and lunged across the counter in 2 steps, snatching the ID right out of William's hand. "I knew you were coming. Rooms are already set, but it's all double occupancy, so don't think we splitting up. Anyway, I checked online, the service here is top-notch, and the place? Gorgeous. Who thought the price would be insane? And holidays? Prices double. Told ya, those rich capitalist types got hearts made of coal." Daniel glanced at Jack, who'd grown up in the very heart of capitalist royalty, raised an eyebrow, then added dryly, Yeah. Pretty black-hearted, Daniel barely kept a straight face, his grin well hidden. Mason and the others were all heading downstairs to grab dinner. They hadn't eaten together since they arrived. Daniel followed behind William as they took the elevator, only realizing after it stopped on the 5th floor that he forgotten to get his key from Jack. He called him right away. The hallway was carpeted, so their footsteps made no sound at all. Daniel trailed in William's wake, matching his pace while chatting with Jack on the phone. Which room are you in? 502, right? Wait, no, you didn't give me a key. I'll just pick one up at reception later. What? You re-sharing with 2 people? Why didn't you say so earlier? Before Daniel could finish, the guy ahead of him suddenly stopped. He ran straight into him. William had already taken off his jacket and was holding it, now wearing just a plain white cotton shirt. Daniel bumped into him, catching the warmth of that bare chest beneath his fingertips. He froze for half a second, then looked up. What? William stared back at him with that dazed expression, pausing 2 full seconds. Meanwhile, Jack's voice still came through Daniel's phone. Yeah, I am bunking with Thomas. He insists on pulling an all-nighter gaming session. Sorry, Daniel, you'll have to crash with the squad leader. The rooms each have 2 single beds, and he's not exactly into guys, so just treat him like me, even if you end up spooning. I swear I believe it was pure friendship. Daniel felt a full-on facepalm coming on, before he could even figure out where to start yelling. The guy in front snatched his phone from his hand. William hung up for him with one smooth motion. Then, with his other hand, he swiped open the door to the right and pushed it wide. Leaning against the frame, William asked about the phone call just now. Were you 2 hugging each other? Daniel rolled his eyes. Just ignore him.